Mid to late 114 AC. The Narrow Sea. Aegon sat back in his chair, a deep green glow providing the light as he read through a tome written by a Valyrian named Aelires, who'd written about New York Sar when it had ruled the Twin Forks of Mother Royne, then One, and the Ain rivers, which included the two major cities of New York Sar and Arnoy. It was a fascinating read and one of the few treasures he and his scholars had found from amongst the indemnity of 5,000 books from Myr, who Aegon was rather sure were keen to truly give him anything of particular value to him, with how much they'd given him tomes about accounting and taxes and recycled accounts of conquests and subjugations of people throughout Valyria's history. And he noted quite keenly they'd avoided giving him anything about magic, which was understandable. Petty. But understandable. In any case, this tome provided a great deal of insight of the Royner at that age, at a time when Volantis was only a small colony. And from what it seemed, the edition Aegon had for no tome could survive so many thousands of years unless it was magic could well be a faithful copy of the original account of New York Sar and Arnoy. The Royner, at least at that age, had a number of unique cultural quirks. The original writer was vivid in his descriptions of Arnoy with its green marbled buildings with canals for veins and who laid gifts of pearls for the observation of a spring festival, which the writer seemed to dislike with the way he'd spoken. The other Royner thanked the Mother Royne with harvest made with care, whilst the Arnoy did not follow the likeness of other, better, Royne, using that as a justification for why New York Sar had to impress on Arnoy. There were a number of descriptions and analysis like that, where the writer subtly disparaged the people of Arnoy for being a bit different. It amused Aegon a little. People were people, everywhere they were. Aegon heard some sounds coming from the glass candle, sounds that he knew was likely Gale picking the glass candle from the lead box, and Aegon looked up from his tome and waited for Gale to speak. But then he heard some sniffles, causing Aegon to narrow his eye slightly, as he closed his tome, and when he heard more sniffles, he realized it was almost certainly a little child, almost certainly one of his, likely one of the girls. Aegon wanted to speak up, but he knew it was better to wait, lest he startle which one of his girls it was. Soon enough he heard something knocking against wood, and he could tell it was someone putting up the glass candle straight. Finally, "Father!" A juvenile voice finally called out, a voice he recognized, though there were strong sense of vulnerability and unsurety marring the voice. "Brani?" Aegon asked with a concerned frown. "Are you all right? Is everything all right?" Aegon asked as he placed the tome by the side, his full attention on the glass candle. He was meant to speak with his family today, although he expected Gale's voice to be the first to tell him of the day, whilst afterwards he'd speak with his children about how their day went, especially since it was meant to be a rather eventful day. The two girls were meant to go on their first flight. The youngest dragon riders in the history of their family, a title that both of them really liked having. It hurt a little that he wasn't there to watch his girls take their first flight. The two girls had been promised they could have their first flight sooner than when the boys had theirs if they behaved and did all that Gale asked. They've been driving Gale a little mad with how active they've been, all of which they've done admirably and with a disturbing kind of determination that Aegon honestly was surprised by, given that children aren't always the most focused and easily bore of things, mayhaps not when it came to dragons, and so they've taken their first flights at the age of 9 name days. She sniffled more before she spoke. "I'm all right, Father," Brani said, though her voice was breaking up a little as she spoke. "I miss you, Father. I really miss you." And then Brani started to cry, and Aegon found himself stretching his arms around the glass candle as he began to grow more worried. Did something happen during the flight? Or did it not happen? He should have put his foot and had the girls postpone their flight until he was back. "I miss you too, my sweet daughter, I really do, but tell me, Brani, what has made you so upset? You wouldn't be so sad if you were all right," Aegon said as gently as he could. "I was so happy, Father, and so was Lysia. We were doing so good and we were faster and stronger than Tyria and Rena. Lysia was okay. Better than okay. She was happy to want to do more and she did it. We did it, Father. It's so unfair," Brani said almost as a single string of words with how fast and how animatedly she'd spoken, and Aegon noticed how she'd lost the vulnerability and instead indignance had crept into her voice, and Aegon bowed his head slightly. In relief, and in exasperation. Of course Brani wouldn't just follow the rules. The girl had bouts of rashness in her. "Brani?" Brani continued to speak over him as she hadn't heard, and Aegon thinned his lips before he spoke again. "Brani?" Aegon had to repeat with more sternness and warning in his tone of voice, and this time she did heed him. "Yes, Father." Brani was more quiet in her tone of voice, realizing that she was in error. Aegon silently sighed before he steeled himself a little. "So, if I understand correctly, your mother took you and your sister on your first flight, and Castoris and Polaris were there too," Brani interrupted, and Aegon's eyebrow twitched at the interruption and he let it pass, this time. "And gave you strict rules not to do anything than what you already promised you would do, correct?" "Yes, but no buts." Aegon was stern in voice and he heard a pitiful whimper, soft but hearable nonetheless, and he was quick to continue but in a softer tone of voice. "It may have been a long time since you have seen me, Brani, but do you still remember what I have always told you about making promises? He wouldn't blame her if she didn't remember. The last time he'd seen her, she'd only been 7 named days. He'd been away from her nearly a third of her life, and the first third she doesn't really remember. She knew him almost as much as a voice behind a glass candle than she had seen him. Don't break a promise. Briony answered back in a quiet tone of voice, and honestly Aegon was a little surprised that she did remember. That's right, my sweet girl. I do, however, understand why you broke your promise. Aegon said gently, and there was a small trace of a smile on his face as he spoke further. It felt great, didn't it? Flying? Like it was something you were always meant to do. Yes. He could hear the surprise in her voice, and Aegon smiled knowingly at the glass candle. And I could feel Lysia really well. She knew what I wanted and I didn't have to say anything. And I am very happy for you that you felt so close to your dragon, as when we bond with our dragons, Briony, we become like family with them, do you understand? Aegon said cautiously. Briony was 9 named days, just about, and he wasn't quite sure if she was ready to have a more detailed conversation about the nature of their bonds with their dragons. He'd started young with his eldest sons, true, but that was mostly because he really wanted to create good roots for their personalities. Not that he didn't want to do that for all of his children, but he did know that he was quite severe with his eldest sons, especially Castoris. And now with his 3 youngest, he was absent until only about half a year ago, and even then, it was nowhere near the same as actually being present and teaching them and listening to them, not only to their voices but also to everything else. He really hated that he had to postpone his journey back. Yes, father. Briony said confidently, and Aegon smiled briefly at the eagerness. So then, can you understand why your mother was upset and why she punished you? Aegon asked gently. He heard her fumble and he heard her mutter no. Well. Aegon sat a little straighter as he lost his smile a little. Lysia is a very young dragon, only 5 named days old. Very small and very young, no better than a little hatchling compared to your brother's dragons and that of your mother, right? When he heard a reluctant yes, he continued on. When they are that young, they struggle a little with their flying. They can't really go too far. And when you flying with them, even if you are an adorable little girl, you can put them into a lot of danger if you are not careful. Well, it wasn't quite true. Yes, normally, if they were a dragon raised in the dragon pit, it'd take another few years before the dragon could be safely ridden, but the dragons were faster growing, especially since they'd arrived in Elamaris. The dragons were allowed to fly freely more often, especially in the last year or so, as his eldest sons were taking the younger dragons out for hunting, which he considered likely a considerable influence. In any case, the dragons were just about the right size to be ridden, especially by his girls who did not weigh much. And with the dragons being more or less hatchlings, even if controlling them is more erratic given that they are juvenile mentally, the girls were well enough suited to ride them despite their tender age. Plus, with all of the safeguards years ago, he and Gale had meticulously looked into everything possible to keep someone in a saddle, including a lock that couldn't be removed without a key that Gale had. The children were safe as safe can be. Still, the point had to be made. But Lysia didn't feel scared. She was happy. Briony protested strongly. Because Lysia is a brave dragon, just like her rider. But your dragon is also very young and inexperienced and doesn't quite know better, which is why your mother was being so stern in having you promise her that you would do no more than your mother said you were allowed to do. Aegon leaned a little more. Or did you want to hurt Lysia, Briony? Aegon asked, and he heard her move on the other side. No. How could you think that, father? Briony asked, upset and indignant. I don't think like that because you are my daughter who wouldn't do something like that. I know you wouldn't ever do it on purpose. Aegon said meaningfully. But Lysia is fine. Briony said, growing more upset, having understood what he meant. Briony was quite precocious, after all. But she also could have been hurt. Aegon said firmly. You have a responsibility to your dragon, Briony. It's like how your mother looks after you or how Castoris, Polaris, or Valar look after you. Lysia is your family and you don't want to do anything that might be bad for them. Briony was silent for a long few moments before she answered. Okay. Aegon smiled a little, and once again, he promised that he'd make it up to Gale 1,000-fold when he was back. Gods, he was really leaving her to dry. I'm proud of you, Briony, that you are understanding what I mean, and I am sure now that you see that your mother was right to be upset with you. Aegon said with a raised eyebrow as he eyed the glass candle keenly. But 6 moons is too long. Rena also disobeyed by trying to outfly and only I get punished. Briony complained, and Aegon hung his head a little in exasperation, glad that he didn't have to maintain a stern look. He wanted to say that he would have punished her for a year. But did you do anything more that caused your mother to ban you for 6 moons? Aegon asked knowingly. Gale was anything but unfair. The silence and the shuffle was answer. He didn't need to hear it from Briony. He'd hear it from Gale. What your mother has decided is fair and what will remain. Aegon said gently but firmly, and he narrowed his eyes slightly at suspicion, hoping she wouldn't go in a direction that would leave him disappointed in her. It would be clever, but it was also be manipulative. Though he was surprised when she said something he had never expected her to say. Mother wouldn't have punished Rena like she punished me if she did it. It was a low mutter, but Aegon heard it and it upset him. When did she started to think like this? Brienne. Aegon's voice was sterner than he'd ever spoken to his daughter before, and he heard nothing but silence on the end. Still he continued. Why do you think your mother would punish you more harshly than she would punish you? Aegon asked with the same sternness in his voice. When he received more silence, he narrowed his eyes slightly and he relaxed his fist as he spoke again, though it was more gentle, more soothing. Brienne. Aegon said with utmost gentleness, and he could hear shift. Please answer my question. Will you do this for me? There was another silence and he thought she wouldn't answer, until she did. Because she isn't my mother, not like she is Rena's mother. Or Solanese. Or like Casterys and Polaris and Valar. Aegon felt his heart break a little at the way she sounded so quietly upset. How long has this been bothering her? Why is it bothering her now? They'd never kept it a secret from Brienne. That Gale and Aegon were not her biological parents. Obviously, not in those terms, but terms like how they had taken her in because she was Aegon's niece as a baby when her mother died. Which wasn't true, but few people knew the truth, that her mother had sold her for a few gold coins. And if he could help it, she'd never get to know that. You would make your mother cry if she heard you say that. Aegon said gently and with a sad note to his voice. He continued. Your mother might not have given birth to you, but she has done everything else a mother does. She has loved you, and does love you, as much as she loves our other children. Aegon said, and he could quiet sniffles that were growing more audible as more time went. Aegon continued, hoping to sear it in the silly girl's head that she was as much a daughter to his wife as Rena was. In your mother's heart, you all share a piece inside of her. Equally. In every way, your mother is your mother, and I'm very sad to hear that you think her not really as your mother, as that means you also don't think of me as your father. No. Brienne cried out, and he heard something crash, likely a chair, in the background. No, father, no, you and mother are my father and mother. I'm sorry, please don't be sad, I didn't mean it. Brienne cried out, and Brienne continued to apologize, and Aegon felt guilty for putting his daughter into such a state. Aegon soothed her with shushes and a mantra of it's all right, I believe you, and finally when Brienne calmed herself he spoke again. I am glad you didn't mean it, Brienne, but why did you think this? That your mother wasn't really your mother? You have known for a long time how you fully came into our family. Vaelon said really mean things to me and Rena, but me really the most. She said that I am a bastard and didn't deserve a dragon. Aegon winced at the name and what the girl had said to his daughter. That was Bartimeau's daughter. He would have to speak with Gale, and mayhaps speak with Lady Demira as well. It was unacceptable. He didn't fail to hear that Vaelon also said some other things to his other daughter as well. What Vaelon said was wrong and unbefitting a noble lady of a house sworn to serve our house. I will talk with your mother about this. Anyway, you shouldn't care what she said. You deserved a dragon the moment you became our daughter, Brienne. We might not have given birth to you, but you are our daughter, and therefore you became a Targaryen because we wanted you as our daughter. Aegon hated that he felt so torn. It should be simple, but it wasn't. In fact, he had worked hard to remove any notions of Brienne's origin amongst their people. He wanted her to be known as nothing more than a daughter of Aegon and Gale, at most a small footnote of her being a niece biologically to solidify the tradition of not marrying too closely within the family. All because he didn't want it to be liberally known that a out-of-wedlock child was brought into the family. It would set a terrible precedent, and he really feared idiotic descendants doing the same without rhyme of reason. Bastards were not seen as badly as they were in Westeros, true, but there was a little stigma about it, one that certainly would be worse if one was a dragon lord bastard. Okay. Brienne said quietly, but he could hear the pleased relief in her voice, and he was relieved himself to hear about it. Aegon slapped his hands on the table, which caused a loud ruckus, and he heard her yelp a little. Father, what was that? Oh. Aegon said in a put-on embarrassed kind of voice. I tried to hug you through the glass candle, but I forgot that I am very far away and I made a bit of mess. No, you didn't. Brienne denied with a giggle in her voice, and Aegon smiled a little wider. Really, I did. I really wanted to give you a good hug, but I forgot like a silly person. Aegon said seriously, and so the conversation turned into a much lighter one where Aegon was content to be a little silly in an effort to bond more with his daughter. It was a little while later when Gale and his other children came into the chamber, and after a few directed questions at Rena and Brienne, followed by questions he'd asked his eldest sons before roping in Solanese, who seemed a bit more hesitant and a bit moody, no doubt thanks to being the only one who hasn't yet ridden his dragon, the tension in the room bled away as the conversation flowed easily, often helped on by Casterys or Polaris, both of whom likely knew what he was doing. Gale knew too, but her odd silence was quite indicative that she was unhappy with him a little, likely because he was evading having Baelon be called to task for adding to her misbehavior with her taking out the glass candle without any permission. He knew she was right to be unhappy, but he felt like they needed a bit of family time to help soothe over upsets. Later, when it was time for him and Gale to speak, he'd ask Baelon to remain and speak with her and her mother to tell her off for the overstep. A little while later, the conversations with his children lasted for a long while, the day having been more eventful than usual, and the conversation he had with Baelon and Gale about Baelon taking out the glass candle without her mother's permission, and then later with Gale as they discussed their children and the upsetting news of what Baelon had said to Baelon, took some time, and it was a long while later before they could anything else. When she started to speak about the meeting she had with the council regarding the schedule of moving the new people who'd come from the second journey, ahead of the people who would come the incoming third journey in the next weeks, he could hear the tiredness more profoundly in her voice. "I can hear the tiredness in your voice," Aegon said with a mild frown as she finished her explanations about the myriad of niggling problems they were dealing with. "Are you resting well? I know you have been busy for the past few weeks." Girly, MLMRS, Lgamazda, Biggeltis, Drolmian, and Psazaldritz's districts now, spread amongst them albeit unevenly, had 15,000 homes built, several thousands of homes well ahead of the initial schedule. And with addition of thousands of new men, things were accelerating even more. Still, there was a great many things happening at the same time. More lands were being produced into farmland, more families were moving, and more construction was happening all across the main settlement. And then there was the shops and factories that were slowly coming back to life, especially with the feeding of more materials and more goods and items with each arrival of the galleon fleet. "It's just this day," Gale reassured him, and he heard her sigh a little. "It was busier than most." Gale went on to describe her day, a day that had already been filled quite busily with the council and the Red Town and with the children, and a day, it seemed, that she'd spent traveling to one of the marble mines that some of the scaffolding fall apart and injure some of the workers. One of the workers had been too badly injured to take back on riverboat, and once she'd heard the situation, with the mine being farther away from the mines their sons were than this particular mine was to Ilamaries, she'd gone herself. She'd flown back to get a healer and then flew again and back towards the mine and even helped a little with the bad wound. No wonder she was tired. Aegon hummed a little, a bit of soothing in his tone of voice. "You did well, Gale, very well," Aegon said softly, unsure of what else to say, and he felt another bout of guilt and sadness that he was not there and that he would not be there for some time yet. "Thank you," Gale said with some happiness in her voice, knowing that he intended to soothe her, comfort her, and she sighed a little, almost wistfully. "I wish you were coming back already, you're missing so much," Gale said softly, and Aegon knew exactly what she meant. He was missing so much. He was missing seeing wild lands grow into farmlands. He was missing buildings going up and up. He was missing their children growing. He was missing his elder sons growing into men. He was missing the first flight of his youngest children. Aegon closed his eye. He was missing so much. "I know." Aegon's response was an equally quiet one, and equally laden with meaning. "One more journey after this, one more, and I'll be back on the one after." The galleon fleet now on the Sunset Sea was the third journey back from Astapor. The first journey started in the first moon of 113 AC and carried a cargo of 500 adult sheep, 300 lambs, 3,000 chickens, 3,000 fowls, 1,000 pigs, 2,000 goats and 3,000 turkeys. The livestock feed alone was almost 3 times the animals' weight. An unpleasant journey for the sailors and the captains, no doubt, given how hard it was to look after those animals, and feeding them, and cleaning after them. Fortunately, no one ship was carrying bulks of animals. With the work of the blacksmiths, here and in Ilamaries, they created pens for the animals, particularly for the hares, chickens, fowls, and pigs, that utilized as little space as available. Plus the pigs were dosed with a healthy amount of drugs to dull them, sweet sleep in particular. The drug was rather easy to produce from quite common plants found in warmer climates, so it wasn't hard for the alchemists, now that their work managing the wildfire on ships is done, to produce more of it. They were making more of it now in Ilamaries as well, with the second harvest of medicinal plants had been harvested. Spices, salt, herbs, seeds and fruit seeds, medicinal plants, resins, saplings, jams, dried fruits, grains, steel ingots, tin ingots, copper ingots, brass pots, linen, wool, leather, wax, feathers, ropes, iron tools, iron nails, dyes, caskets of wines and brandy and 100 other smaller bits had taken up more than a third of the total capacity of the first journey of the 42 galleons who had each a capacity of about 1,200 tons. It left less than about a third of the remaining capacity which had been used to carry the first shipments of treasures and people. 1,000 orphans, 1,000 veterans, 200 unsullied who were fanatically loyal to Aegon and his family, 1,000 miners who were all male, 1,000 farmhand that were 70-30 split favoring men, and 1,000 people who were more a 60-40 split that'd function as tutors having been translators and thus educated to read artisans, scribes, blacksmiths, and jewelers. Most of these working-age people were of Astapori or Yunkai heritage, and they were on the younger side of things, a more deliberate part for several reasons. Negotiation with the Regency councillors had permitted him to take more of the younger people who were also less skilled. They kept the better skilled and the older people, though in reality they were mostly in their late 20s or early 30s, and Aegon mildly resented being part of older people classification, especially since they were incorporating more of the peoples who'd worked in the countryside into the city proper. All of this had also included the veterans' equipment, their horses, and armor and sword and other trinkets they'd taken for themselves, and included the armor of their fallen men, who would be brought home to their families. The rest of the capacity on the galleons had been treasure, namely being about hundreds filled with 50 million gold coins and 50 million silver coins, 80 cases of gems and diamonds and jewelry, 50 cases filled with 7,000 books and texts, and about 20 statues small enough to be taken in this journey. The second journey, which arrived in Illimaries at the end of 113 AC, had been similar as the first one, though there was a much greater focus in shipping larger livestock like oxen, cattle, donkeys, and goats. It also included 2,000 horses, which consisted of the soldiers' horses and some of the horses that they'd captured from the campaign in Liberty Bay. All of that took the most of the capacity. The goods, not much changed from what they'd shipped the first time, were reduced but not excessively. Similarly, they took the same amount of treasure, just shy of another 100 million gold and silver coins, and included the rest of the gems and diamonds and jewelry, and also some statues from Illyria. The greatest capacity taken had been people. 2,000 men, of which were 3/4 Illimari and a quarter Liberty Bay soldiers, who, upon the advice of his commanders, he'd agreed to take in, 2,000 male laborers of all kinds of skills, though these were mostly the artisan or manual labor kind that he'd liberated from the heel of Essos, 2,000 women and another 1,000 orphans. There were also 100 unsullied he'd accepted the request of, having asked to come to Illimaries to guard his family. Most of the new people were of mixed Valyrian and SSC heritage, bearing silver or golden hair and mostly blue eyes, but there was a mix of also Astapori, Yunkai and likely some kind of Mirish or Andalic kind of people. The third journey, the one that was likely going to be arriving in the next few weeks or so, had the majority of the rest of the gold and treasure they'd taken from their campaigns, about 80 million gold coins and silver coins, which included the bulk of the indemnity from Mir, the majority of the smaller statues taken from Illyria and also Tolos, with the rest being largely goods and people again. No livestock this time, although there were about 3,000 horses, which included breeds from Dorne and breeds from the disputed lands. The people took the most of the capacity, with about 7,000 people on board those ships. Another 1,000 veterans, this time all of them Illimari, 2,000 male laborers of a mix of Valyrian and Astapori heritage, 3,000 women, all of them Valyrian heritage, and another 1,000 orphans, mostly Nadi and Astapori in heritage. The fourth journey from Astapor, expected to arrive in Illimaries at the beginning of 115 AC, which Aegon should be there for and watch depart, would be taking almost solely the rest of the treasure and the bulk of his people. 6,000 Illimari, another 1,000 male laborers and 3,000 women would be on board those galleons with about 40 million gold and silver coins. He was meant to be on this journey, the last journey, however plans had changed as he and Gale had to look hard at their colony. The winter harvest was not as fruitful as they expected it to be. Yes, the conditions were decent, but the rainfall was quite low with the temperatures consistently decreasing. And with so much of the colony now dependent on the production of the farms, even a third failing would have significant ramifications. Not enough to starve the colony but enough to cause lean times, and that was unacceptable. So, fortunately, they managed to sort out what they'd need before the second arrival of the galleons had come to Astapor, where, under Keller and his remaining commanders, had stocked it up with large livestock that'd be milked or used to bolster diets in small quantities, and if things worsened, they'd be available for slaughter. Including the horses. He'd also sent Lomaris and Gala Annis back to Illimaries to help keep order if things were to go bad. Fortunately none of the measures were needed, no crops had failed, at least not in any kind of significance, but it has caused his delay as the third journey was meant to be the second journey and him on the fourth journey instead of the fifth now. The fifth journey would not depart until mid to late 115 AC, which would carry the last 4,000 Illimari, leaving about 1,500 behind in Velos with an assortment of Liberty Bay soldiers to help manage the colony for the next few years, and about 2,000 more settlers, with the rest of the goods carried largely miscellaneous goods and some copper ingots, now that they'd found a source of iron 20 leagues from Illimaries city. In any case, the delay to his return was a bitter one, but one they had to take at a time that they could not gamble on the safety of their colony. Though first Aegon said with a much forced cheer in his voice, "First I must overcome the storm that awaits me in King's Landing, which, wife, I must admit will likely be almost as bad as my tormented yearning for returning home is." "Your sense of humor really has grown worse," Gale said with some exasperation in her voice, though she caught him by surprise by her next words. "And I wonder if you will be so cheery to return home when you learn, really, how much you are being worshipped, dear husband, or should I say Saint Aegon." The teasing in her voice really made it clear how much she was enjoying rubbing it in. "Ugh, gods, don't remind me. Please." Aegon said as he placed his elbows onto the table and leaned his head against his right hand, a grimace on his face. It must really be funny from her perspective. He'd told her plenty about the battles and about some of things he'd done, or had happened to him, but he never really could communicate with her how much of an impact he had on people's lives. And she was seeing it clearly with the arrival of soldiers and other Illimeri and also the former slaves. Hearing them speak about his name with worship and awe. Even the Unsullied, the ones that now helped guard his family, were not unaffected by this phenomena. He was only gladdened that his younger children were protected from all of this. His elder sons were a little baffled but still quite accepting of it, and he wasn't quite sure if he should be happy with that or not. His sons always did think too well of him. Then stop your complaints masked as jests about our place of birth. Gale said, and he virtually hear her eyes rolling. Fine, fine. Aegon said with a soft smile breaking through his bearded face. He knew that she wasn't worried, not nearly as much as he was, mostly because they'd talked endlessly about how he was going to approach things. And with the Valyrians helping him out with this, whom he was going to repay, though not only repaying but also because he likes them a fair bit, Gale was confident that things would turn out fine, that not even his worst concerns, which she called ridiculous and macabrely paranoid, could sway away this confidence. Which was rather ironic even after he explained, she was not swayed to the point of irrationality given that Zelise had her ears finally connected the walls of the Red Keep, and if she could get in, then others. Yes, Aegon was not so sure that things would turn out to be fine. The wedding was a highly anticipated and known event, and many people would be in attendance, including, he heard from Corlys, dignitaries from Bravos and Pentos, and perhaps even from more free cities. Like Myr. Or Tyrosh. And they'd know that he was coming too. How easy would it be to pin something on him there? Carry out a pre-replication, if that is a word, of Purple Joffrey, only with Aegon as the one who is pinned with the murder? Especially with his relationship with Damon not so unknown, it could be a perfect way to get Damon to do him in whilst avoiding having to do anything themselves. And it wasn't exactly a secret that Aegon had a great number of enemies. Including now, more overtly at least, the likes of Nukis and Karth, with his responses to the assassination attempts quite fiery. And the Hightowers could be a culprit too, especially since it would be a good way to potentially get rid of all of the threats of a king with Hightower blood and molded by Hightowers too. It was a shame he needed to settle face to face with Viserys. Aegon knew that much of Gale's confidence was spawned because of her faith in him, but this was another type of conflict, and Aegon really wasn't the kind that'd do well in it. He was not bad, but he certainly was no Godwin of Wessex. Aegon at least could comfort himself with the prospect of meeting the Valyrians and his old friends in Eldrick and Bardemos, and of course carrying some other important things too, such as picking up his uncle Viegon and the gang of people Zelise wants him to take to Illimeris. And also, quite importantly, probably most importantly, try and sort out the last major issue befalling his family. The matter of appropriate matches. Have you thought further about Rhaena's potential matches? Aegon suddenly asked as he turned his eye towards the glass candle. Out of all of his children, Rhaena was the one he was most worried about. He didn't want her to be in the quagmire of shit that was Westeros, nor did he want her to become a fucking broodmare for some disgusting lord, outside of the matter of marrying her out of the family and empowering another house. And, of course, he wanted her to retain her power as a dragon lord. Dragon lady sounded wrong, and someone with purpose outside of doing her womanly duty. And for that to happen, she would have to marry matrilineally. And he was more than happy to do that. The question, of course, was who was the match? One with the right blood, who would understand and accept their position as only a consort and whose children would not bear his name. The pickings were slim. Startlingly so. There was a moment of silence before Gale replied. Aemond would be a good match. He could hear the neutrality in her voice. She didn't hold a grudge against children, but she did not like Alicent. Aemma did not deserve to be replaced by a girl like Alicent, who Gale already had a bad impression of when the girl was seen next to her father with a book in her hands, pretending to be Sarah. Neither was she impressed by the hand when he tried to push for Alicent to be allowed to read to the old king, stating that it was Jaehaerys' wish, which was fucking ballsy given how much the old man was suffering from dementia. Gale, as the last daughter of the old king, had more than enough authority to end that line of thinking, and Aegon and Aemma had to step in with Viserys broached the topic again during dinner. He would be. Aegon agreed. If it wasn't for everything attached to it. Aemond, from a critical perspective, was a perfect match for his daughter. About the same age, has best possible blood outside of his brothers, and young Corwin wouldn't need to be so concerned about patrilineal or matrilineal matters, and, quite importantly too, if he was to foster the boy in Illimeris, he would raise the boy to become a decent man. Yes. Gale said with a sigh. They would want our backing, which we would not give. No, we would not. Aegon confirmed firmly. If things turned out as ugly as he feared it would become, then involving his family and Illimeris during the war was irresponsible beyond the pale. Afterwards, when the war was dwindling down to the point that his family would not be trapped into kinslaying, that was another story. There was just too many advantages to wait and fix things at the end if Viserys and the others did not heed his warnings. The problem, of course, was that he would have little means to influence things. But that might just be a blessing to tell the truth. Letting oneself destruct after doing what you could to help was different than actively pushing one off the ledge. And Damon, and perhaps Rhaenyra too, would see the match as a threat and a kind of betrayal. Gale continued and Aegon hummed. Only Damon. Aegon said in answer. Unless Rhaenyra truly turned to hate her half-siblings, which did not seem the case from what Selyse learned from her spies in the Red Keep, Rhaenyra would not care overly much about the match. In fact, she might even favor it, since it removes one brother. Only Damon might see it as a threat. Though I think I might be able to smooth things over when he realizes how much I dislike Westeros. Aegon said in a more diplomatic way. Gale snorted lightly. Not if you keep being so reluctant. Gale sighed a little. You can make so many speeches and inspire even the most headstrong and even go toe-to-toe with a dark sorceress like that Lysela without revealing what you want from her, but the moment you're in a more courtly situation, you make it so much harder on yourself, especially since you know how to do it. You had plenty of allies when you did try, like when you went on the progression with Viserys. There was some exasperation in her voice and he knew what she meant. He'd lost much of his desires to mold himself into something that'd appeal to lords and heirs and to their wider family when he'd made the mistake with Gale. He knew he would have to recover some of that molding, but he was reluctant at a deep level to do that. Mayhaps it was pride. Mayhaps it was something else, but he knew that he was reluctant to play the game in a way that was contrary to him. Though, given the stakes he'd be playing with, he was working on it. I am aware of what I must do, Gale. Aegon said as he eyed the glass candle. Just as I know how I can deal with Damon and Viserys. Aegon said without much worry in his voice. Anyway, Aegon continued with a shake of the head. Whom else have you considered since we last spoke? There weren't truly many more options. Not in Westeros. Other potential matches were in Lys, amongst the surviving noble families there. Particularly the ones who'd gotten aboard the Johanna train without real loss of position or wealth. There were plenty of them, after all. Johanna had been quite smart in the way she'd preserved the majority of the noble families whilst also neutering them as a threat. There were 3 families who they could adequately trace for 6 to 11 generations, families with Dragon Lord blood in their bloodlines and that had it confirmed with records and sparse mentions in a number of documents and texts. There were 4 more families like that, with adequate evidence, but they were not politically attractive to tie his family to. So it'd have to be one of the 3, and likely not the Rogas, whom he already seriously considering given that they had appropriately aged daughters for Casterys. I'm reconsidering Monterys or Gamon Velaryon. I thought you'd dismiss them as too lowly. Aegon mused quietly as he eyed the glass candle intently. Aegon personally preferred one of the 2, if he could not have Aemond for Rhaena. Their station mattered very little, only what they brought to the table. And what they brought was another connection with the Velaryons and the right blood. Wealth and military alliances meant fuck all to his branch of House Targaryen. They are. Gale said with a note of conniption in her voice. However, you've made it clear that you will only entertain consort matches of the right blood and boys that we can raise amongst us. It doesn't give us choices. Aegon didn't say anything except hum an agreeable hum. Not that I disagree, not after everything we've seen happen. Gale sighed heavily. I do not like it. Gale may have grown up under the suffocating shadow of Aly's Anne, but she did grow up as a princess and was given the lessons of one. Marrying a daughter, a princess for all intents and purposes, to such distant landless branches of House Velaryon was insulting. Even grounds for mockery in the eyes of the lords and ladies of Westeros. Neither do I. Aegon admitted. Aemond or Jaehaerys would have been perfect, but given the ways things are in King's Landing, and the high chance they won't want to part with them, not without assurances that we can't give. Will not give. So that left only 2 persons in Monterys and Gamon Velaryon as the most suitable and best aged boys for their Rhaena. The 2 boys were 6 name days and 9 name days old and were the sons of Aeron Velaryon, who was the sole son of Victor Velaryon, Corlys' uncle. He had Selyse look into the Velaryon family tree, to see if there were any suitable choices. There were a number of branches of the family and those 2 boys were the best choice, outside of Viserys' sons and Laena's Corwyn. Victor Velaryon, just like Corlys' grandfather Corwyn, was a son of Damon Velaryon, the uncle to Alyssa Velaryon who would become queen and his ancestor. And Victor Velaryon had married a daughter from a secondary branch of House Celtigar begetting Aeron Velaryon, who ended up marrying a woman named Vora Soros, a daughter of a unland knightly house of Driftmark, who had the clear colorings of a Valyrian. He'd had Selyse look closer into this House Soros, and what a name that was as well, and she'd discovered that there were some unsubstantiated rumors that the founder of the house was a bastard of Aerion Targaryen, the Conqueror's father. There was a chance that it was true, small though it may be. The First Night was a practice that had been going on and still was to some extent, even if it was officially banned for millennia, and it was a practice that the Targaryens of Dragonstone also partook in. Orys Baratheon was a result of such an outcome. The only difference being that Arion had seemingly taken a liking to this particular bastard child. Fucking Baratheons. In any case, she couldn't find anything more about them, excepting that there was more concrete evidence that Vorasaro's mother was likely a bastard of Corwin Velaryon, with how the property the mother lived in alone with her 2 children had been a Velaryon property that had been repossessed after her death. She'd only been a leather worker in life and unmarried all her life. Yes, it was likely this woman was a side piece of Corwin Velaryon or at least another Velaryon. In any case, it meant that the bloodline of Montaris and Gamon Velaryon were about as good as it gets, outside of Rhaenys line and Viserys line, to ensure that there was still traces of Dragon Lord blood in the spouses of his children. Well, there was also the Baratheons, the line of Garren Baratheon, brother to Roga Baratheon and uncle to Bormund Baratheon. The only line outside of the main line that still has male issue. Garren had a son with a daughter of House Connington, a son named Royce Baratheon who survived the Shivers, and who subsequently had 3 children. 1 daughter and 2 sons, one named Arstan Baratheon, who is 5 named days old, and one named Raymond, 7 named days old. This Royce Baratheon rules over a small land in the southern shore of Cape Wrath, his seat in Weeping Town, a town established over 2 decades ago, a consequence of his marriage with a daughter of House Mertens, whom he seemingly is close to, for his sigil is now one of a white pommel head on a grey background, a homage to the white owl on grey banner. This was his least preferred option. Not only was the Valyrian blood diluted to a point that he may as well marry Rhaena to a Lannister, but also he really did not like the Baratheons. Fucking Baratheons. You will try, won't you? Gale said after a long moment of silence. Try and get Aemond? Aegon asked. Viserys had hinted at the possibility of restoring bonds of kinship, not only between himself and his 2 brothers but also between their children. Viserys wouldn't be the difficult one to convince. No. That'd be Alicent Hightower. And he knew that he'd have his plate full trying to get that woman to concede. 1 less son is 1 less dragon for their side. It was cold and hard and simple math. And Otto Hightower and the other Hightowers were without aware of that. Viserys would be swayed by a woman, a mother, pleading with her husband not to send away her son for more than a decade most likely. I will try. Aegon said with honesty. And honestly, Aemond wasn't the only one he was considering trying to get for his family. Helena, though much younger than Casterys, would be a great match for his eldest. But Aegon was reluctant to make his eldest wait for more than 10 years. Ah, if only Rhaenys had 1 more daughter. I promise you that. Aegon said, and soon enough, they continued to talk, their conversation moving from one topic to another, and without even knowing, hours had passed. Days later. Aegon awakened with a sharp climb into consciousness as the Carrack moved jerkily upward and rapidly downward, the howl of the storm distantly whistling all around with rain pelting the ship melting into the howling song, and Aegon narrowed his eye at the glass window at the end of his quarters. The skies were dark and rain were sharp and violent in their pelting, much worse than the earlier storm that they'd sailed into last eve, when he'd decided to take a moment of rest. He must have been more tired than he thought. A whine below his bed drew his attention and he turned to look at Rex laying there with her eyes quizzically looking at him, a low whine emanating from the back of her throat. I know, girl. It seems a bit dicey out there. Aegon thought as he rose from his bed, and he steadied himself against the wall of his chamber as he put boots on the ground, and he quickly walked over to his desk where items, such as books and documents in a little jar filled with little prototype ink pen gimmicks, had fallen onto the ground. He misplaced a step as the ship rocked more heavily but quickly recovered as he moved to pick up the items after he'd created a ball of flame to light up his surroundings with how dim the light from the corridor was here. During a moment of more sure footing, he managed to quickly place all of them into the desk drawers and moved towards the book racks and tightened up the screws of the wooden barrier hinges that prevented the books from falling. Once he was sure all of his stuff were more or as secured as they were, after giving the old girl a little scratch on the top of the greyhound's head, he walked towards his door, his hands absent-mindedly touching his chainmail which he never has taken off excepting the times that he had need to wash his body with cloth and buckets of soapy water before he opened the door and walked through it. My prince. The guards, Sir Reaver and Sir John dutifully said as they bowed their heads, their hands holding them stead against the walls which had whale oil lamps attached. These guards always guarded him when he asleep, even aboard the ships. The door itself was perforated a little at chest height, allowing the guards to look into his room when the blinds were closed, which never were when he was asleep. They had taken it upon themselves to stand watch when he was unable to defend himself. And they weren't the only ones who wished this duty amongst his men. His encounter with a demon, and his subsequent survival from dragon fire, the mere episode, and of course top of everything before all of that happened, had changed a great many things in the way the men saw him. Saint was the mildest of exalting words they used to describe him, and it was only growing worse back home as well as men returned home from the war. It was almost disturbing how unyielding their loyalty and devotion was to him. Even if he was to do something kind macabre blood ritual, he knew that they would chalk it off as something that Aegon needed to do. He'd vowed to himself that he wouldn't ever abuse their loyalty, not any more than he already was by effectively deifying himself, and his family, in the eyes of his people. Aegon told them to remain at post and he nodded at them before he left them and walked towards the stairs that'd take him to deck. He walked past the men in their quarters and then the main quarters where the men that warned him off from going above with how turbulent the conditions outside were, but he set them at ease that it'll only be a short visit and soon enough, he'd gotten through the rocking ship and arrived at the hatch that led to the main deck. He had to put in quite a bit of force into opening the hatch, and when he did open it, he was greeted by raging winds that tossed rain aside at near parallel to the main deck. He looked around and he saw the men, the sailors, working hard in keeping the sails from taking too much damage. It was fortunate that they were well away from the stepstones and from Tarth, otherwise, it could have been far more dangerous. As it was, they should be fine coming out of the storm without too much problems, and the men on board were plenty enough to aid in making the minor repairs. Aegon gritted his teeth as he clung onto the barriers and climbed up the steps towards the helmsman of the ship. "My prince! You shouldn't be here." "Captain Albin, the captain of this ship," said as rain pelted his straining face as he made his way towards Aegon, clinging onto the barriers as Aegon stepped up the steps. "The other ships!" Aegon shouted as he gestured towards the raging seas, and the captain understood him. "We lost sight, but they were signaled earlier to keep to between north and north-northwest, my prince," the captain explained as they both made their way towards where the helmsman was, where there was a degree of head cover from the storm. As they arrived for cover, the helmsman only spared a bare moment of his attention before he looked back towards the front, though Aegon's attentions were grabbed when Albin turned fully towards Aegon and further explained, "The storm worsened over the course of the past few hours, my prince, and we lost sight of the other 11 ships not long ago. It was wise to signal them to go between," Aegon said as he looked away from the captain and towards the helmsman, who was gripping the helm tightly as he kept an eye on the large compass that was angled on surface atop a kind of dais. They were in deep of the narrow sea, beyond Tarth, and about in between Essos and West Eros, the deepest points of the narrow sea. Between north and north-northwest, that'd take them on a trajectory towards the coast of Crack Claw Point, somewhere in between Claw Isle and Dragonstone, and it avoids them from being on a trajectory towards Massey's Hook. They were still at least 5 days' sail away from reaching Massey's Hook, but they were in stormy season and it would not be surprising to encounter another storm only days later. Keeping to the deep of the narrow sea was the best choice to take. The greatest dangers of any storm was traveling too close to coasts, especially if your ships weren't designed to be tanks on water. Aegon remained on at helmsman deck for a little while longer, watching on as the ship rocked and bobbed onto ripples of violent waters, the rush of water crashing against the hull and the dim sounds of the sailors shouting a distant as he simply watched on. Aegon glanced at the dark clouds, a brief moment of lightning caught by his eye, and Aegon awaited and listened for the arrival of the thunder, a thunder that came almost a full 10 seconds later. Aegon looked away and back towards the main deck, watching as his men, in all of their soft glowing glory which he no difficulty in seeing despite the pelting rain, did their best to keep the ship running, and he was struck by a stray thought as he looked back towards the open raging sea. He was reminded of something he'd read from an ancient book from the collection of Illyria he'd finished 2 moons ago. It was one of the many selections of texts and books he'd kept with him in Astapor. His scholars helpfully labeled and identified as something of interest to Aegon, and generally speaking it had been, for it gave a window of life of a typical Valyrian in the Empire's early days. Though, today, he was drawn to remember a small, almost insignificant paragraph that spoke of a storm god worshipped by a people named Herodii, who once called the lands south of the Bay of Pentos home. A part that they were not sailing that far off from. The people had lived there long before there was a Pentos, and long before there was a Volantis. If he had to guess, then he'd guess that the book had been written not long after conquest of the Giscari Empire, with how focused the writer had been about how the dragon lords should have cleansed their Gicari taint from the doorstop of Mother Valyria. And this was a writer who had largely written a kind of anthology of Illyrian history till that point, the glory of his army general ancestor whom he so nobly descended from, and, oddly, a collection of random topics including how to raise a particular golden feathered breed of songbirds into obedience, which apparently was a very popular pet to have in the mainland of Valyria. And it was almost disturbing how eerily similar the writer's notion of a Giscari taint was to that of Aegon's. In any case, amongst all of that, there was a curious section during his writing about the slave markets of Tolos, about the kinds of peoples that populated Essos at that time, and amongst the names of peoples he used, some of them which the writer frustratingly never gave any context or description to, had been a people he'd named as the Herodii, who the writer had described as a people fair-haired, short, and stocky of build found in the lands of the southern marshes below the Crescent Bay, and whom the writer had also offhandedly described as the right stock for hard labor at the end of the entry. The most interesting point though, of course, had been his description of the words to their songs of lamentations to their storm god. The writer described the whole affair as amusing as a spoiled child's desperation with how they howl a call upon their god, the one they name Stormbringer, and to whom they sing a call to bring the storms and drown them all like the god had done before to a people named the Dalros. And, as Aegon gazed upon the fury of the storm, he couldn't help but think back about this Stormbringer, and what its nature was, if it had ever been real. As much as he hated to think about it, these entities, the lot that he'd felt in that astral plane, were likely powerful enough to affect the reality of the world in such a fashion. The question though becomes, had this world seen such power manifested? Given the kinds tales that exist of the Gemstone Emperors and the Bloodstone Emperor in particularly, he was not as doubtful as he wanted to be. Aegon shook his head and he pushed himself out of his pensive thoughts and he glanced towards the captain who was standing by the helmsman, speaking of something into the man's ear. Aegon called out to the two men, telling them that he was returning back towards the lower decks, and soon enough he made his down the steps towards the hatch, and, as he stepped down the steps and began to walk back towards his quarters, he couldn't help himself but fall back on his earlier thoughts. If the stories were real, and that there did exist people who may as well become as good as so-called gods of a kind, what did it take for them to get to that point? Those gems that he'd felt in that astral plane, they were beyond human, and yet, there was a decent chance that they had once been human. And importantly, they had not felt as foul as the toadstone, marking it possible that whatever they did not twist their being into something abominable. How? Why? When? What did they do to become what they were? Was it perhaps, such in this case of this Stormbringer, a kind of linear progression? Human with magic, to becoming a human with great magic, to becoming an entity like those gems? Let none disturb me for until it is time to break the morn fast. Aegon said to his guards as Aegon got to his quarters. He received their compliance and after he closed the door, he also closed the binds to the perforated door before he went over to the cabinet. He took out a braadroll from last night, a wineskin of water and a wooden bowl, and Aegon bent down in front of the old girl, who had begun to rub her head affectionately against his leg, earning her a gentle scratch behind the ear, and he poured out the water from the wineskin into the bowl. You'll have to wait a little longer before we can eat, old girl. Aegon said to the greyhound who had begun to drink from the bowl. Aegon stood back up and made his way towards his desk and he sat behind it in his seat. He unlocked the desk drawer, taking out a book and a blackened stone, and sat back in his chair as he rolled the blackened stone in the palm of his left hand, a pensive look on his face. Aegon lit a flame at the center of his palm that had its center the blackened stone, and Aegon, with an absent mind as he continued on his thoughts, increased the temperature of his fire in his palm. Or perhaps it was something far more simple, more worldly. It could have been that this Stormbringer had been some kind of wandering Roiner, a powerful one perhaps, who had been sympathetic to these Herodii, and called upon his, or hers, power of water magic and all of its connections to the storm, and washed these enemies of the Herodii, with the ignorant people deifying someone they did not understand. Like how his people were deifying Aegon. And, perhaps, this was a similar Roiner origin to this Ilnia, the goddess of the wind that the mythical founder of House Durrandon had supposedly married. Perhaps he was putting too much thought on it. Humans loved stories. And loved exaggerating stories, especially stories that were important to them personally. The ancient gods of his earth had been more or less stories to explain how the world worked, with storm gods and sun gods and moon gods and the like forming a basis of how the universe worked in the eyes of those people. People were like that, seeking or making answers to make sense of things. This Stormbringer could just be same, a figment of imagination, created to explain the world. Just as Ilnia could have been figment, or at most a normal woman but immortalis through history, accidentally or on purpose, as a goddess. But still, he couldn't help but wonder, with all that he's learnt personally. Aegon thought as he glanced towards his palm, where the flame now was subsumed within the hovering molten stone, and he closed his fist, the glowing red-white hot molten stone now floating above his fist. Aegon swept his fingers on his right hand around, forcing the molten stone rotate about its axis, his eye intently studying the molten stone. It forced him to see stories differently. He'd always had that perspective, ever since he'd reincarnated in this world, but his recent exploits, and his experiences, forced him to see it all with more clarity. Aegon sighed as he closed his eye momentarily, and, after a few moments, he reopened them and killed the inner flame within the stone, absorbing what was given, back into himself, and Aegon quickly opened up his left hand again to catch the now blackened and cold stone. Playtime's over. Time to read again. Aegon muttered to himself. With his strategies settled for dealing with King's Landing, his brothers, and the number of dangerous possibilities that'd be made present during his stay and during the wedding, he had not but time on this journey to read in between his calls with his family and the occasional calls with Sillies in King's Landing, Lorgan in Astapor and Barrows in Liss. He put the blackened stone back into his drawer and he sat back in his chair and created a small ball of flame, no larger than a small silver coin but enough to provide light for reading, and he took hold of the centuries-old book. It was by a traveller who'd, amongst other things, written about his accounts about the strange and dangerous peoples of Mosovi, a land far to the east and north of Essos. It was the best account he'd read about the lands and the different peoples that far and unknown to much this side of the Bone Mountains. Though one had to look at the descriptions of these Mosovi peoples with a pinch of salt, especially given the boasts and far-fetched descriptions the traveller had made about being hosted like an honored archon by the ruling prince of Jinchi. Descriptions like a people with pale skin so thin one could see the blood course their blue veins and a tall green-skinned people with brighter red hair than the waters of the bleeding sea and who possessed ugly black eyes the size of the smallest of pearls. This was also a man who described the Yetish as a rich people unfortunate to be weak of body and possessing of weak eyes. Yes, not exactly the best person to learn from, but this traveler's account of Mosovi was one of few books that contained anything about that far northeast, and it was the only account that had any mention about a city, other than Nefer, that far northeast. The city of Vorosike, a crumbling city surrounded by dead lands and a place the traveler described as haunted with ghosts and ill-intentioned spirits that was still populated by a number of different peoples who the traveler had observed to have strange traditions and habits that piqued Aegon's curiosities. One always learned about a people through their traditions and culture. Later. The storm had abated hours later, well into the mid-afternoon that day, and it had taken them several days to meet up with the rest of the fleet of 12 ships, whom all had sported some amount of damage but nothing particularly limiting. Which was good, as they were already 2 days, at the least, behind schedule, which was admittedly a small delay given the context of an average 3 moons journey from Astapor to Driftmark, but in any case, Aegon didn't particularly mind the delay, for it would reduce the amount of time he'd spend in Westeros. He only hoped the Valyrians kept their promise and wouldn't make for King's Landing until after his arrival. The routines of his days were all but the same as they continued their sail towards Driftmark. Wake up, check in with Miss Aragorn through their bond, exercise his body and at times with the sword, read, spend some time with the crew and his men, revisit his plans during his stay at Westeros, speak with Selyse or Lorgan occasionally, and speak with his family on a daily basis almost. In all honesty, it differed very little from his normal routines since his war with Myr had ended. The only differences being, when he wasn't hunting Dothraki, causing him learn how to better his manipulation of spiritual energy and learned how to store life force energy in gemstones, or wasn't sending messages like when he flew to Karth and burned down the known Assassin's Guild building for the Sorrowful Men, or his message to Nugis when he'd burned down the palace of Razan-zo-Hizah, the man who sent the Sorrowful Men after him, was that he was less involved with everything, even with, though he could be with his glass candles. From preparation of goods and people for the journey to Illimaris, to being involved in matters between the city-states of Liberty Bay and Bravos and Lys, and from being involved in the running of the Liberty Bay cities themselves from legislative or legal perspectives. Not that he was too involved in his return from Myr. Advice was sought out from him by the Regency councillors, yes, but ultimately, they had accustomed to their roles of leading and representing their cities. The teachings he and his legal and philosophy scholars had imparted on them had been used and expanded to fit into the cities they'd grown to rule over. Expansion that included regulations that protected the rights of property and assets of both the individual and that of the assets within the borders of the city-states, which had grown from the need to protect sources of income for the city and the people, with how Bravos had grown more intent to invest within the region. And the councillors weren't just dealing with immediate problems or concerns either, not with how they were investing in training and maintaining a standing army of 5,000 strong, to begin with, trained up by Unsullied and by gladiators who'd taken up the well-paid offers from the councillors. The Dothraki Khalasar that his army, the Unsullied and the men Mirian had raised and had fought off, was a warning to all of the cities, especially Mirian. His own hunting of the Dothraki helped send a message that Aegon and his men wouldn't always be here to save them, and so, the people were in full support of their taxes, a new concept anyway for them, though it fitted well with the idea of common good that most slaves had always had a strong leaning to being used to maintain a standing army and investment in infrastructure and civil institutions, like the recent expansion of the bureaucracy at the harbour and ports, which was how they, Regency councillors, were selling the increase in taxes. Yes, they were doing very well, especially with how they were also preparing their successors adequately, taking heed of his lessons not to be senselessly possessive of power to the detriment to yourself and to those you were responsible for. He was rather proud of them, even if he was leery at how they were ignoring the growing presence of the Red Faith in the cities. He really would have liked them to deal with the fanatics, but he understood why they really didn't want to. As part of his unofficial duties as hero and champion of the people of Liberty Bay, he was often flying to one city or town or another, and do a bit of public speaking or public appearance at the behest of the Regency councillors who wanted to make use of his soft power. It was rather ironic that they were using some of his teachings against him to get him to help with difficult groups of people to do what the councillors wanted. In any case, he could see the steady rise of the Red Faith within the cities, like he'd seen on Kurl's paintings all those years ago, and he saw as well how they using him to get more followers of their faith. Like his own people, the Red Priests were creating an image of a saint of him in the eyes of the people of Liberty Bay, and he couldn't exactly oppose it, as much as he wanted to. Oh, I am not a saint, I'm only a man, do not believe them, they are crazy fanatics, persecute them, were the kinds of things that he'd like to say, but he knew that'd only create a dangerous situation that Aegon wouldn't even be present to deal with. And then the point that the Red Faith would be an ally against the Long Night. So yes, he had to suck it up and keep his lips closed and pretend that he was seeing nothing, instead of going on a path that could inspire a great deal of unrest and an enemy of the Red Faith who could be troublesome enough to be a serious threat to everything he wanted in the future for Illimaris and Liberty Bay, even if he did believe that he could bend the future to disobey the fate, like what Kurl had painted about the Red Faith, the world seemed to remember was to be. And after having talked with a man named Juros, tattooed with black and red flames on his face, and whom was undoubtedly an important man in the Red Faith, even if he gave pretense of being a humble monk, that thinking had only been solidified. What a bastard that man was, smiling at him as he declared Aegon a true champion of our Hiller, and clearly insinuating that Aegon was an ancestor of Azor Aha. Bastard. He truly wanted to run his sword through him. It only increased his desires to ensure that the Elamari denomination of the Faith of the Seven was going to be within the very bedrocks of Elamari society. And he'd have to make sure he'd invent some kind of device that'd knock some sense into his descendants when the fanatics reared their ugly heads. It was not all doom and gloom though, when it came to the Red Faith. Volantis, whom had not reacted in any way he expected them to, almost as if they were being politically neutered, and he could point a finger only to one culprit. The Volantine did not have the sense not to react to what he's been doing. At the very least, he would have expected aggressive moves, either by approaching a troubled and angry Mir with promises of milk and honey, or by making aggressive moves to their east, towards Mantares. Instead, the Old Blood were eerily silent in their actions, with Volantis operating as if nothing had happened over the past few years. When he'd asked Juros, the man had evaded his line of questioning, only saying that their lord had spoken and that Volantis was listening, phrasing that had made him increasingly wary about what the Red Priests were doing. It was another reason why he was intent on letting this go and take as many of the transplanted people in Velos as he could now rather than later, who were rather isolated from the rest of the Liberty Bay for the most part. Plus, Velos was also where a significant portion of his remaining army and people were, many of whom had taken upon them to teach the peoples of the disputed lands the Faith of the Seven, something Aegon had encouraged. The days continued to repeat, routine after routine, the only break in true monotony being that of seeing land through the eyes of Miss Aragorn, who now had taken to hunt in Massey's Hook as he waited impatience for the ships to arrive at Driftmark, and soon enough it became that time, when they saw the familiar Westerosi-designed ships passing them by, including ships with sails with the seahorse. And it was not long before they saw land and saw the familiar port of Driftmark. And, as Aegon climbed down onto the pier, his eye latched onto the familiar sight of Corlys, Rhaenys and a grown Laena and her husband. Aegon allowed a small smile to grow on his face, one that grew slightly when he smelled familiar meld of seafood and stews that the food stalls by the piers were famous for. Aegon ignored the curious eyes that were on him, and continued to ignore it when they started to realize who he was as Aegon walked towards the Velarayons with his guards at his back, his smile falling as he dropped into his familiar routine when he saw Corlys walking to meet him halfway with his own sets of guards. Idly, Aegon mused that Corlys must have had the harbour masters inform him immediately when ships bearing Aegon's, or rather his branch of House Targaryen's sigil, a draconic circle with 8 dragon heads, his musings stopping when he stopped in front of Corlys. Prince Aegon of Elamaris. Corlys officiously said with a light incline of the head. Welcome to Driftmark. Corlys said as he gestured towards a guard who had a small plate of bread and salt. Aegon took the bread as he ignored the wide-eyed stare at his face from the guard and he drowned out the scream in his head about trusting food offered in a place not of your control, and dipped it in the salt before he took a light bite of the bread. Lord Corlys, I thank you for your welcome and your guest right. Aegon said as officiously as Corlys, and the man smiled lightly before he gruntingly nodded as gestured Aegon forward. Come, my old friend. Corlys said with a charming smile. Laena has been looking forward seeing you again for moons. Aegon allowed himself a small smile. He'd liked Laena. A fiery little girl who'd had strong opinions, even if she did not share them. Aegon arrived by the other 3 Velarayons, and he noted the surprise on the 2 young married couple at the scars on his face, and he ignored them as he smiled warmly at them before he looked towards Rhaenys, whom had stepped forward. Cousin. Rhaenys said as she warmly embraced him. Cousin. It is good to see you again. Aegon said as they parted, and then Aegon turned to look towards the 2 young people. Sir Durin now, isn't it? Aegon said with a curious note to his voice. He'd met the young man and Damon, his brother, many years and seen him a few times before his departure from Westeros. My prince. Sir Durin said with a serious and stiff nod. I was knighted a few years into the war in the Stepstones. Aegon nodded slightly at the man before he turned to look towards Laena, whom he allowed a small smile to creep through his bearded face. Lady Laena. You've grown beautiful. As beautiful as your mother. Laena curtsied at him and he noticed a small bump on her belly, though he did not dwell on it when she spoke. Welcome, Prince Aegon. I am glad to see you again after so many years. It was very formal, the way she spoke. Aegon decided then that he'd set the tone for this particular reunion. I am glad too, though. I expect I look rather different from the last time you'd seen me. A few more scars and the loss of a rather nice eye. Aegon said with a thin smile, and it caught most of the people around them by surprise that he'd so openly talk about his rather grim scars. She took a few steps closer to him and she frowned at him, though he could tell that she was trying hard to maintain it. I think it suits you well. Laena then smiled a little teasingly. A warrior prince ought to have a few scars, and you were always a bit too pretty with that emerald eye of yours, uncle. Laena. Rhaenys warned exasperatedly, but Aegon would have none of it as he smiled a little wider. It is all right, cousin. Aegon said with a chuckle in his voice. Little Laena is quite right in her assessment that my scars suit me better. Especially since I have to scare quite a few people into doing what I want, which is a lot easier now. Aegon said as he eyed Lena in a particular way. Not his most hateful or threatening but enough to make people nervous. Though I doubt I can easily scare the one who tamed Vhagar. You're right on that, uncle. Lena said with a defiant raise of the chin, and they both stared at each other for a long few moments before Aegon cracked a smile and Lena in turn drew a wide beautiful smile, and soon enough they embraced. I am glad to see you so well, little Lena. I will look forward to seeing your brother too. Aegon said as they parted. We have had the maester send a raven to the Eyrie. He'll soon be here. Lena said with a smile that soon faded. It is a shame that Aunt Gale isn't here. She then looked at him keenly. Or your children. One day you'll meet them again. Aegon promised. Many years from now. Or, if possible, he'd have Lena, and Lena if he wants to, along with their parents, come visit Ilmaris. I would like that. Lena said, and soon enough, they all made their way towards the castle of Driftmark, and Aegon was surprised to feel himself to be as at ease as he was in that moment in time. He only really felt like that, ever since he'd departed Ilmaris, when he was on Miss Aragorn. And, Aegon, even as they talked, grew unsettled with this feeling. It was a false feeling. A dangerous feeling. He knew the Valyrians would not betray him, but he was still in Westeros. A place that was not a home and not welcome to him. And Aegon would do well to remember that. Chapter 35 Part 2. Chapter 34 Reviews Response. Federimod, does Ilmaris need Liberty Bay? No. The question is more, is it worth having it as a trading partner and an ally? That is the question to have. M2R, IMHO, he only becomes unstable because of the fucked nature of the way he was brought up. His father doesn't give a real toss about him, his mother hates his nephews and has brought him to hate them, his elder brother taunts and mocks him like mad, picking at his insecurities, and to top it all off, he loses an eye and his father does nothing about it. He realizes that few really give a fuck about him personally. Of course it'll twist his mind, especially once he gets a massive ass dragon like Vhagar. Bran Phillips 001, thank you, glad you enjoyed it. Jace God, Aegon is smart, but what he really excels at is his fluidity and his understanding. He's never set on one thing or one frame of mind. Even if he appears that way. With magic, he can really let go and apply this fluidity, which has allowed him to grow and grow in his powers. Only when it really clashes with how he should be do you seem him to divisive amongst the readers. LOL, I think it is better off that he isn't born during the long night. Especially not as a Targaryen. Let's just say he would have exacted his revenge in the most bloodthirsty way, especially if he watched his family die during the sack. Tony McNuckles, you have to also think about what people think. If Aegon destroyed Myr, would they have been more willing to believe what Aegon was rumored on doing? Yes. This way, it beggars belief. In fact, they likely will think that the Myrish are cowards and exaggerators. Also, the reason why they get off so lightly is mostly because of the war aims have been achieved whilst severely punishing them, whilst also setting them up to continue to fail in the future. He doesn't need to destroy Myr to get his message across to enemies that fucking with him or Ilmaris is a bad idea. And yes, Aegon's legacy will be a good one to have, but it won't be the legacy he will be proud. Something to look out for. And Aegon won't be discussing magic with the Westerosi folk or with his family. Especially SUS topics like the Black Stone. Better not get into that in his opinion. Blackfire 1009, Gale and his children are his treasures. No way he'd allow them to enter that cesspit when he doesn't have complete control over the situation. Longing Resider, probably could have left hints in previous chapters, but only really hints. There's still a lot of story to go into, and I always risk being too stuck in a part of the story if I'm not careful. True, yes, Myr is now in a very difficult position without Aegon having to sacrifice his men to do it. A win-win in his opinion. Doesn't need to kill a lot of people either, which makes his sleep slightly better. Allison is very naive in not thinking that bloodshed won't happen. I think she knows, but I also don't think she understands. Her father does, but he doesn't care. He only cares for his ambition. Everything else is tertiary. Blackfire 100, honestly, Imo, the display of fire is entirely within the scope of ASOIAF. You know that people can manipulate fire, why wouldn't Aegon be able to do the same once he reached a point of control and understanding? For fuck's sake, LOL, the COTF cracked in another region apart with magic, and the Rhoynar flooded an entire city with their magic. This seems well plausible. Lady Sylvanas, I just hope it doesn't turn into vinegar. Ha. Thanks for your words. Chapter 35 Part 1 Response. Jace God, yes, House Targaryen is a very fragile house that is incredibly dependent on familial bonds. Jaehaerys did see this, and he'd acted accordingly by only allowing his eldest 3 children to have dragons. However, it is impractical IMHO. Had his children all lived to adulthood, a civil war would happen anyway. It is crazy how much familial bonds matter in this house and how few adhere to this principle. You can't really have family members who are just there, not when they all could bond with a dragon and be more powerful than your lords. EMA-CNDF, is he? Is he entering a civil war? Or is he just paying lip service and also getting his daughter a worthy match and a child, a nephew, he can mold into a decent man? James Drun, Rex came on one of the arrivals from Elam. The dog will help Aegon. Tony McNuckles, true, he might not be able to hide from them, but by the time they arrive, the war might well be over. It would be difficult, but Aegon is willing to try to save at least some of them. Adi Benzes, they would, but Aegon would try his best to make it near impossible for the message to arrive. At least in time. To a man like Aegon, it's worth doing. Whether or not it would work, well, you'd have to see. Dotem GM, his obsession with the long night is largely to ensure Ilmaris and his children's descendants live and are prepared. He doesn't want them to die. Easy to understand. And yes, Aegon's decision-making is spotty. He is only a human after all. The man deals with so many different things at once, it's not hard to see that he falters on occasion. Everyone, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/Boombox117. Mid to late 114 AC High Tide. Corley's POV. The fiddles and harps and the smooth voices of musicians were a light swell of sound amidst the merry sea of festivities, as laughter and talk and whispers melted into another as the men and women talked throughout the feast to each other, the high table oftentimes hanging off of the words of Aegon or Corley's own, or that of the young Lord Sunglass, who by nature was a jovial man that'd put a Baratheon to shame in comparison. Plates of food and jugs of drink were brought in a steady stream by the servants, the finest of venison, the most succulent of pork and bacon dishes, and the sweetest and strongest of wines and bitterest of ales, and it drove the small feast that had been thrown in Aegon's honor into one of loosened tongues and unrestrained laughter. As Lord Eldrick Sunglass talked animatedly about the year he'd spent in the company of Aegon during Viserys' progression and his later deeds to earn his knighthood, Corlys took a moment to eye the few nobles present at this feast. Lord Crispian Celtigar and his wife, Lyanna Celtigar, the daughter of Jacaerys Velaryon, Corlys' father's nephew through Jurgen Velaryon, was present alongside his heir Bartimos Celtigar and his wife Cassella Celtigar, formerly of House Bar Emmon, and their 1 in 10 named heir Clement. With them, came House Bar Emmon, represented by Lord Justin Bar Emmon, his wife, Eleanor, formerly of House Brune and a cousin of Crispian Celtigar through Eleanor, and their sons, the heir Selwyn and the Sparrow's Wine. Lord Eldrick Sunglass and his wife Meredith, formerly of House Stanton, were also present, alongside their heir Simon Sunglass and Lord Eldrick's youngest brother Terence Sunglass, who was his squire. Beside them, there were a few lesser nobilities in attendance brought at the invitation, permitted by Corlys, of House Sunglass and House Bar Emmon, Lord Raymond of House Thorn alongside his wife and his heir, Lord Perkin of House Hearth and his heir Sir Oliver, and Gorman of House Boggs and his wife. They sat besides the 2 commanders, as Aegon had introduced them as, Sir Andrew and Sir Tratos, 2 men that he was growing to understand to be capable men with their commanding roles in the campaign in the disputed lands, a topic that had gripped much of the eve's conversation. Rhaenys sat beside Corlys at the head of the table, and on her side, sat Laena, whom sat next to Lord Crispian Celtigar, whilst on Corlys' other side, Aegon sat next to him with Durin beside him. At the table below, at the center of the hall, sat the sworn men, the escorts of the nobles, alongside the escorts Aegon had brought with him to High Tide, the rest of his men having remained in Spicetown, who themselves were in free flow in conversation, though it seemed as if most of the talking was done by Aegon's men, who he'd overheard at times also talk about the wars and glory they gotten in the wars they'd fought. Aegon had asked this favor of Corlys, amongst several favors, to invite House Celtigar and House Sunglass to Driftmark prior to his expected arrival. Corlys understood the younger man well, even if it was masked with smells of sentimentality. It was a calculated move with regards to his long-awaited arrival, which would help show that Aegon was not without support within the nobility of the realm. With the rumors turning matters sour against Aegon with whispered accusations of sorcery and heresy, undoubtedly fueled more by houses that feared Aegon for slights long ago given, it was a prudent move. Especially since even the Celtigars and the Sunglasses had seemed wary of Aegon until the barriers had been broken, though Corlys was doubtful that Aegon could rely on old friendships and soon-to-be kinships with the other nobles of the realm. The news of Myr's near destruction under a cloud of blue fire had reached all corners of the realm, and though Corlys understood that most did not believe in the tales, believing them to be exaggerated, his spies had told him that more than a few houses in the Reach and the Crownlands were not so skeptical about the news. Corlys himself could understand, even if he knew that their skepticism was fueled by fear and self-preservation. Though he had not seen any magic at Phalorus, with Aegon dismissing it with amusement at every point when he was asked by him or Rhaenys, he'd heard enough accounts that he was believing there was real truth in what had happened in Myr, and, as Corlys eyed Aegon for a moment, given the nature of his facial wounds, much of which was covered by an silver-colored eye patch, he imagined that many more such incidents might have happened in Slaver's Bay. In any case, combined with the rumors of heresy, of which Corlys believed to have come from Grand Maester Melas, who Vaemond had told him was present during his debriefing with Viserys. The hero's welcome that Aegon would have been due might well be subdued, and instead there'd likely be a greater focus on his misdeeds and his unheeding of the crown when he arrived at the Red Keep. Viserys may have given his word he would abide by the arrangements of Aegon's return, and his independence from the crown, but Corlys would think him a fool if he, or most likely his lord hand, had not considered weaponizing the chink in Aegon's armor against him. It may only be a small chink, given Aegon's actions against the sin of slavery and conquest, which was still sung and lauded amongst the lands, particularly by the common folk across the realm and a number of septons in the Crownlands and the Riverlands, but it was a chink nonetheless. Fortunately though for Aegon, Corlys doubted the man was going to use it as an excuse to act against Aegon, not when the man was so resistant to taking action that broke his precious peace. And imprisoning Aegon, mayhaps even executing him, would certainly be an act that was beyond out of character for the weak man. Yes, Viserys had wished to bring Aegon to account for his independence from the crown, but the man had come to the realization that the independence had long started ever since Aegon had departed the shores of Dragonstone with thousands of people, and had only solidified into permanence as more time had passed. The dramatic, and if Corlys was brutally honest, a complete reversal in stance against Aegon, a reversal Corlys held in contempt, for it was one that effectively screamed weakness and unfitness with the kinds of conciliatory concessions that would churn the stomach of even that of the old bastard, signaled as much such an understanding by Viserys. And so, Viserys wanted to use familial and kinship bonds to retain, or perhaps exert, influence and control over Aegon and his branch, seen as evidenced by the possibility of Aemond fostering and possibly marrying a daughter of Aegon's. Yes, it was a better move than pursuing a punitive stance that would pose a point of no return between the relations of the two branches of House Targaryen, which even the fool had understood the peril of pursuing such a course of action. Aegon's branch were all dragon riders, and they would only grow larger with time, and numerous too, with at least one female dragon amongst them. The conversation turned again, with it moving towards the topic of Illymaris, and Corlys had keenly tuned in his ears as Aegon spoke of the lands. It wasn't hard to hear in his voice that Aegon held great pride in the lands and in his common folk, whom had progressed quite starkly in the near year since Corlys had seen the man in Pheloris. Aegon vividly talked about the lands of Illymaris with the eloquence of gifted storytellers, something that Corlys was sure the younger man had learnt from Corlys, where he spoke of the mountains, the rivers, the fertile soil that stretched so far that it was still yet unmapped, and the warm climate that nurtured the body, with the kind of warmth and care that Corlys believed wholly true in sentiment. To say that Corlys was unjealous would be a lie, even if he would not admit it. One of his first questions once duty had been taken care of had been about the journey to Illymaris, how the Sunset Sea felt. How it felt to sail atop a sea that could grow as tall as mountains, that could make even the sturdiest of ships seem as if made of flimsy parchment, and how it felt to triumph over the cruel mistress when one saw the lands beyond the watery grave that was the Sunset Sea. He'd not been left disappointed, as Aegon had told him, in depth, about the nature of the Sunset Sea, why his ships were capable of braving the waters. The seas were rough half of the time, the only worse instance was when there was a storm, an occasion that his galleons had encountered several times, and several times, it had only been their thick hulls and their reinforced decks that protected their ships from tearing asunder, even if their masts were severely damaged in the storm. Aegon had told him of an occasion of where the served lines had snapped on a ship and foremast having been ripped off of the ship during a storm and had to limp to Illymaris with two ships guiding it back for repairs. There were several more such stories that Aegon had told him about, stories with vague instances but with just enough information that consoled Corlys enough not to press for details, even if Corlys knew that Aegon would not provide more information about the ships than he'd already had. Still, Corlys knew that Aegon had taken inspiration from Ebony's whaling ships, whom famed for their thick hulls and strong ships, which Corlys knew had inspired the first ships Aegon and his shipwrights had designed in his version of the Carracks, the very ships that were in port at Spicetown. With Vaemond having set eyes on the ships, and only eyes, much to his great displeasure, they at least knew that the ships were long and the cross-section of the ship was one that bowed inward before it narrowed upward. And similarly, the ships were wide, far wider than any ships Vaemond had seen before, that also bowed inwards before narrowing almost like an arrow point. Corlys immediately understood the reasoning behind it, with the shape of the ship allowing it to cut through the tops of the waves with greater ease, much like the swan ships of the summer Icelanders. All of that, including Vaemond's observation of the rigging and the fore and aft sails, which were angled slightly, and the size of the ships and the size of the beams that formed the hull, gave him plenty of ideas to get his shipwrights started. And, as Aegon continued to speak lavishly about the lands of the West, Corlys thought it inconceivable that Aegon was not aware that others would try and trace his steps, independent of himself. How could anyone who loved the sea and had the opportunity not try and replicate his feats? If not for glory, then at least for wealth and land. Corlys knew that if he wished it, Aegon would take him to Illymaris. The younger man had not hidden his intentions to be closer with his house with how he conducted himself, even if he had not said a single word about it yet. No, Aegon did not have to say much, it was plain to see in his actions. But Corlys was a prideful man. He would rather have the ships built, even if it took a decade, than be ferried across the sunset sea by others who had tamed it. He doubted others would have the same compunction, but he also was near certain that others would be granted the same privilege he knew Aegon would offer freely to his house. As they spoke, Corlys was sure there were plenty of lords in Westeros that were interested in matters of finding glory and wealth, especially ones understood that the wealth and land of Illymaris would not come granted by the crown, nor would it be granted by gaining favor of Aegon, even if he suspected that Aegon might just play along for a time whilst he was here in an effort to combat his enemies amongst the nobility who may hope to gain into his favor. The Redwynes, the Lannisters, even the accursed Hightowers would want to try their hand at finding a path out west, and in time they would likely succeed. He only hoped that it would send them bankrupt in the attempt. And then there were the free cities, though Corlys suspected that it may take several generations before they would be in a position to do so, thanks to Aegon's wars that has unsettled so many of them. Even Pentos was unsettled with the three whores so radically changed in political disposition and further loss of commonality with Lys the worst of the lot in their eyes. Yes, Corlys thought. If there would be another player in the quest for finding lands or glory out west, it would come from Westeros, and Corlys was determined for House Velaryon to be the first amongst all of the others. Corlys eyed Laena, who listened aptly at Aegon's descriptions of Illymaris, now having started talking about the wildlife that existed there, and his eyes fell to her belly which she was caressing with a hand. He'd hoped Corwin would become his successor to his title of the Sea Snake, but his grandson was made with a weak composition much to his dismay. He would still be a fine lord in time, Corlys would see to it, but the son that was in Laena's belly, or the son that would come after his second grandchild, would be the one to carry on his legacy, who'd be the one to circumvent the world, and enshrine the name Velaryon into history, just as his blood would one day sit on the throne. That was Corlys' hope for one of his grandsons, and he would do all that he can to ensure it. The conversation continued to flow, with Rhaenys and Laena more involved as the conversation switched from Illymaris to Slavers Bay, or rather Liberty Bay, which lasted longer than Aegon's descriptions of Illymaris, as he'd talked about the depravity of the slavers and the beauty of the freed slaves and their collaborative spirit, which turned towards talk of the humbling of Myr. A conversation point which Corlys had seen Aegon slyly explain away as a show of dragon might that had gotten out of hand in ways he did not expect, said so in an almost exasperated and defeated way, and it took much of Corlys' self-restraint to not scoff at the dismissive nature that Aegon was sticking to. It seemed to Corlys that Aegon was enjoying himself in befuddling the matter as a point of ridiculousness, and Corlys noted that Aegon was particularly keen to not quite answer the subject of his use of magic, which he'd done when he'd met the company of nobility when one of them had asked, and had done again throughout the conversation, and Corlys noted that the only accusation that Aegon had truly dismissed as untrue was the matter of him being a prophet, though even that was done in a way that could be understood, that while Aegon did not see himself as a prophet, it could be that he was, as he often used the explanation of the gods guiding him to Illymaris as how he was so sure that it existed. He wasn't the only one to notice it, though, like Corlys, none pressed Aegon on it, and Aegon was likely depending on that. Ordinarily, this scheme would work, especially since Aegon was clearly a man of power that could not be directly challenged on his words without consequence, but there would be many nobles who may take that chance. And everything he's learned of the man since, the impression he was getting, the sharpness in his eye that was sharpened on the whetstone of battle and war, Corlys without a doubt expected that the man knew that. Corlys couldn't wait to see how things would play out. The conversations continued, one that directed the conversation towards Bartimeau's daughter, whom he was understanding was keeping correspondence with their daughter and his brother's family in Illymaris, and though Corlys could not pick upon anything, he was rather curious to see what the young girl might have written to her mother and her father. Finally, the conversation had turned elsewhere, much of which involved the other lords discuss matters involving their house or their sons, some of whom were present at the table. Corlys was reminded that even the lesser nobility had met Aegon at some point or another, especially given that most of them had ties to the Lord Sunglass and to the heir Bartimos, and from what he was understanding, it was clear that they were largely not of the faction that had ostracized Aegon during the time of Gale's disappearance. Likely, Corlys thought, it had been the reason why the two men, Eldrick and Bartimos, had specifically invited these nobles to this feast. By the time this conversation had ended, it had long been at the death of the eve, on the precipice of the fall of night. And it was at point that Aegon had stood up with a trace of a smile on his bearded face as he raised his goblet, and the hall descended down into silence as they waited on him to speak. It has been more than a decade since I last have been in Westeros. Aegon turned towards Corlys. And I find no greater nor befitting hall to find my welcome back than that of Hightide, the very castle built by a man that I respect greatly and whom I consider as kin. Aegon said as he raised his goblet towards Corlys, and Corlys smiled faintly as he nodded acceptingly at the man for the homage. Aegon turned to look towards Rhaenys. A hall that also belongs to a cousin, my favorite cousin, whom I consider as warmly as a loved sibling, and whom I am glad to see content as she was due. This earned smiles amongst the noble ladies and light chuckles from the noblemen, and Corlys could see that Rhaenys was pleased by the words. I'll be sure to remember this slight. Laena interjected with a smile and a raised eyebrow in challenge, which drew laughs from the hall, as Laena teased about Aegon's infamous long memory about slights. Aegon gestured his goblet towards Laena, an amused glimmer shining in his eye. And it has been a decade since I last saw my favorite niece, the lovely little Lena, who has grown into a fine woman that embodies the best of her parents. And Lena smiled more widely at that as she raised her glass. Consider the slight forgotten, uncle. Lena said warmly, accompanied by a teasing smile, and it drew more laughter and quiet cheers from the hall. You are merciful. Aegon said with an inclined head and a more obvious smile, though he lost it slightly as he turned towards Eldrick. And it has been a decade since I have seen the young squire that was Eldrick Sunglass, and it shows. Aegon said with a light smile, drawing chuckles from the people in the hall. Eldrick Sunglass was 26 name days old, a young lord in a time of peace. Yet you have become what I have always believed you were capable of becoming, Lord Eldrick of House Sunglass. A man of virtue and honor, and a man whom I would be glad to call friend until the end of days. This drew cheers and knocking of cups from the men at the table below, galvanized by the words of camaraderie. You honor me, Prince Aegon. Lord Eldrick said with a bowed head. To be held in such high esteem by a man who will be long remembered in legend long after our days have finished, to be called a friend by yourself, you honor me greatly. It is no more than what is your due, my friend. Aegon said with a light smile, and after the cheers died down again, Aegon turned towards Bart Emos, his smile fading. It has been more than a decade since I have seen and spoken with Sir Bart Emos Celtigar, heir of House Celtigar. Aegon's voice turned solemn and the hall quietened down. A man who I have fought tourneys with, a man with whom I travelled much of Westeros within my youth. A man who became like a brother to me, and a man who refused to stand away from me when most others did. Though Aegon's expression did not change, Corlys could feel the tension rising in the air. And it was amusing to Corlys. The man truly held onto his grudges as tightly as a whore held onto a silver coin purse. Corlys exchanged looks with Rhaenys. They both knew what Aegon was referring to. It was hard not to. Bart Emos Celtigar was amongst the very few nobles who had not stepped away from Aegon when even the old bastard, Alizan, Baelon, and Viserys had done so. There had been no greater supporter of Aegon than Bart Emos Celtigar during that period, so much so that the young man had joined him in Aegon's banishment to rid of the bandits without accepting a refusal from anyone. Corlys eyed Crispian Celtigar, and he could see the pride in the man's eyes. Bartimeau's decisions had granted great boons for House Celtigar. Boons that had seen the second son of Crispian Celtigar rise to become one of the pillars of the army that destroyed Slavers Bay, and likely the most influential man in Elomaris outside of the Targaryens there themselves. And then there was the marriages. Marriages that'd see Celtigars achieve one of their greatest ambitions, to be seen as worthy for marriage by the Targaryens. Who may very well marry back into the mainline and potentially provide a pathway for a Celtigar queen in time. And all of that would come from Bart Emos Celtigar, whom Corlys did not doubt was truly held in such esteem by Aegon that he would label the man brother. As ruthless and unforgiving as Aegon was to his enemies, he made a show, genuine or not, to be as equally as loyal to his friends and his men. He'd seen that much in Pheloris, and this view of his was emboldened by the tales he'd heard from Viamond, which made clear such loyalty could only stem from reciprocation. And a man whom I am pleased to one day share grandchildren with. Aegon raised his goblet to the heir of House Celtigar, who seemed at the same time as embarrassed and grateful. To the man named Bart Emos Celtigar. Cheers rang through the hall amidst the loud noises of cups being rhythmically knocked on the lower table by the knights and escorts of the attending houses. The cheers died down as Sir Bart Emos Celtigar stood up from his seat, a grateful smile on his face. Prince Aegon honors me. The future Lord of Claw Isle said humbly as he bowed his head slightly before he looked up and turned to look towards Aegon. I am not a man of many words, my lords, my ladies, good knights, so I shall be brief. The future Lord of Claw Isle raised his cup towards Aegon. To the man I am fortunate to call brother, the man whose name shall be remembered in the same breath as the conqueror himself. To Prince Aegon. The cheers were loudest then, most of it coming from the men that Aegon had brought, but cheers rang all around the hall for a good few moments that set the mood to be more festive. Aegon had remained standing even as Bart Emos sat down and gestured for one of his men to forth a long trunk the size 2 men that Aegon insisted to be present, which Corlys knew contained gifts even if he did not know what was within it. Before I forget, in all of these festivities, I have some gifts to provide. Sir Reaver. Aegon called out. The man, alongside another man, picked up the long trunk and placed it on the ground in front of the high table. They opened the trunk and Corlys' eyes widened at the sight of jewels and undoubtedly weapons, even if they were obscured by a white cloth. One of the knights went into the trunk and brought a jeweled necklace of gold and silver. Aegon gestured towards the Lady Bar Emmon, who looked inordinately pleased by the. To Lady Bar Emmon, may your beauty be made to shine ever more glorious with this gift around your neck. The lady in question, who was of plain and distinctly forgettable looks, had stood up with a quickness unbefitting of a lady of her stature, and had turned her back towards Aegon that made Corlys' lips twitch in amusement. He wasn't the only one, as he'd exchanged looks with Rhaenys. Aegon got the message, and he took the necklace from the knight and fastened the necklace around the woman's neck. And so went the proceedings, with Aegon providing necklaces to the ladies Thorn and Boggs, and then having proceeded the same with his Rhaenys and Laena, though both of them were gifted necklaces that bore some of the largest diamonds he'd ever seen with his eyes, and Corlys had seen a great many treasures over the years, some of which were in his very treasury, and Corlys noted the Valyrian steel chains of the necklaces. The war in Slaver's Bay must have been quite rewarding if he's able to give away such treasures. Corlys thought to himself calculatingly as he watched Laena marvel with her necklace. The women weren't the only ones to receive gifts. The men received them too, the Lord Harth, Lord Thorn, Lord Bar Emmon, Lord Boggs, Lord Celtigar, Lord Sunglass, Sir Bartimaeus Celtigar, Sir Terence Sunglass, and though the gifts left Corlys in shock and others in the hall, for they were given Valyrian steel bastard swords. He saw the ripples within the blades, swirls that resembled flowing water, rippling in black and grey patterns. The only difference he saw was that the colors of the blades, outside of the grey and black swirls, seemed to be too bright, not the dark grey of Black Fire and Dark Sister, and seeing it closer too, he noticed no reds within it too. They are not Valyrian steel swords. Aegon explained once the final sword was given out to Sir Terence Sunglass, who marvelled at his sword and held it so tightly and dear that he feared he might well lose it. It is lighter than a castle-forged sword. The Lord Thorn remarked, which was quickly echoed by the other men who'd been gifted swords, and Corlys eyed the swords intensely before his attention was grappled by Aegon's voice. The art of Valyrian steel is unfortunately still lost. Aegon said further, drawing all of the attention in the hall, attention that Corlys noted to be one of want and greed from the lower table, though it was largely from the escorts and knights sworn to the nobility in visit, and Aegon continued. However, my blacksmiths and my scholars have learned a great deal about the art of fashioning weapons, and these blades are an example of what we have accomplished. Illimeri steel, the finest outside of Valyrian steel. Aegon said as Aegon looked towards Corlys, and Corlys understood the look and he gave a tight nod of acceptance before he gestured one of his guards to come forth. I'll be the one to test the sword. Lord Eldrick Sunglass said as he stood up with great enthusiasm with his sword clutched in one hand. He walked the high table and was level next to the guard who had brought out his castle-forged sword. And, after the two men set themselves in stances 2 swords length apart from one another, it was only a few moments later that a loud and ringing clang sounded throughout the hall. Immediately, Lord Eldrick looked towards his sword and smiled broadly, and Corlys could see a sense of wonder in his eyes as he surveyed the blade. Not even the slightest dimple. The man marveled, and the guard presented his castle-forged sword to the rest of high table, and Corlys saw the small chink in the blade's edge. Lord Eldrick showed his blade as well, and Corlys could not see a chink on the blade's edge. At most he could see the faintest of scratches, and Corlys rounded his gaze towards Aegon, a most serious expression on his face. You say your blacksmiths produced this? Corlys asked to confirm once more. It might not be Valyrian steel, but it was a certainty that it was the next best steel. And that was concerning. Valyrian steel was the greatest material a weapon could be forged from, but it was also a limited supply. Even if this Illimeri steel came up short against Valyrian steel, it would drastically reduce the gap in the quality of weapons. And more importantly, it would also allow the fashioning of superior armor. Armor that, Corlys thought starkly, could one of the greatest difference makers in armies. An army of well-trained 5,000 men, all in Illimeri steel armor, and all equipped with Illimeri steel swords and spears and axes. That could potentially defeat an army twice, or more, the size in an open field. And looking at Aegon, he could see that the man knew this too. Dangerous. They did. Aegon confirmed. They are back on Illimeris now. Aegon added, and Corlys resisted the urge to groan. Of course they are. No doubt Aegon had planned this to be shared here, now, well after his blacksmiths were back in Illimeris, which it seemed clear that they'd been with him during his campaign. Making it clear that there was no avenue to bribe any of the blacksmiths to set up a shop on Driftmark. And to make it clear, once news travelled of the blades, which Corlys had little doubt would happen given that all of the nobles in this room would be in attendance at a royal wedding of the future queen that'd be more attended than any other wedding in recent memory, that access to these blades would only come through the patronage of Aegon Targaryen. Devious bastard, Corlys thought with an internal snort. Any man that had no access to a Valyrian steel sword would want one of these swords, and there were a great many noble houses, which included 4 of the 5 great houses, that did not possess a Valyrian steel sword or weapon. However, there will be opportunity for any who wish it to speak with me about placing an order for any Illimeri swords. Aegon said with a faint smile, and Corlys this time could not resist letting off a snort at the scheme. Meaning anyone who wished a sword would have to be in his good graces. I see. Corlys said with an amused smile at the younger man. It seemed like Aegon had a number of ways to defang his opponents during his stay in Westeros. However, I am not done yet, for I have not yet gifted a gift to the host of this feast. Aegon gestured the knight Sir Reaver to pick up one of the last items in the trunk. The knight removed the cloth around the obvious blade, and Corlys' eyes widened as he stood up, an unconscious smile gracing his lips. Long ago, House Velaryon possessed a Valyrian steel sword, one that was so unique that it had several navy blue swirls etched on its surface, a distinct color that separated the blade from most other Valyrian steel swords. Aegon said as he took the blade from the hands of his knight and walked towards Corlys. Few swords were made by the Valyrians that had these distinct colors, and most times they were made solely for the nobility of the freehold. House Targaryen is graced with such magnificent blades in black fire and dark sister which boast the crimson red that of House Targaryen. Aegon said as he came to a stop in front of Corlys, whose eyes never wavered from the Valyrian steel bastard sword. The sword had several ripples of turquoise blue on its surface, a spare few amongst the reds and greys and blacks swirls that were etched on the blade's surface. This is not your ancestral blade that your house lost 2 centuries ago, but it is the closest that I could find. Aegon said as he presented the blade to Corlys, who found himself moving without much control as his hands placed upon the blade. Slowly, his hand gripped around the hilt of the blade and he lifted the blade out of Aegon's hands and raised it closely to his eyes as he took in every single detail of the blade. It had been one of his greatest dreams to possess a Valyrian steel sword. He'd grown up on stories of legendary Valyrians. Valyrians that had fought in battles for the freehold. Valyrians who had fought in battles for the Targaryens. And he'd heard the tale of the last Valyrian who had wielded the sword, having perished in the stepstones during the first 2 decades after the doom, falling into the abyss of the narrow sea with their ancestral sword the last tide in hand. A costly affair that has haunted their house and its lord for generations. Even the Celtigars had a Valyrian steel weapon in the form of an axe that they were wise enough to not wield in battle, instead choosing to jealously protect it. Some may call it craven, but Corlys thought it wise and shrewd, for it was a decision that ensured a piece of their history remained in their control, something that he wished his ancestors had done. In any case, the longing for the blade was one that remained in the back of his mind, and during his voyages, he'd always kept an eye and an ear out for a Valyrian steel sword to purchase, but he never got the opportunity. Once again, he thought perhaps he would have to earn a blade such as this during battle, such as the war in the Stepstones, but he never heard a single word of a Valyrian steel sword in the hands of filthy slaving pirate. He'd not giving up on obtaining a blade such as this, however he did stop pursuing it, even if he did not so it for the sole purpose of gaining a sword like this. And yet, in a moment he least expected, he was handed over a blade such as this, a blade so similar in the legends of his house to that of the last tide that he wondered perhaps if not this was the very same sword his house had lost, a blade that Corlys felt younger by years just by holding it. It took momentous effort, but finally, he turned his eyes towards Aegon, who he could see was watching him keenly, and Corlys came to realize fully the significance of the gift. All of the favors, all of the requests that Corlys had agreed to, all of it was gone and consumed by this one single blade. No, Corlys thought to himself, he was now indebted to Aegon, and the younger man knew it. Thank you, Prince Aegon. Corlys said stoically as he leveled the sword to rest on his hands. This is a priceless gift. A gift that may be priced in the millions of gold dragons, but it was a gift that one would have to find a willing seller for. And few, if any, would ever sell their ancestral sword, nor would the jumped-up merchants of Essos, if they ever acknowledged they possessed such weapons, deign to sell Corlys a blade like this. Think nothing of it. Aegon said in response, a faint smile on his face. It is merely a small gesture of my appreciation of the blood we share, for the friendship we hold and for the trust I hold in your family, Corlys, Rhaenys. And may the sword serve to protect you and your descendants for all time. Cheers had sprung from the lower table, cheers and chants of Sea Snake and House Valyrian, and Corlys almost paid it no mind, his eyes firmly lodged on the blade as the scabbard belonging to the blade was brought over. Corlys. He heard Rhaenys' voice and it broke him out of his focus, and he saw her looking at him with a look of amusement and some concern. It was then that he noticed that all eyes were on him, the cheers and chants having died down. Corlys got a hold of himself and he raised the sword. House Valyrian has its last tide once more. Corlys declared as he raised the sword high, and the cheers grew again, this time chanting the name last tide. It was then that Corlys took his sword and placed it within the scabbard and set it beside his chair as he sat down. It is a fine gift. Rhaenys said as she leaned over, and Corlys nodded lightly as conversation picked up again, no doubt speaking of the gifts that had been proffered out, and Corlys' eyes went towards Aegon, who was in discussion with animated lords who fired over questions to the younger man. The finest of gifts. And a fine move. Later. By the time the feast came to an end, it was well into the night, and the guests and their guards had retired for the night. Corlys walked back into the hall, walking past the 2 guards of Aegon and the 4 high-tide guards, where he saw Rhaenys in discussion with Aegon, which, to his ears, sounded quite alive despite the late hour. What has you so smiling? Corlys asked as he approached the 2, and Rhaenys turned to him with a sheer look of amusement which Aegon did not quite share, though Corlys thought it might have been due to restraint rather than anything else. You have arrived just in time. We were discussing Sir Tritaus and his interests. Corlys snorted. Ah yes, the man's interests. You mean his obsessions with wanting to fish? Corlys asked wryly as he sat down beside Rhaenys, who placed a hand on his thigh. He glanced at her for a moment and he saw her smile uptick at the corner of her mouth, and Corlys did well to keep his reaction unshown despite knowing that the end of the eve would not be over once they all retired to their chambers. There is nothing wrong with wanting to fish. Aegon's voice interjected, and Corlys looked towards him, and saw him eyeing him, and then Rhaenys, with a glint of amusement in his eye. The man is too observant despite having half the eyes. clearly. Given that you had given your word to the man that you would join him on his fishing. Corlys said wryly. The man had talked about fishing more in depth than he did in his battles in the disputed lands or in Slaver's Bay. Any opportunity that even closely veered into the territory of fishing, which honestly Corlys was surprised by finding could be anything, the man would go into a spiel about fishing in the rivers and the lakes of Illimaris. At first, he thought the man was doing it on purpose, but as time went on, he realized the man was just that passionate about fishing, an odd thing about a man that had once been a farmer's son turned sailor turned knight turned commander. Truly, the man was a man unlike any other Corlys had met, and if it had not been for the fact that he'd heard enough during his talks about the campaign in the disputed lands, he would have thought the man a simple brute. He's earned that much, at least. Aegon said with a careless shrug of his shoulders as he relaxed in his seat, a twisting smile playing at his lips. I will have plenty time to get good at it too, so that the first time will be the only time he'll ask me. Corlys wanted to snort, but he restrained himself. A prince of the blood, fishing. What an imagery. I'm not so sure that'd work. He seems like he would instead haunt you at every opportunity. Rhaenys said dryly. Corlys agreed with that assessment. Perhaps. Aegon said with an amused smile on his face, and a moment passed, a moment long enough to make clear that Aegon had no intention of explaining anything further, likely Corlys assumed because he did not want to give more insight into the two men. Still, Corlys would not let it go that easily. I would have thought it was unbefitting Tratos, whom I presume you intend to raise into nobility, to be so cavalier and common about his desires. He was intensely interested in what Aegon planned to do with a land as large as a third of Westeros. He'd spoken briefly about it, when asked, claiming that his soldiers and commanders would be given just rewards for their service to his house and to Illimaris. What that meant, however, no one knew, and Aegon continued to push it aside when conversation had been directed in that path. Even at one point, Sir Andrew and Sir Tratos had interjected and spoken humbly that they served and their service was reward enough for them, silencing all further conversation in that direction. It was infuriating to be met with such stalwart resistance for basic information, and it only increased Corlys' suspicions of what he intended with regards to Illimaris. He'd gotten it out of Crispian Celtigar that Ethan Celtigar was promised an island, though throughout the conversation, he understood that there was more to it, with how Crispian Celtigar had said that Ethan had been vague about the terms. Corlys continued, even if one can understand the common background which he comes from. His common background is no different than many a man celebrated by noble houses today. After all, it is the actions that make the man and not the origin. Aegon with a dismissive note in his voice. Aegon continued. And fishing is no different than hawking or riding, Corlys, if unusual perhaps. Aegon said with an amused smile on his face, a smile that faded as he continued to talk. And what I intend or do not intend to do for reward my men is not a conversation that I wish to have. Corlys narrowed his eyes before he relaxed measuredly. You will not be able to continue to hide your intentions the longer you stay, Aegon. Corlys thought to himself. It was clear that whatever Aegon planned with regards to Illimaris, it would not be something that would be appreciated by the nobility. Knowing how the man elevated common-born without hesitation, Corlys understood that. I see. Corlys stated simply before he continued. Then I will be plain and ask what you intend to want of me for this gift. Corlys asked with a stern gaze as he gestured towards his sword. At this, Aegon had the audacity to merely smile in amusement, which did not shed into his voice as he spoke. One cannot intend a want with a gift, Corlys. It is the very nature of what a gift is. No gift comes without a want, Aegon. Corlys returned with a scoff, and certainly no gift such as this would come without demands, said or unsaid. Corlys eyed Aegon intently. And I would want it made clear what your demands are, now, instead of later. Aegon leaned back in his chair and said nothing for a long few moments, which irked Corlys, but before he could speak, Rhaenys did so in his place. What Corlys means to say is that it is the kind of gift that is equal to the hand of an only daughter and child of a king. Rhaenys was gentle in her explanation of the monumentality of the gift that Aegon had provided, especially given its similarity to the lost sword of House Velaryon. Rhaenys smiled gently at Aegon even as her eyes were piercing. It is not the kind of item that can be gifted without incurring a debt. Which, cousin, you are very well aware of. The corners of Aegon's mouth climbed in a facsimile of a smile before he inclined his head slightly. That is true. On both accounts. Aegon acknowledged, and Corlys narrowed his eyes in preparation. However, the debt it is meant to place upon you is not a typical one. Aegon leaned back in his chair, his eye veering from Rhaenys to Corlys. It is rather meant to enhance the debt that is owed to kin. Corlys stilled for a moment before his eyes narrowed even further. Aegon continued after the moment's silence. The bonds between House Velaryon and House Targaryen go back centuries. When one of us needs a marriage, and there is a maiden or son available, the other provides. When sons need friends and brothers, the mind turns to House Velaryon. Aegon turned his eye towards Corlys. When House Targaryen has gone to war, never has House Targaryen failed to have a Velaryon at their side. Except in your war. Corlys remarked with a thin smile. Except in my war. Aegon acknowledged. And it is a regret of mine that I did not take one of your cousins, at the least, with me. Aegon added calmly before his expression shifted once more. Nevertheless, House Velaryon has, and I hope will be, House Targaryen's most steadfast ally. This gift Aegon gestured towards the sword is merely a representation of the duty that is demanded of a Targaryen to a loyal house that shares so much kinship that it may well be considered a branch house. Corlys resisted reacting to the idea that House Velaryon, a house as storied as any other great house, could be considered a branch house. An interesting sentiment. Corlys decided to say in response. He continued as he leaned forward. So what is that you expect of me? You speak of loyalty. You speak of kinship. You speak of giving reward for such things that most would merely expect from their vassals. Corlys narrowed his eyes. And I am not blind to not see that you intend more than what is expected. What is it you expect? I want to deepen the bonds between our houses. Aegon said plainly as he leaned back in his seat, eyeing Corlys intently. Between my branch of House Targaryen and that of House Velaryon. To start with, I am willing to take in Sir Aeron Velaryon and his family and grant them land and a place of honor in Illimaris. The mention of his distant cousin was surprising, and again, Aegon said lands and not fiefs, growing the suspicion even more as to his intent, though Corlys had little time to dwell on it as Aegon continued. I would also want a marriage pact between my branch and that of Laena's, where a daughter from your Laena would marry one of my grandsons. Corlys wanted to laugh. He would have given all of that for nothing. As soon as he had a moment to absorb the news of Illimaris, Corlys had wanted to tie his house into Illimaris as much as it was tied into Westeros. Of course, he'd hoped that he would have a brood of grandchildren at that time, which seemed unlikely now, Corlys thought soberly. He may only receive a few grandchildren, especially if Laena remained as fearful as she was. Why only Laena's line? Rhaenys spoke up, and Corlys could see her look as calm and questioning, but he could see the worry in her eyes. And it sobered Corlys up further. The rumors about their son had grown more intensive, especially since that damned knight Sir Joffrey remained with Laena at the Eyrie. Then there was rumors too about Jane as well, with that Redford girl, Corlys thought as his expression tightened. He did all that he could to stop thinking about his son and his marriage, a marriage that seemed to be cursed twice-fold by the gods. And with Corwin so. At times he wondered if the gods truly hated him. The only relief in all of it was that his son was driving back the mountain clans and that he was held largely in good favor amongst the Vale Lords. Aegon scratched his beard for a moment before he spoke. No real reason. I would not mind a match with a daughter of Laena, though it could be unlikely given that Jainerin may be barren. Aegon met Corlys' eyes as he spoke further. Provided that the girl isn't the only issue between them, I would be happy enough with such a matter. It matters not where the daughter comes so long as it is your granddaughter. Aegon explained, and Corlys was satisfied enough with that answer. Is that all? Corlys asked after a moment. I would also want Larissa Velaryon, daughter of Malentine Velaryon and Daenerys Velaryon, daughter of Montfort Velaryon, to marry the heirs to House Calnarion and House Cargaris. Aegon explained calmly as he eyed Corlys with an unwavering stare. Larissa Velaryon and Daenerys Velaryon were both under 3 and 10 name days if he remembered rightly, though he was not sure. He had many cousins after all. Their fathers would not agree to marry their daughters to mere knightly houses. Corlys prodded as he met the younger man's gaze. The two heads of houses, namely Sir Gaelaenis Cargaris and Sir Muro Calnarion, would have been fine matches given their glory and fame they achieved, but even fame would not have been enough. They were no more than knightly houses that had barely owned land before they took a chance with Aegon. House Calnarion and House Cargaris will both be raised into nobility, and they possess wealth that would put them equal to any house within the realm. Aegon's answer was calm, and Corlys narrowed his eyes. You split the treasure amongst your army, didn't you? Corlys more stated than asked. It was a common tactic to endear loyalty from the men and to prevent theft. Yes. Aegon merely said in answer, and he did not expand further. Corlys dearly wanted the man to explain further on what he meant with land and nobility, but he knew that he would get an answer. Not now. He would have to be patient. A marriage that may not happen if the gods do not favor us, marriages of my distant kin and your vassals, and the offer to take in some of the many cousins I have, this is not exactly equal to such a gift. Corlys commented after a moment of silence, his eyes still meeting the sole eye of Aegon. Aegon sighed lightly as he sat back further in his chair. The sword was never meant to be in payment of what I propose right now. As I said, it was meant to enhance the debt that is owed to kin. No more and no less. Corlys narrowed his eyes at the same phrasing he was using. Debt that is owed to kin. You are worried. Rhaenys was the one to speak up next, and he saw her looking intently at Aegon. Corlys glanced back at Aegon and saw him unchanged in his expression. And what is it that you believe worries me? Aegon asked, and it was with a calm tone of voice, though there was, Corlys thought, a hint of curiosity there. Viserys. Rhaenys said simply, and Corlys turned to look fully towards the younger man. You want us to support you in case he decides to act against you despite his written assurances and acceptance of your terms. So Rennis had also become certain of this just as he had. Everything that Aegon asked for would have been easily agreed without the gift of a Valyrian steel sword. That meant that he expected a great deal of problems with Viserys, so much so that he would have to rely on his house's strength to escape from it. Perhaps. Aegon said with a deceptively calm voice. He continued. A long time has passed since I last have seen Viserys. A long time in which a great deal has changed. Aegon's eye veered from Rennis before it veered towards Corlys. Viserys has had a decade of being king. He has grown used to being obeyed and has grown used to making decisions that he believes will be upheld long after he passes. Corlys' eyes narrowed at those words, and after he'd shared a glance with Rennis, he saw that she too understood what he meant. What I am and what I have done, has clearly chafed at him beyond measure. Aegon thinned his lips as he again veered his eye between Corlys and Rennis. Had it not been for your arrival with the letter, and had it not been for you in general, I would rethought my acceptance of Viserys' request to come to King's Landing and finalize the matter face to face. Aegon's voice grew more solemn. What I am saying is that I trust you able to aid me if Viserys reneges on his word. That is the kind of debt of kin that I wish to be upheld. Aegon said as he eyed them both. Now, and of course for as long as our houses are able. Corlys and Rennis exchanged looks for a moment as silence reigned, and it was only after Rennis broke contact, and spoke, that the silence was breached. You would have had our support regardless. Rennis said gently and warmly, along with a hint of exasperation in her tone of voice. You are her favorite cousin. She would have had my hide if I let you languish in the black cells. Corlys said with amusement, though Corlys' mind was fast at work at what Aegon was saying. He didn't believe Viserys had it in him to be as treacherous as Aegon suggested his eldest brother could be. It was a wild overestimation of Viserys. But Corlys could understand it. He understood why Aegon had gone so far to present gifts to the nobles that had come to this feast, and why Aegon has doing it to him and Rennis. He was leaving little to chance as far as he was concerned. It was already shown by the number of guards Aegon had brought with him, which included 2 battle-hardened commanders in Sir Tratos and Sir Andrew, both of whom he'd seen not overindulge themselves in drink. When my competition is Viserys, Damon, and Boros Baratheon, I would be offended if I was not the favorite. Aegon answered with a mild smile on his face. Boros is a fine cousin. Rennis said in defense of her brash and hot-tempered cousin, and Corlys was surprised by the fervor of her defense. Given that they'd only met a few times since they were married, and certainly not after Lord Bourmond had passed only a few years ago, there was little reason for it. He is, Rennis. Corlys assuaged before he turned to Aegon and continued to speak. You have our support. You have my word that Viserys will be held to account should he renege on the agreed terms. Aegon nodded slightly at his words, and it satisfied Corlys enough to continue. As to the proposals, I find no reason to deny them, though you will have to speak with the Valyrians in question to gain their approval. Corlys could order them to comply, but he was curious to see if they would agree to Aegon's terms. As for marriage between his future granddaughter and a grandson of Aegon's, well, he was certainly open to the idea. Rennis was certainly too. Laena, however. A marriage between our grandchildren is agreeable. Corlys stated as he eyed the man intensely. However, there can be no guarantee, as you are aware, of a second granddaughter. Aegon stared at him fully for a long few moments before he nodded lightly, and it was clear that Aegon understood his meaning. They'd already been promised one of his granddaughters becoming queen. And if Laena remained as worried about having more children as she was, it was going to be unlikely that there'd be many chances to have any spares. I'm aware. Aegon said, and for a moment it seemed as if he wanted to say more, but he'd closed his mouth, and Corlys wondered what he'd hesitated in saying. He couldn't dwell too long on it because Aegon had picked up a goblet and said, "May the gods favor both of houses so that we can join our houses in our lifetime." A little while later, Corlys sighed heavily as he sat onto the edge of the bed, tiredness washing over him. He felt a hand on his back, a hand that gently massaged his back. A smile came across his face as he glanced back at her, a sweet smile on her beautiful face, though it was not the kind of look on her face that he'd come to associate as one of being in the mood. Too tired? He asked knowingly. She only smiled a little more, though he could see more tiredness creep into her face. We have the morning, she suggested, and Corlys chuckled lightly. It suited him fine. He wasn't exactly in the mood either this night. Of course. He laid his head down on the pillow and he closed his eyes for a moment. What are you thinking? He asked, his eyes still closed. I have many thoughts, husband, and of course many of them are attached to our guest of honor. Rennis said in response, and he opened one of his eyes and peeked through slitted eye at her, and he saw her sigh as she stared at the ceiling. He is secretive, she finally said. Corlys made a noise of agreement, a deep and heavy noise. For as much as he tells us that he trusts us, I think it's quite particular with what he trusts us with. His safety in King's Landing, but not about much else. Corlys agreed as he opened his eyes and turned to look at her. She nodded lightly before she sighed lightly. I am yet undecided if I am to be offended that he using us like so. Corlys snorted. Don't be. Corlys said, and she turned to look at him. Corlys continued. I know men like him, Rhaenys. Men like him do not want to rely on others' goodwill or their word. They see the world through exchange. Service for service, even if it is between blood. No matter what Aegon says on the contrary. Corlys sat up slightly as he leaned on his elbows and he sighed heavily. I used to be a man like him too. Corlys had hated the state of House Velaryon despite the fact that their house was a cornerstone in the Conqueror's achievements. Yes, the 3 dragons had been the means to have won the kingdoms, but the war was supported by the men and the fleet of House Velaryon. Without House Velaryon, the war of conquest would have been inordinately more difficult. Yet it nearly all had amounted to nothing when he'd been a child. He'd seen his uncles, aunts, and cousins all perish in the shivers. He'd seen his grandfather, the proud Damon Velaryon, grow more into himself, and he'd seen his father, Corwin Velaryon, struggle to maintain the right of House Velaryon to be second house in the realm. By the time Corlys had set himself to go on his voyages, House Velaryon was becoming forgotten. By then, the grudge he'd held as a child had only grown. After the shivers, he refused his father's offers to have him foster in King's Landing to rebuild their status because he did not want to rely on the meager scraps on the high table the Targaryens built and forgotten to invite House Velaryon to. No, Corlys had dedicated himself to make a name of himself, a name that belonged to House Velaryon, and a name that would be built under a foundation of gold and treasure and glory. And he'd done so. It was this that earned him a hand to the only daughter of Prince Aemon, the hand, at the time he'd thought, that belonged to the future queen of the realm. Not because he waited for the goodwill of the old bastard and Prince Aemon, but because he had built House Velaryon back to the mountain it belonged to, and the very mountain the Targaryens had climbed to treat with him. And Aegon was made of the same cloth as Corlys. Corlys turned to look towards Rhaenys. Aegon built the first of his fortune thanks his discovery of better glass, and thanks to his cleverness to realize that he'd need the backing of a free city like Braavos to truly see his discovery earn him the fortune he needed. Fortune that he shared with your grandsire, and in turn earned him more leeway than he'd ever given Damon, so much so that he'd practically given Dragonstone as a fief for him to rule over, which paved the way for his eventual leave. Corlys said, and he looked past her as he gathered his thoughts. Once done, he looked back at her contemplative face, and spoke further. And when he was offered a fief of his own by his brother, he refused and sought to make his own destiny. Whatever the reasons, even if Aegon had come into the idea of the West by then, I know, that Aegon had not wanted to be indebted to his brother. It was not in him to seek scraps at the table. Corlys gestured away with his hand. He is still that same boy. The very same boy. He will not accept unbalanced gifts or unearned grants. His pride will not allow him to. Corlys met her eyes. And it is why he will not ask us directly to intercede if he has need of it without compensating us for the effort. Regardless if we are family or not. Treating us in the same way he treated the other nobles at the feast. Rhaenys said with a look of displeasure on her look, and Corlys smiled thinly as he nodded. Yes, the pseudo-Valyrian steel swords were as much as a bribe to those specific lords as it was to set the stage of enticing more lords into neutrality or even friendliness. The only difference was that Aegon had bribed him with a gift that was far removed from typical debt owed to kin, so that was more of a lie than it was a truth. Rhaenys finally questioned after a long few moments. It was the kind of question she wanted to hear him explain his thoughts than wanting an answer to. It was both. Corlys said honestly. He does view us favorably, almost certainly as family, but he also a man that cannot accept terms that were not given by him. Corlys said with a wry smile on his face. Sometimes, he wondered if Aegon was not his get by Alyssa. His youth was rather wild at times, perhaps one drunken night. It was wishful thinking. Men and your pride. Rhaenys sighed heavily as she shook her head lightly, though soon a contemplative look was on her face. Do you think that is why he does not intend to follow the norms of Westeros when it comes to fiefs? The question surprised Corlys, though he quickly recovered as he pondered the question. You think as well that he does not intend to raise any to lordships? Corlys asked seriously. It was the only thing that made sense of the vagueness. I believe he is telling the truth that he intends to raise men to nobility, but I also believe he does not intend to raise them to fiefs. The few times he talked about it, and what you told me about Lord Crispian's bragging about his second son, it seems that Aegon intends to make them noble landowners at the most. Rhaenys paused for a moment. It would fit well in how he behaves. Reward for service, but not so much reward that it resembles much of what he hates. Rhaenys said with a touch of amusement coloring her tone of voice. Corlys nodded heavily. They'd known Aegon had soured on nobility after Gale had vanished for a time. Nobility, heirs, and lords, that once had been friends, turning their back if not completely joining the mob of wastrel courtiers. It explained much of Aegon's behavior, in truth. Like how the shivers and the struggles of his house had formed the foundation of Corlys' being, so too did the spurning from the nobility and that of his family form the basis of Aegon. And likely why he was keen to remove what he hated the most in the place he loved the most. Resembling like the freehold. This caught Rhaenys by surprise, but then after she thought about it a little, a small smile breaking through her face, she nodded. It is almost unbelievable how similar the three sons of Baelon are, yet are so different from one another. Rhaenys said with exasperation, and Corlys snorted. One was obsessed about the architecture of Valyria and its history, another was obsessed about Valyrian superiority and that of House Targaryen, and the last one is intent to refashion old Valyria in his image, most likely. Though Corlys doubted it would be too much like the freehold. It does mean that your plans for House Valyrian setting roots in Elomaris will not be as you imagined. Rhaenys commented, and Corlys hummed displeased, but it was without much strength. Perhaps. Although given his words about the place of honor Aeron Valyrian would have amongst the Elomari Targaryens, it may not be a terrible circumstance. Corlys then eyed Rhaenys keenly. And from the sounds of it, he is more than open for more Valyrians to be sent there. Likely with the exception of your brother and nephew Damon. Rhaenys said wryly, and Corlys snorted. She continued. A rather curious omission despite his wishes to deepen the bonds between our houses. Corlys had heard enough rants from Vaemond about the inhospitality Aegon had shown him in Astapor. Somehow he thought the feeling of displeasure and dislike about the other was mutual between the two men. I wonder if he'll offer the same to House Sunglass. Corlys pondered. Given his proclivity to show favor to houses that he thinks he owes something to, Rhaenys said with a roll of the eyes. I would say it is likely. Rhaenys sighed again as she set her head against the back wall of the bed. Corlys eyed her curiously for a long few moments, and it was a few moments later after that Rhaenys looked at him. I was just thinking about King's Landing and what we find there. Rhaenys had cautiousness in her voice as she finished. Corlys grunted lightly, and he stopped leaning against his elbows and fell onto his back. He tilted his head to meet his wife's gaze. Has Aegon's worry infected you? Rhaenys raised an eyebrow in response, one she kept as she answered. Does it not worry you? I admit I did not consider Viserys to be capable of what Aegon all but accused his brother to be, but the chance is there. Especially if he cannot accept the way Aegon is introduced in front of court, even if the man knows it is coming. He wouldn't. Corlys shook his head. He'd known Viserys basically the man's entire life. The only times he truly surprised Corlys had been when the man refused Laena for that snake's daughter, and when he'd learned how visceral Viserys had been in his demands for Aegon to be brought to heel. And both times, the man had acted out of character. Only one of those times could Viserys rectify it to something befitting his nature. And as soon as the option was available, the man took it. And if he did? Does? Rhaenys questioned with a raised eyebrow as both of their eyes met. And neither of them broke the gaze. Finally, a few moments later, Corlys spoke up. You would put us in a dangerous position. There was no heat or accusation in his voice, merely an acknowledgement of his wife's position and curiosity of where she stood. You already agreed. Rhaenys said lightly, but she continued without waiting for his response. He wouldn't deserve it. Rhaenys agreed. Not entirely, at least. Rhaenys sighed lightly. He is my favorite cousin. Rhaenys said wryly. Corlys snorted. You just like your aunt too much to leave her to become a widow. Corlys said with a little carelessness in his tone of voice. Rhaenys did not quite like that, but she answered, acknowledging the point. No, I would not. Nor would I wish to her children to be without a father. Rhaenys admitted, and Corlys was reminded that his wife was too good for her family. We'll see what happens. He doubted that Aegon was going to be depending on him and Rhaenys to see him out of the situation if it did come to that. Whatever accusations Viserys might have, there was always a trial of combat. Yes, we'll see. Rhaenys said tiredly as she slinked further into the bed and wrapped her arms around him. And soon enough sleep claimed them both. The next day. The next morning Corlys accompanied Durin and Laena to Driftmark, where he, along with his goodson and daughter, set to rights the matters of the island in the wake of his return to King's Landing, where he was likely to remain well until it was time for Laena to give birth to her second child. And, as morning melted into noon, he was greeted to the sound of a distant roar, a sound that he had found to have come from the west, King's Landing. When Laena asked if he wanted her to come with him with Vhagar, he declined, saying no, it is likely Damon who has arrived at the order of the king. He explained with a look of displeasure marring his expression. They'd sent a raven to King's Landing to inform them about Aegon's arrival. It could only be Damon that had come so soon. Soon enough Corlys rode towards high tide, where he saw the dragon heading to, and by the time that Corlys made road through the causeway, Caraxes had landed at the base of the castle. He'd arrived not long after Damon had climbed down from Caraxes' back, and Corlys was forced to bring his horse under control when the serpentine dragon swiveled around its head on its long neck, rows of teeth showing as an undercurrent of growl escaped from the bowels of the damned beast. Calm, Caraxes, Corlys thought he could hear Damon say as Corlys unhorsed himself and made way towards Damon, a wary look sent towards the dragon that still bared its teeth towards him. I wouldn't get too close, Corlys. Damon said with his grating mocking tone of voice, and soon the man came to look towards him. The second son of Baelon was dressed in full armor, looking as if he was ready for battle, and the dangerous glints in his eyes only solidified that thought. He's rather in a foul mood. Damon said with that irritating smirk on his face as he rubbed at the neck scales of Caraxes. What is it that you want, Damon? Corlys was curt as he moved around the dragon and towards the start of the snaking steps of his castle where he could see guards arriving down towards. You must be growing senile in your old age, old friend. Much like my grandsire in his final years if you do not know my reason. Corlys' eye twitched at the insult and the insulting comparison and Corlys gritted his teeth before he calmed himself. I see. I can understand the yearning of a brother to see one's brother. Mine own brother had raced down from Driftmark when I returned from my first voyage. Corlys felt a bout of satisfaction at the souring look on Damon's face at the implication he was making. Do not compare your Valyrian ways with mine. Damon warned and there was growl emanating from Caraxes' maw and Corlys thinned his lips as he turned his gaze towards the ugly but dangerous beast. Truly, they were a match made in the seven hells. Corlys was surprised by the change in look but he soon understood when Damon began to smile dangerously as he looked at something beyond Corlys. Corlys turned around and saw Aegon, dressed in chainmail, coming down the steps with two of his guards at his back in front of Rhaenys who was also coming down the steps towards them. When Aegon neared enough, Corlys could see the expression on the one-eyed face. It was hard, the same kind of hardness he saw when he'd first saw the man in Phaloris. Ah, little brother. Damon called out and Corlys turned back to see the man with his arms stretched out mockingly. Damon. Aegon acknowledged. He glanced at Corlys, giving a light nod, before he looked back at Damon as he walked past Corlys and towards Damon. I like the new look, little brother. Damon mocked with a growing grin on his face and Corlys thought he could see anger in the man's eyes. The short hair. The beard. Even those scars on your face. It gives an appearance of a warrior. Damon said as he gestured towards his own face. The silver eye patch is not what I would have chosen but then again I would never have had the shame of losing an eye like you have, little brother. Corlys narrowed his eyes at the words. He was trying to rile up Aegon. Aegon came to a stop when Caraxes began to growl lowly again, the dragon's eyes firmed fixed on Aegon. Rhaenys came to a stop beside him and they both watched as the two brothers stared each other down and Corlys couldn't help but curse the sons of Baelon. We should never have sent that damn raven. Corlys muttered under his breath, just loud enough for only Rhaenys to hear. Rhaenys only responded by taking his arm. Were you so excited for me that you couldn't wait on my arrival at the capital? Aegon's tone of voice was calm and though Corlys could not see Aegon's face with the man with his back facing Corlys, he wouldn't be surprised if the words were said with a calm expression. Especially with how Damon had narrowed his eyes in irritation. Of course. Damon said with his grin growing once more, and there was a sense of danger in his eyes. Why wouldn't I be excited to see you again, little brother? Damon laughed slightly before he spoke again. You've made quite the name for yourself, after all. Murderer, sorcerer, false prophet. The grin on Damon's face was truly sharp now and Corlys exchanged looks with Rhaenys. Damon using those slandering names as a weapon was well within his character. However, whether or not it boded a warning of what may come in the capital, was left to be seen. They turned towards the two men. So have you, Damon. King of the Stepstones, was it? Or would you prefer former King of the Stepstones, as you are now? This Corlys could see had irritated Damon though the moment quickly passed as Damon scoffed. A pile of rocks worth nothing and thus not worth keeping. I am sure you understand that notion since you abandoned the slaves for their worthless. Of course. I understand. The situation is exactly the same. Though Aegon's voice was calm, and the words could be understood to be agreeable, Corlys knew that it was not. So did everyone else. Including Damon. Again there was a long lull in their conversation, one where he could tell that they were both staring at each other like overgrown children. Finally, it seemed like Rhaenys had enough as she walked down the steps and made towards. Caraxes growled again, the dragon setting its eyes on his wife. Unless you want to burn me with the same dragon my father rode, Damon, calm him. Rhaenys was plain in her speaking and it prompted Corlys to descend as well. Perish that thought. Damon said with a smirk and Corlys clenched his teeth at the audacity of the man. The man had grown worse the nearer the time to the wedding. It was as if he was gloating that he'd won it all. Still, the man did as Rhaenys told him to and calmed Caraxes, ordering the dragon to keep calm and silent. Corlys glanced at Aegon's face and he saw that man's expression was hard and expressionless, his one eye watching Damon and Caraxes intently. Where is that dragon of yours? Damon asked as he walked towards them. We'd gotten a few ravens from the Massies, something about a large dragon, in armor of all things, terrorizing the sheep there. I know that Vermithor didn't get lost in his new diet of sheep and sheep stealers prefers the sheep in the Vale like the men there, and nor do I think fucking sheep herders know what a large dragon actually means, so that only leaves your mongrel of a dragon unaccounted for. Damon said with curiosity in his voice. He's long left Massie's hook. Have no worry, Damon. No sheep or sheep herders are being terrorized any further. Aegon said calmly, his expression unchanging as he stared at Damon unblinkingly. Corlys could see the irritation rising within Damon, who ended up scoffing. I would have said whatever bitch tore your face had addled your brain, but you have always been like this. Damon said with a low snarl in his voice as he got closer to Aegon, and Corlys was surprised to see that there was no real anger in the man's eyes. He'd seen what that looked like and he couldn't see in this moment. What is it you want, Damon? Aegon asked simply, and Corlys was impressed by the lack of change in the man's face despite the tenseness of the situation. Damon said nothing for a long few moments before he scoffed with a derisive contempt in his expression and said, Viserys orders you back within 3 days, little brother. Damon said with a low and challenging smirk as he stared at Aegon for a long few moments. The last thing we want is for your infamy to cloud over his precious heir's wedding. Damon said with growing smirk before he began to walk away towards Caraxes. Always a pleasure seeing your dear cousin Rhaenys. None of the three of them said anything as they watched Damon climb atop Caraxes, and only when Caraxes was airborne was the silence broken. You have my apologies for my brother, Aegon said as he turned towards him and Rhaenys, an apologetic expression on his face. Corlys clenched his jaw angrily but said nothing, and it was Rhaenys who responded. Think nothing of it. We're used to his tantrums. At this, Corlys was surprised to see Aegon laugh a little, and his expression melted into one of mild warmth as he looked at Rhaenys. A good description as any to explain Damon's actions. Do you put much stock in Damon's words? Corlys asked as they began to walk back towards the castle, his eyes curious as he looked at Aegon. Damon has always liked to use parcels of truth shrouded in exaggerations or lies to rile people, Aegon said with a shrug. I won't pay much mind to it. Aegon eyed Corlys for a moment before he continued. We already planned to leave soon anyway, have we not? The wedding would be in 6 days, so the order of arriving within 3 days was understandable. Yes. We are ready to set sail any time, but I see no reason not to wait until dawn tomorrow, Corlys said in answer, and Aegon nodded. Neither do I, Aegon said, and soon enough, they continued their journey back to the castle, though it was a silent walk for most of it. And truthfully, Damon's arrival had done much to quell the mood for much of the afternoon and eve, and it lasted well into the next day, a few words spared as they boarded their ships and made way towards King's Landing. Break. Mid to late 114 AC King's Landing. Viserys POV. Viserys eyed the crown, the Conqueror's crown, that rested upon the crimson cushion for a long moment before he picked it up and placed it upon his head. His eyes went towards the Sword of Kings, held by Sir Rickard Thorne, his Lord Commander, and he took it from the hilt and turned to walk towards the throne forged by fire and the blood of enemies to their house. Viserys took his seat upon the throne, and nodded towards his Lord Commander, and soon, his wife and his brother arrived with his Lord Hand and the rest of the council, and then came his daughter Rhaenyra and her soon-to-be husband, Baelon Targaryen. Not long later, the throne chamber filled up with the lords and ladies of the realm, including the lords and ladies of 4 of the 6 great houses. The Lannisters, the Tyrells, the Tullys, and the Baratheons. All of them had come for his heir's wedding. And all of them were present for the arrival of his youngest brother. Viserys' gaze flickered from side to side, watching, listening, at the anticipation of the crowd rumbled through their whispers and their eyes and faces. Viserys looked towards the front, towards the open throne chamber gates. And all of them were in wait and in watch for the man whose name was on everyone's tongue. Common and highborn alike. Faithless and the faithful. The days of when the realm had unilaterally praised Aegon for his campaign against the slavers of Slavers Bay was long and gone, and finally the realm came to see what he'd seen all along. Terrible transgressions became more known as the details of the wars Aegon had fought through the campaign in Slavers Bay filtered through into the realm. Of massacres of tens of thousands all across Slavers Bay, likely even far greater than that number, where Aegon and his army filled with unfeeling unsullied butchered through all of Slavers Bay to free the slaves at the cost of the lives of tens of thousands. Viserys' expression darkened. It was a haunting experience to learn the scale of the war that Aegon had fought, and the depths he'd sunk in order to free the slaves. Depths of more wrongs in a sea of wrongs did not make his cause just, nor did it make anywhere near right. No, Aegon had carried out the liberation of the slaves out of happenstance, then it was out of a cause against slavery, and his actions in Slavers Bay had only proved, for he wanted to punish the slavers for the slight they had brought against him. And Aegon had taken out his revenge with senseless butchery in this supposed war, and it was all done without his permission or even letting him know of his intents. And then there were the stories of sorcery not seen since the days of Valyria, though Viserys was beyond doubtful of that. No doubt stories exacerbated by a display of misaragorn, just as stories of Aegon's heresy were exacerbated when in reality it was no more than ignorant slaves unknowing of what they speak of. Viserys clenched his teeth slightly and he forcefully relaxed himself. In any case, Viserys knew that if people truly knew what he thought of Aegon's actions, some would consider him a jealous man, a jealous brother, but that was far from the case. What Viserys had to deal with Aegon was beyond what any other of their house had ever dealt with. A truly rogue prince who did as he pleased and moved to remove himself from the authority of the crown, and did so with utter impunity. And Viserys had no choice but to accept the terms. At times he wanted to eschew his sacred duty to the realm. The duty that was passed from king to heir, starting from the conqueror himself. The duty of seeing to a realm at peace and strong so that when the time came, they'd beat back the long winter. But every time he gazed upon his daughter, Viserys thought as he glanced towards her before he looked back towards the throne chamber entrance, he found himself strengthened once more in this duty of his. Even if the duty bitterly demanded of him to absolve Aegon of rightly due judgment and punishment for waging horrendous war without his permission and allow Aegon to keep his independence from the crown. Also that the realm would continue to prosper in peace and also that the House of the Dragon remained united. Soon enough, the first of the nobles that had come with Lord Corlys and his brother were announced. The Celtigars, the Bar-Emmons and the Sunglasses and the other minor nobilities that had ties to these houses. They kneeled in front of him before they were made to join the other nobles of the present court and soon enough came Lord Corlys and his cousin Rhaenys. For them, Viserys allowed a small smile to show for them as they kneeled and he nodded at them as they stood back up and joined the others of the court. Inwardly, however, he grew wary of them, especially with how they'd presented how Aegon wanted to arrive, if he had to arrive in a public setting such as this. According to them, Aegon had said that he would come through Driftmark first instead of directly coming to King's Landing, a point that Lord Strong had considered to be needlessly provocative by the Valyrians. And perhaps a sign that they were growing restless, according to Lord Strong. Though he had promised them a marriage between their grandchildren, with a Valyrian for queen once Rhaenyra had her heir, Lord Strong believed that there was much more to do to settle the rift. A thought for another time, Viserys considered, as soon enough came his brother. His youngest brother walked in with echoing steps, steps that were emboldened by the silence that had draped the throne chamber, half dressed for war with what he wore, a chainmail shirt that could be seen through the gaps of his garments, a sword on his hip and with 4 men in full armor that followed him through. The silence that had draped the throne chamber had breached for whispers broke loose, but Viserys paid it little mind for he stared at his approaching brother, taking in everything of the boy grown into a man he'd not seen for more than a decade. His brother wore short hair, trimmed on all sides, far from the flowing hair he'd seen his brother wear when Viserys had last seen him, and a neatly kept beard that was almost as long as his trimmed hair. Yet that was not what truly drew attentions, no, it was his eyes. His singular violet eye and the silver metal eye patch that was emplaced upon his right eye. The eye that used to belong to their mother, an eye that Viserys had loved for it reminded him of their mother whom they'd lost long before her time had been due. And now, he felt an ache in his heart to see it gone forever. And he felt a greater ache in his heart to see his brother so different. His expression was severe and carved out of stone with how unchanging his expression was as he neared, not a single emotion shown as they set eyes on each other. As if they were not brothers but enemies that needed to be dealt with. Is that truly how you see me? Viserys wondered as he stood up from his seat when his king's guard moved in rank in front of the steps of the throne. Aegon came to a stop 5 or 6 steps away from the king's guard, and so too did his guards behind him. Presenting Aegon Targaryen of Elomeres. One of the guards behind Aegon had announced, and it increased the whispers amongst the court, likely easily noting that Aegon had announced himself without his princely title. Just as Aegon had written he would. Lord Strong had been in favor of it, the removal of his princely title and Viserys had been torn about it. It was never meant to be this way. Viserys had dreams once for his youngest brother. He knew that Aegon was clever as Uncle Viegon, and Viserys had dreamed that his brother would become his master of coin and, in time, his hand and once he'd passed, he'd become the hand for Rhaenyra. He'd be only a day's flight away, and his children would be wed to Aegon's children just as his Rhaenyra was to marry Baelon and through their lines, through the 3 sons of Baelon, would one day come the prince who was promised. All of that had been part of his dream. A dream that began to break when Aegon left and a dream that shattered when his Aemma died before her time was due, and taking with her their son Aemon. And, as Viserys stared at Aegon, the stone-faced Aegon who looked upon him not as a brother but almost as an enemy, he knew that those dreams were long gone. Aegon Targaryen of Elomeres. Viserys intoned as he began to walk down the steps, his eyes fixed on Aegon. King Viserys. Aegon returned with an respectful incline of the head which drew whispers from the court. Your Grace. Viserys halted in his steps as his eyes turned towards his uncontrollable brother in sharp movement and he was too late to stop Damon to speak further. He is your king, call him your Grace. Damon. Viserys' voice cut through the chamber like Valyrian steel through flesh, and it halted Damon in his movement and speech. Viserys stared at Damon with a dangerous gaze, far more dangerous than the look Damon leveled on him. Speak again out of turn and I will have you thrown out of these chambers. Viserys was harsh in his tone of voice and he would brook no disagreement, even under the look of angry betrayal on Damon's face. This was why he had no intention of telling Damon of the agreement he'd reached with their brother. Damon would be too immature, too short-sighted, to see the full picture. He'd already proved this when Damon had gone to Driftmark without his permission and Viserys was no fool. He knew the excuse of wanting to see their brother was only that. An excuse. In reality, Damon was being a child who wanted to eat all of the sweet cakes on the table with regard that it would cause him ill, and he knew exactly why. Elomeres and the promise that it so held. He knew that Damon and Rhaenyra wanted to take control of Elomeres, to rule it as an extension of House Targaryen, but he also knew that that path was already in existence and it belonged to Aegon and Aunt Gael. Yes, they would rule independent of the throne, but they would not claim kingship, nor would they be completely separated from the main branch of their house. That would have to suffice. Damon stepped into the court, the angry look still on his face, and Viserys truly was angered by his brother for embarrassing their house so. I will have word with him about it. Viserys thought angrily before he turned his gaze back towards Aegon, who had not moved, only his eye looked towards Damon, which, as Viserys continued to step down towards Aegon, locked onto Viserys' eyes. His king's guard parted and let him through so that he could stand in front of Aegon, and Viserys took a closer look at his face. He could see the scars that ran down the right side of his face, from his brow all the down to the edge of his eye socket bone, which broke its pass until it recontinued at his jaw, a scar in between beard that looked like a road through forest. That looked like no ordinary scar, it looked like some kind of scar gotten from a large beast. Viserys wondered as he continued to look his brother over. Viserys did not have to be a knight to know that his brother had grown strong. Viserys looked back to meet Aegon's eye. Aegon Targaryen of Illymaris. Viserys' voice was loud, loud enough for even the furthest amongst the court to hear. It has been 110 years since you last walked these halls. Viserys said, and his voice began to echo dully against the walls and the high ceiling, the whispers of the court silenced and enraptured by the moment. In that time, you have built a fortune and you have bought the freedoms of thousands of slaves, removing from their chains. In that time, you have found a route west through the treacherous Sunset Sea and found a land of summer, forever casting your name in the annals of history amongst names like Rhaenyra Baelon and Lomas Longstrider. Viserys declared, and he could tell that, from the corner of his eyes, he had taken everyone's attentions. And in that time Viserys continued, his voice growing a little louder and yet more severe, you have waged war against the foul sin and injustice of slavery, against those who practiced the worst of slavery. You have fought, you have bled, and you have been scarred in this war. Viserys said as he raised his hands slightly. And it was not in vain. You liberated hundreds of thousands from their chains, possibly even millions, and you have ended the injustice of the slaver cities once and for all. You have inspired rebellions all across Essos, and you have paved the way for the Triarchy, an enemy of the realm, to collapse as the slaves rose up and took their freedom, such as Tyrosh did with the aid of the crown. Viserys said in a victorious tone of voice, and his voice echoed throughout the chamber. You have been victorious, and a credit to the name of House Targaryen. Viserys declared, and the whispers grew in the background once more as Viserys' hands came down to his sides and he leveled a severe look on Aegon. All of this, pageantry, was necessary to ensure that none saw the fracture in House Targaryen that would yet still need to be resolved. If only Damon could have simply kept his tongue silent. He thought, irritated. The only relief that he had was that Damon was silent now, at the most important stage. It was too delicate, too important, for Damon to break this performance. Yet, the question remains, Aegon Targaryen of Illymaris, brother. Viserys began to finish up as he met Aegon's eye. Why have you come now? King Viserys, brother. Aegon spoke up, and his voice was smooth and calm as he cracked a faint smile on his face, throwing Viserys in a bit of a surprise. I thank you for your words, for they honor me deeply. Aegon said with an incline of the head, his eye remaining unblinking this entire time. As for why I have come? I have come because of family. I have come to see my brothers and the rest of the family, and I have made it back just in time to see your firstborn child, my niece, wed my nephew whom I see standing beside her. Aegon said as he turned towards Rhaenyra. They weren't the only ones who looked towards his daughter, and he saw her smile lightly under the attention, though soon enough Viserys took control over the attention once more. And as he spoke with a smile on his face. Then, be welcome back, brother. Viserys said with a flourish, and soon enough, the court began to clap warmly words, and not a few moments later, one of the servants came with a plate with bread and salt on top of it. Aegon written that he was insistent in the offering, and Viserys had felt offended that Aegon mistrusted him so much that he needed such assurances of guest right. Aegon took the bread and, after a moment of watching the plate, he dipped it and ate no more than a nibble of the bread before he turned back towards Viserys, who had slightly extended out his arms in wait of an embrace. Aegon understood and walked into him, grasping him full into an embrace, and the claps grew louder at the sight. Viserys moved closer to Aegon's ear. We will talk as soon as it is expedient. Viserys said in a low whisper, and he did well to keep his voice even. After they parted, Aegon sent him a slight nod in acknowledgement, and Viserys smiled as he placed his hand around Aegon's shoulder, and it roused a greater applause from the court, showing to the realm that the House of the Dragon was united. Later, Viserys sat across Aegon with Lord Strong at his side, with cups of arbor wine resting on the table between them. And none of them had spoken up once during the long time since they'd retired for his solar. Lord Strong seemed content to simply remain in silence, whilst Aegon seemed like that too, preferring to sit there and look around in his solar. He is out of words now when he had been plenty full of them when he'd spoken with half of the lords of the realm. After Aegon had spent some time reintroducing himself to Rhaenyra and Baelon, though neither seemed too interested in speaking with their uncle, he had noticed, and so he'd quickly moved to introduce him to his good sister, and Allison had been more receptive to speak with him. He had to pull Aegon away from her as they dived into theology when she'd noticed the 7-star amulet that Aegon wore around his neck. After that, Viserys remained with Aegon as lords and ladies of the realm came to speak with him. And Viserys could only listen as Aegon regaled them with stories of the wars in Slavers' Bay and the plight of the slaves that suffered there, telling gruesome stories of how the Unsullied were made and how many perished in their making, drawing sympathy and acclaim for destroying the evil slavers as Lady Connington had so tearfully said during the regaling. And when Lord Fossoway asked about the accusation of sorcery, Aegon had merely chuckled in good humor as he'd shook his head, saying that the Myrish slavers had done a marvelous job in providing misinformation in the hopes of tarnishing his reputation, claiming that the sorcery they claimed he'd done had been nothing but a cause of dragon fire of Miss Aragorn running out of control thanks to the high winds and the warm night that made his dragon's fire, which already potent and very bright. Even more potent and even more brighter. Aegon further weaved a tale of the duplicity of the Myrish and the ways they were duplicitous a point of their slaver nature, and gone even further to explain that he'd known that the Myrish had tried to use the crown as a means to intercede on their behalf, effectively pitting kin against kin, and Aegon had gone to continue to explain all of the ways the Myrish were dishonorable and liars in nature. None had asked any further about the claims of magic the rest of the eve. As much as I enjoy sitting in silence, King Viserys, there are not that many hours left in the day and we have presumably much to discuss. Aegon said calmly as he sat back in his chair, eyeing Viserys as intently as he was eyeing Aegon. The corners of Viserys' lips raised up for a moment. What happened to calling me brother, brother? Aegon tilted his head slightly. Do you truly want me to call you brother? Given how much you detest me, and how we are in a private setting, I thought we may well speak plainly. Aegon said calmly, and it was rousing Viserys' anger. I would have every right to detest you, Aegon. Viserys said with real anger in his voice. You have undermined me beyond measure. How? Aegon asked him with narrowing eye. How have I undermined you? Viserys laughed, and it was unkind laugh. How? You ask me how? How about when you decided to unilaterally declare war against half of Essos? How about when, through your actions of warring against those you held childish grudges against, you have threatened to cause a tarnish on my rule? Viserys at this point had stood up. How about when my envoys were killed trying to get to you? Viserys realized he was now full-blown shouting, and the doors to the solar was opened and 2 of his Kingsguard raced into the solar. Viserys looked towards the Kingsguard. Get out and do not come in until I order you to. He snapped out. Soon enough, there was only 3 in the room, and Viserys looked towards his brother, who kept his neutral expression unbroken under the haze of Viserys' anger. It made Viserys angrier. Aegon apparently saw this and he sighed heavily. Viserys. I have not undermined you. Aegon told him calmly as he looked up at Viserys. Before we even get started into that, what is this talk about the death of your envoys? Vaemond and the rest of your envoys were sent back with their supplies refilled. Aegon said with a narrowing eye. We sent an envoy to Corinth first, around the time you might have gone to Illimaris. Lord Strong explained. And how do you know my people were responsible for this act? Aegon asked with a narrowed eye. You have no real reason to believe my people would be so barbarous to kill harmless envoys, and you have every reason to get to the conclusion that the enemies of my people attacked your envoys. Is that what truly happened? Viserys asked with a stern voice, and Aegon looked to meet Viserys' gaze unblinkingly. I do not know what happened. My men never encountered any traces of an attack because they would have told me otherwise. The coasts near Corinth are often scouted by corsairs, as they often are the forward scouts before an attack on the Summer Icelanders. If your envoys had gotten noticed by them, it is likely they would have been boarded and sold into slavery if their defenses were inadequate. Viserys' expression cycled through a number of emotions before he got control of himself. And your dragon? Could he have burnt them? Aegon eyed him with a look that Viserys did not like at all. Miss Aragorn would not attack without reason. Given that your envoys would have not sought to slay my dragon, at this Aegon's expression darkened for a moment before he lost it as he continued. Miss Aragorn would have ignored it, thinking them no different than ordinary ships. Viserys wanted to say something further, but he restrained himself. He knew he had no reason to think Aegon purposefully wanting to harm his envoys, but the idea. It was hard to let go. Aegon looked at Viserys for a long moment, and only when Viserys' expression shifted, one of focus, did Aegon continue to speak. As to your accusation of undermining you, my actions are, and have always been, independent of you and the realm you rule over. I waged war against enemies of my people because they wronged me, and because I saw it as a duty to clear out a rotten and foul stain of injustice. Aegon told him before he narrowed his eye. The 7 kingdoms were not affected by this war, not in any meaningful way. Because of you, the narrow sea has become more rife with piracy than ever before. Viserys retorted with some anger as he took his seat again. Because of you, we've had to expand greatly the Royal Navy at great cost just so that our merchants can trade and stop complaining. Viserys clenched his teeth as he calmed himself. And because of you, we had to intervene in a free city, something we have never done, not since Aegon the Conqueror himself threw back Volantis to their city. The piracy problem would have existed in simply another form with a powerful triarchy, Aegon retorted, and he continued before Viserys could say anything. And before you say that relations with the triarchy had been restored after Damon's war, that was only a facade. In time, they'd become a problem again for the realm. Charging tolls and seizing ships is too profitable for them not to. Aegon said with a shake of the head. But that is beside the point. Aegon said as he met Viserys' gaze. Whatever you are angry with me with, all of your reasons are only a side effect. Your anger stems from the fact that you struggle to understand that I, and my branch of our family, and my people, the people of Elamaris, do not fall under the banner of the Iron Throne. That is the root, that is the reason, why you are truly angry with me. All the events and actions that have come from my choices and my decisions for my side of the family and my people, are only a byproduct of why you feel slighted. Viserys said nothing for a long while as he stared at Aegon. Why? Viserys simply asked after a long few moments. Why do you want to break from the realm our ancestors built? Aegon closed his eye for a moment before he reopened it and met Viserys' gaze. I will make this clear before I even begin. I will not be king, Aegon declared as he leaned forward, his eye looking all over Viserys, and Viserys nodded tightly at the acknowledgement from his brother's mouth. Aegon had already written as much, that Viserys and his line would be the only line of kings of House Targaryen. Hearing his youngest brother say so did a little to assuage the anger he felt towards him. Aegon nodded lightly before he continued. Do you know the tale of Bran the Builder? Viserys was confused by the reference of the founder of House Stark. Aegon continued. I do not speak of his legends and his creations. I speak of his origins. I cannot say that I have paid much attention about the histories of the founders of the great houses. Viserys said with a dismissive wave. I am aware of the history of House Stark, Your Grace. Lord Strong interjected, and Viserys looked towards his hand with some surprise. Lord Strong met Viserys' gaze as he continued. House Strong has history that stretches back to the Age of Heroes. We have strong historical links with houses such as House Blackwood, House Reed, and House Stark, of course. We learn our and their history young. Viserys nodded lightly, and Lord Strong continued, though he turned to look towards his brother. Bran the Builder is to be a son of Brandon the Bloody Blade, who is himself a son of Garth Greenhand. Viserys' eyebrows raised. The father of the man who raised High Garden. Yes, Your Grace. Lord Strong said with a bowed head before he looked towards Aegon. You are using the example of kin making their own way to found their own lands as the basis for your reason, aren't you? You have made a fine choice in your hand, Viserys. Aegon said as he eyed Viserys for a moment before he looked towards Lord Strong and nodded. Yes. The example that I am using is merely the most famous one. Throughout history, sons and brothers and grandsons have all gone out to find their own way, and some of them, like Bran the Builder or the Fossaways, or the Florents and countless of other houses, have gone on to create their own fief where there was none. Viserys clenched his teeth before he relaxed and took several moments to think it over. Finally, he spoke up. The example that you used, half of them became kingdoms over time. Viserys could not help let the accusation form in his voice, and Aegon broke his neutral expression to one of exasperation. Is that what worries you the most? That your line won't be the only kings of House Targaryen? Aegon asked sharply, and Viserys did not like his tone of voice. Nevertheless he answered. No, what worries me is that another house with dragons acts independently of the throne. Viserys said, sharper and more stern. Aegon narrowed his eye before he relaxed his face and sat back. So that is the root of why you decided to change your stance on me? Aegon said evenly, and Viserys clenched his jaw before he breathed heavily through his nose and also sat back. Viserys gestured Lord Strong to speak on his behalf. And the man did so. You must understand the dangerous precedent you set, Prince Aegon. Lord Strong said entreatingly. A rogue dragon rider can decide to leave the realm and cause havoc throughout the known world, and have the potential to cause unprecedented levels of political and perhaps existential consequences for the realm at large. Such as you have accused me of doing. Aegon said with a thin smile as he tilted his head and he turned his eye towards Viserys. Yet the circumstance is not comparable. The moment you decided to disinherit me, and my line, without just causes, when you decided my involvement in the realm ended. Any oaths I held, any loyalties that was expected of me as a subject of the crown, ended instantly. Viserys clenched his jaw, but he remained silent as he looked towards Lord Strong, who felt his presence and spoke for Viserys. You have only been removed from the line of succession, and not from House Targaryen, Prince Aegon. Lord Strong interjected with a grave note to his voice. As such, you are still, by law, subject to the authority of His Grace, not only as his ruler but also as the elder brother and patriarch of House Targaryen. Lord Strong stated. Laws that could only apply to those resident within the confines of the Seven Kingdoms, Lord Hand. Aegon said with a sharp and thin smile, and Viserys could see Aegon's expression growing harder. Aegon continued. I do not hold lands within Westeros and nor am I a vassal with a fiefdom within the borders of the Seven Kingdoms. In every way possible, the law, new or old, does not, cannot apply. Aegon then turned to Viserys with his eye narrowed. And to claim as patriarch of our house is a bold one, given that by rights, Rhaenys ought to be head of House Targaryen as the surviving eldest of the eldest son of the eldest of House Targaryen, even if one considers Queen Rhaena and her daughters, for they died long before either of us were born, passing one the title of head of House Targaryen to grandfather. By all convention, Rhaenys is head of house. Aegon said with a hard stare at Viserys, and Viserys found himself leaning forward and, with a low but fury-laden tone of voice, he spoke. You go too far. Your Grace Lord Strong was silenced as Viserys raised his hand, and Viserys never kept his eyes away from Aegon. I had to disinherit you to protect Rhaenyra. It might have been wrong, but Rhaenyra is the future ruler of this realm. Her path has to be clear. Viserys said with firmness in his voice. It wasn't hard for Viserys to see that Aegon was still wroth with him for this injustice, and though Viserys could understand the injustice, Aegon was taking this too far. To claim that Rhaenys was the rightful head of their house. That was beyond petty, and it was dangerous. Suddenly the closeness of Aegon and the Velaryons, he liked it not. And that was your choice as king, to disinherit me and my children with Gale. Viserys did well to prevent himself from flinching. He was reminded that his decision to disinherit Aegon and his line also impacted his aunt Gale, the last daughter of his grandsire, the man that Viserys admired so. And the man who he slighted greatly by his decree. Nonetheless, it had to be done. Rhaenyra had to be protected. Aegon continued. And though you may try to use the legal grayness of the level of disinheritance to distinguish that you still hold authority over me, Aegon narrowed his eye. Ultimately, it does not matter, and I have no interest to discuss this further. Aegon raised himself a little taller and stared down at Viserys. King Viserys. Aegon's voice was hard as he spoke, though somehow he'd kept a cordialness in his body posture even as he stared at Viserys with a hard look. The terms of our agreement, are you still upholding them, or not? Viserys clenched his jaw, and for a moment, he thought he might well shatter his teeth. Finally, he relaxed enough to speak. I have given my word. I do not intend to break it. Viserys gestured towards Lord Strong, and the man brought out the documents. As outlined, Prince Aegon Targaryen and Princess Gale Targaryen and their line hold the sole claim to Elomeres and are recognized as the sole owners of the lands and islands known as Elomeres. House Targaryen of the line of King Viserys I and the line of Prince Damon, son of Prince Baelon, shall relinquish all claims to Elomeres, Lord Strong said as he passed the primary document over to Aegon. And in addition, the document that confirms and acknowledges your independence of crown authority with the condition that formal and binding ties with the Iron Throne is to be negotiated at a later time. At this, Viserys could see the first signs of anger. This was not agreed. Aegon's tone of voice was low as he stared with a glimmer of anger towards Viserys, and Viserys did not shirk to show the same stubbornness. My prince. Lord Strong's voice was entreating. You must understand, the Iron Throne cannot bear to hold no influence over a branch of the house that has 8 dragons to its name. And what is this influence meant to be? Aegon turned his gaze towards Lord Strong. Taxes? To swear oaths to the crown? Allowing second sons to take a piece of Elomeres at the suffrage of the crown? Aegon asked dangerously. None of that. Viserys was the one who interjected this time, and he drew attentions to himself and Viserys. The point is meant to ensure that the bonds between our houses are kept. And how do you see that this is done? Aegon asked. This time his voice was calmer, but it was still far from the calmness he so earlier displayed. Viserys felt some satisfaction at managing to anger his youngest brother. Marriages and trade to start with. In time, closer, political ties shall follow. Viserys said in answer, and it seemed to have calmed Aegon slightly. Both forms of ties I can accept. Aegon narrowed his eye. As for the third, I will never accept, however, any condition that imposes land grants or fiefdoms. Even to spare sons or grandsons of your line. The only way for them to be given a place in Elomeres is if I, or my eldest, allow it. Aegon's tone of voice brooked no dissent, and Viserys nodded tightly. He had no real intention to impose something like that. Throughout the entire day and eve, he'd not seen Aegon once show a glimmer of anger. The only time Viserys had seen any anger had been now, at this moment, when Elomeres seemed under threat in his eyes. You truly care for this land, don't you? Viserys thought to himself, and Viserys wondered if he would have ever felt that way had he chosen to remain and settle himself in Crack Claw Point. No, he didn't think he would have. Emma, you were right, as always, he was looking for a place to call home, and it looks like he's found it. Viserys calmed himself even more after that thought. Aegon took the 2 copies documents and he read it over, silently, for some time, and finally when he seemed he had enough, Aegon closed the deerskin in which the parchment had been enclosed in, and Aegon spoke up. You will realize the questions about the status of Elomeres will, still remain. Viserys pinched his expression before he nodded. Yes. Admittedly, perhaps Damon's outburst had been for the better. Since then, none had asked why Aegon had insisted on calling him King Viserys and not Your Grace. The small council and Rhaenyra, and I suppose Allison too, shall be let known of this agreement. Eventually, the agreement shall be let known to the realm. At a most opportune moment, I suspect. Aegon said with a thin smile, and Lord Strong inclined his head in confirmation. Rhaenyra's wedding and her complete ascension as ruler of Dragonstone must go without a misstep. After that, perhaps until after she has her first child, shall the full details of the agreement be known to the rest of the realm. If you intend to pass a copy of the signed document to the Citadel, it might leak then. Aegon commented, and Viserys scoffed. They will not. Otherwise I will know the source of the breach of secrecy and they will not escape it unscathed. Viserys said with displeasure. Understood. Aegon said, and there was a long and unpleasant silence, one that Aegon broke. Are we finished here? Aegon began to stand. I will do as I agreed and remind all that I waged the war with Viserys' consent to whomever has asked. Lord Strong, give us the room. Aegon, stay. Your Grace. Lord Strong said with a bow of the head before he began to depart, though Aegon was still standing up and watching Viserys intently. Viserys was quiet for a long time, long enough to make Aegon's expression grow more severe, but finally, he did say what he wanted to say but found difficult to do so. How is Gale? Viserys finally asked, and Viserys could see the surprise, mild as it was, on Aegon's face. She is well. I receive letters from Illymeres, incredibly infrequent as they are. So too are our children. Aegon smiled briefly. They are well and they growing fast. Castares, Polaris, Valar, Rena, Baela and Solis, if I remember rightly. All of them are well. Viserys said, and Aegon showed some amusement on his face as he spoke. Not quite right. It's Bryaneai and Solanis. But yes, all of them are well. They write to me in bundles of letters which are amongst my most prized possessions. Aegon said, and Viserys gestured Aegon to sit down, and his youngest brother took heed of his bidding and sat down. Even the youngest writes. Viserys was surprised to hear, and Aegon's lips twitched lightly and he shook his head. No, Gale writes for them. Viserys saw the small smile through Aegon's beard, and Viserys' heart ached at that. He felt that before. That happiness that was brought by the mere thought of the woman you loved. Aegon continued. Every night, she asks them if they have anything they wish to share with me. And most nights they do, and every time my ships return from Illymeres, they bring 50 to 100 letters of each of my child for me to read. Aegon raised his hand in amusement. My left hand is rather more muscular than that of my right thanks to all of this writing. Viserys couldn't help it and he laughed a little at that. After he was finished, he turned contemplative for a moment. I never wrote to Baelon, not personally, though my daughter did. They used to write to each other all the time. Sometimes I think of them, our grandfather and our grandmother reborn. Good reason to think so. They even have the dragons to match. Aegon said with a light smile, and Viserys nodded pleased at that. They do. They are a fine match. Viserys said, and there was another lull in silence, and Viserys found himself look at his brother. The scars, even across the table, the scars were prominent to see. Deep scars that looked years old. When did he even get it? Viserys wondered, and Viserys realized he knew so little about the life of his brother. His youngest brother, whom he'd seen leave when he was barely a man. I do not resent you. Viserys said as he broke the silence. I have never resented you. Even at my most angriest. I do not resent you either, Viserys. I never have. Viserys nodded slightly before he continued. I am glad to hear it. Viserys sighed heavily before he directly looked into Aegon's eyes. I wish to rebuild the bonds that have been broken between us, brother. Not only through diplomacy but through the bonds that we share as brothers. Aegon looked to digest that, and he took a moment before he inclined his head slightly. I can agree that. Brother. Aegon said with the faintest of smiles. Viserys nodded, this time a little sharper. He was not yet finished being angry with Aegon and all of the problems that he's caused to him, but he knew that duty came first. If he had to swallow his pride and be the one to make the overtures. So be it. Even if he thought his brother was undeserving of it. You might be interested to learn, Viserys, I managed to find a few books of Valyrian architecture that you would perhaps like. At this, Viserys could only raise his eyebrows in surprise as he was drawn out of his thoughts. Truly. Viserys intoned as he leaned forward, eager to learn more about what Aegon could have uncovered of their heritage. And so, that eve, all they did, was talk. The servants came and served wine whilst they talked and talked and talked. Talking about Valyria, talking about their families, and they talked about Illymeres and the buildings that Aegon hoped to replicate from old Valyria. And all thoughts of anger and bitterness was cast away, just for a good while of an eve. Break. Mid to late 114 AC King's Landing, September. Allison POV. The guards took their positions at the entrance of the September in King's Landing as Allison walked through the building. And as she walked, she saw 3 septas and a septon recognize her and make their way towards her. "Your Grace!" the septas and septon said in uniform as they bowed at her. Allison offered the 4 a warm smile before she walked through the halls of the September and towards the altar at the center of the September. Allison's hand fell to her belly, which she began to caress gently as she made her way towards the altar. When she arrived, she was greeted to a sight of a septa holding a cushion in her hands. "Please, Your Grace," the septa said, and Allison nodded gratefully at the woman. "You have my thanks, septa." The septa only smiled before she bowed and left her to her prayers. Allison fell to her knees with a little bit of trouble, but she managed to gracefully place herself on the thick cushion and she sighed slightly out relief. Being 6 moons pregnant, even when she was used to it, was no easy feat. She picked up a lighting stick at the edge of the altar and with a prayer to the mother, as she set the lighting stick alight from an already light candle, she moved to light an unburning candle with the stick. She prayed silently to the mother, praying for mercy for herself and that of her children, including the child that she was growing within her, and she prayed for justice, as she always did, from the Father, to arrive for her children. She was deep in prayer, deeply absorbed in grasping the presence of the gods, and she did not notice someone was nearing well until the person was behind her. She looked began her and her eyes widened in surprise which quickly melted in deep concern. "Please, good sister," Aegon said with a raised hand, and he smiled gently and harmlessly at her, and she was surprised to see that it was warmer than she'd seen at all since he'd arrived 2 days. Her eyes fell to the 7-pointed star amulet that was around his neck and she quickly looked back at his eye. "Prince Aegon," she said evenly and cautiously. "I have already given you leave to call me Aegon," Aegon said with a kept smile as he sat down on his knees beside Allison. "Aegon," she corrected as she looked away from him and towards the altar, though from the corner of her eyes she saw him pick up a lighting stick and she saw him close his eye after he lit the stick and took to light a candle with the small flame, his eye still closed. She quickly averted her eyes when he reopened his eye and she resisted the urge to bite at her nails. She did not know quite what to think of Aegon. She remembered him somewhat well. He had been handsome, especially with those eyes of his. Many a maiden had gossiped about those eyes of his, and with the Targaryen beauty, he was a favorable match for many a young maiden, regardless of his status as a third son who stood to inherit nothing. At the time anyway. She also remembered the incident with Princess Gale, when she disappeared and when many had lain the blame on him, even accusing him of terrible indecency. She did not think a prince could do that, though she had kept her mouth silent as it was not for her to speak of it. And her father had told her as well to keep silent, only listen for any news or rumors. Though she felt somewhat proud of herself when the rumors were proven false, and she did not think it wrong of Aegon to shun many of the court who had been vicious with the rumors. Still, even after all of that, she barely really knew him. The last time she'd spoken with him, which had been the longest as well outside of the brief talk on the day he'd come, a talk that Viserys stopped short, had brief and short, and it had been when she was made to stop reading to King Jaehaerys. Her father had been displeased and had pushed for her to be allowed to do it. But neither Gale or Aegon, and then later Viserys, had prevented her from doing so. She'd felt it unfair, at the time. She liked reading to the ailing king. Even if he did not really know her at all and confused her with Sarah, something she did not quite like but had accepted. After all, her father had told her that the king only dearly loved the Sarah before the scandal, and not the whore Sarah became after. Now though, she understood better. Gale had been the king's remaining daughter, the only one worth mentioning, and after the princess had lost her mother not long after illness befell her father, she could understand now, as a mother, more of how Gale would have wished to be there at all times for her ailing father. In any case, those were the only times she'd really interacted or had seen much of Aegon. And it was little basis for the man, her good brother, was now. And the stories, now, were conflicting. She'd heard the stories. All of them. Including the stories that her father had told her of his war. About how he'd overthrown city after city in Slavers' Bay and proceeded to mastermind the slaughter of the ruling classes, all whilst breaking the chains of the slaves, freeing hundreds of thousands in the process. From what her father told her, many thousands had died and many thousands more had died during the slave revolt. She thought it was justice, to see the slavers be given their dues, but her father had warned her that it was not as simple as that the matter was not a simple case of liberating slaves. No, her father had told her that it was a dangerous prospect for any prince of the blood to do as he wished without regard of the rules. She had not said much in answer, only nodding her acceptance, but she wondered how it could be right to focus more on whether or not it was right for someone to intervene in stopping their suffering. Remaining willfully blind to the suffering of others, many of whom would welcome the true gods of the faith, a faith that was centered on love and justness and righteousness, all of which the slaves had long not known, if they ever even known, could not be right either. Iron placed around the wrist and ankle of the faithful, gleeful and wickedly, they aroused the seven's anger, and thunder and plague descended upon the gleeful wicked, and the seven lighted the way back to the 7 hills of Andalos. The 7 have made it clear how they viewed the matter of slavery, and she thought him righteous in liberating the poor and restless. For that, she held Aegon in good esteem. The only major concerns she held over his character was the accusations of heresy. Grandmaster Melos had told her father about the report from the delegation, and thanks to her uncle, who had sent ships to Astapor and beyond, they discovered more about it. The accusations of heresy were unfounded. For the most part, the slaves had enshrined great honor on Aegon, so much so that they believed him a great hero. It did not surprise her. For the downtrodden, a glimmer of light was sweet as honey. The point that may have some cause of the crime of heresy was that there were reason to believe that Aegon's men believed him a prophet, which was a heresy amongst the greatest of order. There were only 7 prophets of the 7-pointed star, and the final prophet had been the voice of the gods and the eventual reason why Huger of the Hill crossed the narrow sea. The only point that saved Aegon was that he was not declaring himself a prophet, and there was no evidence to suggest that he was. And given the Targaryens were the kinds that many believed to be closer to gods than to men, even though they were not, she was of the opinion to withhold her judgment until she found evidence on the contrary. Your personal shield is quite the devoted man, Aegon said, and the suddenness startled her slightly. Still she recovered and turned towards him. Aegon jerked his head slightly, towards a direction, and she looked past him and saw Sir Criston Cole not that many paces away, watching them both. She turned back towards him. He is a man of honor and duty, she said in explanation, and she watched him closely as she'd said that. So it seems, Aegon said with a trace of a smile before he looked back at the altar and took another lighting stick, and she watched him perform the ceremony of the prayer, and she watched him close his eye and pray. Again, she looked towards his amulet, a glimmer of fascination taking hold of her. Viserys cared not for the faith. He did not worship the Valyrian gods like Rhaenyra claimed she did. She'd never seen her pray to them, not once, and the only she ever did anything religious was when the Septolin forced her, but he certainly was not a pious man. And Damon? Her expression twisted slightly and she fidgeted with her hands, which she stopped, forcibly, when Aegon reopened his eye. He turned to her and she forcefully set aside her curiosity about his scars, which no one really seemed to really know how they came to be, and watched him look away from her and look towards the father with a look of contentedness on his face. She understood whom he'd prayed to then, and she couldn't help but ask. What did you pray for? She asked, her voice quiet. Aegon turned to her, a mild look of surprise on his face, and he smiled slightly at her. My first prayer was to the smith. It surprised her, and it must shone on her face as Aegon continued. My men, I prayed for my men who sail the sunset sea. It is dangerous. It is treacherous. And I worry for them always. I pray to the smith for strength and to keep their ships working and see them to safety. I shall pray for them too, Allison promised, and Aegon smiled more widely at her. You have my gratitude, Aegon said before he frowned lightly as he continued. My second prayer was to the Father. To provide me the wisdom to be just and to allow me to be able to proffer good judgment with honor and dignity, even when it is hard to carry out. Aegon told her, and she was surprised again. I understand, Allison said, and she gave a genuine smile, and Aegon smiled at her in return, though his eye went towards her belly and a look of curiosity came across his face. I take it you prayed to the mother. I did, Allison said as she began to caress her belly, though she said little else in response to his question. It wouldn't do for him to learn of what else she truly prayed for from the gods. Whilst it was clear that Damon and Aegon, especially Damon, did not like each other at all, she did not know him. She did not know if he, too, was beset with madness when it came to contravening the laws of men and the laws of the gods. The only fortunate thing about this all, was that Rhaenyra clearly had not taken to her second uncle. Why, she did not know exactly. She thought it might be cause Aegon did not refer to her husband as Your Grace or knelt to him, but she understood well enough why that might be. Her father had explained that the possibility existed that Aegon would choose to become king of Illimaris, though now, after having spoken to her father yesterday, he'd mentioned that he now believed that it was possible that Aegon and Viserys reached an agreement of sorts. One that might not be kingship but something else, perhaps a lord paramountship that did not swear to the crown. What it was, she did not know. Not yet. But it was possible Rhaenyra did, and she was unhappy about it. In any case, it did not truly matter. What exactly made Rhaenyra be so short-sighted? She was merely grateful for it. She could only hope that Rhaenyra would go further and truly offend him. The man was not a man that let go of slights, and he was even willing to destroy everything his enemies held dear in revenge. The liberation of the slaves was such an outcome, even if it was slightly tainted by the minor sin of vengeance. And perhaps her father could be right in thinking that Aegon could be swayed to support Aegon, her Aegon, to his rightful place as the future king of the realm. I will pray to the mother too, for your sake, and that of my niece or nephew, Aegon said, and there was a note of humbleness, she thought, in his tone of voice. I thank you, Allison said genuinely. Good brother, she added. At this, there was a strange look on his face, and he looked away from her and he began to speak. Blessed is the faithful who avoids the treaded path of the wicked, glorious is who does not delight nor sit in the company of sinners, gracious is the one who delights in the law of the seven. Such man, such woman, shall be not wither in winter and shall bloom in summer. Her eyes widened the recitation of an obscure section of the seven-pointed star, and Aegon chuckled lightly as he glanced at her. Don't look so surprised. I am a pious man, Queen Alicent. Aegon said as he looked away from her. Even if people say behind my back that I am a foul sorcerer and a heretic. Alicent stared at him for a few moments before she answered. Does it bother? She heard the accusations, of course. She'd also heard from her father the accusations might have truth in them. But again, they were relying on the words of foreign merchants. It was not enough. It only bothers me if people turn from words to action. Aegon said with a light shrug of the shoulders. He turned to look at her. I grew up here, after all. In King's Landing. So did you, somewhat. I have always been subject to rumors from the time I was born until now. The meaningless words of others does not bother me. Aegon said, and she looked away from his staring and back towards the altar. I am sure you understand what I mean. Alicent remained quiet for a moment, wondering exactly what he meant. She knew, of course, the kinds of things that the court said about her. Especially ever since her father lost his position and Damon had returned to prominence. She was largely isolated in the capital now, but she had adapted. She had melted into the background, waiting and watching, and learning who was a danger to her and her children. The small council were neutral, for the most part, to her. If not even supportive, like Lord Wilde. The court itself, however, with the return of Damon and the upcoming nuptials between Rhaenyra and Baelon, was against her and her children. And she had her brother, Gwaine. And she had Sir Criston Cole. And the promise of her father that things would change for the better soon enough. She knew that her father had plans to return things into their favor, but they had to be careful. Overt actions, now, was not possible, especially as if anything was to happen to Rhaenyra, or gods forbid to Baelon, without anything happening to Damon, she knew that they would be in severe straits. I understand. Alicent said after a long few moments had passed. They remained in silence for quite some time, basking in the glory of the seven, and she found herself more content than she'd imagined herself to be. To be truthful, she found it almost a marvel. To see a Targaryen so pious, and she found herself dreaming consciously about her sons, praying beside her, pious and good at heart, as the rightful inheritors of the throne. One day, it will happen one day, she promised to herself. Finally, they both stood up and began to leave the September, and after she accepted Aegon's offer allow him to walk with her and her guards back to the Red Keep, she found herself wanting to ask a question that she personally wanted to know. The question of Illymaris. It was then that she saw the same look of contentedness she'd seen him wear as they basked in the glory of the seven in silence. It is a land of hope. A land of the seven. Aegon told her, and from the look she'd seen in his eye, she had little doubt that he believed it. He continued. A land that is rich in soil that takes to crops as babes takes to a mother's milk, weather that is warm even during the blight of winter, and weather that is nurturing but never suffocating even during the height of summer. Mountains bring the cool air and bring the rain, and there are rivers and lakes that are so clear that one can see one's reflection within the waters. Aegon explained with a smile on his face, and she could only listen. It sounds. Alicent trailed off for a moment before she settled on a word. Beautiful. Aegon smiled at her before he looked away from her. And the gods meant for me to find it. Aegon said after a few moments of silence. I believe this wholly. Aegon turned to look at her. The waters towards Illymaris are not kind. They are mountainous and they are rebellious even during clear skies. Dangerous waters that laughs at your bravery and your resolve and wishes to plunge you down into the depths where no light or warmth touches. Yet the ships my people, the people of Illymaris, built, are capable of surmounting the dangerous waters. The smith blesses them every journey they take, and the warrior blesses them with triumph. I see. Alicent said, and she seriously pondered his words. There were some that said that Aegon was blessed in the eyes of the gods. Many, in fact, though most were the small folk and the septons who delighted in a prince who fought against the wrongs of the world. She did not find it strange that she considered it possible. Given his piousness, she could believe that the gods favored him. I would like to see it one day. Alicent said, and she found herself meaning it too. She did not think she'd ever see it, not for a very long time at the least, but the thought of it was not something she wanted to discard. Perhaps when Aegon sat on that throne with her grandsons men of age, perhaps then she could see this land. I am glad to hear it. I'd like that. Aegon said before he looked away from her. After all, you are family. It would please us all, Gale and I, for you to meet your nephews and nieces. Alicent said nothing, but if one had to look at her face, one would see a smile that she wore the entire way back to the Red Keep. Chapter 36. Federimod, Viserys doesn't make sense if we're being honest. He is being irrationally clingy with members of his family. He wants things to stay the same, and nearby. The dragons not being under his auspice is only really secondary. Sonata 1992, because she is the mother of his nephews and nieces. He would like to at least be a cordial relationship with her, especially if he wants to be successful in taking at least one of the kids with him. Free arraignment, because Aegon doesn't see the value in telling him now. Because he knows Viserys. The man will not do what is necessary to stop this civil war from happening. Aegon telling him about the dance is pointless because anyone with a single wit knows that a civil war is coming. No one knew just how bad it would get in canon, that's it. Or they did, and wanted it to happen because it'd weaken House Targ. Everyone, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. I expect this chapter will probably have a lot of reviews I will need to respond to, part of the reason why I didn't respond to all of the comments, haha. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 114 AC King's Landing. Aegon continued to walk through the haze of grey fog, grey smog, the guilty frown on his face felt as heavy as chains of steel draped across his forehead. Groans, deafening groans, continued to chase him as he walked and walked and walked, aimlessly yet with purpose to find an escape, to run away, but it was nearing with every step he took away from them. On and on Aegon walked, pointlessly yet undefeated, and, for a moment, he thought the grey smog was weakening, lessening, but all that it revealed behind the smog was an absence. Aegon came to a stop, his eye wide, as he took on what he was sensing. The absence was visceral, as if matter was removed from existence with only a faint silhouette of it once existing, like the world remembered and pained at the absence, like someone suffering from phantom limb, and it stopped him dead. The groans grew louder. So much louder. And Aegon realized there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide but to face them. Aegon turned around and watched the grey fog and the dark figure in the distance, a dark figure that grew darker and darker until the grey fog could carry its secrets no more and revealed the figure for what it was. A mass of coagulated oily matter rolled and whined and crawled towards him, big oily faces with holes for mouths and eyes and ears roiled over to reform into the black mass only for other oily faces to take their place, a never-ending reminder of the faceless masses that he ended. You killed us. The cry through the groans and the moans was ephemeral, like the fleeting light of lightning during a thunderous storm, but it echoed through his bones with the might of a war hammer. Aegon could only stare with clenched teeth and with a forceful eye kept open, watching, seeing, the oily mass grow closer, not once blinking as the thing grew close enough to touch his feet. The faces began to shift and Aegon felt his countenance break as silver tufts formed on the scalps of oily black mass, and it radiated like starlight in the darkness of the night. Fath. He woke up in a startle, his whole body jerking as the sound of his chainmail rattled in his movements, and Aegon found himself coming into full consciousness with himself panting as if he was short of breath and the sight of his dagger in his outstretched hand. Only then, he realized that there was a soft whine from beside him and he turned to look at the sound and he saw Rex, the old greyhound girl, with her snout enclosed by a steel wire-like muzzle, watching him with furtive and concerned big eyes. Aegon sighed silently before he smiled faintly at the old girl and brought his hand to her head, his hand sinking into the loose furry skin. I'm all right, girl. Aegon's voice was quiet as he left unsaid the last parts of his sentence. Just another of the same night. He looked towards the rest of his room, towards the far side. On 2 beds at the far wall, which lay side by side, were 2 of his guards sleeping upon it, Sir Reaver and Sir Darryl. They were still clad in much of their under armor, the thick garment inlaid with leather strips to protect critical areas of the chest underneath the chainmail and armor, and they were sound asleep. Aegon turned to look towards the skies and saw that it was just about dawn. Early. Another soft whine drew him back towards the old girl and he smiled at her before he sat up and placed her head on his lap. Just a little while longer, I promise. Aegon said as he moved to remove the bolt from her muzzle. Coming back to these accursed lands, knowing what he knew of the supposed old gods, and especially considering what else he planned to settle, which may well be the very last thing he'd ever do if he misstepped in checkmating them, he knew that he had to go above and beyond in safeguarding himself until then. Including safeguarding himself from the most loyal of animals. As if it wasn't bad enough that he had to pretend so much, skirt around the questions of the nobles without once faltering, also that he wouldn't find himself exposed to an attempt of a sham trial whilst he legally secured the independence with the crown so that his descendants wouldn't have to deal with this lot, he also had the metaphysical irritants to worry about. Aegon removed the bolt from her snout and carefully removed the muzzle from her and he was greeted to a series of loud barks, which began to stir the sleeping men, and she then moved to work her jaw, causing Aegon's smile to broaden a little as he rubbed her scalp a little more affectionately. Suddenly, the doors to his chambers opened and 2 men, Sir Reaver and Sir Brun, clad in full armor and with swords unsheathed, streamed into the room. My prince! Sir Reaver called out alarmed and Aegon raised his hand silencing the protective guard. Just merely the old girl letting me know of her displeasure of having her snout locked away. Aegon said with a mild smile on his face before he gently moved the old girl's head towards the side of him before he stood up. I see. Sir Reaver said with a firm nod. My prince. The man then proceeded to sheath his sword whilst Sir Brun took towards now awake but still sleepy men. His 4 guards, which Viserys allowed him to have in the Red Keep, were on alternating guard duty. 2 asleep and 2 awake when Aegon was sleeping. "Up you wastrels!" Sir Brun called out as he pushed the men up, who began to curse at Sir Brun only to realize where exactly they were and quickly fixed themselves up. Aegon paid it little mind and turned towards Sir Reaver. "Call out to a servant to have them make the cooks make us the usual to break our fast." "Of course, my prince," Sir Reaver said before he bowed and left the room. It was some time later that Sir Reaver arrived, and a little while longer before the servants brought in food from the kitchens, plates and plates worth. After the servants left, Aegon whistled lowly and Rex arrived at his feet before she jumped and placed her forepaws on the top his leg. "Go, girl," Aegon said before he clicked his teeth, 2 sharp and quick clicks, and soon enough, Rex placed her forepaws on the table and sniffed over the food and pitchers with her large snout. She moved across the table, the men having stepped aside, and they all watched as Rex did her business. Finally, after some time, she came to Aegon and placed her forepaws on his leg, a soft whine emanating from the back of her throat, and Aegon scratched the back of head affectionately. "Good girl," Aegon said. Rex was the most successfully trained dogs by the dog beritters, now officially the royal kennel masters, who have been trained to obey without fault and trained to smell all kinds of poisons known to man. Her success rate, even as a young dog less than a year old, had been near faultless, and as she'd grown, she'd passed every single test without fail, even the tests that included poisons that were masked to upset and confuse her. She was a star, Aegon thought as he rubbed her head a little longer, and fortunately, from what he was hearing from Gale, the 3rd generation of trained dogs were all much better taking to the training, as well as Rex has. And from what he was seeing, it was a good choice to take her with him, even if it did little to protect him when he was out of this room. But that was why he was eating nearly a full day's worth of food intake now, so that he sparingly touched the food in this place. He picked up one of the plates, which had several kilos worth of lamb cuttings on it, and placed it on the ground in front, who quickly began to devour the food. And Aegon gestured towards the men to take their place beside him, and soon enough, after a few quick prayers from the men dug into their meal. After they were well into their eating, Aegon noted the hesitating expression and the furtive glances sent his way by Sir John, and Aegon let it go for a little while until the looks kept on coming. "Speak, Sir John," Aegon remarked, his eyes still on the piece of ham he was cutting. "After a few moments, my prince, you should try again and convince your brother to allow you arms," Sir John said earnestly and entreatingly. Aegon had been blunt and honest with all of his men and sailors prior to their setting sail, at least as much as he could be. They were entering, as good as, enemy territory, who may well use his attendance to divide his family and engineer a way to eliminate him and / or members of his family. It was the truth, for as much as he could tell. This wedding was a great opportunity for their enemies, hidden and known, to do something about him, a place where he was not the one in control at all. The admission had been useful and galvanized his men more to remain focused. "He won't allow it," Aegon said before he put the piece of ham into his mouth, and it was only then, as he chewed, that he looked up to meet Sir John's eyes. Viserys had almost let him go to remain at the block of manses by the docks with the rest of his men instead of allowing him his guards at the Red Keep. Only after seeing that Aegon was dead serious and not trusting in the security of the Red Keep did he relent and allow him 4 guards and Rex, though Aegon had explained her away as precious pet, which had seen Viserys look at him baffled. Anyway, Viserys' acquiescence had come only after a series of choice words that detailed the dangers that could lurk in the halls and the walls of the Red Keep, which he worsened by telling Viserys that a wedding with so many nobles and royalty, all in the same place, was dangerously alluring to enemies of their house. He hadn't liked ending their reconciliation of that first night in such a manner, for it drew back the conversation towards Aegon's wars, even if the list of enemies to their house was plenty outside of the enemies Aegon had created. The contempt and anger that Viserys tried to hide from him when he'd spoken about the means in which their enemies could ruin the wedding. In any case, amidst all of that contempt and anger, there was also concern, likely fear, and that was what he wanted to see. The comments had touched a nerve. And so, the kitchens were more guarded and there were more guards around the Red Keep in general. The King's Guard too seemed to be more on alert with how many guests were currently occupied within the halls of the Red Keep. It was not enough, in Aegon's opinion, but it was better. When Viserys has decided something, he will hold on to it with defiant stubbornness. Aegon continued after he'd swallowed the piece of ham, and he began to slice the sausage in half. "It will only grow his ire, if I speak of it more." In all honesty, Aegon was regretting coming back. Not because he was seeing things that were not as he expected, things were near exact as he expected, but because he was unsure he'd be able to cope with dealing with the fallout, whatever it be, and get out of it alive. It might just be his paranoia, but Aegon was as doubtful about his paranoia being well earned as he was about his ability to get out of the Red Keep alive. There were just so many vectors at this wedding. The High Towers, Damon, the free cities, particularly Tyrosh, Myr, Volantis and even Bravus, and then there was the opportunist houses with their own agendas. He'd asked Edwin to have Carol consume some more of the dwindling supply of watered-down shade of the evening before he'd left Astapor and those paintings. The first of the 8 paintings was a replication of the one of the earlier paintings, the one with a pair of flames in the shape of eyes casting over monoliths of black stone and loomed over red-bricked monoliths, but this time it including a brighter, yellower flame that was in the backdrop of everything. Clearly, it meant Volantis and the Red Faith. And a new development of some kind which seemed to tie up to the tense inaction of Volantis was involved in. The second and third paintings hinted towards something Aegon was surprised at and did not understand. The paintings showed black mountains with sharp and monstrous teeth that had incisors the size of swords relative to the rest of the monstrously sharp teeth. There were 2 other paintings that Aegon had no real clue about with how Edwin had described them, paintings that had shared vague symbolisms about the sun, or what appeared to be a sun. The first of the 2 had described a ball of flame that took up most of the frame of the painting, and it was set against a backdrop of black, which seemed like it could be the backdrop of the night sky, but Aegon couldn't be sure. What could the symbolism of that mean? The second of the 2 paintings that Aegon considered to be pairs of each other, included the same kind of ball of flame, but instead, there was also a second but much smaller ball of flame, one that had a violet hue and that was linked with root-like threads to the larger ball of flame. He'd asked Edwin to request Carol to paint again after the time restriction imposed to wean the alchemist painter off of the addictive nature of the drug was finished, but it seemed like there was nothing new about it, with Carol merely painting the same kind of paintings over and over again. In any case, the most pertinent paintings were 2 of 3 remaining paintings that showed him that he had great cause to be concerned. 2 of the remaining 3 paintings, which was replicated in the later paintings by Carol, showed worm-like WIRMs that looked dead after dying in an attempt to crawl out of burning caves, and the other a single torn-off silver dragon-like wings by a coast of blood, which could be taken to corroborate with visions of draconic bellies being scratched at by rats that he'd seen in the flames by Tolos, where there was a plot to kill Targaryens in the womb. Or perhaps generally kill Targaryens that live now. If that isn't a warning to take heed of, well. To say that he was paranoid that he was finding himself as an unwitting piece to some plot with him to be framed for it, would be understating it. With Viserys forcing himself to pretend that he cares for Aegon, all in some show of twisted and strange sense of brotherly and patriarchal duty, which is barely a veneer for his true goal to ensure that Aegon and his branch don't become a mortal enemy to his line and his descendants, since he can't actually force him or his children to be obedient little spares living on his sufferance, it would not be difficult to succeed in framing him for a crime. Damon was Damon, and after the morning supper he had with Damon, Baelon, Rhaenyra, and Viserys, he knew that his brother still held him in contempt and dislike that might well be hatred, and all of the remaining interactions, brief they may have been, only solidified that. The only surprise was that Damon had not called out Aegon for a friendly spar, and the only reason he could think of that not yet happening was Viserys. Aegon hummed silently as he moved away from those thoughts, instead thinking back on Baelon and Rhaenyra. Both were a reflection of their fathers. Unfortunately. Rhaenyra more so than Baelon. Just a few hours with the girl, a little girl he remembered once to be a bright and happy little thing, had made that clear. Needling him, with a sense of entitlement about Illymaris and how it was a great accomplishment for their house and that she would honor him for what he had done in service for their house if only Aegon would have allowed it. And it hadn't exactly stopped there, either. It was clear that all around the table had come to know about the settlement he'd reached with Viserys and that neither Rhaenyra or Damon thought well of it. Baelon, curiously, had largely kept to himself, barely saying a single word during the meal, and the only thing that he noted from him, was that Baelon had little interest in getting to know Aegon, or his cousins in Illymaris. Outside a few questions asked by Viserys about his sons, which Aegon had answered as sparingly as polite, none of them had any interest in his children. Or Gale. To say it had been a trying meal, was putting it lightly. And then there was the fact that Damon seemed to delight in Rhaenyra's attempts to show her disapproval and what she thought was how things were meant to be, all whilst Aegon was doing his damnedest to eat as little as he could without arousing suspicion. He avoided having to sit through another such meal with them after that. Even his pragmatism and patience had a limit. And he was fast approaching a point where his willingness to forgive but not forget, when it came to family, was being strained to its limits. "No offense, my prince, but your brothers are cunts," Sir Devar said bluntly, and it caused Sir Reaver to choke on his drink. "Idiot, mind where we are," Sir Brun growled as he pushed the older man to nearly to fall off of his seat. "My apologies, my prince, but I say as I see it true," Sir Devar said as he glared at Sir Brun before he sat back properly on his seat. "Say it with 1,000 times more tact, Sir Devar," Aegon said with a mild look of reproach on his face. Sir Devar was not like Sir Brun, Sir John, or Sir Reaver, all three being Westerosi natives like Aegon himself. The three, like other natives he'd taken with him, still had some amount of consideration for his family here. Sir Devar, a former slave and now a knight who'd soon turn back to farming, had no such considerations for them. "Of course, my prince. My apologies." Aegon waved it away. "In any case, Sir John," Aegon began as he met the knight's eyes, "we have little way but to have me persevere through the wedding. Hence why he was eating a full day's worth of calories now instead of later when there were plates and plates of food and drink. Of course, he'd still have to eat lest he'd turn suspicion onto himself, but he could finagle himself away to eat from plates that had already been served and eaten by the attendees. The last thing he wanted was to draw attention to his lack of eating. They continued to eat their meal, mostly in silence, and by the time they neared to finishing their meal, there was a knock on the door. Sir Reaver was the man to stand up and go towards the door, and one of the Cargyle twins alongside a few guards was there. Aegon eyed the young knight with curiosity. Ricard Thorne, the new Lord Commander, had shown his displeasure plain on his face when Viserys had acquiesced to allow Aegon his 4 guards. Likely thought it a blemish on his armor that there were foreign guards in the royal wing of the Red Keep. Curiously, he could see none of that judgment on the young knight. Prince Aegon the King's Guard began, pausing momentarily as he eyed the table of nearly finished plates of food before he looked back towards Aegon. Her Grace the Queen has requested that you break your fast with her and her children. Aegon considered it for a moment before he spoke up. 2 of my guards will come with me. Aegon said as he met the King's Guard's gaze. The King's Guard showed a glimmer of dissatisfaction but nodded sharply. They will not be permitted into the dining room. There was a hint of challenge in the man's voice, but Aegon thinly smiled before he answered. They will remain at post by the doors. Aegon responded with a tone that brooked no argument, and the King's Guard showed a glimmer of dislike before he nodded. Aegon was pleased enough with that. Very well. Give me a moment. Aegon said as he met the King's Guard's eyes. The King's Guard bowed his head slightly before he left, and Sir Reaver closed the door. Aegon then stood up and walked towards the bed and picked the muzzle before he crouched down at the laying greyhound. She let know her displeasure at the muzzle with a soft whine and the shaking of the head, but Aegon was gentle but firm as he got the muzzle around her snout. Aegon then stood back up and looked towards Sir Reaver and Sir Brun. I won't be back until later in the day. Lock the door and rest. Aegon said as he handed his dagger to Sir Reaver and left behind his castle-forged sword by the bedside table. The 2 men sounded out their compliance, and soon enough Aegon was following the King's Guard with 2 of his guards following them. As they arrived at the dining room on the rightmost wing of the holdfast, there were 3 main dining rooms, a dining room that had windows that overlooked the gardens and the Blackwater Bay. He was starting to hear occupancy of the room, chatter too dull to hear anything but that of sound that came from voices, and soon enough, Aegon walked past the guards that shielded the doors and entered the room, and he was greeted by a sight of 4 children, Alicent, Sir Criston, and a few maids that attended to 2 youngest of the children. The 4 children, Aegon, Helena, Aemond, and Jaehaerys, they all shone with a bright and light halo around them, and with their center of being having the same telltale markings he'd seen in the likes of Sir Reaver and Sir Gaelanis, and, of course, far more pronounced in Laena, Laenor, Rhaenys. The telltale markings of the ancestral song of the Dragon Lords. Markings may not be the right word to see, for he could barely perceive after more than a year of trying to train his sight, but it was the best meaning he could give it. And their markings were just as strong as the markings he'd seen in Damon and Rhaenyra, though Damon's halo was grey and about as grey as that of Aegon's. Viserys' halo was a little duller and his markings weaker, but Aegon had ascribed that to his illness that was consuming him from the inside. Baelon was the curious one. There was no doubt that he was a Targaryen. If his bonding with Vermithor did not make that clear, then certainly his face certainly did. He looked much like Damon, though Aegon thought Baelon resembled his grandfather more in the shape of his face. But nonetheless, his telltale markings were more of the same as Viserys, even if his halo was as vibrant as it should be for a boy his age. Why, Aegon could not tell for certain, but he wondered if it was because of his heritage as a Royce, a first men house as storied as the likes of the Starks and the Durandons. He did not see much that resembled what he'd seen in Lionel Strong, and his 2 sons whom Aegon had met 2 days ago. Markings that he could sense were distinctly different from those who he could tell had dragon blood in their veins. But then, he mused as he eyed Alicent, who oddly did not appear to be like Lord Strong. Shouldn't these children have the same weakening of their markings, especially since the Hightowers were a hybrid house of first men and Andals? Like the Strongs? His entrance caused the chatter to die down a little as all eyes went towards him, and Alicent smiled demurely before she rose up and said, "Good brother. I am gladdened to see you accept my invite." Alicent then waved the King's Guard aside. "I could not refuse, good sister, but I must warn you that I have broken my fast already," Aegon said as he walked over towards a spare seat that was conveniently next to his little namesake, a hidden glance towards Sir Criston, who watched him with hawk-like eyes. He knew only a little about the man through what Selyse had shared. A knight who'd won against his brother in a combat of arms which later yielded him a place as a sworn shield for Otto Hightower, and now he was a sworn shield for Alicent. And a very dedicated one, it seems. "It's no matter," Alicent said kindly, her hands resting on her swollen belly, and Aegon idly wondered how much of her kindness was genuine and how much was trained in a show. "Is it true that you are a sorcerer that burns people alive?" The comment made Aegon falter in his steps, and he turned towards the person who asked the question, the eager-eyed Aegon the Younger. "Aegon, do not insult your uncle," Alicent hissed out angrily as she began to move towards her eldest son, but Aegon raised his hand to halt her, and after a brief smile was sent her way, turned to look towards Aegon whilst he took his seat. The boy of 7, near 8 named days, wilted slightly under the fury of his mother, but the look of curiosity remained in his eyes. I do not burn people alive, mini-me. Aegon said with a brief smile of amusement on his face, which grew at the look of the displeasure on the boy's face. My name is Aegon, like you. Like the conqueror. It is not mini-me. Aegon said with a wrinkled nose before he continued, nary a breath taken in the pause. But you are a sorcerer? Everyone thinks so. There was a brightness in the boy's eyes when he spoke further. Is that how you conquered everything? With magic and your dragon? Like the conqueror did, but without the magic. The questions came like rapid fire and Aegon's lips twitched at the excitability of the boy. Aegon looked towards Allison, who he saw look moodily disappointed in Aegon the younger, the kinds of looks that mothers gave that was devastating to a boy so young, and Aegon, after seeing the hidden faces of the maids who pretended not to listen, returned to look towards Aegon the younger. I'm not a sorcerer, nephew. Aegon said with a faint smile on his face, and he was granted a mixed look of disbelief and suspicion. Whomever told the boy that Aegon was a sorcerer was close to the boy. He's been here 4 days and he'd barely seen these children in all of that time, and they were located in the same wing of apartments. He'd seen more of Rhaenyra and Baelon than he'd seen these children. Whether it was voluntary, or otherwise, it was clear that the children were being kept apart, and that meant that whomever the children were exposed to, had the trust of Allison. That could only be a few people. Her brothers. Her father and the other Hightowers. That sworn shield. The ladies in waiting. He leaned towards it, being one of the Hightowers. Perhaps all of them. If that was the case, it didn't bode too well for him. Not that it boded well if it was someone else either. Especially once it was known that Aegon's title as prince was more honorific now than it was because he was a prince of the realm, signaling that he was not exactly protected by the oaths that were owed to House Targaryen in Westeros. In any case, he'd played the matter of magic and that of heresy well enough these past 4 days, and most of the nobles were more interested in his campaigns in Essos anyway, but still, he wanted the matter to be dead whilst he was so exposed here. There was a reason why Miss Aragorn was keeping a low profile on Driftmark and in wait, just in case. Aegon continued, the smile on his face not having faltered after those thoughts. And it is not a nice thing to say that I am a sorcerer. It is actually a very mean thing to say, especially since I have done nothing to make people want to say such mean things about me for no reason, nephew. Aegon said with a disappointed frown on his face as his smile wavered. Aegon the younger's eyes widened at that, but before he could speak, someone else piped up. You're not a sorcerer, uncle. Aegon turned to look towards Aemond, the 4-named-old boy, who leaned on the table with both of his hands as he glared at Aegon in a cute childish way. Precocious, aren't you? Aegon mused, impressed as he was. Not so much at the butchering of the words, but rather the boy's ability to follow the conversation as well as he was to be able to pick up the intent in Aegon's words. Sorcerer. Aegon the younger said snippily back at Aemond, who somehow managed to glower at Aegon the younger, leaving Aegon to wonder where the boy could have learnt to expression that emotion. When he saw that Allison was going to interject, Aegon gestured towards Allison in a way that she understood, and she stopped herself from intervening. I don't think you're a sorcerer either. Aegon the younger added, and Aemond was quick in his response. Liar. And for a few moments, the boys called each other names, with Aemond growing redder by the second as their voices rose in volume, and Aegon decided then to intervene. Boys. Aegon's tone of voice was stern and harsh, the volume of the word he'd spoken, sharp and deep, cut through the dining room like a sword through flesh. It silenced both of the boys instantly, and he was met with startled looks of surprise from most of the people in the room, including Helena, who'd seemed far more interested in arranging the peas on her plate all the time he's been here. I still have it. He'd used the voice with his elder sons a number of times when they were in need of stern talking to. To see that he still had it was quite nice. Aegon. He turned to look at the eldest boy, a stern look on his face which Aegon relented on when he saw the boy wilt under the look. Nephew. Aegon's voice was gentler than before, but it was firm. You are the eldest of your brothers and your sister, Aegon. He started it. Aegon the younger murmured as the boy looked away from his gaze. He did. Aegon acknowledged, and the acknowledgement caught the boy by surprise as he looked at Aegon with wide eyes. Aegon noted that reaction down before he continued. It was mean of your little brother to call you a liar, but it was also mean of you to call him an ugly snake. Aegon said with a raised eyebrow. I didn't mean it. Aegon the younger defended himself. I can tell, but your little brother won't be able to tell. He is only 4 days old. You are his elder brother, his only elder brother. Do you really want to hurt your brother by saying mean things? Like how people try to hurt me by calling me bad names. Aegon posed to the young boy. No. Aegon the younger murmured before he looked towards Aemond, and, after a few emotions cycling on his face, he reluctantly murmured, I'm sorry, Aemond. Well done. Aegon said with satisfied smile on his face before he moved to place a hand on Aegon's head, though he paused when he heard the sounds of plate armor moving from behind him. Aegon glanced over his shoulder and saw Sir Criston with a hand on his hilt and then looked to meet the man's gaze. The man stared at him and Aegon could see that the man was ready to cut him down. Sir Criston. Allison warned, and it took several more moments before the man let go from the hilt of the sword, but the man did not break his gaze for several moments longer before he looked away and bowed his head towards Allison. Aegon turned to look at Allison, who had an apologetic look on her face, and Aegon assuaged her with a trace of a smile before he looked back at Aegon the Younger and placed his hand on his head and scruffled up his head. It takes a big man to know when you've made a mistake and an even bigger man to own your mistake and do something to make it right. Aegon said to his younger nephew. It was heartening as much as it was saddening to see the young boy lean into his hand and wear that happy and proud little smile on his face. Before Aegon could think any more on it. Me too. I'm also good. Aemond yelled across from the table. Aemond, sit back down on your seat. Allison scolded as she stood up to discipline the boy. Allison, it's all right. Aegon said with a reassuring tone of voice. He really did not mind. Moments later, the boy came racing towards him and Aegon chuckled lightly before he placed the child on the knee on the leg that was beside Aegon. Now boys, do you want to hear the story about the wild deserts of Astapor and the mountains they carved up and lived in, or do you want to hear the story of the huge river that moved and rose like a snake around Mirian and its huge houses, or do you want to hear the stories about how I sailed all around old Valyria and fought 100 battles a day against hundreds of scary and terrible slavers? The story of Mirian. Battle. The two boys spoke over each other and Aegon chuckled lightly before he leaned back in his chair, smiling at the two boys. Very well. Aegon said in a serious tone. It seems like both of you want different stories, so I must tell both of them. Unfortunately, they are very, very long stories, so you must ask your mother if you can stay and listen. Mother. Can we stay for all of the stories, mother? Again the two boys spoke over each other and Aegon turned to look towards Allison, who appeared to make a show of having a look of deliberation. Only if you behave. I promise. Promise. Allison's expression relented. Very well, you may stay and listen after you finish your meal. Allison said before she pinned a look on her children, and it was moments later that Aegon the Younger began to practically hoover up his meal whilst one of the maids brought over Aemond's plate for him to eat. Aegon looked towards Helena and saw her still nibbling at her food, with her peas arranged to look like a snake or a worm. Do you also want to stay and listen, Helena? Aegon waited for a few moments, but the girl did not respond, and before Aegon could speak more, Aegon the Younger piped up. She doesn't speak to anyone. Not really. Aegon the Younger said before he put another mouthful of scrambled eggs in his mouth. Helena is different. Allison carefully said, drawing Aegon's attentions. She is shy and doesn't talk to people she doesn't know. I see. Aegon said before he looked towards the girl of 5 named days. He wondered if she was honest. The girl looked up from her meal and directly met his gaze, and he was surprised to see that she seemed like she wasn't looking at him. Many eyes, does it hurt having so many? Helena asked in a murmur before she regained focus in her own violet eyes after she'd blinked a few times before she looked down at her meal, as if nothing happened. But for Aegon, he did not think that this was nothing. Forgive her ramblings, she has a wild imagination. Allison said, and he glanced towards her, saw her with a fixed smile. She does that all the time. Aegon the Younger helpfully supplied, and Aegon looked towards the younger boy. Say weird things. Draw weird things. The other day, she drew a fly. A fly, and she named it after me. Aegon the Younger said with a wrinkled nose before he took another bite of his meal. Or perhaps she drew me. Flies possess eyes unlike most other. Aegon set aside the thought of when the girl could have learnt what a fly's eyes looked like and instead turned towards Allison. There is nothing to forgive. Mine own daughter Rena likes to draw as well. Aegon said to Allison, and his comment drew a smile from her. But unlike my daughter, yours might well be a seer, Aegon thought as he leaned back and waited patiently for the boys to finish their meals. He couldn't be sure she was, but he would still remain in King's Landing for another week after the wedding tonight, long enough for him to figure out if she was. And if she was. Aegon looked towards Helena, who still nibbled at her food with the kinds of behavior that marked that she might have a touch of autism or OCD, with a considering look for a moment before he looked towards Aemond, who had been scraping at the plate with his fork and began to help the child with cutting the piece of meat into something more bit-size. Ever since Viserys proposed a possibility of matching Aemond with Rena, he'd considered the idea of securing Helena for his eldest, but had largely dismissed it for the simple reason that the Hightowers needed Helena to remain. They needed Helena as either a match with a great house, such as the Lannisters, the Baratheons, or most likely the Valyrians through Corwyn, or they would match her with Aegon the Younger to further legitimize him in front of the realm as a legitimate eldest son of House Targaryen. Matching Helena with a distant branch house, who were moons away from providing any kind of aid at a time they'd need it, compounded by the fact that Aegon would not relent from having Helena raised amongst his children. Getting them to give up Aemond was going to be hard enough. No, it was going to be as impossible as getting Helena as a match for his son. The need of Aemond as a dragon rider superseded almost everything, considering how strong the Black faction was with Vermithor, Silverwing, and Caraxes. It was almost certainly why his little nephew Aegon the Younger was made to bond with a large and grown dragon like Dreamfire at only 5 name days, a decision that reeked of miserable desperation. And if they failed to win over House Velaryon to their cause? I'm finished. Aegon the Younger declared, and Aemon spoke through a full mouth before he pushed aside the plate and looked upward at Aegon. Well done, both of you. Aegon said with a smile before he sat up a little as he adjusted Aemon and put him on his knee facing Aegon the Younger. I wish I could save you from the hardship and pain you will suffer at the ambitions of others. Aegon thought somberly. And I wish I was strong enough to take you away from all of this. Now, I shall start with the story of Astapor and its wild and dangerous deserts where it was so hot it turned sand into glass. A little while later, the servants and the guards took the children away, back to their royal apartment, and it left behind Aegon and Allison with the ever-present shadow of Sir Criston Cole. The 2 boys were reluctant to leave after his stories, particularly Aegon the Younger who, by means of being older, was grasped more by the stories Aegon told and had enraptured him so. Thank you for today. Allison said after the children had left the dining room, and Aegon turned to look at her, and saw a look of appreciation on her face. It is no matter. Truly. I enjoyed regaling them with the stories. Aegon paused for a moment before he smiled at her, a soft hum leaving him before he continued. They remind me of mine own children. I could always make them sit and listen with my stories. At this Allison's smile grew wider. I can understand. Even I was taken by your stories. She paused for a moment before she eyed. I had worried that you might tell them too much, but I had cause to be afraid, in the end. Even the parts, such as the part about the people of Astapor being reborn into angels, a winged people that are good and true, and dragged the stone remains of the harpies into the sea. She trailed off for a moment before she continued. You tell your stories so well and so decent. Decent. One word to describe the perfuming of the shit that is war. They are children, after all. At this age, they only need to be told stories, no matter how wild and how unrealistic it is. Aegon said to her. He'd skirted around what he ought to tell his eldest children, but he'd always done it in a way that was more of a lesson than it was a story. A bit like today, in all honesty. Allison nodded lightly, a smile on her face. I agree. There was a moment of pause before she spoke again. Aegon and Aemond, even Helena, would surely enjoy another morn or eve such as today. Aegon considered it for a moment before he nodded. He was still going to try and win over Allison to the idea of Aemond coming back with him. It was clear that she cared for her children, as any mother did. The only problem that he saw with her with regards to this, was that she was very much the kind of noble-born mother of the era. Distant and judgmental without nearly enough affection to counter it. It also did not help that she was well aware of the threat her children posed to Damon and Rhaenyra, likely spelled out gruesomely by her father, though he doubted she did not know in the first place anyway. She seemed intelligent enough to realize the situation for what it was. After all, it was why she allowed the danger of Aegon bonding with a grown dragon despite his fragile age, and also why she'd invited him given that he was definitely not in the inn with the so-called Black faction. Despite the fact that the Hightowers likely did not think well of him given that the children had overheard those close to Alicent calling him a sorcerer. In any case, he hoped that the maternal instinct, or fear perhaps, would tide her over the edge whilst seeing that Aegon was a pious and a family man, and not the heretical sorcerer that he was all but being accused of being. I would like that. I have missed many years of my nephews' and nieces' lives. I owe them many stories. Aegon said with a light smile on his face, and Allison smiled back before she bid her goodbye and made to leave, her shadow following her obediently. Aegon's expression fell as he watched darkly at the man's back. He did not like that man. He was more than eager to strike at him, a member of House Targaryen, the very house he serves, even if he serves it through Alicent. Was it because he believed Aegon a sorcerer, or because his devotion to Alicent and her children was that severe that he would strike down anyone, including Targaryens, in their defense? Whatever the case, I do not like how men within the Red Keep itself could dare to strike at a prince of House Targaryen. Viserys, your house is in disorder. My prince. His guards greeted as they walked into the room, and Aegon lessened the dark look when he saw them coming and set aside his thoughts for now. Come. I will visit the Velaryons. Aegon said to his guards. The Velaryons were in the other royal wing of the holdfast, and so too was Jaehaeryn and the cousins that remained loyal to her. After that, well, it'd be time for the wedding. He only hoped his paranoia was wrong. Later that day, lively music played, low chatter and laughter rang around as the lords and ladies of the realm sat at tables on the repurposed throne room. The attendance was spectacular. Lords and ladies of the Reach, lords and ladies of the Westerlands, lords and ladies of the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale. Nearly every house worth its salt was in attendance, and even beyond Westeros, there were dignitaries of Braavos and Tyrosh, and it was a curious sight to see the dignitaries seated next to House Bracken and House Mouton. House Tully with their Lord Grover Tully, Lord Paramount of the Trident, Master of Riverrun. The Lord Commander Rickard Thorne announced as the Tullis walked into the throne room with his sons Oscar Tully and Humphrey Tully, 2 men that he'd gotten to know a little during the progression. If I remember correctly, you were on good terms with the sons of Lord Tully. Came the voice beside Aegon. Aegon glanced towards the direction of the voice and he saw Lord Strong looking at him inquisitively. Aegon did not mind the Lord Strong. He'd been partial to the man since he'd read that letter in Phaloris that laid the blame on Lord Strong's feet for the offence given in the earlier letter. Since then, though it had only been a handful of occasions, the impression the burly man had given had only solidified his opinion on the man. A dutiful enough man who seemed to have Viserys' best interests in mind as a priority, always. Even at the cost at himself. Even at the cost of taking humiliation and blame for something he was not to blame for. The bullshit the man had helped engineer about the matter about independence of crown authority, the point that the matter was contingent on the settling of formal and binding ties, was not so much something that could be held against the man. It was, after, just business, and just as it was business that Aegon expected to settle the matter once and for all after this wedding. Still. Just thinking about it infuriated Aegon. In any case, Lord Strong seemed to be a great deal better to be a Lord Hand than nearly every one of these selfing lords. Once upon a time. Many years have passed since that progression, Lord Hand. I am sure you understand that time weathers all. Aegon said in answer with a thin smile before he looked back towards the Tullis who were paying their respects to Viserys and Rhaenyra at the raised table that was in front of the Iron Throne, the same table Aegon sat on by at the very edge of it on the right side, next to Lord Strong. Oscar Tully saw him and nodded respectfully to him, which Aegon returned, before Oscar turned away towards their seats at the fronts of one of the tables. He hadn't had much time to speak with them, even though he'd seen them during the arrival ceremony, having been too preoccupied to play the character of a pious hero prince amongst the lords and ladies of the realm, as it had been far more important to secure his perception amongst these people. Still, given that they had the opportunity to speak with him but didn't, was fair enough, Aegon supposed. It wasn't like they owed each other anything. He had his suspicions though. The Tullis were a pious lot and Grover in particular was a surly man that hadn't seemed to like him much at the time of the progression, something he'd chalked because he was a Targaryen more than him personally. No doubt that the man had thought his perception of Aegon, and perhaps the Targaryens in general, validated by the rumors that followed his steps. Aegon didn't particularly care, only that the man kept his opinions away from him. In any case, it seemed as well that Oscar's son Elmo Tully had grown well into a boy nearing adulthood. He'd heard the boy had been born a few years before his departure. That is true, my prince. Lord Strong noted in that quiet voice of his. Nothing ever lasts forever. Lord Strong remarked quietly, even for him, and Aegon thought that it was more meant for himself than for Aegon. Aegon didn't say anything to that, for there was nothing to say, nor did he care to find out the meaning about it, and simply watched as the errands were announced in by the Lord Commander. The errands arrived in their distinct blue colors, though Laenor and his sworn shield arrived in dissimilar colorings. He'd never met the Jainerin nor had he spoken with her, for she had only arrived in the capital 2 days ago and he was rather curious of her. Not many women could resist coups against them, repeatedly, and he was curious to know what kind of woman she was, outside of the likely leaning of her tastes. In that, at least, she and Laenor were a match made in the 7 heavens. In any case, he wanted to speak with the woman that Aemma kept close correspondence with, or at least with the Lady Paramount's regent, if only to sate his curiosity about the woman that Aemma held in high esteem of. Jainerin and Laenor arrived at the raised table and offered their respects, and Aegon noted and filed away the flicker of excitement in Rhaenyra's eyes when she and Jainerin spoke, and the couple walked away, though not before Laenor inclined his head towards Aegon, which Aegon returned. He'd met the man briefly on the eve before he and the other Valyrians departed for King's Landing before the man remained on Driftmark with his sister for a time. Curiously, Jainerin must have already been travelling by ship by the time Laenor had arrived on Driftmark, given she arrived on time. The Lord Commander continued to announce the arrival of the last of the houses, which coincidentally was the great houses and the important houses. The Tyrells were announced, then the Baratheons, with the Boros Baratheon coming up to the table to pay his respects to Viserys and Rhaenyra. Aegon met the man's gaze when the man looked towards him, though the man did little else but stare at him for a moment before he walked away. The feeling is mutual. Aegon mused as he watched the man leave. That was a man that Aegon had little trouble believing was part of the lot of nobles that disliked him immensely. Though my dislike for you, Baratheon, is more than you can understand. The Baratheons were a disloyal, fickle, and prideful lot. Just like the majority of the great houses, to be sure, but Aegon just really did not like the Baratheons. His dislike for the Baratheons, and his desires for their future, which, in comparison for what he wished for House Lannister and the other western houses, which was not nearly driven by irrationality as it was pragmatism, since he believed that it was beyond stupid to let these houses keep the realm's major gold and silver mines, was amongst the most ridiculous biases he had. Personal dislike, their boastful nature and outsized pride. It was fine, he kept it to himself, after all, nor did he let it affect him. For now. The Velarayons followed after the Baratheons, a full brood of them which included the distant cousins such as Aeron Velarayon. The only ones missing from their party were Laena and Aeron Velarayon. Laena had feared for her pregnancy and did not wish to risk it and so had decided to remain on Driftmark and forego attendance. Aegon grimaced internally. He hoped Selyse's agents on Driftmark were able to provide some proof of what he suspected was happening. Corwin's health issues, the symptom of being born with weak lungs, sounded strange to Aegon. He was no doctor and most of the knowledge of medicine and healing that he knew was more what he'd learned since he was reborn with only the knowledge of concepts of advanced medicine of his first life's era helping. But he struggled to believe that healers and maesters were capable of caring for an infant born with weak lungs. From what he remembered, he thought that such instances required the infants to need respirators. If that was the case, then Corwin should have died. But he hadn't, and the child was recovering well from his infancy problems. Thanks to the Bravasi healers who had diagnosed weak lungs and found ways to remedy it. In any case, whether it was true or not, did not really matter. What mattered was whether or not Corwin had been unlucky in the genetic lottery or if it was induced. There was, after all, a whole order of wise men that had libraries full of knowledge and effects of plants and concoctions, an order that was known, even if obscurely, as grey rats, the same kinds of grey rats he'd since in the flames. He'd tasked Selyse to find out who served the castles of Driftmark, the movements of the maester there and if there had been any ships from Old Town that had arrived 9 moons before the birth of Corwin. It'd be like finding a needle in a haystack but he only needed a small piece of proof, or at least a small piece of evidence that he could use to turn the gears in the Velarayons. Whether or not he'd find it, he was doubtful. Preventative means were far more effective than detective-like investigations, especially here where there was no real tools or investigation techniques but merely about seeing patterns in documents such as the harbour master's records and speaking to people. Whatever the case, he would have to let his suspicions known to Velarayons even if he didn't find any proof. Aegon set aside those thoughts as he watched them sit at the front seats directly by the left side of the raised table, where Uncle Viegon was also seated with the Grand Maester Melos. He'd briefly spoken with his uncle at the Royal Library though it was more Aegon answering questions about the number of scholars and the number of books he'd taken and saved in his campaign. They had not spoken yet about if he'd accepted his offer but the fact that he was here was something that Aegon considered to be acceptance enough given that Viegon would not care for weddings, he'll deal with it after the tourney. The Lannisters were announced in after the Velarayons and then the Hightowers, which included amongst their ranks Otto Hightower. Aegon watched them closely as they approached the raised table, and though he could hear, barely, their words, he was more interested in what they showed. Curiously, Allison was yet to show up to the wedding ceremony, something that he'd seen Viserys merely chalk off when he saw lords ask about her, something he could only guess at from the way they'd looked at the empty chair beside him. In any case, he wasn't disappointed in what he saw in the Hightower faces. Nor was he disappointed by the forced look on Rhaenyra's face. When the Hightowers finished giving their respects, Aegon was subjected to a few glances by the Hightowers, namely that of the Lord Hightower and a few other Hightowers he did not know the names of. Finally, the time came for the arrival of the Royces, and his brother. Prince Damon of House Targaryen and his lady wife, Lady Rhea Royce of House Royce. Master of Runestone. The Lord Commander announced as his brother walked in by the side of his good sister, the Lady Rhea. And their son and heir, Prince Baelon of Houses Targaryen and Royce, the future king consort. The Lord Commander said as Baelon walked in behind his parents with a few other Royces behind him. Sir William and Sir Gunthor. The clapping took Aegon by surprise as the lords and ladies began to stand up and clap at the entrance of the Royces and his brother, and the surprise went away with amusement taking its place, especially given the look that he was seeing on Damon's face and the strut that he was walking with. The man's a peacock. Aegon thought as he fought a smile. The clapping stopped when Baelon walked up towards the raised table, dressed in bronze and black attire which, with his long dark curls and his pale complexion, made him look like a dashing prince that made one forget that he had not yet even reached 4 and 10 name days. Rhaenyra stood up and walked around the table and Baelon walked up the steps to meet her halfway. The whole hall went silently quiet so when Rhaenyra spoke, her voice travelled through the hall almost unimpeded. My betrothed. Rhaenyra said as she raised her hand and Baelon took it and pulled it gently towards his lips. My betrothed. Baelon said before he kissed her knuckles and pivoted to stand by her, both of their arms rising and once again, the nobles began to clap at the scenes. Moments later, Damon and Rhea walked up towards the raised table with Damon, a wide prideful smirk on his face, inclining his head to Viserys whilst Rhea bowed her head at the man. Soon enough, they took their seats, Rhaenyra and Baelon sitting next to each other already, at the other end of the table. Aegon watched as Viserys stood up from his seat, the crown of Aegon the Conqueror adorned on his head, and began to speak. Viserys began his speech, a speech in which he welcomed the nobles to the wedding of his heir and Viserys proselytized about the joining of the lines of the eldest sons of Prince Baelon the Brave, the boy who dared to whack Baelryan the Black Dread on the snout and walked away from it. It was clever, to draw the reminder of the namesake Baelon Targaryen Royce was named after, and also to remind the nobles of Viserys himself, the man who last rode the greatest dragon since the Doom. It drew laughter from the nobles, and Aegon watched curiously at the reactions of the Hightowers, who remained stoically faced amidst the words of Viserys. Viserys continued in his prosely teasing, speaking with flowery and praising words about the line of the Bronze Kings who draw back a legacy to the age of heroes in a house that is known for its honor and its warriors, and which Viserys added that Baelon was only the latest reincarnation of the best of the Royces, words that made Baelon smile at Viserys whilst Rhea drew her eyes towards her son, a faint smile on her face. The other Royces, the ones that remained faithful to Rhea, similarly looked pleased by the words of Viserys, and a cursory glance at the rest of the nobles of the Vale indicated that enough of them were pleased as well by the words. Curiously, Damon did not look displeased by the praise for the Royces, despite the fact that the man had hated the Royces for as long as the man had married into them. A child does seem to bridge the gaps in their case, it seemed. Viserys continued in his speech, drawing on Rhaenyra's own connection to the Vale, of Aegon, and Aegon saw the cracking in his expression. And when Viserys began to speak of the Arryns, he was interrupted in mid-sentence, and Aegon saw where he was looking, and Aegon turned his eyes towards that direction, and Aegon struggled to keep his expression neutral at the sight of what he was seeing. There, at the entrance of the hall, stood Alicent, adorned in the good queen's crown, dressed in splendor with Hightower green coloring. She looked regal, she looked beautiful, and she looked strong in a way only some women could be, the image she presented only made stronger with how she walked with her hands on her swollen belly. Murmurs began and whispers in ears were a dime a dozen amongst the nobles as they began to stand before the queen, and Aegon turned his eyes towards Viserys, who looked shocked at the sight of his wife. Aegon then turned his eyes towards his other brother, and Aegon narrowed his eye at the way Damon looked dangerously at Alicent. He had murder in his eyes. Rhaenyra herself looked shocked too, whilst Baelon looked a little confused, whilst Rhea seemed to be clenching her fists as she stared stoically at the coming Alicent. Aegon then turned his eyes towards Corlys and Rhaenys, both of whom he saw staring at Alicent, with Corlys leaning into Rhaenys' ear. Surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, Aegon looked indifferent to the dramatics, and instead watched Alicent come closer. Aegon saw Alicent look towards the Hightowers, some of whom kept a neutral expression, including her father, but some he could see were pleased by the display, by the formal declaration. He'd heard before that the division of the Greens and the Blacks had already been made, long before this wedding, he mused as he watched her walk around and congratulate Rhaenyra before she kissed Viserys' cheek. Alicent had made a similar display before at court when Rhaenyra had been invested as the crown princess of Dragonstone, but now, in front of the whole realm, it was a kind of declaration that none would miss to understand. The Hightowers were not going to accept Rhaenyra as heir. And the question they were asking: will you accept her as heir? He watched on as Viserys struggled to get his bearing, and Aegon took his seat again when Viserys asked them to be seated, and Lionel quietly told Viserys where he'd left off, and moments later Viserys continued to speak about the Arryns and that their legacy shone in his daughter. He continued to speak about the significance of the wedding and what it would mean for Westeros, a second age of dragons that would see the long peace in Westeros continued, words that garnered claps from the nobles, claps that Aegon was sure was as hollow as the pageantry Viserys had shown when Aegon had arrived. Aegon felt a chill ran down his spine as the words of Viserys were tuned out into background noise, his attentions, his eye, his ears, his entire being, caught by the two figures that stood standing right in front of the raised table. An old man, white of hair and ancient-looking, a sole eye and an empty eye socket for company, stood there dressed in a cloak made of raven feathers as dark as the night. Beside the old man, there was a boy that Aegon recognized well. Thick auburn hair covered his head, curls of auburn that touched his shoulders and smatterings of hair on his chin. He was dressed in finely made leather, the same that Aegon recognized from another life. They were Bloodraven and Bran Stark, the two who were as entwined with the entities known as the Old Gods as any historical figure ever was in this world. Who were as much part of the entities that were the Old Gods as the children of the forest were. And, as they stood talking, staring at the left side of the table where Baelon and Rhaenyra sat, Aegon felt a swell of hatred rise from within him at the very sight of these bastards. Their eyes turned towards him, towards Aegon, suddenly and in surprise, and Aegon let go of that feeling of hatred as fast and quickly as he could, as he pretended not to notice their presence. Did they feel my hatred? Aegon wondered to himself as he forced himself to become neutral, knowing that he could not find it within himself to become serene. Aegon continued to look towards Viserys, his head angled in such a way that he could still see them from the corner of his eyes, and he could tell they were talking about him as well as they had been talking about Rhaenyra and Baelon, and he tilted his head slightly more so when Viserys finished his speech about holding a tournament after the wedding tonight which garnered the musicians to begin playing again. He watched as the two entities, astral projections or whatever the fuck they were, turned towards the Hightowers, and he watched as the older man took on a teaching quality to Bran Stark, who he could barely staring at them curiously. "Are you all right, my prince?" Aegon heard from beside him, drawing him out of his focus, and Aegon buried the feeling of annoyance as he turned to look towards Lionel Strong. "You seem tense and you've barely touched your food," the man added with a curious look on his face. Aegon looked past him and saw Viserys talking with Alicent in hushed tones before he averted his eye back towards meeting Lord Strong's gaze. "Anyone who has a lick of sense would be tense, my lord hand." Aegon said with a thin smile which caught the Lord Strong by surprise. Aegon turned away from the man when he did not respond immediately, back towards the two unwanted guests, and he felt his annoyance grow in bitter anger when he saw that they were gone. Instead, the only people he could see in the middle was Rhaenyra and Baelon opening the dance. I see. Lord Strong finally seemed to have settled on saying after the clapping for the two soon-to-be-wed heirs' dance finished, and Aegon turned back at the man, the bitter anger still reigning strong. I do not think you do, Lord Strong. For if you did, you would know that anyone who cares for their family would lose their appetite after a display such as this eve, and what it may mean. Aegon said before he stood up and made his way towards the Valyrians as more people began to stand up and take to dance. Was my existence not enough to change things? Will it all be for nothing? Aegon never felt a greater sense of despair than in this moment in time. Their existence, despite the existence of Baelon, who existed thanks to Aegon's meddling, should have been written out thanks to the butterfly effect. The only reason they still existed, the only reason why they were here, today, in this place, would be if they were made to exist. Despair gave way for the hottest of rages, the same kind of rage he'd felt when Lysela dared to inquire about his children. How dare they? How dare they push things towards a certain direction? How much was actually free will? Did they manipulate minds? During dreams, especially the dreams of Targaryens who always believed in their own hype, making them easy to make pawns of? Did they cause the deaths of those who were unwanted in the narrative they sought to bring about, the Song of Ice and Fire? How many people did they kill off to bring about this present moment? And why did Aegon still exist, knowing as well they did the trouble Aegon could make for them with regards to the fulfillment of their narrative, knowing that Aegon and his children presented a threat to their Song of Ice and Fire? Was the god-level intervention that created him that powerful that even they could not manipulate time and fate into their favor? Aegon let the rage disperse as he arrived at where the Valyrians were. It does not matter. Aegon decided. It does not matter to dwell on anything he could not affect. The only thing that mattered, was that he made sure that his Elomaris, his children, and their descendants, were not gripped in their games. He would not see Elomaris gripped in their poisonous hands. Theirs or anyone else's. Even one such as Bran Stark, an agent of their will. That was his vow, his ultimate vow. And he would see it through. Even if it cost him his life. A day later, at the royal tourney grounds. Aegon was discussing the end of the Squires' melee, the first of the tourney games, with a few lords from the Crownlands that included Lord Stanton, Lord Roshby, Lord Celtigar, and Eldrick Sunglass and Bart Emos Celtigar when he saw Sea Lord of Bravos approaching them. Interesting. Aegon mused, and he wondered what the Sea Lord might want with him. They'd spoken briefly, particularly when the nobles had asked about the relationship they had when it came to the liberation of Essos, though the contents of that interaction were no more than pageantry. Soon enough everyone also saw him coming. Sea Lord. Lord Roshby was the first to comment, acknowledging the man with some interest. Lords of Westeros. Prince Aegon. Sea Lord Tregario Faz Solis said with an inclined head and a smile on his face, and the others acknowledged the man. If I may, my lords, prize away your prince from you for a few moments. The Sea Lord said with that genial smile on his face. The lords looked to Aegon, and Aegon inclined his head slightly, and soon enough, Aegon was left behind with the man, and the Sea Lord took to stand by Aegon's side. For a moment, neither of them said anything as they stood by one another, watching the rest nobles drink and feast. They were at the cordoned area by the tourney grounds, which served to be a kind of after-party for the invited nobles. Some of the nobility, such as the Arryns and the Tyrells, had left and made the journey back home, though most remained and were present here today, talking and drinking with one another. Aegon's eyes went towards the raised table that sat upon a platform where Viserys was with his wife, Rhea Royce, Rhaenyra, and Baelon, whilst Damon was absent. He wasn't sure where Damon was, likely preparing for his joust in the only way he sees to be worthwhile, through relieving some stress with some whores from one of Selyste's whorehouses. It is interesting, these games of yours. We do not have such entertaining ceremonies. The Sea Lord commented, breaking the silence. Though I am surprised to find yourself declining to participate, and your nephew too. It could have been some showing had he taken part and won today's Squires' melee. He'd caused some surprise by his refusal to take part of the tourney. It seemed people expected him to take part. Including Damon, who'd mocked him in his Damon way for declining when he himself was taking part of the joust, and including Viserys, who tried to persuade him to change his mind. He had no interest in show ponying any more than he already was. Aegon glanced at the man before he started to walk, and he gestured the man to follow. I beg to differ. Your city is famed for glorious duels for the hands of courtesans and maidens. Is that not a game of a kind itself? Aegon mused with a curious look on his face before he continued. My time in taking part of these tourneys has long and gone, whilst I am sure you understand my nephew was too preoccupied with his newly wedded wife to think of much else. Likely for the best. He had not seen his nephew with a sword before, but he'd be hard-pressed to defeat the two that had been left standing, the heir of House Corbray and a son of House Rain. Both had made good account of themselves, and they were talented. The Sea Lord chuckled and inclined his head as if in agreement. The duels of passion can be taken that way though, unlike your games, those duels tend to be deadly. The Sea Lord said with a smile that was difficult to get a reading of. Matters of the heart are quite serious after all. The Sea Lord looked away from Aegon and he saw the direction the man was looking towards. The table where the royal family sat. Yes, I understand why your nephew would be taken with your niece. Truly, the realm's delight. There would be many in Bravos would butcher each other for her hand. Aegon smiled thinly but he did not deign to give that an answer, instead, he moved on to a separate subject. I was surprised to see that Bravos would come to a Westerosi wedding, let alone the Sea Lord of Bravos. Aegon mused aloud with a glance at the man who only smiled at him. Why would we not want to attend? Your family has been consequential in recent years. The Sea Lord explained and Aegon resisted the urge to narrow his eye at the phrase he used, consequential. The Sea Lord continued, a placid smile on his face. Some say the glorious years of your house had come during the time of King Jaehaerys whilst others say this era is perhaps as glorious as that of your grandfather. And what do you believe? Aegon questioned as he watched the Sea Lord from the corner of his eye. I believe that the glorious years of your house still continues to this day and perhaps your brother sees it right and your house will continue the age of dragons. The Sea Lord said with a smile on his face. A square lie. The idea of House Targaryen continuing its golden age almost certainly concerns the Bravasi and it is not one the Bravasi would favor, not after the havoc he and his brother have caused. And when the Sea Lord returns and lets the others know about the division in House Targaryen, thanks to the blatant statement by Alicent, no doubt will they watch on with interest. Especially if some of your family, such as yourself, the Sea Lord said with a placid smile, leave such a lasting and significant mark on the world. A mark which you, of course, have benefited and continue to benefit greatly of. Aegon remarked with a thin smile as he placed his hands behind his back. He'd seen the reports in Liberty Bay. How Bravasi investments in the region was massive as they bought mines, lands, and entire parts of guilds such as garment makers and olive oil producers, for what is pretty much a pittance when you compared how much it would cost anywhere in Westeros or in the lands controlled by Bravos. The Regency Council had put a halt to it now, but the Bravasi had firmly gotten their hands into the Liberty Bay cities and they were profiting greatly from it. And then there was Myr. From what he understood, there was almost a battle between the Lysane and the Bravasi for carving out Myr with debts and purchases after he'd basically bankrupted the city in exchange for their lives. And from what he understood, Bravos was leading well ahead of Lys when it came to carving out Myr for their own. That is true. The Sea Lord inclined his head. Our partnership has been very fruitful for Bravos and its people. The Sea Lord smiled again. And it has been fruitful for many formerly enslaved peoples. As it was meant to. Aegon noted and the Sea Lord hummed as he nodded his head, seemingly in agreement. As the people of Bravos wanted. The opportunities are merely a wonderful happenstance. The Sea Lord said and Aegon looked at man with amusement. But not yourself? I hear you might have been somewhat unhappy when you agreed to the proposal Salon Barrows had put in front of you. Am I not a person of Bravos? The Sea Lord said with a raised eyebrow, the smile on his face did not fool Aegon. It was and is an honor to our ancestors to continue the work against slavery, even if it had come, unexpected. Of course, of course. No doubt, you were surprised to find yourself in common cause with a dragon lord. Aegon agreed as he eyed the Bravasi keenly, the smile on his face widening as he spoke further. It is likely why I have not faced a faceless man arriving in my bedchambers at a most inopportune moment, isn't it? The smile on his face remained but it looked fixed for a moment before he controlled himself once more. We do not control the faceless men, my prince. I am merely the ruler of the free city of Bravos, and my friends merely keyholders. Aegon made out as he met the man's eyes. Most believe that we, the Targaryens, control our dragons. It is far from the truth. They are as intelligent as men themselves, simply different. We merely are companions they chose. Aegon smiled at the Sea Lord before he continued. We do not control them either. The Sea Lord's smile grew a little at that before he looked away from Aegon. Our partnership has been fruitful and it has been good for the people of Essos. The Sea Lord said in answer, all but indicating that they do have some control of, or at least influence with, the House of Black and White. The Myrish should have been able to send faceless men at Aegon at some point or another. That they didn't, especially considering how existentially threatening Aegon had been, indicated that either they were refused or they were being charged an incredible price to kill him. Perhaps the Bravasi had no hand in the workings of the House of Black and White but Aegon did think that if the Bravasi truly wanted it, they could have gotten the faceless men to go after him. I understand. Aegon said before he looked away from the Sea Lord of Bravos. At least that question was answered, in a way at least. There was a chance that the Sea Lord wanted him to come to a wrong conclusion but he was inclined to think otherwise. There was a long moment of silence that neither seemed particularly keen to break, and they ignored the looks that were sent their way by some of the lords and including his brother, and instead Aegon decided to focus on a future matter. With the Triarchy destroyed and their cities on the path to truly become free cities, or in the case of Lys already being there, I am curious to know if you and your fellow Bravasi are interested in seeing the rest of Essos liberated. The Sea Lord looked at him with an inscrutable look. Mere curiosity or a proposition? The man asked with a calm tone of voice. Aegon hummed before he answered. Perhaps both. My men and I have fought enough to last us a lifetime, but there will be boys, men in half a generation, who will be interested in gaining glory and fame like their fathers, who wish to follow suit in the noble endeavor of liberating enslaved peoples. The young always romanticize the achievements of their fathers. The Sea Lord said in answer, which was more of an acknowledgement than it was anything else. Quite. Aegon said with a thin smile. And what better glory is there but glory achieved in liberating many more slaves across Essos with an ally like Bravus to help see it through? Aegon posed as he met the Sea Lord's eyes, and the man came to a stop, which Aegon followed to do as well. The man was silent for a few moments. You would propose that years from now, a decade or two, to liberate and transition cities and lands like Liberty Bay? Yes. Like Pentos, like Norvos. Aegon idly commented before he carelessly shrugged his comments away. That is, of course, only if Bravus is interested in removing the taint of slavery from its neighbors. Bravus is always interested in destroying the practice. Came the quick response from the Sea Lord. Which is already showing to be in decline thanks to our partnership. The Sea Lord said in answer. Yes, thanks to our partnership. Well, so long as I don't have to face the faceless men when I am unsure I can overcome them, fuck it, I do not mind to call it a partnership. Decline does not mean elimination, and it may take centuries longer for the practice to be gone if only for the fact that too many would hold on to owning people as a right and tradition. The removal of Voluntas would ensure that it declines faster and more permanent. The Sea Lord remarked as he met Aegon's eye. I'm not in a habit of destroying entire cities as I might have to with Voluntas. He answered with a thin smile. From what I hear, you could have pressured them the same as you did with Myr. The Sea Lord as he eyed Aegon intently. Aegon showed nothing. Ambiguity was the name of the game. The Bravasi might believe what the people of Myr are saying, but ultimately they did not experience it. They did not see it. And thus, there will always be doubt. It was same doubt and disbelief that gripped the lords of Westeros and his brothers. How can it be that a man, even with a dragon, could burn a whole city within a single moment, like the Myrish claimed? No, it was better to believe they were exaggerating beyond belief, that they were lying to cover up their cowardice at a display of dragon flame. And that was exactly the kind of belief that he was seeing the Sea Lord's eyes. I do not think I can scare them like I scared the Myrish magisters with a display of dragon flame. Aegon said with a careless wave of the hand. No, I would have to take a prepared Voluntas which would yield great casualties of the same men needed to protect Liberty Bay from the Dothraki and other hostile powers. We would be interested in supplying you with arms and men if you were to change your mind. The Sea Lord said, and Aegon made a show of a look of surprise before he strategically narrowed his eyes. I would have thought you had enough of the chaos I created in Essos. The Sea Lord's expression shifted slightly before he spoke. Voluntas is becoming a problem. The words surprised Aegon, though it should not have. His intelligence from Voluntas was not exactly much. The Bravasi on the other hand? Well, they were natural enemies of Voluntas, and have been at each other's throat a dozen times throughout the last 300 years, though not once in the past 100 or so years. In any case, it should mean that Bravasi had networks of information available in Voluntas to keep them informed. Aegon remained silent, though the look of interest in his face allowed the Sea Lord to understand that he wanted to know more. Over the past few moons, Voluntas has elected 2 and 10 different triarchs. Aegon's eyebrows rose at that news. The Sea Lord continued. The new triarchs are neither of the elephants or the tigers, an unprecedented instance, and we can see the hands of the Red Temple at play. The Sea Lord said as he eyed Aegon intently, and Aegon internally grimaced at the news. I hadn't known they were going go that route. Aegon thought to himself. He knew that his reveal of information about the Great War that was to come was going to have consequences, but he did not think that they would act so blatantly and so suddenly to secure power. Was this how they would properly sweep through Liberty Bay and convert the region? Aegon wondered. They'd already started, but perhaps the paintings meant this. And why should it matter to either of us? Aegon questioned. Neither the elephants or the tigers are exactly our friends. Of course, but we understood them. The Sea Lord said with a twisting expression. We do not trust the motives of the Red Faith, who now rule Voluntas in all but name. The triarchs elected now are devout followers. The Sea Lord said. Aegon studied the man, and he came to a conclusion. You fear that they will be out of control. The priests of Arhilla have been difficult in the past. Them controlling Voluntas and its sister cities is not something we would wish to see. Not that surprising. The Arhillorists were basically apologists and supporters of slavery. Most of their priests and servants are slaves or start as slaves. Their staunch opposition to the others was basically the main redeeming quality. Aegon took a moment before he answered. I am not interested in waging another war, especially when the cities in question have signed a non-aggression treaty with me and do not seem interested in threatening Liberty Bay or Liss. And yet you are keen to plan out a war a decade or two against those who have no quarrel with you. The Sea Lord questioned. A consideration only done to honor this partnership and common cause we find ourselves in. Aegon said with a thin smile, and the Sea Lord inclined his head in acceptance, or at least the appearance of it. I understand. The Sea Lord paused for a moment before he continued. You should know, the priests are almost certainly responsible for the death of Sarah Targaryen, your wife's sister, and the death of your children. The Sea Lord said those words with commiseration, but Aegon knew it meant nothing. Only that the man was using this news as a weapon. I will have to find out, for Gale's sake at least. Aegon thought to himself soberly. Gale did not know Sarah. By the time Sarah had her scandal, Gale had been only something like 4 name days old. For Gale, Sarah had always been more of a hopeful link, a sisterly link, that was always left unrequited by Sarah, despite the letters sent there. Once he'd hoped perhaps he could find a match with one of her descendants, but that quickly faded away like so many other considerations. Aegon narrowed his eye slowly. Are you certain they are dead? Certain? Only in the case of Sarah Targaryen. Some say she was killed because of the political situation created because of the wars around Volantis, basically because me was what the Sea Lord was saying. However, we believe that the Red Priests were responsible. In the case of her children and her grandchildren, they seem to have disappeared one by one, including the children she had with prominent members of their society. I have a bad feeling about this. Aegon thought to himself. He remembered well how Lessala and other members of the Red Faith had looked at him. As if he was some kind of prize horse that they cherished dearly. Could it be that they went after Sarah because of her blood? Aegon remained silent for a few moments. I thank you for letting me know. I will inform Viserys of her passing and that of our cousins. Aegon said calmly, and the Sea Lord stared at him for a few moments before he nodded acquiescingly. Think nothing of it. The Sea Lord said with a commiserating smile, and it seemed the man understood that Aegon did not wish to have further words on the matter of Volantis when he returned the conversation back to the beginning. About the matter of Pentos, and Norvos. I will bring the proposal back to Bravos for consideration. And Aegon inclined his head to the answer. Of course. Aegon said with a thin smile. I am curious, however, would your sons be part of this ambitious generation? Aegon kept his smile as he met the man's eyes without changing his expression, even though he wanted to. They will remain home. Besides, our dragons will not be necessary for these wars, nor should Bravos want them to be used. Aegon eyed the man intently, his smile broadening as he continued. After all, in such an alliance, it would be Bravos who would take lead in expelling the practice of slavery on your doorsteps. Though Aegon intended to maintain a martial culture within Elomares, one that fitted in well with the image of an exemplary knight that fought against injustices of the world, he would not accept Elomares being the only drivers against the injustices. If the Bravasi continued to be obstinate and unhelpful, he would merely remain focused and remain pivoted to Liberty Bay and have his men prove their mettle against the likes of Montais, Nukis, and any other slaver cities in the region. The Sea Lord looked at him shrewdly before he nodded slightly. I see what you mean. The Sea Lord smiled thinly. I am sure many would agree that it should be Bravos continuing the endeavors to eliminate the practice, especially on our doorsteps, as you so described. Aegon inclined his head before he saw a few nobles coming their way. The Sea Lord saw it too. It seems our time has come to an end. The Sea Lord said with a light smile on his face. It has been interesting, Prince Aegon. Aegon looked at the man amused. I cannot disagree. Aegon lost the look which surprised the Sea Lord with how sudden the shift was. One last thing, I wish to purchase the 3 petrified dragon eggs. The Sea Lord's eyebrow raised at his words. We've already told Salon Barrows that we don't have them. The Sea Lord said in answer. You told the same to my grandfather. Nevertheless, I would like to purchase them. Aegon said as he turned towards the man. Even if you were to merely point me towards those who you suspect hold the dragon eggs, that'd suffice. Consider this a favor that I would owe you personally. A favor from you. The Sea Lord mused, and Aegon could see the interest in his eyes. Only from me. Aegon said to the man with a calm but firm look. And if I was to ask that you break your association with the Rogaray Bank? The Sea Lord posed to Aegon, watching him closely. Aegon resisted the urge to clench his teeth, but he knew it was more important to get those eggs back than working through the Rogaray Bank. You would cause me great harm in the relationship that I have been cultivating with the Rogas. Aegon responded. And not only the Rogas, with Johanna as well. The Sea Lord nodded slightly. I would of course offer assistance through the Iron Bank if you would have need of it. Unlikely, I would sooner buy supplies with the coin I have in the Rogaray Bank and compensate my men with mine own coin. It would soften the blow of divesting himself from the Rogaray Bank. He could also gift back the shares he holds with to Johanna. If you are able to bring me those dragon eggs, consider it done. Aegon said to the Sea Lord as he met the man's eyes. It was irritating, but it was not something that he couldn't move on. The Rogaray Bank was meant to be used as a means to increase his influence in List to poach settlers from the city, whilst also an engine to increase investment in Liberty Bay, and Aegon could achieve both without the Rogaray Bank anyway. He always intended to create a bank of Illimaries anyway, which would hold the wealth and coin they'd won in the campaigns, so he could do the latter through the Bank of Illimaries, even if he had to adjust things for the next 3 to 5 years. The former, the matter of influence, could be dealt with basically propaganda. Like how the Americas attracted waves of settlers from Europe. The Illimari dream. It had always been part of the plan, anyway, this propaganda, but he'd wanted to make the Lysane to basically grant him as many people as he wanted because he held so much of Lys under his control. He would have to work things around. The Sea Lord's expression, for a moment, showed a glimmer of satisfaction, and Aegon could come to a conclusion that the Iron Bank saw the Rogaray Bank as a threat. A major one. It might just be for the best for now to keep international banking as only an idea. Aegon mused. As long as the Bravici had the Faceless Men, their status as the supreme financial center of the known world, outside of UTI of course, was unchallengeable. It will be up to my descendants to figure out how to deal with them. It was a shame that Aegon was unable to confirm if he could see through their glamour, he thought as he fought to keep the dark expression from showing on his face. At least I can see when the likes of them creep in through time. Aegon thought to himself, and the importance of unleashing the magic side in his children and their children. I will see what I can do. The Sea Lord said with a light nod. After all, it may take some time to look through the records of whom may have them. It's been many decades, after all. Aegon smiled thinly. Of course. Aegon said with an inclined head. I will look forward to seeing them. Aegon said more quietly before he turned towards the approaching lords. The Lords Darklyn, Frey, Westerling, Florent, and Lord Strong. My lords. Aegon said with an inclined head. The Master of Whispers and the Lord Hand both at the same time coming towards them was no coincidence. Prince Aegon. Sea Lord. We saw you speaking and we were curious what business could have had you speaking so long. The Lord Frey said with a smarmy smile. Merely reminiscing of how well our partnership has turned out. The Sea Lord said with an easy smile. To think it all started with a mere glass cup. The Sea Lord said with a chuckle. It was no mere glass cup. It was the effort of years of experimentation, Sea Lord. Aegon replied with a raised eyebrow and a light smile on his face before he looked towards the lords. He does that too much, my lords. Simplifying my great efforts. It keeps you humble, my prince. The Sea Lord said with a smile. And it keeps you striving to achieve more. The Sea Lord said with an inclined head. Here, here. Said the Lord Frey before he gestured towards himself and the Lord Darklyn. We would be interested in any further business endeavors. Truly. The Sea Lord mused with interest on his face, and it made the Lord Frey smile further, and it amused Aegon a little. This will be entertaining, Aegon thought as he listened to Lord Frey talk animatedly about the reserves of coin and the lands he possessed and the opportunities they could provide, only to be continued by talk by the Westerling Lord which mirrored the points made by Lord Frey. And it was amusing to see the Sea Lord pretend to want to hear more about their ideas and what else they could offer. All as if the Sea Lord of Bravus cared a single whit about what they possessed. Entertaining indeed. Days later, at the manses by the docks. Silice. Aegon said with a warm smile whilst he rose from his seat behind the desk as she walked gracefully into the solar of the manse. Despite being in her 40s, the pale violet-eyed blonde was a beauty to behold. A figure that was still model-esque and not a lick of age seeming to have affected her, nor did she lose her seductive streak with the way she smiled at him. Prince Aegon. Silice curtsied in a flirtatious manner as Aegon walked around the desk, Sir Reaver and Sir Brun stepping aside and at the edge of the room by the window, and he could see her studying him intently behind a mask of warmth and smiles. I must say, I wish I could have seen you through the candle instead of merely hearing your voice. You have grown more impressive than I thought you would. Silice said with a twisting as her eyes roved over his body. Even your scars add to you. And you have aged gracefully, Silice. Aegon said warmly as he walked up to her and embraced her warmly, and he felt her arms wrap around him. I wonder what Princess Gale would say to this sight. Silice teased as they broke their embrace. She would forgive me for embracing a dear friend whom I have not seen for many years. Aegon said with an amused smile, and Silice's lips twitched at that, though he could see her relaxing a little at his words. It was true after all. Silice was a friend and someone who had remained loyal to him despite the fact that she had every opportunity to break free and completely go her own way. After all, the whorehouses of King's Landing, Duskendale, and even on Driftmark, had her hands involved, and she had a great deal of men that she could rely on, some 100 or so that directly worked with her, with many of the gold cloaks owing favors to her. But no, they worked together, they shared information with one another, and they worked to improve the lives of others in their own little ways. A friend you wait to see until now despite being in the capital for more than a week? Silice asked with a raised eyebrow. Aegon's smile grew a little before he gestured her towards the Looning-esque opposing cushioned seats. I was a little preoccupied. Aegon said as he took a seat, and Selyse pursed her lips before she then followed and took the seat across from him. How is it? I'm told family affairs can be difficult. Selyse inquired as she crossed her legs. Aegon kept his eye firmly on hers and suppressed that surge of lust as he has always done since he'd been away from Gale. You were told correctly. Aegon said with a thin smile as he sat back, and Selyse nodded her understanding. You are forgiven. She said with a smile, and Aegon looked at her with a hint of wryness in his expression but said nothing to that. No, he was more interested in how things have been. It was one thing to speak through the glass candle, but it was another to speak directly. They talked for some time. About how she's been and how she's been coping in King's Landing, and vice versa, idle talk, though they'd progressed rather quickly about other matters. Matters such as her ownerships of the whorehouses and the news that she was preparing up her successor, a woman named Mysaria that was also from Lys. Apparently she'd met the woman around 103 AC, just around the time that Selyse and her group were establishing themselves in King's Landing, in a whorehouse where the teenager had been a dancing girl, and after that, she and her group had taken her in and incorporated the girl in the running of the businesses. A decade later, Mysaria had risen through the ranks, so to speak, and became someone who Selyse trusted, and Aegon knew that Selyse trusted no one easily. When Aegon had asked why she was preparing a successor, wondering if she wanted to come to Ilmaris, she danced around the topic for a moment before she finally admitted that she was getting old and that she wanted to return to Lys. In a roundabout way, she'd asked him if she could return to Lys. Aegon told her instantly that of course she could return home if she so wanted, adding further that Aegon never controlled what she did or wanted to do. As much as Aegon manipulated people to behave as he wanted, he only did so because it was for the benefit of both. Every single one of the people that Aegon depended on for something, got something in return for it. Selyse got her freedom, and she'd gotten the opportunity to take hold of her own destiny and the destiny of other girls and women like her, including offering better lives for people she cared about. Aegon got information, an in with his family from a distance, and he got her aid in getting him things and people he wanted. Something for something. He was happy to see her relieved. Admittedly, he was surprised at the admission that she wanted to return to Lys. But then again, he shouldn't be. Lys was and is home for her. Where she was born. Where she had lived more than half of her life. And it seems like King's Landing never quite got to be a replacement for her home. The conversation after that turned more towards her succession, so to speak. Aegon would remain present for, at most a week more, and he'd get to meet Mysaria, who Selyse said would be able to be trusted with the same role that Selyse performed for Aegon. Aegon was reluctant. He'd known Selyse and the others of her group for more than a year when they'd been on Dragonstone with him. He'd gotten to know them well and how they thought and worked, and a few hours across a few days was a poor way to get to understand someone who you gain information from that you would have to trust. I don't need Mysaria to speak to me directly, I only need someone I can trust to speak with her and relay that information. In the end, after Selyse confirmed that Mysaria was not told in the secret of the glass candle, Aegon told her that he would decide whether or not he could trust her when he met her. Some of the things that Selyse had told him about her was working in her favor, such as her work in ensuring orphans were placed in orphanages funded by the Collective, which was a collective of businesses and guilds that worked with justiciars and the captains of the gold cloaks to maintain order. In effect, really, the collective paid off the justiciars and the gold cloaks to turn a blind eye to some matters, including self-managed debt collecting. They continued to speak for a while afterwards, discussing matters such as continued funding for a decade longer through the Iron Bank, which Selyse wanted to use, now that the whorehouses were more than enough to pay her protection cutthroats and their other interests and expenditures, as a means to help provide set up businesses and shops for people who may not have the funds. Aegon agreed easily enough to it, as the continued payments from his share of the glass industry in Bravus was significant and the funding he provided was mostly insignificant to that sum, let alone the sum that Aegon had in gold and silver. The next point had been about the families and the women that Selyse wanted him to take, which he'd already known in advance, and numbered in some 400. The 2 and 10 ships could take the additional people, easily, so it wasn't an issue. Most of them were coming with nothing but the clothes on their backs, which consisted of families of the acolytes and the acolytes themselves, with the rest being families and single women with children that she felt deserved a new chance in a new land. And it was during this point in the conversation that Selyse took the opportunity to reveal something she should have revealed a long damn time ago. You're telling me? Aegon trailed slowly, his eye narrowing in anger as he leaned forward, staring directly in the eyes of Selyse. That my brother has 3 children, one of them 3 name days old and the 2 name days old, all of whom are waiting downstairs in the manse, and you never saw fit to tell me? Why? And why now? To say he was pissed was an understatement. Selyse looked away from his furious eye. 2 of the children belonged to mothers that did not want to let them go. The third one, his mother died on the childbed but was taken in by one of the other mothers. The children, they were wanted. Not like Baelon. Selyse said in answer before she looked back at him, and added with more calm in her voice. Even if their mothers were not typical mothers. You thought I would separate them from their mothers. Aegon stated before he leaned back in his chair, eyeing her intently. Yes. Selyse answered as she met his gaze. Family is important to you. I know that. Even though the ones that aren't deserving of your care. Enough that you would take them from the bosom of their mothers. Was what Selyse was basically saying. How do you know that the children are my brothers? Aegon asked. Selyse smiled wanly. We keep track of your brother, my prince. Selyse's expression twisted in a tease. Especially for mine own sake. He favors the ones of old Valyria and he is the wrong man for me to take as my first royalty. Aegon's lips were pressed tightly against each other. Gale would not happy to hear you say that. Aegon glanced towards Sir Reaver and Sir Brun who looked particularly keen to look anywhere but their direction. Selyse sighed before she smiled. No, she wouldn't. And it was the only thing she said in answer to her, charged words and his. She continued, back to the main topic. The children are his. All three. It would have been more, of course, your brother is quite the voracious man, but the three new ones, the mutts with some traces of the look of old Valyria were quite conspiring. Selyse said in a serious tone of voice and Aegon was coming to the realization why Selyse was telling him now. The children. Aegon paused. Are they healthy? Selyse frowned mildly. They are healthy. So were their mothers. That's one thing at least. Have the two mothers become unfit? Aegon asked with a piercing gaze. Selyse pursed her lips for a moment before she answered. Only one. A woman named Felena. The one who took the third child in and was raising it with her daughter. She had designs of marrying the two children with each other. That Selyse was talking in the past terms did not pass him by. And the other one? Aegon asked after a moment. A girl named Lollies. A slight little thing. Selyse said with a heavy sigh. She is the prettiest out of them and the one with the most of the looks of old Valyria. Selyse then met his gaze. And she is also, unsuited for this life. I would ask that she is taken with the others to Ilmaris. Aegon looked at Selyse with a look of irritation on his face. You should have told me the moment they became pregnant. Aegon's voice was stern and harsh. Selyse withered slightly under the gaze. Perhaps. She murmured, but they deserved a chance. Lolly still deserves a chance to raise her own child. She's a sweet girl, a kind girl. Aegon's lips thinned so much that they disappeared into a thin line. He couldn't agree at all. The children were his brother's children. Bastards or not. And a life amongst whores was no life for a child. It was why he did not mind at all taking in so many single mothers who had no real skills in their children. And these were no ordinary children. They were children with the blood of dragon lords. Children who could bond with dragons. They were. The only solace was that the children were young. Very young. And are you sure that there aren't any more children of my brother running around? Aegon asked after several moments. As far as I am aware. Selyse confirmed. At least that's a solace. The two children that this Felena looked after. Floris and Duncan. Selyse supplied. Floris and Duncan. They are orphans, or as good as, correct? Aegon asked, wanting it to be said. They are. Selyse confirmed. Their mother went mad when we intervened. The way she said mad was as if there was whole story attached to it. Have you not considered taking them in? Aegon asked as he stared at her. Selyse's expression faltered. I'm not a mother. I will never be one. There is no one else willing to take them. Aegon asked, hoping for another way. Selyse only shook her head. None other than the orphanages or the septs. Fuck. If I do this, I will have to tell Gale as soon as possible. Gods, I hope she doesn't think I'm lying and fathered bastards. Aegon felt a headache coming on. He had not strayed from their bed, ever, and Gale trusted him. But showing up with bastards like this, fuck. Anyone would have a bit of doubt. And fuck Damon for being so fucking irresponsible. It wasn't like he could tell the man. He would not even give a fuck, probably would just mock it off. And then there was the fact that the Hightowers would weaponize this, the children, into their favor. Fuck. Fuck. No, I cannot. I cannot. This is too dangerous. Are there any amongst the settlers who know of the children's origins? Aegon asked with a stern look on his face. Selyse looked reluctant but answered. Yes. There are some. Which ones? Aegon pressed. The women from the whorehouses. Likely all of them. Selyse admitted. You should have told me. Aegon said with an irritated note in his voice, though he kept the resentment from his voice. Only just. What was done but fuck, this was a pile of shit on his doorstep. And two were boys. Two. The dangers of them. I know. Selyse said with a commiserating tone of voice. I should have. But I truly believed that with my support, they could have done right by the children. I will take in the girl. Aegon said to Selyse, who had a look of surprise on his face, and Aegon raised his hand. The boy, I cannot take him in. Neither can I take in Lollies or her boy. What is to be done with them then? Aegon clenched his hands so hard that it seemed as if he could break his hands just by clenching. I will marry this Lollies and claim both of the boys as mine own. Aegon turned his head towards Sir Reaver, who had spoken, and Aegon came upon a look of determination on his face. Sir Reaver continued, his whole demeanour full of determination. I have yet to marry, and I will have a large plot of land that I will need help with maintaining. I can do this for you, my prince. I would be honoured to. Aegon stared at him for a long while. Do you know what you are asking? He asked finally. Sir Reaver nodded severely. I do. Sir Reaver answered. The boys can never know who their father is. The woman you wish to take to wife can never tell them who their father is. That she is not a mother to one of them. Never. Never. Do you understand that? Aegon pressed as he stared at the loyal knight. The knight, much credit to him, did not falter once. I do. Aegon stared at him for a long moment, and Aegon looked away from him, his eyes towards the desk. Why am I hesitating so much? They are my nephews. Aegon closed his eye, having come to a conclusion of why. Because I see the dangers in a divided house. I see the dangers what the boys, and the girl, represent. I have seen it play out in front of me. I thank you for your loyalty, Sir Reaver, but it will not be needed. Aegon turned to face Selyse, having come up with a solution that he hoped was for the best. I will take them to Claw Isle, to the Celtigars. Aegon told Selyse. 2 boys and this Lollies. Aegon knew that Bartimos would take them in. Once he asked for a favour and provided sums for their upkeep, to be raised as a knight's. Selyse's expression fell, but she did not look surprised. Likely having seen his struggles with himself about what to do with them. Aegon, unfortunately, wasn't done, however. These women of yours, I will not take them with me either. This forced Selyse to look up and look at him with shock on her face. But why? Selyse asked aghast. Because they know who Flora's father is. Aegon said with a stern note to his voice, though he refrained from saying anything further. Not that he needed to. He could tell she arrived at the main conclusion as to why it turned out like this. She should have told him at the beginning. There was simply too much risk involved now. Brienne had grown up with his children. She'd grown up knowing that she was just as much loved as the others. He couldn't do that with the 2 boys. Not now. And perhaps not back then either, but he could have had another option. Like the one Sir Reaver proposed. He could have sent a ship to Westeros and picked up the women whilst they were still pregnant, and arranged something. Now though. Impossible. He will not have it. Aegon continued. However, I will hire ships to take them to Lys and find them a place there. I know enough people there that would see them comfortable. Selyse's expression twisted. They would not tell anyone, I swear it. She tried. Aegon was resolute, and it showed on his face. Selyse looked upset and disappointed, but seemed to accept it. I see. Aegon turned to Sir Brun. They are waiting downstairs. Have the boys and this Lollies taken to one of our ships. Inform the captain to keep them there. Yes, my prince. Sir Brun said with a bow, and the man left moments after. Aegon turned to Selyse. I will speak with Bartimos this eve and request this favour from him. The children and Lollies will be housed in one of the manses on their island. I will provide for their upkeep and ensure they will want for nothing. The boys will be raised as knights, and they will have a better life, a far better life than you thought the mothers could have provided them in this city. Aegon stood up and he looked at Selyse with disappointment. I know you were trying to do the right thing, but you should not have kept this from me. Putting this on me, now, as almost as an afterthought. Aegon eyed her intently, but she remained silent and averted her eyes. It was then that he knew that their relationship had broken. Was he being too harsh on these women? There wasn't more than 30 of them. Aegon walked out of the solar room of the manse with Sir Reaver following his step, and after he descended down the steps, he was greeted by about 40 men in the common hall of the manse. And a little girl with one of his servants. The men quieted down, though there was a racket of voices outside of the walls of the manse, oddly enough, and Aegon sighed silently and walked towards the servant, and as he arrived, the servant girl, having understood his intent, angled the child towards him. Aegon picked her out of her arms, and the little girl squirmed in his arms. She is a spitting image of a Targaryen. The girl, Floris, had silver blonde hair, more silver than blonde, and dark purple eyes. And she had the same telltale markings of the song at the center of her being. Damon, you irresponsible fuck. Aegon wanted more of those with the blood of dragon lords, but he never wanted it like this. Uncontrolled. Sudden. He could accept Aemond because Aemond was born and raised a Targaryen. A trueborn. Aegon didn't truly care if one was a bastard, but he had to care if one was a Targaryen bastard. The situation then turned dangerous. Because dragons did not care if you were trueborn or not. Only if you had the right blood. And that was the most dangerous of all when it is combined with people who had a chip on their shoulder for being bastards, for understanding or believing that they were mistakes, unwanted, and then dangerously coming to the conclusion that they were the same as others. Deserved the same. He, in another life, would have agreed. Aegon, in this life, could not agree. The child began to cry a little, likely having been disturbed by the growing racket outside, but Aegon began to soothe her in his arms. It's all right, shush, it's all right. Aegon said as he smiled at the little girl. He would have to speak with his eldest, Casterase. Solanise would have to be matched with Maegeli, and that would leave one of the Celtigar girls, or Bryanei, to be matched with Casterase. It would delay his wedding for some time, but needs must. Aegon noticed more keenly the men were watching him. Sir Hammer. Sir Lucen. Aegon called out as the young girl calmed in his arms and the two men stood up. My prince. They said. Aegon handed the girl to the servant girl. Please escort Carolyn to my ship and to Larissa. Little Maegeli is to come with us. Aegon told his men. He knew that they likely knew who her father was. That was fine. He knew that they would not speak of it, not truly and not completely. What truly mattered was that they did not know her mother. They might suspect, but they did not know. He'd plant the seed that the girl's mother was a serving girl that died in the birthing bed and that the girl had found herself out from the Red Keep because of her pregnancy. That was better for everyone involved. Including Maegel. There was a loud banging noise at the gates of the manse and the men in the room stood up from their seats, their hands on their swords. They looked at him and Aegon only nodded before he gestured towards the servant girl to stand closer to the steps. One of the men opened the door and looked back towards him. It's Sir Maliard and Sir Heaver. Let them in. Aegon said before he glanced back at Maegeli that was being held dear by the servant girl. At the top of the stairs, there was Solis looking on with a frown on her face. Aegon turned back and he saw the two knights slightly out of breath. They came closer and one of them, Sir Maliard, spoke up. My prince, I have news. The man began and hesitated as he glanced at Sir Heaver. It's your brother. The words immediately alarmed Aegon. That racket, what happened to Viserys? He knew that Viserys was ill. One only needed to look at him. Some kind of mutated form of leprosy or some kind of bullshit disease similar to it. But he looked fine mostly, the last he'd seen him. What's happened to my brother? Both of them looked nervous and Aegon grew irritated. Speak up. Now. He's dead. Sir Heaver blurted out. The words hit him hard. Harder than he expected. When? Aegon only said, his mind hard at work, wondering who it could be and why now, and if this was a damn setup. He could mourn later, first he needed to take care of himself and his people. Less than an hour ago. He died against a knight from the Riverlands. Aegon stilled, confusion breaking through his forced neutral expression. What? Aegon could only get out. A knight from the Riverlands? Prince Damon. He lost the joust and then called a combat of arms. The Riverland knight killed him during the combat. Sir Heaver explained and Aegon sucked in a heavy breath of air. Damon died? In a damn joust? I cannot believe it. A complex well of emotions played up in his stomach at the possibility. How? Sir Justin. Sir Pate. Go find Sir Brun and the ship he took the guests and stay with them. Make sure they do not leave. Aegon said in a forced calm tone of voice. Yes, my prince. The two men said before they made moves to leave. The rest of you, prepare yourselves. Aegon only said and the men nodded their understanding. Sir Reaver. Sir John. Sir Heaver. Sir Maliard. Come. Aegon said as he began to walk towards the doors. Yes, my prince. The men intoned and soon enough, Aegon was making his way through the streets of King's Landing, streets that were burgeoning into going into unrest at the rumoured news of his brother's death, and Aegon stepped up his pace, wanting, needing, to know if it was true. If it was true his brother was dead. Chapter 37. Everyone, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. I will respond to the last two's chapters in the next chapter, I expect this one will have a lot of reviews haha. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think or if you have questions. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 114 AC King's Landing. Rhaenyra POV. She pulled at the reins of her steed as they arrived at the closed bronze gates of the dragon pit, and quickly unhorsed herself before she walked up to the guards that stood on post, her guards and the 2 King's Guard following in her steps. The guards by the gates recognized her immediately and bowed their heads at her, the word Your Grace escaping from their mouths, but she paid it no mind as she ordered the men to open the gates. The men quickly did as she ordered, though she kept one of them behind whilst the gates were being opened, asking the guard what had happened. After her uncle fell, there had only been chaos amidst the shock and horror of the crowds in attendance. And amidst all of that, after she'd arrived on the ground with Baelon, had there been riders that came to the tourney grounds, riders she had managed to recognize as the dragon keepers amongst the gold cloaks. She had to force the guards to let them through, and she'd been horrified to learn that Caraxes had lost control and was trying to get out of his chains. With her father so stricken, Rhaenyra knew that her father was in no mind to deal with this mess, and Baelon wouldn't know what to do anyway, even if he wasn't as. All of this was why she was the only one who deal with this mess. The dragons went crazy, why our grace? The guard looked nervous as he spoke, and he constantly looked over his shoulder, as if Baelon himself was haunting his shadows. The keepers ordered us to keep the gates shut, all of them. Good, keep them shut after I enter. You are not to open it for anyone except for my father. Rhaenyra ordered, and she did not wait to get the acknowledgement to her order, for she quickly walked up towards the opening gates. Princes, your father would not wa. My father doesn't want anything right now, Sir Rick. Rhaenyra said harshly over her shoulder as the King's Guard twins followed her. She looked forward in an attempt to banish the memory of seeing her father pale deathly white when Damon was slain right in front of their eyes. Her father had been struck mute, even when the Lord Commander urged her father to return to the Red Keep, and her father had looked as if he'd lost his wits in that very moment. In the end, the High Tower whore interceded and got her father out of the royal stand with the majority of the King's Guard and the castle guards in tow. I am doing my duty as heir to the crown. Do not question me any further. Rhaenyra said harshly without once stopping her quick pace. Finally, they arrived at the main chamber within the dragon pit, where she could see more than a dozen of the dragon keepers standing by one another, though some of them made their way towards her. Your Grace. The elder dragon keeper said with a bow of the head. It is good that you are here. The man said, and Rhaenyra could see his face blackened with ash. The dragons, tell me everything. Rhaenyra said as she met the man's gaze before she looked beyond him, towards the main entrance to the caves that held the majority of the dragons of her house. Caraxes suddenly let off a rage-filled roar. The dragon keeper told her, and the man wiped at his forehead with the sleeves of his robes. It was terrible, this roar, and only once have I heard dragon react so suddenly, but never, in all my years of serving your house, have I heard such fury from a dragon, your grace. Her hands felt clammy and she looked away from the dragon keeper's pitying look, and she bit hard on her lip as she tried to keep her composure. The dragon keeper continued, much to her relief, for she did not think any moment longer she could have prevented the full breadth of what happened overcoming her. He kept on yanking on his chains, thrashing furiously, and we could see that the chains would not hold him if he continued, so we tried to calm him with his favorite prey. The dragon keeper sighed heavily, his head shaking. We suffered for the folly. 8 of us died, your grace, and 6 more have grievous burn wounds. Still, we must have done something right, cause he stopped his thrashing. Rhaenyra looked back at the dragon keeper and she finally noticed the marks on his robes, marks that she thought could well be from the man carrying the wounded, or the dead, from Caraxes' cave. I see. Rhaenyra began slowly. What else? What is the present situation? The dragons are no longer riled. Solely feeding them their favorites does the trick, the dragon keeper said in a mirthless smile before he continued, but they are not calm. Caraxes. Rhaenyra commented, and the dragon keeper nodded gravely. He will not let any of us approach. He is still furious. The elder dragon keeper's hand went to his forehead and he looked visibly tense. The chains. Rhaenyra's eyes widened at that. What's wrong with the chains? She quickly asked, all whilst she looked beyond the man and towards the main entrance to the caves where the dragons lay. I did not see myself, but a few of my keepers, the ones that weren't burnt too badly, said the chains are partially broken. The dragon keeper said, and after the man saw the shock on Rhaenyra's face, the man quickly continued, they still hold, but if he was to get in a rage like before, mayhaps I can calm Caraxes. He knows me. Rhaenyra said as she began to move towards the entrance to the caves. Your Grace. Sir Eric called out, and she found him quickly beside her. Your father. My father isn't here. I am. Rhaenyra said with a hint of anger in her voice, which she wasn't sure where it was coming from, but she cared not. She narrowed her eyes at the 2 King's Guard. You have heard what the dragon keeper said. The chains on Caraxes will not hold him for much longer. If he acts up again, and all of King's Landing could be in danger. Do you think my father would be happy to know that his city is burning down? The 2 King's Guard looked at each other for a moment before the other twin spoke up, his eyes set in determination. Your father would not want you to risk yourself, especially not now. Rhaenyra's expression twisted as her anger rose, but before she could speak, the elder dragon keeper spoke up. Your Grace. She turned to face the man, her expression twisted in anger, and the man bowed his head deeply. Caraxes knows all of us dragon keepers too, your Grace, and it matters not to him. I fear if you go to him in his enraged state, you will not be spared his fury. Crown princess or not? Targaryen or not? Rhaenyra's expression twisted further into anger, and her hands clenched tightly. What does he know about being a Targaryen? Dragons know us. They know us, can sense our dragon blood. They would never attack us. Not even Caraxes. Rhaenyra thought furiously, yet, despite all of her anger, she could see the sincerity and fear in the Dragon Keeper's face, which doused her anger ever so slightly, enough for doubt to creep in. Caraxes wouldn't attack me. She convinced herself. She had flown atop Silverwing with right beside her uncle on Caraxes. Many times. The dragon even let her touch Caraxes, even if it had been in her uncle's presence. Careful, sweet little niece. My Caraxes is quite a fierce one and he doesn't take to anyone without my presence. Except for you, perhaps, little niece. The memory of her uncle smirking at her as she braved to put on a hand on Caraxes' neck flashed at the forefront of her mind, a memory she remembered that also had her uncle stand right beside her in a way that she'd had thought was because he wanted to be near her, but mayhaps it was because he was worried. The Dragon Keeper spoke up again, killing the long silence. Give us the rest of the day, Your Grace. The break in the bond is fresh. Caraxes should come by then. How do you know that? Rhaenyra found herself asking, and she surprised to hear her voice bereft of anger. It happened with your grandsire's mount, Your Grace. Vhagar was unrestful on the day Prince Baelon died, but by the eve, she had calmed down enough to be fed. The Dragon Keeper answered, and Rhaenyra looked away from the Dragon Keeper, and for a long moment she was silent. Finally, she spoke up. I will go see Silverwing. Rhaenyra said in a non-negotiable tone, and she began to walk towards the entrance. Of course, Your Grace. Rhaenyra pretended not to hear the relieved tone in the man's voice. Hours later. The Dragon Keeper's words about Caraxes proved to be accurate. For the entire duration she'd been with Silverwing, who had been unrestful too but had calmed in her presence, she heard nothing from the deeper within the pit where she knew Vermithor and Caraxes were, though she had not stayed for much longer, not when guards had been sent to the dragon pit to fetch her on her father's orders. Her father had regained his wits, it seemed. She made her way through the Red Keep, frenzied in the same way it had been on the day of her wedding but entirely differently, and it felt as if a cloud of gloom had befallen her family's keep. She'd debated with herself whether or not she needed to go to her husband, Baelon, or if she needed to go to her father. In the end, she decided to go to her father, and she quieted the voice in her head that told her why she was cowering away from seeing her new husband, and she had to shake her head to banish the memory of the rage and pain she saw contorted on Baelon's face. She made her way towards the small council and, after a moment in which she steeled herself, she walked through the doors, past the guards, and she came across the small council in full attendance, with the exception of her father and the Grand Maester. The men in the council room became silent upon her entrance, with Lords Beesbury and Lord Wilde looking down and away from her. Princess. Lord Strong began, but Rhaenyra was quick to interject. Where is my father? She demanded to know. Lord Strong exchanged looks with Lord Beesbury, and the silence and the looks made the ember of anger within her grow into full-blown anger, but before she could speak up and repeat herself, again, as she oft was made to do when she was permitted amongst the small council, Lord Corlys spoke up. His Grace is in his solar, Princess. Lord Corlys said before his expression changed slightly, a mild look of pity on his face. You have my condolences for the loss of Prince Damon. Rhaenyra stiffened slightly, and she forced herself, with great effort, to nod stiffly. Thank you, Lord Corlys. Rhaenyra said with forced calm at the unneeded reminder that she lost her uncle, her good father, and she thought with bitter sadness that threatened to rise to grow into something more, an irreplaceable loss. She forced all of what she felt, all of what she was stifling dearly, into an anger as she turned her eyes towards the Lord Hand. Has the traitor been executed? She barely managed to keep the venom out of her words, but it seemed like she had not managed as well as she could have, for the Lord Hand's eyebrows rose in surprise. The man quickly recovered. He has not, Your Grace. He remains in the black cells. The Lord Hand's voice was calm and quiet, in the way that it always was, but the way he looked. He looked grim, she thought. Why not? He killed a prince of the blood. Your prince. It is high treason. She said angrily as she got closer to the small council table. Why hadn't her father made sure the man died, painfully, for what he has done? After her uncle defeated the man in the joust, fairly, the Derry traitor called for a continuance in combat in arms, and from the moment the duel began, it was clear from the very beginning that the man had complete intent to kill her uncle. Sir Benfrey Derry defeated Prince Damon in legitimate contest. Lord Wilde, the Master of Law, said after the Lord Hand's eyes fell upon him. He struck a blow before my uncle could yield. Rhaenyra said in a rage that she could no longer contain, and she felt her eyes water. She cared not. After the traitor had disarmed her uncle, he'd immediately struck at her uncle, twice, in quick succession, the first to lay her uncle on his back and the second to stick his sword through her uncle's neck. How was that a legitimate contest? He sought to kill my uncle from the beginning. That is treason. Rhaenyra only barely managed to stop herself from continuing, from levying accusation that she couldn't prove. Not yet. That man, the way he fought, though she was no expert when it came to skill in arms, she had seen enough duels and melees and more, to know when one was skilled and when one was not. This Sir Derry, he was good. Better than good. Perhaps even better than the Lord Commander and that half-Dornish dog the Hightowers keep chained to themselves. But it was the first time she'd ever seen that man. The first time he'd ever fought in a tourney her father threw, and her father threw tourneys every year, practical. Her eyes widened slightly and she felt a great degree of glee surge within her. Her father always threw tourneys, and ever after the tourney her father had thrown for her, true brother, a tourney that caused a great deal of bloodshed and death, her father had forbidden contests of swords from being to the death. My father forbade contests of swords from being to the death. This Derry knight disobeyed my father's, his king, direct orders. Rhaenyra got close to the small council table and she stared, daringly, at the Lord Hand. That is enough cause for execution, my Lord Hand. Rhaenyra said with no small measure of anger, despite having controlled herself more after she got to the right solution to kill the man for what he did. It would not be enough. It would never be enough, for her uncle was worth so much more than a measly Riverlands knight, but it was a start. Lord Wilde exchanged looks with the Lord Hand, and it was the Lord Hand who spoke up, a weary look on his face. His Grace did not make the call this time, Princess. The man said in a commiserating tone of voice, and her retort was stifled on the tip of her tongue, barely, as the man gestured her to let him continue. However, the Lord Hand looked towards the Master of Laws, who Rhaenyra saw nod lightly before the Lord Hand looked at her. It can be argued that his Grace had made the call enough times to make it known his preference. So he can die for treason. Rhaenyra pressed, and it felt like her heart was in her throat. Even if the charge of treason is doubled, Lord Corlys was the one to speak up, and she turned to look at the man. The Derry Knight will demand a trial of 7 if this goes to trial. Lord Corlys scoffed as he gestured lazily. He threatened as much as he was thrown into the black cells. No one would dare stand with him in a trial of 7. Lord Beesbury commented with a heavy frown. A trial by combat then? Lord Corlys said in answer as she watched the man eye Lord Beesbury. Either way, he will not go quietly to his death. Rhaenyra's eyes widened and Rhaenyra fell into a deep silence at those words, a great fear gripping her heart. Baelon. She knew, from the deepest pit in her heart, that Baelon would demand to be one of the champions, or in the case of a trial by combat, the champion against the traitor. She turned around and walked away from the small council table, and she made way towards her father's solar, her heart thumping in her chest now that the weight of it all was descending on her. She was not a fool. She knew that her uncle's death was not good in many ways for her. She loved her uncle. And, at times, she thought she might have loved her uncle in a different way, but always, she thought her uncle was always going to be there for her when she needed him. As Baelon's betrothed. As Baelon's wife. As the mother of her uncle's grandchildren. And that was something she never thought she would be without, even when she'd lived under the thumb of the Hightower whore and her cunt of a father who barely could look at her without contempt and dismissal in his eyes. She knew that she could depend on her uncle from stopping the Hightowers from ever daring to think to usurp the throne from her. And with him dead now. How can her uncle do this? Leave Baelon, leave her. Her hands clenched and she felt as if her heart was pounding through her chest, and she barely realized when she arrived at her father's solar, which was guarded by the Lord Commander and 3 other guards. The Lord Commander moved fully in front of the door as she approached, and when she met the man's gaze with angry, tearful eyes, she saw only apology on his face. Your father has given orders to be left alone, Your Grace. I am his heir. I demand to see my father. Rhaenyra said with a raised chin, anger and fear blooming in her heart. Move aside, sire. The Lord Commander only shook his head slightly. He ordered that none shall be allowed to see him. Not even his heir, Your Grace. The man's voice took on a quiet and apologetic note, but Rhaenyra had no time for it as she looked towards the door, anger and disappointment warring inside of her. Her father. She stepped back, tears in her eyes, and, without saying a single word, she walked away from her father's solar, and towards her royal wing of the Holdfast, where she hoped she would find Baelon, her 2 kings guard following in pursuit. She finds Sir William standing guard at the doors to her chambers, and she was unsure if she felt relieved or wary, perhaps both, at the thought that Baelon was in there. He's in there with Cousin Rhea, Your Grace. Was his answer, and with those words, she got her answer too as to what she felt. Rhaenyra turned to her king's guards. Stay here. She said whilst she opened the door and entered the chamber, where she found Baelon sitting by the table with his head in his hands, with his good mother Lady Rhea standing by the window, her arms crossed and a worried frown on her face as she looked at Rhaenyra. Baelon. Rhaenyra began, her voice quiet, and she found herself unable to say anything more as she stood rooted at the spot. The only reaction she saw from Baelon to her voice was his hands clutching tighter around his head, and Rhaenyra looked towards Lady Rhea. Their eyes met and, for a moment, she thought she saw disapproval in the woman's eyes, but she couldn't tell for sure because her good mother had shaken her head before she begun to move towards Baelon. I will be outside with Cousin William, Baelon. Lady Rhea said gently to her son as she placed her hand on his shoulder, a moment that lingered, before she walked away and walked towards Rhaenyra. She stopped beside Rhaenyra. You should not have left him. Lady Rhea said in an even voice, though it was low enough that only Rhaenyra could hear, and before Rhaenyra could say anything, her good mother walked away from her and out of the door, leaving behind only Rhaenyra and Baelon. I had to leave. She wanted to say. The dragons needed me, but she never really knew how to talk with her good mother. Even before she became her good mother. They had little in common, and the stories she heard about the woman from her uncle, and the names her uncle called her. It seemed unlikely she'd ever had anything in common with the woman. Except Baelon. And Rhaenyra could sense that her good mother really did not like her much at all, and she really did not like that even if she never said a single wrong thing about Baelon's mother to him. She doubted the Hightower whore, and her collection of lickspittles refrained from doing so, however. She shook her head clear and she sighed silently before she steeled herself and walked towards Baelon. Baelon. Rhaenyra tried again, but again Baelon did not look up, and she felt a little frustrated by his behavior. How could he die? She was startled by the murmurs of Baelon, and she watched him lift up his face that had been masked by the curls of his hair, and she lost a bit of her breath at the pain that was on his face. He fought in the stepstones, Rhaenyra. He fought against 100 different men, all of them trying to kill him, but he never died. He never allowed himself to die. Only to die against a. Baelon's face contorted with pain as his eyes closed. Rhaenyra felt her eyes water, the words spoken by Baelon touching deep within her. She felt the same. How dare Damon die? In the tourney throne, in the celebration of her wedding? It was bad enough the Hightower whore made a spectacle of herself, but now everyone would always talk about the death of her uncle at the tourney throne in celebration of her wedding. And she knew the Hightower whore would do her seven damnedest to twist into something that resembled as the gods showing their disapproval at her. At her and Baelon. I don't know. Rhaenyra said as tears fell from her eyes, tears that came from anger, from grief, and from fear as well, and she wiped at her eyes with the back of her hand. I don't know. Why it happened. How it could have happened. She looked back to meet Baelon's eyes. The same eyes that belonged to her uncle, eyes that she could see were wet but somehow did not pool and fall, and she grabbed hold of his face with her two hands, and she watched as he closed his eyes at the touch of her hands, causing Rhaenyra to smile a little despite everything. She was growing fonder of Baelon. Ever since that talk in that pavilion, they had gotten to know each other, really gotten to know each other, and she could see herself truly loving him. She could see her uncle in Baelon, but she could see that he was unlike most of the other leeches that stared at her wantonly. Perhaps it was because he was still just a boy that knew little, naive, perhaps not with matters of intrigue with how he'd surprised her with his remarks, but certainly in other ways, like how he underestimated the treachery of the Hightowers. Nonetheless, Baelon would be a good husband to her, she knew. But she needed more than a good husband. She needed an ally that could fill the hole that her uncle left, in both of their lives. The Hightowers will come for her, she knew, and would not be stopped now with the death of her uncle. I promise you, we'll see Uncle Damon avenged. This dairy traitor and the ones who ordered him to kill him. Rhaenyra said in a serious tone of voice, and Baelon's eyes snapped open with angry shock and, surprisingly, suspicion in his eyes. Rhaenyra pressed. You saw it too, my love. The way the Dairy Knight attacked Uncle Damon. He wanted to kill him from the beginning. She said persistently, and Baelon yanked his head free from her hands and he stood up and stepped from her. Rhaenyra rose to her full height and did not flinch under Baelon's gaze. A gaze was set upon a hard and angry face that did not move at all during the long moments of silence that passed, moments that made Rhaenyra nervous and fearful that she misstepped. You're only guessing. Baelon finally said, breaking the silence, and it was more of a statement than it was anything else, and she knew that tone of voice. She'd heard him use it a number of times when he was forcing himself to be calm. I am. Rhaenyra admitted. It could be just a coincidence, but I don't think so, because why? Why would he want to kill the brother of the king? I don't know any reason why the Dairies would have to be angry with Uncle Damon. Baelon's expression broke and he looked away from her, his teeth clenching, his hands too. She knew that Baelon had thought about it. It was impossible not to. To think the Hightowers had something to do with it. She had heard Damon say plenty of things about the Hightowers in her and Baelon's presence. No doubt her uncle would have done more in private too. I will force it out of him in the trial by combat. Baelon said as he looked towards her, his face etched in anger, and Rhaenyra's eyes widened. Yo, why shouldn't I? Is it not my right? Baelon said, cutting her off, and Rhaenyra felt herself clenching her fists at his words, her anger rising like fire within her. So you want to get yourself killed? Rhaenyra found herself saying with bitter and breathless anger in her voice, and she barely managed to stop herself from wounding his childish pride by adding the word stupidly. Baelon looked at her with anger in his eyes. I will defeat him. Kill him. My father's killer will not die by no sword but that of mine. He would want me to. Rhaenyra then realized that Baelon was only saying those words. For all that Baelon was angry, for all that he desired vengeance, she knew that Baelon wasn't stupid. She knew that Baelon realized that he could not yet defeat a knight of the caliber of the traitor. No, he wouldn't. Rhaenyra said quietly. You know it too. Your father would want to make sure you sit beside me on that throne, Baelon. Rhaenyra stepped closer to Baelon, her chin raised. And you're only still just a squire. My father will not let you fight against him. And if I have to, I will order the guards to keep you here until after the trial to make sure you don't. This set Baelon off and he got close to her, very close, his expression full of anger. I am your lord husband. And I am the crown princess, the future ruling queen of the realm. Wife or not? Rhaenyra returned heatedly, which did not faze Baelon, and she forced herself to calm down before she stepped closer to Baelon and she placed a hand on his shoulder, which she let fall down across his arm until her hand took hold of his. You're not ready, Baelon, and you know it too. Rhaenyra said quietly before her hand was placed on his cheek. And it is what they would want. Rhaenyra said even quieter, as if she was concerned their words could be overheard. You saw what they did at our wedding, what she did. Baelon looked away from her. The beacon glows green when Old Town calls its banner to war, Baelon said in a mirthless tone of voice despite his face clouding over. The lines have been drawn, Baelon. Rhaenyra said quietly as she stepped closer and placed her forehead on his. It wouldn't be long before he outgrew her. She heard him sigh and she placed her hand on her belly. They will come for us, I know it, I know it. Your father, he knew it. Rhaenyra said as she pulled his hand with his onto her belly and she felt his breath grow stilted. I need you, we. Rhaenyra trailed off and she met his gaze head on, and her bottom lip wavered slightly as she felt her emotions take hold over. Her father. Without Damon, could she really depend on her father? It was Damon who helped her with Dragonstone. It was Damon who made sure that her father did not keep her out of the small council. It was Damon who was her most ardent supporter. Her father. Her father had rarely done much for her in preparation for her ascendancy to queenship, and she had always felt as if he was doing less than the minimum because he had no real wish to keep his promise and keep her as heir, always wondering if her father was going to throw her aside for his Hightower children. She felt his hand tighten around her belly and Baelon separated himself from her forehead and she stared into his violet eyes. You have me, Rhaenyra. Since the day I was born. Baelon's expression grew harder. And if they truly had a hand in my father's death, they will face justice for their treachery. His expression broke up, cycling through a series of complicated emotions. Even if I must be patient for now. It was not exactly what she wanted to hear, but the words still caused her to feel a great deal of relief. She nodded at those words before she grew a little wary. She did not really want to, but she thought it would likely help him. Like it helped her. Seeing her mother, even if her body was wrapped up in garments with only her face showing, before Rhaenyra was made to set her mother's body on fire. It helped her even if she had not known it at the time with how young she'd been. We should see your father. Before he's set to full rest. Rhaenyra said softly to him, and she watched Baelon clenched his teeth before he stiffly nodded. Her Kingsguard followed their steps as they made their way towards the mortuary, and they arrived at the doors of the mortuary where there were several guards, including the guards of Uncle Aegon, something that she saw irritate Baelon as he quickened his steps and entered the mortuary. And right there, standing either side of her Uncle Damon's body, was her other uncle and, surprisingly, Archmaester Aegon, their granduncle, the one she never knew lived until he'd shown up to the Red Keep a few weeks ago. Her uncle had said the man was a boorish cunt with the charms of a wet spoon, and the few times the man dined with her family, at her father's persuasion, she could not help but agree that her granduncle was an ill-mannered, stuck-up bore. No wonder he found his place amongst dusty books. Both of them looked towards them, and Rhaenyra thought it strange with how similar the both of them looked in that moment, a look of nothing on their faces. Why are you here? Baelon's voice is harsh. Uncle. Baelon added, the word said with the same harshness. Rhaenyra wasn't surprised by the harshness. Her uncle had been in King's Landing more than a week now, but unless Baelon had sought out their uncle separately, which she could not imagine he would have, they'd only spoken on only 3 occasions, and the time that the most words were exchanged, was on the night they dined together, a night that wasn't one of warmth, much because of Rhaenyra, she begrudgingly admitted to herself. And perhaps she should have restrained herself a little, especially with the rumors about the possible betrothal between Aemond and one of Aegon's children after the fostering was done. But then her father had confided in her and Uncle Damon the terrible capitulating agreements he reached with her other uncle, a betrayal of the worst kind. Effectively allowing her uncle to become king, and despite the denials of her father to Uncle Damon's words, she believed that her Uncle Aegon had full intention on becoming a king, something that her father would not hear at all. Why else would he want independence from the crown, from her father, from her when it was her time? After that dinner, it hadn't been easy to find an opportunity to try and get close to her uncle, especially as days after that dinner she'd learnt the Hightowers were making their play with her Uncle Aegon, something that none of them liked at all. And Baelon, well, he did not really want to speak with their uncle after Damon had warned them off, claiming that there was something wrong with him. Her uncle's expression did not change as he spoke. He was your father, but he was my brother. It was then her uncle sighed heavily. Whether or not either of us liked it much. Her uncle then looked towards Damon a long moment before he turned around and began to walk towards them. Her uncle stopped right in front of Baelon, his expression seemed to change, soften. I am sorry Damon died. Your father deserved much more than this. She watched as Baelon clenched his teeth as he met their uncle's gaze, a gaze that followed their uncle Aegon when he walked away from them without another word said. Her eyes then veered towards her granduncle, who also began to make way for the doors, but the eldest male living Targaryen spoke once before he left. Take heed. It takes only one misstep. My brother Aemon found that out, as did several of my sisters. Rhaenyra stiffened at the words that she knew was unfinished, as did Damon, and whilst she stiffened, Baelon instead grew thunderous at the words, but neither of them moved to stop the dour man from leaving, even if she wanted to scratch out the man's eyes for his words. When the man left the mortuary chamber, Rhaenyra sneered a little as she spoke. I can't wait for them to leave and never return. Rhaenyra said with a scoff, but it seemed Baelon paid her words little mind, for he started to walk towards his father's body, and Rhaenyra's expression softened at the sight. She walked up to him as he stood beside the table on which Damon's body lay on, and she pushed her hand into his. His hand tightened around hers and she felt a measure of relief at the act as her gaze went full towards her uncle's face and her breath hitched at the proper sight of his face. He looks so. Rhaenyra trailed off, her eyes watering, and Baelon made a noise from the back of his throat. Baelon only said, and she could feel as much as she could hear the sharp intake of breath from Baelon. It doesn't suit father, that look. There was a kind of deadness in Baelon's voice, one that forced her to look upon him, and she saw his eyes water even if his face was stone-faced. No, it doesn't. The missing smirk feels wrong. Rhaenyra said softly, and it caused Baelon to react as his expression broke into a half-smile and her husband turned to look at her. She reached to him and placed her hand on his cheek before she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. I'm here for you. Rhaenyra said, and the look she got from him told her that Baelon was hers now, truly hers. Later. They returned their royal wing within the holdfast, and it was where she was asked to be spoken with by her good mother, something that made her wary. After the doors closed to her chambers as Baelon left with Sir William, it was then the look on her good mother's face changed into one of grim seriousness. You do understand what my husband's death means for you, do you not? Lady Rhea was blunt in her words, and Rhaenyra felt a flash of irritation. Of course I do. Rhaenyra scowled out. But it changes nothing. I will still be heir, and there is nothing anyone can do about that. Rhaenyra said with her arms crossing. My father loved Uncle Damon. Almost as much as he loves me. He wouldn't do anything to harm his memory. She wouldn't allow herself to think anything else, nor would she ever give it up. Not now. Not ever. Her good mother stared at her for a long while before an edge of contempt flashed across her face. It changes everything, good daughter. Damon, for all that he was her good mother, said with a mild scowl on her face, and Rhaenyra was reminded of all the times that her uncle called her his bronze bitch, something Rhaenyra couldn't help but think of her callous good mother in this very moment. He also was a man that was respected as he was feared. He was your best supporter, and someone others would have rallied to. Her good mother said, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Rhaenyra. And with his death, you are exposed. My son is exposed. Her good mother bit out, and Rhaenyra could sense there was bitterness in those words. And what is it you want me to do about that? Rhaenyra couldn't help but retort, her arms falling by her sides. Do you think I don't know all of that? Do you think I am not aware that the traitors are celebrating my uncle's death, your husband's death, at this very moment? Lady Ray smiled thinly. Then you also know that they are only one death away from the throne for them to be without challenge. Rhaenyra's eyes widened at those callous, cold words, and Rhaenyra felt an anger soar, even if there was also a great deal of fear among it. They wouldn't dare. Lady Rhea looked at her with a glint of contempt in her eyes. Yes, they would, and you know it too. You would be a fool girl not to see it otherwise. Lady Rhea breathed in heavily before she continued. From now on, you will not drink, you will not eat, not without one of the servant girls I brought from Runestone tasting it for you. She will serve as your food and drink taster from now on. I will do no such thing. I will have my own servants. Rhaenyra said with narrowing eyes. Do not forget yourself, Lady Rhea. I am the heir to the Iron Throne. You do not order me. I do not, no, but I can make your life even more difficult than it already is, your grace. Lady Rhea said without missing a single beat. I command House Royce, and my late father has served as Lord Regent to Jainaran, who is a close friend of mine. Who is also married to Laenor Velaryon, the other House of Dragon Riders. Lady Rhea said with a grim smile as she stepped closer to Rhaenyra, whose eyes widened greatly. And then there is my son. The young man who I raised, and now, his only parent. You would be wise not to discard the most valuable ally you have. Jainaran is my cousin. She would support me nonetheless. Rhaenyra bit out, unwilling as she was to back down from this woman who was insignificant the day before. And your son is my consort husband. He would not betray me for you. A cousin you have only met when she came to your wedding. Lady Rhea said with a thin smile. She might favor you, of course, but then Valyrian neutrality may sound a better path to take for her kingdom. Being kin, after all, has not always been the binding stones people like to think it is. And my son? Lady Rhea's hard look faded slightly. My son is taken with you. This, I cannot deny. But if you do not act to change your perilous circumstance, you would betray your own son. Rhaenyra asked with angry disbelief on her face. I would protect him. Lady Rhea only said with her expression hardening. Do not think I care for that damned throne, girl. If I had my way, Baelon would be Baelon Royce and be done with your family and your games. I would say he would have been the happier for it. Then it is good fortune that you did not have your way to deny him his heritage. Rhaenyra bit out and she refrained, barely, from saying what she really wanted to say. That the bronze bitch would never have dared to say these words when her uncle still lived. Lady Rhea only smiled before she looked directly into her eyes. So will you accept my generous offer? Rhaenyra gritted her teeth for a long moment as she met the bronze bitch's gaze. Your son, as you say, is taken with me. What is to stop me from telling him that you are plotting against me, against him? Would Baelon believe you? Now? Lady Rhea said with a tilted head. And am I really plotting against you, Rhaenyra, or am I making sure that you aren't accidentally finding your way into death? To that, Rhaenyra found herself silenced for a moment. My servants are trustworthy. Your servants live in a red keep managed by your stepmother. Lady Rhea said with an arched brow. Your guards, your knights, even your small council, there is divided loyalties here, Rhaenyra. Lady Rhea said with thinned lips. Your father keeps those divided loyalties at bay, but he will not always be able to do that, especially if his illness becomes much worse, especially after he dies. You have a need to protect yourself and ensure you do not give them an opportunity to allow yourself to get usurped. And you have to start that by making sure that the loyalties of those around you is unquestionable. Lady Rhea then looked towards her belly and Rhaenyra stepped back a little. And most importantly, you must have your heirs and have them soon. I'm not a broodmare. Rhaenyra bit out and Lady Rhea sighed heavily before she eyed Rhaenyra with a strange look on her face. You will have to be. Your stepmother has ensured that you have to be lest you lose out on alliances because they offered the hands of your siblings first. Rhaenyra clenched her hands. Leave me. Rhaenyra bit out as she looked away from her good mother. Her good mother did not move for a long few moments, but when she moved to depart, she did not do so without saying one last thing. I will send the servant girl Jella to you within the hour. She's a good girl. Clever too. She'll serve you well. When the doors to her chambers closed, Rhaenyra let out a stifled noise that was half a scream and a half cry. Before she knew it, she felt herself sitting atop her bed and it felt like as if the entire world was pressing down on her. And never before, not since her mother died, did she feel as alone as she did in this moment in time. Break. Mid to late 114 AC King's Landing. Allison POV. Father. Allison said with relief in her voice as her father was being led into her room by Sir Criston Cole. Her father had been staying with the rest of her family in a manse by the Iron Gate in the Nobles' Quarter, despite having gotten her father permission to reside in the Red Keep. Getting him here had been a 3-day effort, with the Lord Commander and the other King's Guard all but locking down the Red Keep. Her father looked at her for a moment before he looked away and towards her children who were present in the far side of the room with her brother Gwaine, save for Jaehaerys who was with the wet nurses in the room connected to this royal chambers. Daughter. Her father said as he reached her, his hands now gently on either side of her arms, a scrutinous look on his face. How is the king? The question took her aback for a moment, but she found her speaking without a thought. He's torn with grief, she said before she quickly recovered and added more when she saw the frown on her father's face. He's locked himself in his solar. He'd only once got out of his solar and that had been for the hastened trial. Her father only said after a moment, and another moment passed before he spoke again. The king loved his brother more than that man deserved. Her father said, and she could see a glimmer of satisfaction showing in his eyes. Satisfaction that she was not certain was only meant for the death of the greatest threat to her children, and not something more. Her father let go of her arms and stared intently into her eyes. Do you know anything about why Sir Benfrey Derry confessed to the charges of treason? Allison's eyes widened before she shook her head. The man confessed this morn, the day after the death of Damon, to the jailers, and had done so again to the Master of Laws and the Lord Hand before the man was quickly brought out in front of the court and confessed to the king himself. Only that Prince Aegon had visited the man and spoke to the man in private. Allison said lowly, and her father's eyes widened at those words. She quickly continued. Sir Benfrey did not look as if he had been tortured, he did look defeated and resigned as he confessed his treason. Not once did the man look up from the ground as he'd spoken about how he wanted to be known for slaying the famous Prince Damon, his sole motivation. He would have been hanged less than an hour ago in her estimation. I see. Her father said slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly. What Allison began, what do you think he said to him to make him confess? Her father looked grim and only after a long pause did he explain. A man like Aegon who has seen innumerable noble houses extinguished, as wretched as they may have been, would find no compunction in extinguishing one more. Allison looked aghast at her father for a moment before she took control over herself. She glanced at Sir Criston, whose expression darkened greatly at those words, for it was something that hit close to his heart, before she looked back at her father. You really think he would have done that? Viserys wouldn't have let him get away with it. He would have to answer for carrying that out. He is meant to leave sooner rather than later. The death of his brother only added a few days. He is perfectly placed to carry out the deed without consequences, at least to himself. Her father explained, and Allison was quiet to that, her eyes falling. She didn't think her father was right. You disagree? Her father said, and she was startled into meeting his studious gaze. Why threaten him with such a heinous act? Why not agree to the trial by combat? With what we know of him, he should be a very skilled swordsman. And Sir Darry is injured, and I am doubtful many would choose to be his champion. His victory would have been assured. And Aegon seemed like a pious man, regardless of what some of her kin thought of him and the rumors that the Grand Maester helped make. Her father looked at her with what she understood as faint approval. Why indeed? Her father let off a faint noise before he continued. Because it changes the story, Alicent. Her father said with a grim look in his eyes. Instead of it being a contest that Prince Damon lost, it becomes a contest that was fought with the full intent to slay one of the princes of the blood. Her eyes widened. The narrative, it saves Prince Damon's reputation. Indeed. Her father said with a light nod before a faint smile broke out on his face. It changes nothing, however. This is a victory for us. Her father's expression shifted and a serious look overcame his face. You must be careful now, Alicent. We are in a much better position than we were only a few days ago, but we must still be careful. Alicent nodded slightly. To say she was relieved that Damon was dead would be an understatement. She had nightmares about the man, who taunted her with every opportunity he had, even going so far as doing it in public in front of the eyes of the lords and the small folk. It was fitting that his death was made right in front of their eyes. Still, she had one question she really wanted to know an answer to, and she leaned forward, the words spoken in a whisper. Was he one of ours? Her father's expression took on a hard look, his eyes a sight of cold disregard. Don't be a fool, daughter. Her father's voice dripped with disappointment. Think. It is too soon to act in such an obvious way. Aegon is still just a boy. Her father then let out a tiny mirthless laugh. No, this was merely the gods showing us their favor, even if it at an inopportune moment. Her father made a noise from the back of his throat. At least he died a befitting death. Her father then sighed wearily before he met her gaze. Damon's sudden death, in a duel that should never have gotten out of hand, leaves the realm in chaos. You tell me the king is in grief? Yes. He couldn't wait to leave the throne room as soon as the trial was over. Alicent admitted. Her husband looked so pale, and he was now walking with a walking stick, the illness he had seemed to take on a much worse turn. Her father's expression took on a look of disapproval and disappointment. And, Alicent thought, of concern. Your children are but babes. They are not ready and will not be ready for years to come. Viserys, he cannot die. Her father's tone of voice was quiet and Alicent's breath hitched. He must not die, and you must ensure that he does not until Aegon is ready to take what is owed him. It was nothing that she disagreed with, that she must endure with Viserys and that she must endure for Aegon, for her children, so that they have what they are owed. But with Damon dead, hasn't the situation changed? Couldn't they be more? Father. No, Alicent. Her father's tone of voice was stern as his hands took hold of her shoulders. Daughter. Her father's tone of voice was more gentle at that point, something that continued as he spoke further. You must kill the girl and let the queen be born. Damon no longer lives to terrorize you or threaten you, but his spawn and that spoiled girl still live, and they still threaten you and your children. Alicent swallowed dryly, and under the gaze of her father, she remained silent. Her father nodded slightly. Good. You understand. Rhaenyra is nothing but a spoiled girl with nothing to support her but Baelon and his mother. Her father breathed in heavily before he spoke again, his hands falling from her shoulders, his eyes drilling into her. It is time now, daughter. Be the queen I always envisioned you capable of being. Alicent found herself nodding and found herself standing a little taller at the rare faith her father showed in her. Yes, father. Her father smiled then, full approval in his eyes, though the moment didn't last long before his eyes veered towards her children. Have you resolved the issue regarding my second grandson? Her father asked, and Alicent turned to look at her children who were with Gwaine. I spoke with him this morn. He has listened. He won't send Aemond away anymore. This caused her almost as much happiness as watching her tormentor die. It had been a betrayal by her husband. To give away her son without even a single word, worse than even the betrayal of keeping her in the dark about the agreements he'd reached with Aegon, which he'd found no problem sharing with Damon and Rhaenyra as soon as he could. He'd been steadfast on the course, fostering Aemond with Aegon before eventually marrying Rhaena, Aegon's daughter, but she managed to plead with him this morning, finally. Days after Damon's death, with Viserys still weak and full of grief, he had been more than receptive to her imploration that their son should remain. That Aemon was too young and that Aegon needed his younger brother. Her husband relented then, no doubt thinking of the loss of a brother could feel like to their Aegon. Good, good. Her father looked immensely pleased with this outcome. It is more important now than ever that Aemond remains with us and gets Caraxes for us. Viserys still is intent on keeping the betrothal, however. Do you think we should still pursue it? Alicent asked her father. Her father then looked towards, his eyes piercing into hers. Yes. Her father said after a long moment of silence. Aegon is a dangerous man, one who is unlikely to be as noble and as pious as he has made himself out to be to the nobility. It is important that we tie his line to ours if the Valyrians continue to be difficult. Has Uncle found out more about the magic? She asked, whispering the last word in her sentence. No. Her father said with a look of hardness on his face. No more than what we already know. She knew he spoke of the curtain of blue fire that had washed over Myr, which remained, it seemed, something that all of the witnesses had said was real. She had thought that it was no more than exaggeration of the flames of the dragon that Aegon rode, but the look on her father's face told her that he was not convinced by such a thought. The matter of heresy, however, that is something that has been dismissed. Her father said to her, and Alicent found herself smiling a little at that. Her father's expression fell into a frown. What the former enslaved and ignorant believe is no matter to the faith, and Aegon has disavowed the notions that he is a prophet enough times that the matter is considered settled by the High Septon. Nevertheless, her father continued with a grave note to his voice. Do not think him a pious man, Alicent. Nor think of him as anything other than more dangerous than Damon ever was, and that he has an entire land free from the realm worshipping him more than they worship our gods. Her father sighed heavily. Had I known that Aegon would not reject it immediately, I would have pushed for your eldest boy to be wed to his daughter Rhaena. Her father said, and the words surprised her. I thought you wished we marry Aegon to Helena. Her expression twisted slightly at the grave sin she was pushing onto her children to bolster Aegon's image as the true heir to the Iron Throne. Her father made a noise in the back of the throat before he spoke again. The same can be achieved with the daughter of the last daughter of Jaehaerys the Conciliator. At that, Alicent remained silent. But all of that is only a secondary to ensuring we have the numbers we need should Viserys remain obstinate to the right course of action. Her father said after a long moment of silence, and she thought she could hear the accusation in his voice, as if he held her responsible for making her husband be more of a fool than he already was. After another long moment of silence, her father placed his hand on her shoulder. I must go now. We're leaving for Old Town on the morn. I see. Alicent said with a nod. The funeral for Damon was to be on the morn, and she was not surprised that her family was leaving at the same time. Keep me informed, daughter. Her father said before he walked up to Gwaine and exchanged a few words before he left their royal chambers. The next day. Alicent flinched, her hands tightening on the shoulders of her Aegon, as the giant beast known as Vermithor moved once more, its maw closer to the pyre on which Damon's body was on. Mother. Aegon whined quietly, and she quickly removed her hands from her son's shoulders when she was tensing, and, instead, brought her thumb closer to her mouth, her teeth nibbling at the edge of her nail. She watched as Baelon got closer to Vermithor, and she flinched again when the huge beast let off a great plume of flame at the pyre, engulfing it all in a great fire. A fire that seemed to consume the pyre within moments, and she felt herself pale a little at the sight. These dragons, beasts, they were unnatural things. Beasts that haunted her dreams as much as Damon did. The world would be better off without them, she'd long thought. She heard her husband make a noise, and she turned to see him, and saw his face miserably etched in pain and grief, and she felt a small amount of pity for her husband. Her eyes then caught Rhaenyra's, who stared directly at her with a look that masked nothing. She saw only anger in those eyes, and Alicent did not waver to look back at the spoiled girl with unflinching eyes. The gods are in my family's favor, girl, you will see that one day, Alicent thought as she smiled steely at Rhaenyra, an act that she saw take the girl aback, but instead of cowing like she used when she was younger, Rhaenyra only took on a look of rage on her face, a look that surprised Alicent, but as soon as the look arrived, the look disappeared as Rhaenyra looked away from her. And Alicent looked away as well and looked towards the burning pyre. And just like that pyre, your usurpation will go up in smoke. I swear it. Days later. You can't leave. Her son said petulantly with his little hands clumped into fists as he stared up defiantly at his uncle, who looked vaguely amused at the antics. Aegon the elder crouched down so that he was at eye level with his namesake. What about my own children and my wife? They are waiting for me. Aegon the elder posed to her son, and she was surprised to see the struggle on his face. She had been sure that he would misspeak and had been ready to intervene. They can come here. They can stay with us. Just like you. Her son said, again surprising her, He has really grown attached to him, hasn't he? She thought to herself. In such a short period of time, her child, her children, Aemond, and even Helena, who did not seem to mind his presence, had grown quickly used to him. Aegon the Elder seemed to find it difficult to speak further, and when she was about to intervene, her son spoke further. Or I can come with you. She balked at that. Aegon. She began warningly, and she was beset with an unhappy face from her son. Still she continued. You have your place here. This is your home. Your uncle has his own home as well. It doesn't have to be for long. Her son paused for a moment before he looked back at Aegon the Elder. You can take all of us. Me, Aemond, Helena. Even Jaehaerys. Aegon, enough. This time there was a sternness in her tone of choice, though it seemed like her son had gotten brave enough to act out with the way his body seemed to vibrate, ready to explode into a tantrum. But before anything could happen, Aegon the Elder placed his hand on her son's shoulder, a saddened smile on his face, and it took her aback, including the way he was looking at her son, as if he was struggling with something. I would wish it so, me. Aegon the Elder said, and there was great deal of solemnity in his voice, so much so that even her son was stilled by the tone of voice. I have grown very fond of you and your siblings. You remind me much of mine own children. Aegon then placed his hand on top of her son's head, a soft scruffling as Aegon smiled at her son. But just because I am far away doesn't mean I will be gone or that I have forgotten you. You are my nephew, me. One day, we will see each other again. Aegon said as he embraced her son, and she was surprised to see her son grab hold of his uncle. Aegon picked up her son and held him in his arms, and she could see him whisper something in her son's ear, and she moved closer, but the shake of the head of her good brother stopped her from moving as Aegon continued to whisper in her son's ear. Aegon the Elder then moved away his head, as did her son, and her good brother raised his hand, which formed into a fist excepting for the littlest finger on the hand. She remembered Aegon once telling a story about his own children to Aegon and to her other two eldest, and what they did when they promised one another. Her son sniffled but did the same. I promise. Her son said as their littlest fingers hooked around each other. Good boy. I am proud of you, me. Her good brother said with a smile on his face, and she was surprised to see the sadness on her son's face wither away, if only slightly, as a smile bloomed on his face. Good. Aegon said before he placed her son back on the ground, and she deeply curious and concerned about what he might have said to her son, but she kept it hidden, for now, as she made her son go back deeper in the royal chamber. What did you tell him? She asked when they were alone, as she glanced over her shoulder and watched as her son rejoined Aemond and Helena. Only what he needed to hear. Her good brother said, and she looked back at him, and she was surprised to see the change on his face, from gentle to neutral. Before I depart, I will tell you this, good sister. I have refused the betrothal between our children. Allison's eyes widened in shock, but she quickly recovered as she stared him with a sense of non-understanding. Why? She asked, and Aegon gave her a faint thin smile that she barely could tell through his beard. Because I cherish my children. More than anything else in this world. Aegon looked away from her and towards her children. Aemond is a good-natured boy and could become a good man. He will be a good man. Allison defended, and Aegon looked back to meet her gaze. I hope so. I hope so for all of my nephews. However, I will not allow anyone who I do not know, anyone I have not seen grow from a boy to a young man, marry my daughter. Any of my daughters. Their happiness means more to me than an advantageous marriage could ever hope to mean. Aegon said to her, and Allison looked away from his eye as she bit her lip. Viserys cannot be happy with this. She only said in answer. He isn't, and nor am I, truth be told. Aegon said, and Allison thought he might say more, but he only hummed, and she heard him move towards the doors, although he paused in his steps, and as he spoke, he did not turn to look at her. Sometimes doing the best for your children is against everything you or anyone else wants. Remember that, good sister. Aegon said before he walked towards the door, and soon after exited her chambers. For a long moment she only stood there, watching the door. It was only after she was broken out of her thoughts when she heard her children that she moved towards them. After a little while, when she and Aegon were alone, did she ask what Aegon the Elder said to her son. It's a secret. Her son said obstinately, his nose crinkled. You can share with me. I'm your mother. Allison said gently, trying to keep out sternness from her voice. No. I will not tell. Aegon said, and the look on his face made clear that unless she punished him, she would get nothing from her son. Go. Allison said after a long moment of staring at her son, who had looked away from her eyes, and her son couldn't move quick enough to leave her. She sighed heavily as she watched him go. I'll get it out of him another day. She thought before she wondered how she would tell her father that Aegon's branch was looking like they might be out of reach, at least for now. Break. Mid to late 114 AC, King's Landing. Viserys POV. Viserys continued to stare at his model of old Valyria as his remaining brother was walked into his solar. Brother. He heard Aegon say, but Viserys kept his eyes on the model of old Valyria even as his brother stepped closer to him until finally he was beside Viserys. They did not speak for a long time, nor did Viserys look upon his brother during that entire time, his eyes searing into every little crevice of the model he built. Viserys, it is time for me to leave. His brother's tone of voice was quiet and it helped jog him out of his reverie. Did you know, Viserys began as his hand clenched tighter onto the walking stick, that when our father was made heir, I begun to dream about my rule. Viserys said as he looked towards the building where the heads of the 40 families assembled to govern. I dreamt that I would rule wisely, like our grandfather, with you and Damon, my 2 brothers, on my small council to help me rule. Viserys said with a mirthless, meaningless smile forming on his face. The 3 heads of the dragon like the one that is on our banner. Viserys said as he glanced at his brother, who he saw staring down at the model with a hard look on his face. He'd hoped his rule to be one that would continue on the era of peace his grandsire brought forth, a rule that would be remembered. And he'd been so hopeful when he was crowned king. So happy. So determined to see his rule as one that would be as fondly remembered that of his grandsire. The only problem he had then was an heir born from himself and his dearest Aemma, the heir he'd seen in his dreams so many times. He wanted him so much, he wanted his Aemon so badly, so much so that he killed her for it, not realizing what he was losing in the process. And now, Damon always cut him deeply. In ways no one else was capable of. His was insubordinate, arrogant, and caused as many problems and headaches as he caused joy in their family. Viserys couldn't really stand his brother for too much, for too long, and now he's cut him so deeply so as to feel as if he'd lost an entire arm. And the way that he died. Gods, Damon, why did you have to die? And such a unbefitting matter? Grief once again struck at him, but before it could overwhelm him, his remaining brother spoke further. Sometimes dreams don't come true, Viserys. His brother said in answer to him, and Viserys let off a dry laugh. How true that is, brother. Yes. Viserys, as he turned away from the model of old Valyria and faced his brother properly, and Aegon did the same. Viserys stared into the soul eye of his brothers before he looked towards the silver eye patch where once the eye he'd inherited from their mother resided, an eye that Aegon said had been scratched out by a beast in Tolos. Aegon had been here for a fortnight, and yet all that he could think of was that it might as well been only a few days, and Viserys found himself looking away from Aegon as a thought lodged itself in his head. I hoped to reunite the 3 sons of Baelon, and instead I received a brother I do not know anymore, and a brother who is no more. What did you say to that man? Viserys found himself asking as a way to distract himself from his thoughts. If you're asking about Sir Benfrey Derry, I only told him the truth. The truth. That there are consequences for harming my family, and that I am not known to be forgiving of slights from people who do not matter to me. Aegon said, and Viserys couldn't help but look at his brother, and he could see the hardness in his eye. Viserys closed his eyes for a moment before he nodded slowly. I see. Viserys. He felt a hand on his shoulder and a soft squeeze as well, and he opened his eyes and he saw his brother's eye lose its hardness and his expression looking saddened. Take care of yourself, will you? Aegon's tone of voice was gentle, and Viserys couldn't help but break at that moment. He wasn't meant to die. Viserys said with a pained note in his voice, and he and Aegon embraced one another. He was meant to outlive me for years, decades. Aegon only held on tighter onto him as Viserys let his grief out. He truly believed that his brother would long outlive him, and see Rhaenyra's reign for years and decades after Viserys had passed. Only to die in a meaningless contest at the hands of a traitor. His father, his brother, why was it that their family was so cursed? They held on to each other for a long moment before they parted, and Viserys looked upon his brother's face, and he was pained to see that though it was etched in sadness, there were no tears in his eye, and the sight sobered him up. Aegon, don't worry about it. Aegon said with a faint smile before he sighed and looked towards the model. I have the same thought. He wasn't meant to die. Not for a long time. Viserys frowned a little at the way Aegon said those words. There was a note of anger in his voice, but he couldn't quite tell what the anger was for. Stay a little longer. Viserys found himself asking, and the words seemed to surprise Aegon, who looked back at him. Viserys pressed on. Just for a month. I could use your input well. Damon's death, is a problem that I haven't dealt with properly. Viserys managed a smile. I fear I have leaned too much on my lord hand, brother. Aegon closed his eye as a pained look made its way on his face. I can't, Viserys. I have to return. I've been away for too long. I'm sorry. Fine, a few weeks. A few days. Just, don't leave yet. Viserys implored as he took hold of Aegon's arm. You've rejected the match with my son, and who knows when the last time I'll ever see you again. I did not reject the match, Viserys. I only rejected betrothing my daughter to Aemond without the fostering which I thought we both agreed on. Aegon said before he sighed and shook his head. But anyway, no, I can't stay a single day longer here, Viserys. This is not my home, and it hasn't been for a long time. Aegon then looked to meet his gaze. I'm sorry but I want to go home and I will for it today. Viserys let go of Aegon's arm and turned away from Aegon. Fine. Leave. Viserys spit out as he struggled to keep the betrayal and the hurt from his voice. He heard Aegon sigh heavily before he heard his brother's retreating steps that stopped after a few moments. Damon sired a couple of bastard boys on whores, Viserys. Viserys was startled at those words and he turned around to look at his brother who stared at him. What? 2 boys. 2 named Aeold and the other 3. Aegon smiled faintly as he spoke further. One of them is the spitting image of Damon. His name is Duncan. The other is called Aelor. He has his father's hair. Where are they? Viserys asked as he turned around, his hand clenched on his walking stick. They were bastards, the 2 boys, but they were Damon's sons. I have reached an agreement with the Celtigars. They've been given a large sum for their upkeep and they'll be taken good care of. The Celtigars will arrange tutors for the boys and have them squire for a knight or one of the Celtigars when they reach the age for it. Aegon told him and Aegon sighed once more before he half-turned. I thought you deserved to know. I may have mentioned to the Celtigars that it might be prudent to come visit the Red Keep every few years so that they can speak with you about their progress, if you cared to know about it. Viserys found himself unable to say anything to that and instead met his brother's gaze for a long moment before his brother turned away from him. Goodbye, brother. I wish you well. Aegon said before he walked away and Viserys didn't move until after the doors to his solar closed. He moved towards his chair and he sunk into it, his eyes closing. Damon, what would you have me do? Viserys found himself saying to himself and he found himself smiling in mild exasperated amusement. He knew what his would want. What his brother would do. He'd laugh and he'd mock the 2 boys for the bastards they were. I'll keep an eye out for them. Viserys said to himself. And if this Duncan really was alike to his brother, perhaps. The grief Viserys felt on this week lessened ever so much by the news of those 2 boys, bastards as they might be. And Viserys would take solace in that. Break. Mid to late 114 AC. Aegon spoke for a long time, explaining everything from the very beginning, from his travel to the God's Eye done in desperation which brought back long-forgotten anguish to his search of a way to get out of the oath that he was certain bound him, to the suspicions of their intentions for their family, tying it to the death of his brother and the ghosts that he'd seen at the wedding. And what Aegon had found he had to do in order to free their family and Illymaris from their influence. You will not change your mind, will you? Gale's words that came after a long moment of silence, were said with a defeated tone of voice, and Aegon did not have to see her at this moment in time to know that she was clenching her fists in worried anger and fretful frustration. You telling me all of this, you're worried? Really worried? Gale's voice began to break a little as she spoke further and Aegon felt his stomach drop at the upset he was causing her. He hated doing this to her, doing it so late. And this on top of what he told her of Damon only a few days ago. I have wanted to find another way. I have tried. Aegon said as he closed his eye, his hand tightly holding onto the glass candle. I have tried to find a less risky way for more than a decade, Gale, but with what I have seen, experienced. He could not risk bringing back an infection into Illymaris and kill the hope before it could grow. He could not allow them, he would not allow them. Aegon reopened his eye, the sounds of Miss Aragorn's wings and the sounds of the cold wines a distant memory as his eye focused on the glass candle gripped tightly in his hands. I vowed to you once, Gale, that I would everything in my power to protect our children against any that would threaten them, and believe me, please, believe me, when I say that these beings are some of the most dangerous things in the world. Aegon said sincerely, solemnly. Aegon continued. This is the best way I know how to safeguard them and hopefully Aegon said with a facsimile of a smile I won't be breaking my promise to you in the attempt. There was a long moment of silence between them, a moment that seemed as if the entire world was stuck on the edge of a penny, and Aegon had begun to worry at the length of the silence. Gale. Aegon called out, his tone of voice gentle and concerned. He knew that telling her this, only days after telling her of what had happened with his brother's murder, was stroking her fears into overdrive. I hate magic. His train of thought was stopped by her words and Aegon leaned in a little closer, and he wished he could see her. He had not figured how to see across the ocean with the candle, which was ironic. Given how much he knew, how much he was now capable of, using a glass candle to its fullest still was out of reach. He'd pieced enough of the clues together to understand how he could do it, a kind of astral projection he was sure, but he found himself incapable of doing it. He had a feeling that it was a psychological block more than anything, after all, he feared accidentally drifting into that realm. I wish you never accepted for Orlin to Dragonstone. I wish you that you never became beholden to the mysteries of magic. Aegon sighed heavily and he stared away from the glass candle. Would it have been better to live in ignorance? One could argue had he avoided going to the God's Eye in search for Gale, all of this would not have needed to happen. He wouldn't have been nearly so driven to learn about magic, so desperate to learn about ways to get himself out from the oath that he was tied to so that he could live to have more years to see the things that gave meaning to his life. His rebirth. The chances are, he would never have found some important, fundamental information about the nature of this world. The horror that lies beneath the veil. Things that contributed to his sleeplessness as much his guilt of the massacres did. For Orlan had been the true beginning of his search about magic. A search that continued after their settlement of Corinth. Had he turned away from For Orlan, it was unlikely he would have found the majority of the tomes that helped him the most in those early years. Years that helped him harness the fires around him and helped him understand his inner flames, his spiritual energy. His ancestral song. Would have life had been better then? Illumaries would still have been searched for. The war against the Corsairs would still have happened, but that might have been the end of it. The confidence he had in his magic, then, was a large contributor to his ideas that he could get away with destroying Slaver's Bay. He would not have risked it without it. At least he didn't think so. No, Aegon decided. Aegon didn't think he would have chosen to live in ignorance. It would have suffocated him if he had tried. His rebirth, his memories of another life, all of it would have made trying to live in ignorance impossible. He needed to know. He needed to understand. And after his children were born, Aegon needed his children to be safe. Gale to be safe. His people to be safe. Magic is what we are, Gale. Aegon said quietly as he turned back towards the glass candle. It is in our blood. It is in our dragons. To know magic is to know ourselves, Gale, and, more importantly, to know of how others wield it. Aegon smiled faintly at the glass candle. And though it, magic, the god's eye, were not the reason why I stopped being a fool, I cannot say I regret where it has led to. To you, to our children. To our new homeland. Aegon said softly, gently. He could hear her throat constricting through the glass candle despite the cold winds around him, and Aegon's expression broke at what he was making her endure. Still, he continued. Magic, and the understanding I have of it, is how I have come to know how to continue to protect you, our children, and theirs, especially if my suspicions about dragon dreams, from those of Daenerys to that of Aegon the Conqueror, along with why tragedies continue to happen to our family in every generation, prove to be true. Enar the Exile had come with 5 children to Dragonstone. Gamon, Daenerys, Damon, Rhaenyra, and Megan, born from his sister-wife and his concubines. Out of these 5 children, only Gamon, Daenerys, Rhaenyra, and Damon lived long enough to have children, but by the time Gamon's heir had taken the lordship of Dragonstone, the secondary branch had died off, including the issue of Damon and Rhaenyra, having died living less than 5 and 20 name days. This was a tale of tragedy that continued on throughout House Targaryen's history. From Gamon to Aegon to Megan to Aerys to Elix to Baelon to Damon to Aerion to Aegon the Conqueror to Aenys to Maegor to Jaehaerys. To Viserys. Branches that should have existed kept on being pruned. There were enough details in the chronicles that explained infighting and kinslaying through the century because of the limited number of dragons and because of the lordship, but there was startling gap and vagueness in the reasons why all of the other deaths happened. And Aegon finally had the last piece to the puzzle as to why things had happened the way it did, why it was so neatly tied up in a perfect little bow by the time of the arrival of the Long Night and Bran Stark. Damon was just an accident, Aegon. The Daenerys don't believe in the old gods. Gale said, and he could hear the attempt of persuasion in her voice. One does not need to believe in the old gods to have their influence, Gale. Aegon said in tired answer. He continued. And our choices are what make us, Gale. Choices we make. Choices that we are free to make by the 7, and these old gods pervert that choice with their influence wherever they are. I will not have them be there in our lands, right amongst our family. Aegon shook his head lightly with vehemence etched on his face. I have to do this, and this is the best way. Aegon continued, his vehemence breaking as he looked saddened at the glass candle. I am sorry. Either he had to get them to retract the oath, the pact he made, or he must die. There was no other way. Even going to war with them was unlikely to change the 2 paths that existed. There was again a long, long moment of silence, and Aegon heard her chair moving. Valar isn't here. He's off flying somewhere in the south. But Casterys and Polaris, do you wish to? Aegon closed his eye as he answered. Valar. Yes. I want to speak with them. Moments later, he could hear Gale's steps fading away. Father. He heard Casterys' voice, and Aegon found himself smiling. Not only at his voice but how much his voice had changed the last time Aegon had seen him. Casterys' voice had been breaking, at the time, but now. It was the voice of a young man. Casterys. Aegon said with a fading smile as he stared at the candle. Is your brother there with you? I'm here, father. What has happened? Mother looks upset. Polaris fired off in quick succession, and Aegon sighed lightly. My sons. Aegon began in a heavy, weary tone in his voice. Do you remember what I told you that day, the day we sat perched on the crowned mountain and saw our settlements? When I spoke about our efforts, our wishes, our dreams. Yes, father. You said that it is where we would see our world change. And it has been. Polaris, Valere and I go there often. We've started taking our siblings there too, including Solanis. Castares answered. Father, what? Castares. Aegon interjected before Castares could further ask what was wrong. There are beings in this world, beings of tremendous power and who pretend to be gods, my sons. Aegon began, and he knew what he had to say in this moment in time could never be enough, but he had to warn them in case. Beings that mean our family a great deal of harm. Beings that are nightmare-worthy. Beings that feel no compunction of toying with the lives of people. Aegon said, and he felt his hands tighten on the glass candle. You have heard some of it from the men who came with me to Toad Isle. The demon. Polaris was the one to speak up after him, and Aegon could hear the worry in his son's voice. Father, I don't understand. What are you? I know. I know you don't understand. I've tried shielding you from this for as long as possible, but I fear that I need you, my eldest sons, to know and learn of my mistakes in case I do not come back to you all. Aegon said, and he grimaced at the blunt way he said his words. His words caused a commotion amongst his sons as they tried to wring out more out of him, but Aegon would not have it. Castares. Polaris. Stop. Aegon said sternly, and the two boys, the young men, stopped in their inquisition. I have written journals about magic and what I understand of the ways the world our gods created worked. The journals that are on the ships presently on their way to Illumaris contain my latest writings that includes what I know about these false gods and the games they play and the lies they spin. Aegon took on a deep breath before he continued. Learn from them. Learn everything I have written to you. They are in Greek, so you must continue to learn your letters, especially with how my writings include many words you could misinterpret. He'd been tempted to write about the other plane of existence, but Aegon had only barely survived, and it had come at the favor from one of the gemstone emperors, or at least something that resembled the amethyst emperor. Empress. To speak of it to his sons. It was out of the question. Not when he had no clue yet how to unlock the sight safely in others. Father, stop, please. You speak as if you are going to die. Castares' words were panicked, and Aegon's expression twisted at the sheer panic in his son's voice. You cannot die. Father, please. Don't talk like this. We can help you. Polaris was the one to speak next, and even he was struck by the same panic that had taken hold of Castares. Yes, father, just wait for us. We're reading Polaris books on magic, and we can all move the flames of the campfires and the torches too. All three of us. Castares said, and Aegon found himself smiling at those words. They had kept their progress from him, good progress. All three of you? Aegon asked, his smile not wavering on his face. We wanted to surprise you for when you returned. Polaris said, and Aegon found himself chuckling silently. Yes, it would have been a nice surprise. You have done well, my sons. And I am proud of you. But this is not something you can help me with. This is my duty as your father not to allow my mistake to affect you and the rest of our family, my duty to protect you, to be your shield. Aegon leaned closer to the glass candle. But know this, my sons, I promise you I will do everything I can to return home to our family. Everything. And I haven't gotten this far, this close, to let go from seeing you all if there anything I can do. Have faith in me. Aegon said with utmost sincerity to his sons. The conversation after that was difficult. He explained a little more about what caused all of this, but mostly, he refrained from sharing too much detail at this moment in time, and, after Aegon had extracted promises, true promises, from his sons not to do anything with magic or flames, he pressed his sons to have Gale return to the glass candle. You promised me that you would return to me, Aegon. Gale said, her voice calmer, but he felt as if he could see her right at this moment. Her face etched in angry but fearful determination, her beautiful eyes staring right through his soul. You have to keep it. You have to. Please, I can't, I don't want to see through everything we ever wanted alone. Aegon closed his eye at those words. I swear to you, Gale, I will do what I have to come back to you. Aegon said with utmost sincerity and promise in his words. But if I don't call back in 2 days, no, Gale, I love you. More than anything I have ever loved. In this life, or in the life before. I will speak to you in 2 days, Aegon. He heard her stand up and he thought he could hear her walk away, but, he heard her speak once more, one last time. I love you too. He then heard her walk away, and Aegon's mouth twisted into a hollow smile before he reopened his eye and cut the connection to her candle, and Aegon stared out at the dark skies as Miss Aragorn let off a light roar, making him look forward, towards Miss Aragorn's head. Aegon sighed heavily before he leaned to his right side and placed the glass candle in the saddlebag. He then tapped at Miss Aragorn's scales. Let's get there faster, Miss Aragorn. It's almost dawn. Aegon said quietly as he sat back in his saddle, his expression one of stone even if he felt a great deal of melancholy. I will win, even if it is my last victory, I will win. Yet for the first time in a long while. Aegon did not feel as near as assured of his victory. Less than an hour later, the Isle of Dragonstone loomed over the twilight horizon that lay on the precipice of becoming dawn-swept, a sight that once brought a deep sense of comfort within him, yet today, this hour before the morn, it brought no comfort to him, only a sense of acceptance of what must be done. Aegon let his depths of his feelings attached to his thoughts known to Miss Aragorn, and Aegon felt hints of challenge through their bond which he was quick to disagree with, as they already had enough on their plates. "We truly are a two-part soul, aren't we?" "Not yet," Aegon murmured as he leaned forward and tapped at his scales and sent feelings of assurances and promise through their bond. When we survive, I'll be with you to settle that score. One day," Aegon murmured lowly at the dragon as he let his hand settle on the strong as steel scales of his dragon. Miss Aragorn let off a deep yet quiet rumbling that Aegon felt through the saddle, a quiet acceptance, and Miss Aragorn slowed his approach towards the isle, veering clear and away from the area known where the cannibal's lair was known to be and the regions where the cannibal hunted drakelings and wild dragons born on the isle. Once, Cannibal had hunted them during one of their first flights. A hunt that nearly ended the both of them. Miss Aragorn had severely grown distrustful of other dragons after that event, naturally, and of course was resentful at being hunted. Miss Aragorn had his pride, just like Aegon. It was not yet time to settle that score and take the opportunity to make use of the cannibal. If I get to live long enough for that moment, Aegon wasn't helped to stop that thought from making its way to the forefront of his mind as he stared at the dragon mont. Thankfully, the caves were far from where the cannibal was known to roost or feast, and had been trouble-free for his men to get to end, he mused as he continued to stare at the dragon mont as they approached, trouble-free for him to arrive to. Beautiful, is this what Draconis looks like? Valyria must have been some sight. Aegon thought as he glimpsed the dull glow that sang through the barren earth and the distant glow far below that promised churning energy at the center, at the heart. As they neared, Aegon thought he could faintly see an ebbing and flowing of energy, so faint that it could well be his imagination, and, as Miss Aragorn landed carefully on the ground by the cliffside, Aegon got to see it was no imagination. Valyria must have been a sight to behold. Aegon climbed down from atop Miss Aragorn, taking the two bags, one empty, one filled, and a long item covered in cloth, and he set foot on the ground that was stranded with pieces of rock and black stone that sounded jaggedly as his steel boots walked over the pieces of rock, and he walked away from Miss Aragorn, hooking the bags across his body, his hand silently hovering across the dagger. He paused for a moment after he was a number of strides apart from Miss Aragorn, his eyes veering at the still dark heavens and at their surroundings, and Aegon looked back at his dragon. Miss Aragorn stretched back his lips, jagged teeth showing, and a low rumble escaped his maw moments before Miss Aragorn fully opened up his maw and let out a small and fleeting jet of flame that cast the entire area brilliantly aglow in blue, and Aegon waved his free hand towards the flames and captured it before it dissipated into the ambient world. He pulled it towards him in a spiral, and slowly, he spun the flame ache into a yarn into thread before he pulled it all into a football-sized ball that hovered above him. Once he had control over Miss Aragorn's flames, he looked towards his dragon, their eyes meeting for a long moment, a look of seriousness on his face as he sent feelings tinged with warning and vigilance at his dragon, and a heartbeat later, Miss Aragorn looked away and stood sentinel, silently accepting Aegon's commands. Aegon looked at his dragon for a little while longer before he turned away and made his way towards the caves, a glowing blue ball of flame following in pursuit as he treaded the path he'd once first walked more than a decade ago. He'd had years on Dragonstone, before and after he and Gale had wed. A time that included a time he'd spent searching the castle of Dragonstone for everything it was worth, and a time where he'd spent dwelling through the caves of the Isle. He was left mostly disappointed, finding less than should be possible on magic within the halls of the Citadel Castle and outside of it. At the time, it brought him little satisfaction to have found the caves he once remembered in another life, Aegon thought as he arrived at the mouth of the cave. He paused for a moment, his eye veering towards the ground, and he pushed his senses to distinguish what he was seeing, pushing to see the granular from the body. Slowly, the ablaze island was tuned out to see the embers that lay on the surface, and the corner of Aegon's eye crinkled in distant satisfaction as the ground lit up distant glows within the centers of the black rocks. He crouched down and he hovered his hand across a couple of black shards of dragon glass, and without much effort, he wakes the fire within the dragon glass, and it glows more brightly, more virulently than all of the other embers. A cold blue hue of a glow, the same glow as the monsters that hide in the blizzards and in the night. The same glow of the grenade-like weapons he remembered seeing the little demons wield in another life. I should have seen it earlier, Aegon thought as he glanced away and looked towards Miss Aragorn. For Orlin once said that there were only 3 things that burnt hotter than wildfire: dragon flame, the fires beneath the earth, and the summer Sunday. For Orlin also once claimed that there had been a legend amongst the Order, that the wildfire had been a brazen attempt to capture the frozen flames dragon glass, to recreate the formulae of the fires beneath the earth, only to end up accidentally creating wildfire which nearly ended the Order before it could truly begin. He could accept the legend having grains of truth, especially since finely grounded pieces of dragon glass was an important reactant in the alchemic concoction. Dragon glass was frozen fire, suspended in molten rock, born from the fires beneath the earth, a symbol of transformation born from creation and destruction. Symbolically, volcanoes were ascribed meaning of divinity, a source of divine power, that created fertility and life and destroying entire ecosystems in its life, and dragon glass seemed to take on a sense of transformation that was frozen, in wait, until it was called upon to either create or destroy. It was a logical extrapolation as to why that symbolism, why that power, is so prevalently used in the forgotten annals of this world. It had been used to create the Night King, transforming him into ice with the power of frozen fire, and, according to the references Aegon had found in several tomes that implied a link between frozen fire and the resuscitation of the dead with the context of White Walkers, it was also used as a means to animate the dead or dying with the spiritual energy that remained in suspension within obsidian. It opens a whole can of worms. And it led to a number of questions, and perhaps some answers, but what Aegon had been struck the most by, was a question that had come from the implication about frozen fire and why it teemed with spiritual energy. Why it was one and the same. All living beings had spiritual energy, no matter how faint. All. From the hardiest water-starved shrubbery of Astapor to the largest of animals. And if frozen fire was born from the fires beneath the earth, and both had spiritual energy just as he was seeing this morn, then did that mean that the planet was alive? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Even if it was not alive, the idea that the planet itself was alive in some form or another was. His mind returned back towards the paintings of the giant ball of flame, and Aegon sighed heavily and a forlorn smile grew on his face, a smile that lessened within moments of forming. So many mysteries. It would be a shame. I suppose I must be satisfied with the thought that my sons will pick up where I left off, should I? Aegon set aside that thought as he placed the wrapped-up staff on the ground. His hand went into the non-empty bag and he pulled one of the red garnet gems, which he returned when it was a full one, and he then pulled out an empty gem, and he placed it at the center of his palm as he placed his hand next to the hand that woke the fire within the dragon glass shards. With no more than a thought, he pulled at one of the shards and the deep cold blue hue brightened even more so, and Aegon felt it on the precipice of exploding, but he wrapped his will over the shard of dragon glass, and, like hooks onto flesh, his will and his spiritual energy got purchase on the energy, and he pulled further, pulling it out of the dragon glass, and with a fraction of the effort it took to hook onto the energy, did he manage to transfer the energy into the red garnet, which now glowed a blue with reddish tints that bordered on violet at the edges. He could sense that the red garnet gemstone was about a fifth full, which was somewhat aggravating considering how long it took to fill a red garnet gemstone once he got a hand on the transference of spiritual energy from one to another during his interrogation of his Mirish prisoners and the Dothraki. When something died, they left a part of them, a part of their being, behind for a time after their death. He'd noticed it in Tolos and in Illyria, and he noticed it even in the seals and in butchered livestock. It was quite something that there was a parallelism with dragon glass and the residue of the dead. Anyway, he'd set out to learn more about the residual spiritual energy, life force, whatever you wanted to call it, that was left behind, and used the campaign in the disputed lands to learn more of it. He could not tell how many men he'd watched, studied, as they drew their last breaths. Hundreds. In any case, early on, he'd learnt that when you died, your spiritual energy does not immediately depart from your cooling body. It lingers, though it does not take long for the energy to become dilute. It took some time to learn how to manipulate that spiritual energy, having come an understanding that it was no real different than what he'd been doing with the glass candles, which he'd rather accidentally realized that he was manipulating the transformed energy within the candles when he'd linked them to his being, and even longer how to take that dilute spiritual energy from the dead, only having achieved a measure of success in the remaining 1 and 10 Mirish men. 8 and 20 had died before Aegon was able to harvest their residual energy, and the last 1 and 10 men had only filled up 3 of the red garnets, with the last half dozen having become the most efficient harvests before he got a knack of it. The Dothraki had been where he'd perfected his harvesting, and even then, there was no comparison between a single harvest of residual life force and that of a single hand-sized dragon glass shard. The potency of a dragon glass shard was several times greater. When you consider that this very island was brimming with the stuff. Aegon closed his hand, and he let the fire within the other shard return to its suspended state before he put the red garnet back into the empty bag. He took the wrapped-up staff as stood back up and, after pulling Miss Aragorn's flame closer to his body, he began to walk into the bowels of the cave. Aegon continued to walk further into the cave, dimming his sight more and more as he walked through the tunnel carved through stone and dragon glass, glancing at the footsteps on the ground before he arrived at a large chasm within the cave, a chasm that was as tall as the average towers and keeps around the realm. Aegon continued to walk, making way towards the narrower pass on his left side, though he spared a glance at the walls of the cave. He had not found the symbols and cave carvings that he'd seen in the show here, despite, he thought, being the same cave he'd seen in A Game of Thrones, having searched for it at the same time he'd searched for accessible dragon glass in the early days, the pseudo-caveman carvings that had the mysterious spirals and the White Walkers, and Aegon had chalked it off at the time as an irregularity. Perhaps it still was, and it was just another change that likely didn't reflect the book verse of A Song of Ice and Fire, but perhaps it was not, not if it was not meant to be found by him or at this point in time, only to be created and found later, when it became important, when it became relevant. Aegon didn't put it past them to fabricate whatever was needing to be fabricated for the moment that it was needed. Daenerys had needed to see those carvings so that she could start to believe Jon Snow's story, and what better than to show it on Dragonstone, the place that Daenerys held a special connection to? In any case, Aegon had been interested in learning what other geometries there were, given that the spiral geometry had been used in a ritual to create the White Walkers. He'd been disappointed to find nothing, and even more so now that they distantly reminded him of the strange tome with the circular runes which he was yet to decipher and was yet to decide if there was a link with the little demons. The main reason why he was not truly considering there is a link was because they held history through their ancestors in those damnable trees. They had no use for tomes and books, after all. Aegon set aside those thoughts as he carefully stepped down onto the jagged rocks and towards the pass that led further and deeper into the volcano, edging deeper and deeper into the bowels of the volcano, and he could see faint lights at the other end. Finally, after a long while, the light of the other end growing stronger, he arrived at the end of the pass and he stretched his body slightly whilst he gazed upon the 8 men who had looked ready to attack him. Aegon gazed upon them, the 8 unsullied men who wore their famous armor and attire, the 8 men whose halos Aegon could see as bright as moonlight, the faint light of their campfire that reached the edges of the throne hall like cave chamber seeming in ill compare. Aegon felt himself grow impossibly weary at the familiar sight of their halos, at the sight of the peace they reached, as he watched the men lower their spears and relaxing when they saw that it was him. "My prince." The unsullied named Pyre was the first to acknowledge him, accompanied with a deep bow of the head, his eyes glancing towards the blue flame that followed Aegon. Ari, Eeks, Rigaries, Rekes, Shislo, Ozip and Srarden followed suit almost immediately. The names of the men present were mostly bastard Giscari or Alhazarine, with only one of them taken for themselves a Valyrian name, but all of the names were taken for a meaning that was personal to them. Eeks, for example, meant thorn bird in Giscari, a kind of bird that was prominent in the desert and could oft be seen surrounding cacti. Most of the names were names in that kind of vein. Pyre. Aegon acknowledged with a tilt of the head before he continued and addressed each of the men who he'd never be able to repay this debt he'd owe them, and he looked away from them, glancing around, taking in the full sight of the chamber. There were 5 other such chamber-like caves in this area, some smaller, some larger, but this one was the best suited for what he planned on doing. Surrounded on all sides, the walls, the ceiling, even the narrow pass at the far edge that led deeper into the Dragon Mont into another chamber-like cave and where all of the heat came from, was dragon glass and rock. His eye then veered towards the far side where there lay ceramic cups and pots alongside bags of ship supplies, and a moment later he finally turned his eye towards the ground where there lay 8 great slabs of dragon glass set apart in equal distance from one another, with small grooves etched onto the ground from each slab of dragon glass which all met at the very center, which he could see had been made into a larger depression. Large enough for a tall man to lay down in. Just off-center, there was another slab, but this one was made of stone, mostly, that sat the edge of the depression, and, underneath it, he could see the lead plate that it sat upon. Aegon set down his bags and the wrapped-up staff and he touched one of the slabs before his fingers ran across the surface of the grooves on the ground. It was dry, very dry. The ground naturally dished slightly, so any run-off water typically was pooling up at the center. The men did well in drying and clogging up the water from seeping into the chamber. "We readied the chamber as you commanded, my prince," Lyri said in answer to Aegon's studying of the area, and Aegon looked up to meet the man's gaze. As always, the man let show none of his emotions, but he didn't need to see physical expressions to know his state of mind. He was at peace, more at peace than the last time he'd seen them weeks ago. Aegon stood back up. "You did well. All of you. It is perfect," Aegon said in a quiet tone of voice as his gaze flickered across to meet all of the men's eyes. Their halos drew him in like moths to a flame, and Aegon felt a deep swell of solemn disquiet wash over him at the sight of it all. Of what he had wrought. He went back towards the wrapped-up staff and picked up the bags before he sat down on the slab of stone that lay in the center. Aegon gestured towards the men to come closer, and each of them took their seats onto the slabs of dragon glass. The men took their seats and Aegon remained silent as he stared at them all, one at a time. After the campaign in the disputed lands and after he'd returned to Astapor, he'd had a lot of time to study and contemplate. A lot of time to investigate a great many things, such as the effect of oaths and power behind words and intent, working to understand what kind of powers these beings within the trees could have used to entrap him, and how real his fears were that they could use his refusal as a means to curse him for breaking an oath that had been sworn with intention and promise dwelling deep in his soul. He'd gorged himself in stories of oath breakers in front of the eyes of the gods, stories of trickster kings dying when gods took offense to their trickeries, stories of the fates that befell the giants and the maze builders, enemies of the little demons once upon a time, who he could surmise had broken oaths and peace with the little demons, only to become extinct throughout both Essos and Westeros at the end of it all. All of it had led him towards a final acceptance that he had to either get them to release him of his oath, or he would have to die long before the city was finished, ensuring the dormant curse, that might or might not be real, will not fall on his family and on Illymares. And Aegon felt that this was a perfect way for them to circumvent whatever constraints God or whatever being or entity imposed on them with regards to him. Some would think him overly paranoid or superstitious, but Aegon felt it deep within his bones that this was not something he could chalk away, and with what happened with his brother, dying at the sword of a random knight of a lesser house from the Riverlands with the strong blood of the first men, a fate that Aegon did not believe to be a mere coincidence, Aegon's thinking had only solidified that this was a path he must take to its end. A path that began with his investigation into the nature of sacrifice and blood magic. The tomes he'd gotten throughout the wars had been invaluable in aiding his understanding, in both matters of the inner and the outer. One tome above all else helped him on his way. The tome on blood magic from Illyria, which provided all kinds of recipes for the utilization of blood magic. Even if he used none of the techniques, he did get to understand the fundamentals that lay in creating sacrificial rituals that could bring about a desired effect, either by drawing from the outer, or from the inner. Many of the rituals detailed in the blood magic tome was involved in sacrificing to an idea, which was construed as beseeching or offering a god of a particular domain, such as Malaise, the goddess of love and fertility, who could be beseeched to grant fertility to a barren woman with the ritualistic sacrifice of 4 fertile maiden girls who had not yet seen 4 and 10 named days. The sacrifice of the life force gave the power to agitate or open up the connection between the two worlds, the idea gave the means to pinpoint the desire from chaos, and the intent of the caster provided the intent and will and imposed solidification of the desired effect of the ritual. Once you understood this basis for how the relationship between the two realities and magic worked, not just academically but also spiritually and emotionally, as both were more important than actually understanding how it all worked, all of the other pieces would fall into place with time and with care. It was how he managed to create Illymares steel, by infusing Miss Aragorn's flames, embers of his furnace, the power, into the molten steel, and binding the dragon flame into the steel much like how dragon glass held within the embers of the fires beneath the earth, the idea, through his will and his intent. There had been several steps afterwards, such as folding the steel a few dozen times when the steel was made malleable enough after being in a furnace burning by the fires of the drawn-out flames from within dragon glass, but it was the dragon flame step that provided the closest characteristics to Valyrian steel. And it was also how he perfected his understanding of drawing embers of himself and infusing it into stone temporarily and make the stone obey him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Aegon understood more of the flimsy rules of this world, especially the rules of the inner and what was possible within the confines of the physical universe, a universe that held within an ember of the spiritual energies that raged throughout the other reality. And the most important rule that presided in this universe was that whatever was given, was returned. Balance. The outer circumvented that rule and could do it by orders of magnitude, which was how the little demons would have been capable of breaking the arm of Dorne, or how the Bloodstone Emperor could have managed to bring about an age of darkness and caused the sun to hide its face before he was defeated, and every tribe of men went its own way in an era long before the long night. And in every instance of chronicles that detailed such display of might, of power, there was never an instance that showed that it paid off in the long run to rely on the outer for such great perversion of reality. The little demons almost certainly suffered greatly to usher in that much power into the physical world, and the Bloodstone Emperor, well, the stories about him were about as bad as stories could get, and the toll it must have caused him. It was why Aegon had focused so much on learning the rules of the inner, the rules within this universe and how spiritual energy worked, and why he had been so interested in learning tales of gods and goddesses, to learn and decipher what was possible within the limitations of this universe. And all of it had led him here, with the curse providing the blessing that he otherwise could never attain without reaching out to the outer, Aegon thought as he glanced at his men, the weariness within him growing. Leading him to an end of a path that would allow him, should he not die in the attempt, to develop a means to combat those who strive to create fate, leading him on an idea, on a way, to transform a sliver of the outer entities into a weapon akin to the sword of Damocles, one that could protect his family and Illymares from their grubby little fingers and their control and from all the others like them. A path that Aegon was here to see towards its end. An end that these 8 brave and loyal men were here for. Aegon clenched his hands around the wrapped-up staff as his expression broke amidst the turmoil he felt, his eye flickering from one set of eyes to another. He'd long set this to an end. Since Astapor. Since he arrived at Driftmark and sent them to Dragonstone on this task. Yet. You still have the chance to change your minds. Aegon said as he looked upon them, knowing that the words were only there to assuage himself away from the last embers of his reluctance, despite seeing it clearly. They had already set themselves on seeing this through to the end. And he was entirely responsible for this frame of mind. During the last few moons before his departure from Astapor, he'd settled on 2 ways to force these old gods to relinquish him from his oath. And one of those ways was one that would cause total war with the entities, one that would set him on a path that he was very, very unlikely to win, and it was one that could well destroy him even if, on the off chance, he won the war in the end. And worse, it could cause the conflict to spread to his family back in Illymares. This way was a more moderate way, a way that would see him as a true threat to their survival, but not one that could not be settled through agreement between the two parties, one that would result in a stalemate. Both of the ways relied on unrestrained self-sacrifice for an idea, for someone, for a purpose, and it all relied on transforming the sliver of an outer entity into a weapon that could truly destroy entities like them. The 8 men in front of him were amongst the unsullied who had fully converted to his version of the faith of the 7 and who had fully taken to the notion of him being a savior, a messenger of the gods, a man who died and was reborn on the 7th day, and whom they owe everything to, including their lives. Even if they had not been converts, it would not have been hard to find volunteers amongst the unsullied, for nearly all of them, more than likely all of them, would die on their spears and swords if only Aegon asked. But he needed more. He needed their full buy-in, their heart and soul, a complete and unwavering faith in him, in the purpose he needed them for, and he'd found plenty of volunteers like the 8 men in front of him. The 8 men Aegon picked out from the thousands of volunteers. Volunteers whom Aegon had spoken to about a mission that would guarantee their deaths. Volunteers that had not stepped away when he'd warned them about this fact. And out of those volunteers, these 8 brave and loyal men, were the ones whom Aegon had chosen to die for him, for this purpose he needed them for. Whom Aegon had told the unvarnished truths of this world, what he has learned of the false gods, whom Aegon was afraid of and wanted a way to kill, and why he was asking what he wanted from them. And even then, they did not choose to back out. No. It had only solidified their sense of purpose. Pyre will not change his mind, Prince Aegon. The unsullied soldier said without a single waver in his voice. Ari will not change his mind, my prince. Eeks will not change his mind, Prince Aegon. Rigaries will not change his mind, Prince Aegon. Rikes will not change his mind, my prince. Ozip will not change his mind, Prince Aegon. Shislo will not change his mind, Prince Aegon. Sraden will not change his mind, my prince. Each and every one of them said the words without a single waver in their voice, and Aegon closed his eye as his hand tightened across his wrapped-up staff. It was cruel of him to have chosen the unsullied, knowing of their obedience that had been warped since the day they were born, and then to use it in such a manner. Willing sacrifice, willing self-sacrifice, was so much more potent, so much more powerful, as an idea, as a concept, and it resonated throughout a person's being and into the world at large. It was almost certainly why Lightbringer, the sword that had been made through the self-sacrifice of Nissa, was powerful enough to combat the others. And the tomes he'd found, especially the tome in Mirian which detailed a Valyrian blood mage's personal achievements, rarely did the practitioners detail real steps of their crafts in ink which helped illuminate the concept of self-sacrifice in real terms, thanks to blood mage's effusive writings about the success of his experiments, thanks to the indoctrinated slaves that willingly sacrificed themselves for him, had all helped solidified his theory on the connection between spiritual energy, the state of mind and emotion. Willing self-sacrifice, done with purpose, done with real zeal and belief, seemed to be incredibly potent. My prince. Pyre was the one to speak up, and the man's voice took on a near gentle tone of voice, surprising Aegon, and Aegon reopened his eye and he looked to the man, and Aegon was surprised once more to see a faint trace of a smile on his face. Please do not feel this guilt. We do this because we wish to. Pyre said, the faint trace of a smile slowly leaving his expression as he continued. You have helped us remove our chains, Prince Aegon. Us and many others. The man then bowed his head slightly. Do not feel this guilt because we wish to do the same for you, my prince, and help remove the chains these false gods put upon you and your family. Aegon glanced around, searching the men's faces, their halos, and he found that all of them had the same desire as Pyre. Aegon closed his eye once more and he breathed heavily through his nose for several long moments, and he relaxed his grip on the wrapped staff before he reopened his eye, and he found himself in final acceptance of the end of the path he'd taken, the end he was taking these 8 brave and loyal men to. Aegon stood up. Know this, Pyre, Ari, Eeks, Rigaries, Rikes, Ozip, Shislo, Sraden, men of Astapor, men of Liberty Bay, my men. Aegon said in a quiet tone of voice, but one that was brimming with meaning and sincerity. Never will I allow your names to be forgotten. Never will I forget who were the ones who worked to free my family. Aegon bowed down from the hip to the unsullied. I owe you a debt I can never repay. My men. My people. My saviors. Aegon stood back up straight again and he saw their halos lighten even more, now resembling a kind of pristine whiteness that he'd always seen around Larissa, though where hers was more around the inner edges of her halo, the halos around his men were both inside and out pristine, a kind that he'd never seen before. He could only associate this kind of state of mind and their emotions as being that of one that was at peace with themselves, at peace with the world and with death. The weight lessened even more at the sight of it all, humbling him in ways that Aegon could not begin to understand yet, and he felt himself growing at greater ease, his conscience clearing and his mind refocused on what must be done. Aegon sat back down on the slab of stone and began to take out the red garnet gems from the bag, and he threw the other near empty bag towards the bags of supplies in the corner. He brought out, one by one, almost ritualistically, each of the red garnet gems, about twice the size of a golf ball, and almost all of them filled, 9 of them, to the brim with residual spiritual energy. Aegon brought out the chain forged from Valyrian steel, and slowly hooked up each of the 9 red garnet gems through their punctures before he placed the chain around his neck. 9. A number that held meaning to him. A number that meant in scripture as divine completeness and conveyed the meaning of finality. Christ had died at the 9th hour of the day, a way that allowed the path of salvation to open to everyone. A number with meaning. The Unsullied also began their own final tasks, setting aside their spears and assumed their positions on the inside of the octagon circle, another symbol that held meaning for it represented rebirth and the 8 Beatitudes, their backs leaning against the slabs of dragon glass, a dagger of dragon glass in their hands. Aegon unwrapped the cloth from around the staff, slowly, methodically, the white of the bone staff almost gleaming under the blue glare of his dragon's flame. The bone staff curved ever so slightly despite the work his men, and Aegon during the travel back to Driftmark from King's Landing, had put into carving the bone into a staff. It came from the smallest of Baelon's rib bones, a rib bone that was as tall as 3 men standing on top of each other. They had to break the rib into several smaller pieces, and this one was the most pristine out of the 3 pieces. Baelon's bones, outside of his skull, were stored in a cellar down below in the bowels of the Red Keep, an area that was connected through the network of tunnels and passages Maegor built within the Red Keep. Tunnels and passages that Aegon and Gale knew well. During the wedding, 2 of his men went down and smuggled the rib bone from the cellar and thrown it out of the same passageway Gale had used to escape the Red Keep, which later had been picked up by his men stationed at the docks. The bone, though it lacked any spiritual energy, was still as good as a medium he could use for the purpose he had planned for it. Symbolically, it was perfect. A rib bone from a dragon which signified creation, a furnace of spiritual energy, so unlike any other being he'd seen before, from the dragon, Baelon, the greatest dragon that had lived since the Doom, a dragon named after a death god, a dragon who brought death to the enemies of its rider and stood triumphant over the conquered. There was no greater medium than this rib bone. This staff. Not for what he intended this staff to become. Aegon passed the cloth and the empty bag to one of the Unsullied who'd placed it in the corner with the supplies before he returned to his position, and Aegon placed the bone-white staff into the depression with delicate care before he placed himself onto the top of the slab of stone and brought up his legs and crossed them in a lotus-like way. Aegon pulled closer the ball of dragon flame, causing it to hover high above the dragon bone staff, and Aegon, after a deep intake of breath, at the same time caused the flame of the campfire to die out so as to snuff out all other source of light and warmth beside that of the dragon flame which now cast the world in an ethereal blue glow, raised his open-palmed hands and pulled. Aegon pulled at the red garnet gems that hung around his neck, his will hooking into the gems with intent and purpose, and within an instant, Aegon was surrounded by a haze of red tinged with a hue of grey, a haze that seemed to mire him in a sea made of tiny, tiny drops of blood, and it was then that Aegon felt it. The energy that suffused around him, tempting him to pull it all within him, but Aegon resisted the temptation of power, for it was not power for himself that Aegon sought, no, Aegon sought power in the name of righteousness, in the name of defiance, for the sake of freedom from those who sought to relinquish him and others of it. Aegon breathed heavily. In and out, his face a mask of stone, his entire being focused into this singular moment in time, in duty, and the mist of red descended into a stagnant pool of crimson ocean, orbiting Aegon into a single strand of thick wide ribbons made of blood-red silks, and the dark crimson glow that emanated from this ribbon of spiritual energy battled against the ethereal glow of the dragon flame, and it was at this moment of a strange balance, that Aegon closed his hands. The balance between the 2 sources of energy was disrupted by twin flames the color of scarlet and yellowed bone ignited right above his hands, twin flames that grew and grew, reaching the size of a pinball, the size of heads, growing and growing until finally, they reached the size of the slab on which Aegon sat upon. Aegon breathed heavily. In and out. In and out. The twin flames moved from above his hands, and when Aegon opened his hands again into fully open-palmed hands, the twin flames moved, and within a blink of an eye, they sunk into the left and right sides of the great slab of stone, suffusing themselves into the heart of the stone. Aegon felt his flames nourish the rigid stone with its fires, heating it, melting it, until every single pore within the once rigid stone bore a trace of his flames, and then the molten stone rose. Rising from beneath the lead plate on which it had been moved onto, moving upward and free from gravity, free from the laws of physics, levitating solely on the power of his being and his ancestral song. Aegon breathed heavily. In and out, and his breathing began to fade into obscurity, and soon, the walls, the ceiling, everything but the flames, the red ribbon, and his 8 men, faded into nothingness. And at this very moment, it felt as if Aegon was no longer Aegon, so was he transfixed into the ritual, into the transformation, that he was no more than a passenger in something he seemed to have no conscious control over anymore. A ball of molten stone broke through one of the faces of the great slab of molten stone, a glowing slab of molten stone that emitted no heat, rising and orbiting Aegon in a wider orbit than the ribbon of red that surrounded him. Aegon moved his hands towards the dagger in lead sheath, and he removed it from his belt, settling the dagger in his hands facing towards the ceiling of the chamber. The ball of molten stone split apart, 2 pieces, and moved towards his hands. One of the pieces settled onto the edge of his fingers before it began to roll down the length of his fingers, and a moment later, Aegon moved that hand away, allowing the piece of molten stone to settle right underneath the hilt of the dagger. A moment later, the second piece of molten stone rolled in between his hand and the dagger, before it transformed and wrapped itself around the sheath of the dagger, the other piece of molten stone doing the same around the hilt. The dagger floated away from around Aegon, moving towards a space in between dragon flame and the dragon bone, and Aegon moved his hands towards each other. Had he looked towards the men, the Unsullied, he would have seen the men stare at him with awe and wonder in their eyes, for they were granted the sight of Aegon floating in the air atop a white-hot glowing piece of stone, his posture in a way that seemed as if he was in prayer, surrounded by tangible hue of something, with the ethereal light of blue dragon flame casting down a light that captured him in a way that only solidified their belief of him and strengthened their faith in him. And that solidification, that strengthening of faith, was as tangible as the ribbon that surrounded Aegon. Spiritual energy was a curious thing. Even more so was the state of mind and emotion. Guilt. Love. Fear. Anger. Grief. Contentment. Hate. Hope. All of these things, spiritual energy, state of mind, emotion, all of it, made a whole of a soul. Everything that made a person, their hopes, their fears, their wonder and terror, needed these three. One of life. One of understanding. One of experience. Aegon parted his hands, and so did the dagger part from its sheath. Immediately, the essence that impregnated the Valyrian steel dagger infected the very air with foulness and decay, and it felt like decayed fingers clawing through earth, spreading poison and malign ants in every moment that passed. The essence of an outer entity was strong within the Valyrian steel, and Aegon had seen what it was capable of when he'd struck it into a dying Dothraki, seeing how it consumed the Dothraki whole, life force and soul, a terrible sight to witness and one that he forbade himself from ever using again against a living person. None deserved such a fate, even Dothraki. Even the foulest of humans. Only the likes the essence shared likeness with deserved such total destruction. Aegon let the molten stone around the lead sheath fall towards the darkest corner of the room before he pushed the molten stone around the hilt downward, forcing the tip of the dagger to go perpendicular with the ground. Pyre. Aegon's voice was unlike his normal voice, dissonant, out of phase, split at the seams. In the name of righteousness, in the name of defiance, will you answer? He felt the ribbon crack into pieces, one of which travelled towards Pyre and wrapped around him and around the slab of dragon glass. I, Pyre, unsullied and free man, will answer in the name of righteousness and in the name of defiance, and beseech you to take what I give freely and transform what is wrong into what is right, with my blood. Through the haze of the energies that were at play, Aegon saw the blood, a glow in way he'd never seen before, seep down into the groove in front of Pyre. And with my life and all that I am. The dragon glass slab turned alight, a deep blue glow rose from within the dragon glass, the fire waking, the energy ascendant, and so too ascendant was the life force and the halo that surround Pyre, a pristineness that was now as untouched as the softest and whitest of snows at the tops of mountains. Aegon felt the shift in the room, a shift that began to transform the piece of red ribbon into the same nature and pristineness of Pyre whilst also beginning to suffuse itself with the intent and will of Pyre, his intent and will of righteousness, of defiance and his desire to transform what was wrong into what was right. Ari. A piece of the red ribbon, entangled with Aegon's will, travelled to the man whose name had fallen out of Aegon's mouth. I, Ari, unsullied and free man, will answer in the name of righteousness and in the name of defiance, and beseech you to take what I give and transform what is wrong into what is right, with my blood and with my life and all that I am. Again the red ribbon was made to transform by the intent and the will and the desire of the unsullied, transforming spiritual energy that lacked direction and meaning into one full of meaning, full of desire, full of will, and the dragon glass slab was made to wake and made to touch upon the being that was Ari. Again Aegon spoke a name, Eeks, and again the red ribbon transformed and a dragon glass slab turned alight. Again and again and again, Aegon said a name and transformations occurred, until finally, the last of the unsullied spoke and sparked his transformation, rendering the last of the red ribbons gone and cast the entire chamber in an ethereal white glow that made it seem as if it was bathed by the light of a white star. The dragon flame seemed no more than a blue speck in the midst of the sea that breathed out purpose and righteous intent into the chamber, and the decay and the malign ants that emanated from the cursed dagger shrunk into a shadow of itself, resembled more like a wounded animal stuck in a corner surrounded by a pack of wolves. And it was at this moment of high transformation, fuel provided by the residual energies of beaten foes and the fuel provided by frozen fire born from the fires beneath the earth, with the idea and the desire provided by the 8 men with all of their being, that Aegon provided the intent and will and sought to impose the solidification of the desired effect. I, Aegon, free man. The dissonance that had been in his voice was gone, its place taken not but by a melodic choric voice. Take what Pyre, Ari, Eeks, Rigaries, Rikez, Ozip, Shizlo, Srardan, have given with your blood. The blood that had pooled in the depression began to take in some of the pristine nature of the spiritual energy into itself and into the dragon bone. And what you have given with your life and with all that you are. Aegon saw the pulling effect within the dragon glass slabs and the pushing effects that he was witness to within the very being of the 8 men, all of it seeping out of them like water out of wet cloth, and Aegon felt the heaviness of the transformation on his very skin, deep below it too, and he found himself focused into a singular desire fueled by a will that was unified mentally, spiritually, emotionally. And I will transform what is wrong into what is right. The cursed dagger flew upwards, into the dragon flame, and the flame turned, at the point of the cursed dagger's insertion, poisonous green that quickly turned into a necrotic black as poisonous green veins travelled up through the ball of flame, inside and out. Aegon raised his hands once more, and the sea of spiritual energy that was suffused with overwhelming meaning and intent, that carried the very essence of 8 brave loyal faithful men, spiraled upwards, towards the dragon flame, and surrounded it on all sides just as the poison spread more than halfway through the dragon flame. Aegon brought his hands closer to each other, not yet quite touching palm to palm, and not quite understanding of the guidance that Aegon felt himself driven by, a guidance that was provided by the sea that contained the essence of the 8 men who devoted their blood, their life, and all that they were, to this singular transformation, and it was this guidance that provided the signal for Aegon to complete the ritual, and so, his hands touched upon palm, and so, the sea of spiritual energy contracted around the poisoned dragon flame. A dull shriek, a stifled shriek that bore remnants of its otherworldly and demonic origin, emanated through the sea of spiritual energy, a shriek that lived and died within a single moment as the spiritual energy collapsed into the dragon flame and into the cursed dagger, tearing and seeping into the very nature of the sliver, and then, it began to transform. The very structure of what it is, what it hungers after, was altered as the sea of spiritual energy collapsed and shrunk and sunk within the cursed dagger wholly, totally, and the cursed dagger was withered away by the sheer power of the change, of the transformation, and it left only behind a glowing blob that was black as it was white, a dual nature that signified its power to consume what is wrong and rebirth it into what is right, and Aegon closed his fists to bring about finality. And so, the blob of dual nature careened downwards, towards the dragon bone staff, and it sunk into the head of the staff, suffusing into the bone and spread through the pores of the staff, seeped in the blood of the righteous and the defiant and the faithful, and Aegon watched as all light from within the chamber died except of the light that emanated from the dragon bone staff, a light that was entwined with the darkest of blacks and the lightest of whites, united through crimson thread like twines that ran from end to head of the staff, and Aegon felt himself return into clarity, into full consciousness, and it took considerable effort to slowly descend down the molten stone dais he was seated upon. Finally, once the molten stone slab was rested upon the lead plate, Aegon pulled at the twin flames within the stone and cast the chamber in its light, allowing Aegon to see fully the consequences of the ritual, his ritual. The bodies, the faces, of the 8 men. Aegon placed one foot on the ground, and then the next, and slowly, he walked towards Pyre, and when he arrived, he crouched down, taking in fully what he'd done to the man, to all of these men. Their skin had sunk into itself, flesh beneath the skin had withered away, causing skin to hug onto bone, all moisture, all water, all blood, was gone from the man's face, from the man's body, leaving behind only a desiccated body with hollow eye sockets. Aegon closed his eye, a well of emotion, gratitude, sadness, humbled awe, guilt threatening to subsume him, but Aegon pushed it all down, pushing it to the farthest corners of his being, next to all of the guilt he felt and buried, and Aegon reopened his eye and moved one arm under the legs of Pyre and the other around his back, and he lifted the body as he stood up and walked back towards the passageway he'd entered from. Aegon did this for all of the 8 men. For Ari, for Eeks, for Rigaris, for Rikez, for Ozip, for Shizlo, for Srarden. All of them, and he'd laid them side by side at the entrance of the cave, with Miss Aragorn watching over the bodies like a sentinel. It was only then that Aegon returned for the staff, a staff that remained aglow and teeming with power, and Aegon crouched down beside the staff for a long moment before he moved and touched the staff, accepting whatever outcome was to be from this ritual he conducted. It was an odd thing, when Aegon wrapped his hand around the staff and lifted it out of the depression, with nothing happening, with no feeling of might or feeling of being destroyed touching upon his being. It was as if he was carrying nothing more than a staff made of dragon bone. Yet Aegon knew it was not true. He could see it. He could sense it, even if it showed not of its secrets. It was almost a furnace of spiritual energy, almost, and Aegon could sense that the nature, the intent, of the sliver of the outer entity, was successfully transformed. Aegon raised the staff and he watched studiously at the way it behaved, the way it almost seemed akin to a sentient being, and Aegon realized that it might well be somewhat sentient, with the essence of the 8 men, their wishes, their desires, their faith, suffused into the very nature and intent of the sliver of the outer entity, creating a new essence from something that once sought to consume souls and life of humans, into something that'd consume others that resembled it in its likeness. Aegon lowered the staff and he began to pack up all of the stuff that remained in the chamber, the belongings of the Unsullied, their remaining supplies, everything, and he made his way towards Miss Aragorn through the passageways and the caves. When he arrived at the sight of the morning sun, he realized that the ritual must have taken quite some time, hours, for it to have reached this time of day. Aegon walked towards the bodies and Miss Aragorn, and he was startled slightly when the staff grew in power, grew in intensity, and Aegon realized the staff was reacting to the presence of Miss Aragorn, and Aegon reacted too, violently, as he turned his eye and his being towards the staff. Not Miss Aragorn. Not any dragon. Aegon's voice was quiet, said so more to combine with the full breadth of his will so as to impose his order and his view onto the staff, and it stopped reacting, its power and intensity going dormant once more, seemingly having understood and obeyed, and Aegon, after calming down, looked at the staff with a measure of wonder and a measure of wariness, Miss Aragorn's dangerous growl sounding out in the background. Aegon realized that there was much to be learned about the staff, a staff that had Valyrian steel spikes, though to call the metal Valyrian steel was perhaps not quite right, and it took some considerable effort to set aside the thought and the event, for now, and he turned his gaze towards the bodies in front of him, the well of emotion, sorrow and gratitude, the strongest of them all, grew once more. Aegon stepped aside, away from the bodies, and he didn't say anything. He didn't need to for Miss Aragorn to breathe out a flame towards the bodies, a flame that Aegon watched consume the bodies wholly, totally. Thank you. Aegon said, those two words having poured within them all that he felt, and it would never be enough for what they have given him. For what they wanted to do for him. What he hoped they accomplished in doing. Aegon watched as the flames died down, watching on as no body and no bones remained, and only after the last flames died down into embers, did Aegon move towards the cave entrance. He spent the next little while transferring the frozen fire from within the dragon glass shards and boulders into the smaller and empty red garnet gems, filling them just in case he needed them if what was to come next went awry, and then, when he was done, he went towards Miss Aragorn and climbed atop his dragon. Aegon went towards one of the saddlebags and pulled out a Valyrian steel dagger, and he placed the staff in between his legs before he unsheathed the dagger and placed the tip onto the dragon bone staff, right near the coated head of the staff. The surface of the dragon bone staff was one that was etched in crimson thread like twines that ran from end to head of the staff, a stark contrast to the bone white of the staff, and Aegon was relieved to find out that the staff was not so distinctly changed that it could resist being carved into as the tip of the dagger sunk a little into the bone. Aegon spent the next hour carving, slowly and carefully, into the dragon bone staff, and once he was done, he took hold of the staff and held it out outstretched. He used the first letter of the names of the 8 men for the staff, and it read Peros, with the S looping into another S that was turned 180 degrees underneath the Peros, the last symbol of the name of the staff. The Staff of Peros. A staff made by sacrifice to wield against those who had no right to remain in this world of men and living beings. Who had no right to dictate the paths in which humanity was to take. You will never be forgotten. Aegon said quietly as he stared at the staff for a long moment before he sighed silently and placed the staff beside his saddle and fastened it tightly onto the side of the saddle. Let's go, Miss Aragorn. Aegon said quietly whilst he tapped on his scales, and Miss Aragorn growled lowly before he rose to his full height and began his run off, his wings spreading slightly as his legs thumped down onto the sands of the beach, and it was not long before they were airborne, flying towards remote regions of the Mountains of the Moons, where they would recover for the day in anticipation for the next day. The day that would either see him reach an accord with the beings pretending to be gods, or a day that would be his last in this world. And he, Aegon thought, had come to accept either outcome. I'm sorry, Gale, but my vow to protect you and our children comes above all other promises. For come what may, Aegon would never allow the old gods to spread their rot in his Illumaries and infect his family in the same way they infected countless generations on this damnable continent. The next day, Aegon was kneeling in front of the campfire, the light of the bright half-moon in the clear night sky raining down onto the peaks and faces of the mountains, as Aegon picked up the Valyrian steel helm reforged from the countless little trinkets, a helm that had no opening and was slitted with the bands too small to fit in an arrowhead, and he lifted it above him before he placed it down onto his head. Aegon stood back up, his armor, an armor mostly made of Illimari steel underneath a chainmail made from Illimari steel, clinked and clanked by his motion, and Aegon stretched himself before he looked towards the half-moon and the stars that the skies revealed. Aegon then looked away, and, with a wave of the hand, the campfire bloomed into a great pyre of fire, which snaked and weaved around Aegon before he guided the flames towards a single large stone that had stood beside him. The flames sunk into the stone, and it did not take long for it glow red-hot. Aegon then closed his hands, and the red-hot stone began to split apart, into 6 large pieces the size of his head, and the stones flew towards Aegon, revolving around him, fully under his control, fully tied into his will and direction. Aegon began to walk towards Miss Aragorn, who stood watch with his large green eyes, and Aegon, once he arrived at his dragon, placed his gauntlet hand on the underside of Miss Aragorn's maw. If all things failed, if he was to die today, this night, Miss Aragorn knew what he had to do, and what he would have to do once he was done with the axe. To return home. Though Miss Aragorn had never seen Illimaris and the islands around it with his own eyes, Miss Aragorn had seen it through Aegon, and his dragon knew where Illimaris lay. He would have to shed his armor first, something that Miss Aragorn would quite enjoy doing, but Miss Aragorn could fly directly to the Targaryen Islands after he rested and recovered on the arbor. It would take, likely, 2 or 3 days of non-stop flying, at high altitude, above the clouds where the air is thin and freezing, but Miss Aragorn was old enough and strong enough to be capable of it. From there, Miss Aragorn would likely need at least another 3 or even a week to recover and to rebuild his strength before he made the final journey to Illumaris, which would be the most perilous journey for if Miss Aragorn got lost. Miss Aragorn growled, breaking Aegon out of his thoughts, and Aegon smiled as he patted his dragon's bottom jaw scales. I don't plan on dying. Only making sure that if he was to die, Miss Aragorn could rejoin his family instead of remaining in this place that would only see him as a weapon. Miss Aragorn puffed smoke through his nose, which went directly through the visor of his helm, and Aegon was forced to rear back his head a little, even coughing slightly, and Aegon felt the scales on the bottom of Miss Aragorn's jaw stretch back, and Aegon saw, once the smoke cleared, Miss Aragorn's draconic lips stretched back to reveal his teeth, and he didn't need to feel it through the bond, feelings of challenge, to know that Miss Aragorn was quite unhappy with his train of thought and the strange acceptance that Aegon could help but feel. Though the dragons were as intelligent as perhaps even humans, it was hard for them to understand that dragon flame and claws and teeth sometimes weren't enough to defeat an enemy. Miss Aragorn growled once more, and it broke Aegon from his thoughts, and he smiled at his dragon, scratching now in between the scales. Don't worry, we've gone too far, to meekly die. Aegon's smile turned sharp with cold anger rising within. And I have a promise that I am utmost loath to break. Miss Aragorn growl turned low and his draconic lips relaxed, and Aegon felt a similar anger within Miss Aragorn, a happy anger, one that made it clear of his happiness about Aegon's anger, and Aegon tapped at the scales of his dragon's maw before he walked around and climbed atop Miss Aragorn's back. Aegon waved his hand, and the 6 pieces of molten stone that held within his inner flames, flew towards him, and Aegon opened the saddle bags and guided them into the bags. After all, there was no reason for him to tire himself out by controlling them during the flight. Finally, when he settled properly in his saddle, Aegon tapped at Miss Aragorn's scales. Fly, Miss Aragorn. Aegon said in a quiet murmur as he sat back into his saddle, and the cold anger within him settled firm and stout, an anger that he refused to relinquish. Later. Miss Aragorn's fleshy wings beat violently against the air as he remained in place hundreds of feet above the god's eye, and Aegon breathed out heavily through his nose, his arms rising, and the 6 pieces that carried his inner flames flew out of the saddle bags, and Aegon, with a focused thought, moved them into place, and the pieces flew towards each arm. The sound of the stone hitting his armor a dull sound amidst Miss Aragorn's fleshy wings flapping as the molten stone changed and weaved around his arms to form into something akin to circlets, though they took form all around his upper arm. Aegon leaned down and removed the fastening strings from around the staff beside him, and he picked it up before he stood up from his saddle, the 4 remaining pieces at the same time coming closer to his body. Aegon glanced down below. He did not want to risk Miss Aragorn landing on the shores of the Isle and risk exposing him to the mercies of their enemies. It had been stupid, last time, to land Miss Aragorn on the shores of the Isle, a day filled with stupidity and desperation, especially now that he knew better who and what exactly he was dealing with. And so, he had come up with a way to arrive at the Isle, not by boat on waters with creatures underneath that were almost certainly under their control, one that they would have to let happen lest they expose themselves to retributory attacks by Miss Aragorn. Aegon moved one of the molten stone pieces towards his right leg, and, with a small gesture of the hand, Aegon flattened down the molten piece, into a disc, and lifted his leg onto the disc-like platform, which he repeated again for his left leg. When his feet were both on the platforms, Aegon moved the discs upward after he'd undone the lock of the chain that held him into the saddle, and welded the 2 discs into a single platform whilst the 2 remaining pieces moved in front of him. The 2 pieces melded into one another before they changed and formed into a long rod that jointed with the top face of the platform, after which the end of the rod changed into a long handlebar which Aegon took hold of. Aegon breathed out heavily. The focus to do all that he was doing, including keeping the platform still whilst also changing the very structure of the stone through his inner flames, all whilst maintaining separate connections to each of the stones. It was not easy. Aegon gripped tightly with his hand onto the handlebar, and slowly, the platform began to veer away from Miss Aragorn, and his dragon carefully moved away his body so as to his wings did not generate whines that would cause for him. Go. Aegon thought as he met the gaze of his dragon. Miss Aragorn would circle around whilst he was down there, and would respond to his calls through their bond if Aegon had need of his dragon. Miss Aragorn growled lightly, his teeth showing, but his dragon obeyed and began, slowly, drift away from him. Aegon turned away from his dragon, and looked downwards, before he, with a heavy intake of breath, began to fall. The platform descended with tremendous speed, as fast as when Miss Aragorn dove towards the ground or water from high up, and Aegon paid no attention to anything beyond the quickly approaching ground, and, finally, when he was no more than less than 100 feet from the ground, did he yank at the connection he held with the platform, forcing his inner flame within the stone, to slow its descent. And slowing it did, for the shores of the Isle came at him far slower than it did before, and when the ground was no more than a dozen feet away from him, did Aegon slow the descent even further. The platform settled onto the sands with a dull thump, and Aegon balanced himself quickly, found his footing, and avoided falling down ungracefully on the ground. He did not waste a single moment and transformed the platform again, though he took care to only take what he need, concentrating his inner flames into much smaller pieces of the platform which sheared off from the main body of the platform and orbited around Aegon, whose hands, one firmly on the staff and the other on the hilt of his Valyrian steel sword, prepared himself as he cast his eyes towards the Trilene, a Trilene that once seemed so dark that was now alight and aglow with spiritual energy deep within. And there was so much of it. He'd never seen so much concentrated in a single area. And this is me being beyond the Trilene. Aegon thought grimly as he stared across the Trilene, waiting, watching, for the invitation to come once more. And Aegon waited. And waited. And waited. And not once did Aegon let his guard down, not once did he take away his eye from the across the Trilene. To enter the abode of the non-friendly, was bad enough as it was, but to do so uninvited, well. Aegon's gaze sharpened when he saw the dark grey spiritual energy that teemed within the dark of the forest move ever so slightly, and Aegon realized that it was a person coming his way, a single person, unlike the last time where he'd been greeted by a party of green men. As the figure neared, Aegon grew assured that the figure was a man, or a tall woman, with a nature that did not seem at all dissimilar from the furnace of spiritual energy that was behind the man. It was like he was an ember of it, almost like how dragon flame. Aegon stilled his thoughts as he watched the man come closer and closer, until, finally, the man was no more than 20 paces away from him, and Aegon noted that the man made no noise as he'd walked, as if the winds had absorbed his steps. Aegon could not see the man's, or woman's, face, not like last time, instead, he could only see their halo, a halo that seemed almost reminiscent to that of the Unsullied, even if the state of mind was different. He could see the figure's markings he'd seen in a number of Riverland's lords and knights, and within the Derry Knight, the markings he attributed to that of the ancestral song of the first men. Son of the long summer. You have come again. The cloaked figure said, a male voice, and the way the hood moved, it seemed the man turned to look at his staff. I have. Aegon said calmly, his eye unblinkingly staring at the abyss in the hood of the man. The man said nothing for a long moment, and Aegon had nothing to say to the green man, or whatever he was, and it was only after several long moments passed that the man moved, angling his body from Aegon. The path is the same as the one you treaded before. Aegon inclined his head at the green man, and soon enough, his molten stone pieces orbiting around him, Aegon followed the path he'd once taken before, his defensive wariness never faltering as he tilted his head in such a way that allowed him to react if one approached him from behind. He reached the Trilene and followed the stone road deep into the bowels of the forest, his eye, through the slitted visor, taking in everything he was seeing, and he was seeing so much. As Aegon walked up the steps of the ancient stones, he begun to hear whispers that grew in numbers, though it was not the only thing he was witness to. And, as he kept walking, he took hold of each and every weirwood tree on the path, trees that had the same kind of halos surrounding people with, but, at their very center, there 2 white embers in the shape of eyes that tracked his every step, every inch deeper into the forest, watching him. The whispers grew in numbers, but they were so faint, so unintelligible, and the whispers seemed as if it was all around him, even if distant, even if so quiet, and Aegon couldn't help but muse if this was the kind of whispers he'd read about, the voices of the old gods. Whispers, the voices of the old gods, that were said to guide men in their times of need, and Aegon thought the method may well be the same kind of mechanism these beings used to directly affect a person and in turn cause an effect they wanted in an event, in a period, in something. If the first Andals that had come to Westeros had heard these whispers, no wonder they sought to cut down these trees, he thought, as the presence he once felt before but did not understand, a presence of something other, suddenly arrived, and it validated his suspicions before with its similarity. It was the same kind of presence he felt on Toad Isle. The same kind of presence he felt when he was in that astral plane, and the same kind of presence he realized he felt on Dragonstone during the ritual. The staff begun to react, the dormant power within it waking in the presence of so many beings that stood rooted within hundreds, thousands of these trees. Aegon supplanted his will onto the staff, calming it, keeping it neutral, for now, and the staff, though awake, was more dormant than active, he could sense, he thought as he glanced towards the roots of the weirwood tree he was walking past, roots that he could see, had in others, a glow and extending far below the earth. There were different shades to it. To presences. Different shades and different flavors and different magnitudes, no doubt, but it was the kind of feeling that indicated a convergence of at least great deal of spiritual energy. And a great deal of intent. Beings that were no friends of his, this Aegon had long ago deciphered, but he could also sense that they were, content to observe him instead of reacting. Unlike last time, Aegon thought as he continued to walk through the forest, the presence growing thicker in magnitude the deeper he went into the forest, and the presence continued to grow in magnitude, even if its intent was not yet aggressive, well until he finally arrived at the end of the path and at the massive weirwood tree that towered over all of the other trees he'd seen along the path to this place. Aegon couldn't help but feel a sense of grim wonder at the tree, at the sheer amount of spiritual energy it had and how much further and deeper he could see the roots extending down below the earth, nor could he hide the grim trepidation he felt at the magnitude of the halo that surrounded this tree. Whomever was within this tree, whatever, they must have been truly powerful. Is still powerful. Aegon thought as he clenched his teeth when the giant two white eyes without pupils or irises, were set upon him, and it felt so invasive the way the spiritual energies that permeated throughout this place converged on him, pressing into him from all corners, and Aegon raised his staff in response. The staff reacted to him akin to a pet crooning under his touch, flaring violently, so much so that its power pushed back at the invasive nature of whatever it was that was pushing on him, but Aegon stopped the staff from doing what was natural to it now. Enough. Aegon grounded out as he met the gaze of the two giant white eyes, though he said nothing else. For a long moment, nothing seemed to happen. The invasive presence continued to push and his staff continued to push back, and Aegon's eye began to narrow at the seemingly stalemate nature of the situation, and he kept his nerve through the long silence and the stalemate, unwilling as he was to escalate the situation any further, his mind always on the goal of why he was here. Finally, the presence receded back and away from around him, and Aegon's eye flickered towards the right side of the massive tree where, underneath one of the large roots, where he saw a figure, a much smaller figure than the Green Man, step out from. Aegon lowered his staff ever so slightly, and the staff reacted to him, dimming in spiritual energy and in intent, and he watched with a studious eye at the nature of this little demon, this child of the forest. It was immediately apparent that the child of the forest had a greater deal of spiritual energy than men, and, as Aegon focused his gaze onto the child of the forest that continued to walk towards him. When the child of the forest was close enough, he could see something deeper, something beyond skin and life force, the markings he'd seen in special people. An ancestral song. And this child of the forest, it had what he thought to be similar markings as the first men ancestral song, though he could perceive that it might as well be called something unique. That much he could tell even with his limited capabilities. The markings were also stronger than what he'd seen in a person, more vibrant and alive. It was the best way he could describe what he could see in the child of the forest. In a way, it was comparable to the difference he saw between Rhaenyra and Baelon, whose markings were weaker than the others, save for Viserys. But he doubted that it was all that similar, because Baelon and Viserys were oddities, through chance, whereas this was by design. Aegon did not let his eye look away from the child of the forest, even as the leaves rustled loudly, violently, though his gaze momentarily looked away from the child of the forest when suddenly light from the half-moon cast down throughout this place, throughout and through the blood-red leaves, and, where before it had been shrouded in the dark, with only the molten stones that orbited him providing dim light, there was now enough light to allow him to see the child of the forest properly. He thought he recognized this child of the forest. This male one. The same nut-brown skin, the same sticks and roots for clothing, and the same uncaring black eyes on a scaled-like face. Aegon. First of his name. The words flowed out from the child of the forest's mouth so musically that it almost sounded akin to a short sequence of the piano notes played with the softest, deftest of fingers, the same words that the child of the forest had used that fateful day. And Aegon did not fail to notice there was something magical about the way the child of the forest spoke, its halo having behaved strangely during its speech. You returned after you declared you would not. The child of the forest said without accusation or change in its expression. Aegon nodded slightly, the sound of his helm moving discordant in the wake of the still silence that pervaded through the area. I return because I must. Now that I understand the price you demanded. The bargain remains unchanged, Aegon, first of his name. His eye narrowed at the way the surroundings around the child of the forest shifted with the melodious note of its voice. Only death can release you now from the oath you swore before the old gods. The corner around Aegon's eye tightened as he stared unblinkingly at the child of the forest for a long moment before he looked away and looked towards the massive tree that stood behind the child of the forest, whose white eyes were staring directly in his soul. I do not seek death this day. He said, the corners of his mouth raising as he stared directly into the eyes of the being that dwelled in the massive weirwood tree. Aegon continued, turning his eye back towards the child of the forest. Nor do I believe it will come for me this day, one who sings the song of the earth. He could see the halo around the being react, even if the face remained stone cold and its eyes unblinking. You once said that my song was not one of yours. And that I ought to be grateful of that. Aegon began calmly, his voice carrying no real emotion, something that continued as he spoke further. I pondered on that phrase often, obsessively, as I did with every other word you spoke that day, and I have come to realize what it meant. What my song meant. Aegon said, his hand tightening around the staff which reacted to him. And what the song of ice and fire also means. The child of the forest did not physically react, not that Aegon thought the creature would. They might have seen it coming. His words. These beings could see the future, after all. In some way. Different than seeing through the flames, but nonetheless, he imagined that they too had a way of either gaining glimpses of the future through similar means as others had in this world or through the trees, even if it was less powerful. After all, it was not foolproof. Otherwise, the children of the forest would not be practically extinct, nor would there be any humans on this land. Something has lain claim on my fate. Aegon said with a grim look on his face as he placed the bottom of the staff on the ground. His next words, though calm, were said with a measured undertone of coldness. Just as you have laid claim to many members of the main branch of my house. Though he could see no physical reaction, he could see the halo around the child of the forest react to his words. And this something that claims me, has prohibited you, or your kin in your weirwood trees, or that three-eyed crow. These string of words caused the greatest reaction in the child of the forest, though it left him with no satisfaction, as he was talking about things he had no real wish to speak of, in the hopes that he could end this encounter without dying or declaring a war that he did not want to fight, from killing me long before I first stepped on your isle. Whether it was God or something else, like the amethyst gem, this was a fundamental truth that Aegon accepted. There was no way he could exist in this world without a measure of protection against the likes of these beings. The day you swore your oath was the day that changed. The child of the forest said, and Aegon sensed the shift in the tone of voice alongside the side around its halo, the melodious way the thing spoke taking on a different, harder quality. Aegon's eye narrowed as a familiar swell of dogged determination rose from within him. The kind of determination he always felt in the height of battle, when he was a single sword swing away from death. So it has. Aegon said in answer, the staff in hand reacted to his emotions, to his determination, the might of the staff stronger than ever before, and the staff of dual nature, bloomed, and webs of spiritual energy made of twin spirals, one the blackest of obsidian and the other the brightest of moonlight, surrounded Aegon. Just in time too, for Aegon heard the whispers and the winds howl in what could only be described as thunderous volume, and he saw the presence around him resurge with stark and dangerous intent, surrounding the web of twin spirals but not yet attacking. Aegon's eyes darkened as the molten pieces of stone began to spiral faster around him, whilst Aegon pulled on his connection with Miss Aragorn, calling him closer but not yet urging him to act, staring intently at the child of the forest in front of him. The thunderous volume of the howling winds and the whispers that resembled more like screeches and nails on blackboards, continued on for a long while, the presence these beings exuded and surrounded him remaining primed to attack in whatever unknown way, but Aegon remained firm in his position, firm in his belief that these old gods. Release me of this oath. His words seemed to penetrate through the howls of the winds and the screeches of the whispers, and Aegon looked away from the child of the forest and looked towards the massive weirwood tree. Release me from my oath and I will consider swearing a new oath, one that I understand and will not seek to relinquish. There was the carrot, take it. Miss Aragorn's roar broke through all of the thunderous noise that begun to die down every second that passed. Twice you broke your word. The child of the forest said, its expression growing harder. As your kind and all the rest of your kin has always done. I did not vow never to return, merely words spoken, words that were said before you extracted a price from me, Aegon said grimly as he watched the presence fade away slightly, and Aegon did the same, holding more of the staff's hunger back. Nor have I broken the oath I swore, for the city I promised to plant the seed in has yet to be born, and as you have said, death can release me of the oath if you will not release me of the oath you had me swear in ignorance. Aegon said, this time his tone of voice carrying an edge of coldness. Death I will generously share, but it does not have to be this way. Aegon added, calmness returning to his voice. The expression on the child of the forest hardened even more at those words, but Aegon wasn't playing. He was more than happy to burn everything these things had, including their plans. Starting with this isle, the Blackwoods, and the Starks. The journals that Aegon sent included information that would help ensure that his family and Ilmaris would see these old gods and their followers as enemies. And so too would the Red Faith become enemies of the old gods. He would go absolutely nuclear with them if he had to. He hoped that he did not have to do that. You once said that your old gods accepted the presence of my song, my existence, which has changed what was sung to be. He, Aegon, was almost certainly meant to die early. Perhaps even as an infant. Because of him, countless fates have been changed irrevocably. Because of him, the variables that these beings relied on to craft their song of ice and fire had to be changed, and Aegon greatly suspected that his brother's death was. You accepted my existence. Regardless of whether or not you were capable of refusing. So I ask, release me of this oath and accept that your old gods, your songs, have no place in Ilmaris. Accept that you have no claim over me and my descendants. Aegon's expression grew harder and his hand tightened even more on his staff, and it took considerable effort not to want to lash out and see witness to what his staff was capable of what Miss Aragorn could do against these things. Accept that Ilmaris and my branch of the last of the Song of Fire. These words, particularly the last words, caused the child of the forest's expression to slacken in its hardness, but it was his halo that Aegon took note of. It was wild. Wilder than before. And it wasn't the only thing to react to Aegon's words, for Aegon had the impression, just beyond the barrier the staff created, a million eyes set upon him. Are not yours to sing to an end. He'd long wondered what the Song of Ice and Fire really meant. A song of fate that was weaved ever since these idiots created the White Walkers. If one looked hard enough, obsessively enough, in the histories of the world, looking for commonalities, looking to piece together a timeline and events that made sense, you get the sense, the idea, that there was a great deal of interlinked history. And when one had the context, the knowledge, that he had about this world, even if it was incomplete, it all started to make sense. The gemstone emperors were emblematic of tribes of people, not necessarily only emperors, even if they likely did exist. The tribes of this world dispersed, over time, with some of these peoples holding within them an ancestral song either by then or not long after, but he leaned towards it being during the era of the Empire of the Dawn, an empire that was as magical as old Valyria had been, perhaps more so, much more so. In any case, when it came to his ancestors, the people that would once become the Valyrians, there are hints in the world that suggest that the Valyrians did not become what they were famed for a very, very long time. It was likely that there were mages amongst them, not unlike the Rhoynish, but they did not have their dragons and they did not have their famed fused stone and their famed Valyrian steel, dragon steel. No, all of that came many years after they left the Empire of the Dawn and many years after they'd settled in the peninsula known as Valyria. And Aegon had finally found the last pieces to the puzzle that he spent years building, pieces from ancient tomes from different regions of Essos, a few from Myr, one from the disputed lands and another in Mirian, all whom written in classical Valyrian, different in context and different of authors, but all of them, indicated that the Valyrians had outside influence at the dawn of the civilization that would become the Kingdom of Valyria and later, the Freehold. Influence that had come right around the time of the Long Night in Westeros, and it was by a people that had no name and a people as small as children but wiser than any greybeard. The dating system the Valyrians used was archaic and it was one that was a bit familiar to that of what he knew the Chinese used in his world, so it was difficult to ascertain when exactly the books had been written. But enough told him that at least a few of the books were written during the wars with the Rhoynar, which was near the height of the power of the Freehold. That the authors, who were undoubtedly Valyrian, could write to speak of others teaching their ancestors, despite the Valyrians being a highly prideful people, told him much that this was an accepted view amongst the Valyrians at the time. And who is it who has no name? Who is it that resembled children in stature? And who is that knew blood magic and rituals unlike most other people in this world? He was staring directly at the teachers who taught the Valyrians. The teachers that sung a secret song to bring back the day. They used the Valyrians as a means to an end during the long night, teaching them magic and likely building up on what the Valyrians had known in that time, so much so that a likely outcome had been dragon steel, as the children of the forest were not known to be able to work metal, particularly iron, and honestly, when you thought about it, the children of the forest were more like the Fae than they were not. Certainly, as fucking tricky as they were. Given that the stories and tales that he'd been exposed during all of his hunting about the history of this world, stories that told of the extinction of the giants across much of Essos and Westeros after they'd warred with the children of the forest, a which might well have extended to the maze builders, also known as the maze makers, a kind of half-giant offshoot of humans, he was not surprised that the extents these creatures would go to win. In any case, the Valyrians, the Dragon Lords, were the fire in the Song of Ice and Fire, and the ice was obviously the White Walkers, the creatures they created to stop their human enemies. What was a song for but to end eventually? In that sense, how could a Song of Ice and Fire be understood as nothing more than these fuckheads hoping to use his family to destroy an creation of their own that wants nothing more than to destroy them, and the rest of the world in the same process, and at the same time, bring to an end to the last of the dragons, literal and figuratively. The howls and the whispers around him grew into a storming racket, so loud that Aegon had to grimace at the way his ears were being harmed and the presence that surrounding him now begun to directly attack the web that protected him and Aegon, with a heavy heart but with one that was determined to fight and kill his way out of the situation he was in, commanded his staff. And his staff. It obeyed. A massive bloom of multi-web twin spirals ejected from around him, so large was the bloom that the presence around him was pushed back more than a dozen feet, then 24 feet, and Aegon saw the spirals from his staff spliced apart into dozens, into hundreds, of hook-like things that a dual nature, and Aegon watched as the hook-like stems of spiritual energy began to eat away at the presence that was around him and Aegon. Aegon stepped forward. Miss Aragorn, come, Aegon commanded as he stared angrily at the child of the forest. I did not want this, I was willing to step away so long as you left us alone. Aegon thought angrily as he eyed the thing who had begun to step back and away from the dome-like web of spirals that surrounded Aegon, and the balls of molten stone pieces that orbited around him in a furious spin, were at a moment's notice from being used as he noticed other figures approaching from the depths of the forest. Aegon's gaze snapped towards his right and his eye widened at the sudden appearance of a ghostly figure that shocked him. It was not quite a ghost, but the figure was unsolid, very unlike the way he'd seen Bloodraven and Bran Stark. It was a man, an old man, a beard that came up about halfway down his chest, but what really surprised him, was the eyes the man bore and the staff that was in his hand. You do not belong here. The child of the forest's voice weaved itself through the howls and the screeches that surrounded him, and the voice was tinged with no small degree of anger, and Aegon snapped his gaze towards the child of the forest, and he saw then that the child was looking at the ghostly figure. The presence around him began to fade away once more, though Aegon did not allow his staff to relax, so angry was he about their refusal to see reason. The ghostly figure began to walk towards Aegon, slowly, and Aegon did not relent in his readiness to attack, even in all of his confusion. The old man's eyes. They were dichromatic, with the same shades of eye color his had been. Miss Aragorn, wait, Aegon thought as he felt his dragon through his bond. Amethyst and emerald, but there was a difference. His left eye was emerald. Aegon's emerald eye had been his right eye. That day, you did not speak to me when you said I did not belong. Aegon realized as he looked towards the child of the forest who did not break away its sight from the ghostly figure, as if it was a greater threat than Aegon. Stop! Aegon commanded when the ghostly figure kept on coming, but the old man, whose lips were moving but he could not hear, kept on moving, a faint smile on his face, and Aegon was unsure what to do. Was this an illusion? A trap by these things? Aegon made a few of the stone pieces flew towards him, not at deadly speeds and not at areas that could easily him, but they simply flew through the old man, and Aegon was subjected to a raised eyebrow and a look of mild amusement. It was a look of, oh really? Aegon eyed the staff that the man had, a very, very familiar staff, and he had to accept that it was the same, the very exact, staff he was holding in this moment in time. Aegon looked towards his staff and towards the dome that it emanated, and as the man walked through the dome, Aegon studied the reactions of his staff. And there were no reactions, alarming Aegon greatly. What are you? Aegon found himself asking, and the man turned to look towards the child of the forest, and Aegon found himself growing deeper in wariness, and he was about to call on Miss Aragorn to attack this place when the child of the forest spoke. He is part of the claim you spoke of. The child of the forest said in a strange voice, which was unpleasant to hear with the way its melodious voice changed. A twine in the stream of all that is, all that was, all that should be. What does that mean? Aegon asked the child of the forest, but the child did not speak further, and it aggravated Aegon, but with the way the child's face was unchanging, he knew that he would get anything more than that. He really hated them. The ghostly figure was only a few paces away from Aegon now when he came to a stop, and the old man seemed to smile at him in a strange, almost, no, definitely glad. Aegon swallowed a little. The thought had passed his mind the moment he'd seen those eyes and the staff. But, it was hard to accept. Hard to understand how it was possible. Mostly because he truly feared that these things did eventually make their way to Illumaris and infected his land with their bullshit fabricated fate. He feared the possibility that this guy, this old man, this descendant, was a damn blood-raven, someone what he represented he hated as much as he hated these meddlers. Dragon dreams were almost certainly bullshit, Aegon had come to realize. Dennis was the only one absolutely confirmed in the chronicles in their family that had true vision, and after her, thanks to his grandfather, he'd learnt that Aegon the Conqueror also had dragon dreams, and it was this that truly made him suspicious, for his dragon dreams were so far in the future that it made no sense. And the fact that no other than Dennis, there were no other recorded instances of dragon dreams that were verified. That told him enough. And it made him unsure about Helena, if she really had the sight, like what Aegon had and what the Red Priests were capable of, or if she too was influenced by these bastards. In any case, he was not happy to see a descendant of his following the steps of these creatures. And it didn't help with his paranoia either that the ghostly figure's arrival came at this moment in time, right when he was about to go on a warpath, despite the fact that Aegon had a great capacity to do them great deal of damage before he escaped, or died. The ghostly figure outstretched its arm and pointed to a bag on his belt, a bag that contained the dragon glass container with the weirwood seed. You have interfered enough. The child of the forest said, and the way its voice shifted again was tremendous, and the howls around them began to kick up again. The ghostly figure turned towards the child of the forest, and his lips moved but no sound came out, but it seemed as if the child of the forest could understand the ghostly figure, and it seemed as if the ghostly figure said something that really displeased the child of the forest. No. The word and the venom in which it was said startled Aegon, and the presence that surrounded them grew in many orders of magnitude and awe. His eye widened and his mouth opened in shock, and he felt himself step back a little with what he was seeing, Behind the ghostly figure, there were dozens of pairs of eyes. Eyes that were hovering and were the size of heads, the size of boulders, and all of them were either violet, green or gold, and it was not the only thing he was seeing. Now, he could see the spiritual energy they contained, and it was massive. About the same size as the largest of the weirwood trees, save for the massive one in front of them, though there was one set of golden eyes that were larger than them all. And it was this one that took central stage behind the ghostly figure, who now turned its head towards the child of the forest, who had stepped back a number of times, with fear on its face, and Aegon was marveled. What the fuck is happening? He wondered, and the feeling of marvel soon made way for wariness. That the child of the forest was afraid, Aegon thought before he looked around and towards the massive weirwood tree whose own white eyes were staring directly at the hovering eyes behind the ghostly figure, and the other beings in this forest were cautious enough that their presence had all but receded away. He looked back towards the ghostly figure whose lips were moving, and then he looked towards the child of the forest whose expression twisted. Her interference was not needed. Who's her? Aegon wondered, and what did this her interfere with? Was this her the reason he was in this world? Aegon's eyes flickered between the two, but it seemed like neither of them were anything further, and Aegon wasn't sure if he was meant to feel frustrated or not. The ghostly figure then turned his head towards Aegon, his pointed finger no longer pointing but instead, it turned over into an open palm. Aegon narrowed his eye and for a brief moment debated what he understood in everything that happened. It was clear that his descendant was protecting him. But why, he did not know. Well, he had a suspicion. It was important enough for him to be back home instead of likely dying here. This old man was not his child. Perhaps even it was not his grandchild either. But there was something Aegon would do that made it important enough to return home, mayhaps it had something to do with her. The old man raised an eyebrow again, though it was without the amused look, and Aegon grimaced before his hand went towards the bag. He rested the staff against his shoulder as he removed the dragon glass container from the bag. Aegon eyed the child of the forest, who now looked like it usually did, but Aegon could sense from its halo that was agitated. Well, at least it'll piss them off. Aegon thought. Whatever it was that this old man wanted to do. Aegon twisted the container and dropped the weirwood tree into his palm. It was then that the old man came closer to him, close enough that he was merely a feet away from Aegon, and it allowed Aegon to see the ghostly figure closer. He has similarities to my grandsire. Aegon thought to himself. The old man was clearly well into his late life. Likely somewhere between 60 and 80 days old. The old man stretched out his hand and it hovered over Aegon's hand, and then the hand moved down with its fingers forming like a pinch, and Aegon's eyes widened at what was happening. The weirwood seed, which Aegon had always sensed something from, was aglow in spiritual energy, as if the old man was making whatever it was that was dormant active, and then, the old man pulling at whatever it was that was in the weirwood seed, no, pulling at the being that was in the weirwood seed. The whispers and the howls began again, but they were more muted than before as the old man got a firm hold of the being, the soul or essence or whatever, that had been in the weirwood seed, and Aegon's expression darkened at the sight of it. Yeah, I fucking hate these things. They were an infestation, and, as Aegon watched the old man turn and walk towards the child of the forest, whose eyes were intent on the thing that was in the old man's hand. The old man stopped in front of the child of the forest, who went to its head and took something out of it. Another weirwood seed. Aegon mused as he watched with morbid fascination as the thing in the old man's hand was pushed into the weirwood seed. The child of the forest then looked up and met the old man's gaze, but did not seem to say anything to the old man. It did then look towards Aegon, its expression hardening. Leave. Do not return. Next time, we will not hear you. The child of the forest said, and Aegon wanted to scoff, but he remained silent for a moment as he watched the child of the forest retreat back towards the root. He was about to say something, but he kept his tongue. It seemed pointless. Pointless to let them know that he knew his brother's death had come from their machinations. The Dairy Knight had the markings of the First Men in his core. He was much a First Men as the Starks were. The days after, he learnt the heritage of that knight. He had Blackwood blood in his veins. The most recent only a few generations ago. And it was clear that it did not matter if was active or if was merely suggestions, like the whispers or dreams, or whatever, the old gods caused Damon's death. He suspected it was because whatever they wanted to happen, likely the death of the dragons, would be achieved without Damon present. It almost pushed him to go full-on war with these things, but Aegon was always a pragmatist, and he was patient. Getting out of this oath had been more important. And also, he knew the ramifications on his brother Viserys would be dire if he was to go full out in this war. He would have to commit mass slaughter, and even then it would not be enough unless he really rooted out the old gods from this continent, a feat that Aegon really doubted he could do, even if he had the full support of the kingdoms. Which was practically zero. No, getting out of the oath was more important, Aegon thought. Getting home was more important, as brutal as it was to say when one considered that he was leaving the murderers of his brother unharmed, the manipulators of past, present and future Targaryens. And the oath. Aegon turned to look at the weirwood seed, and he studied it intently. There was nothing in the seed. No spiritual energy, nothing. Even when that thing had been dormant, he was able to see it. Now there was only nothing. Aegon looked towards the approaching old man, who still had those eyes behind him, and Aegon looked at them a bit more. There were a few mismatching eyes amongst the dozens of them. Are they all my descendants? Aegon wondered. That was many descendants, he mused to himself, and an idle thought passed through his head. Did I begin a new eldritch nightmare? The thought made him snort, audibly it seemed, for the old man tilted his head curiously. Nothing, old man, just wondering what you are. Aegon said as he met old man's gaze. The old man only smiled, and there was tinge of mystery in that smile, and then the man gestured towards somewhere, and Aegon looked at the way he was pointing. It was the path on which Aegon had come. Aegon only nodded. Yes, it was time to leave. Am I still bound to the oath? Aegon found himself asking as he began to walk, his eye studiously taking every reaction in the old man. The old man nodded before he pinched his thumb to his index finger in a way that made Aegon's eyebrow rise. He'd never seen anyone in this world make that gesture, the okay hand gesture. I see. Aegon only said, and it was only because of his reluctance to speak any further under the ears of these things. The walk down the path was a silent one that often featured Aegon glancing at the man who walked beside him. His face had a look of sereneness the entire time. Just when I thought I had all the questions that would occupy my mind. Aegon mused to himself. Not that he was complaining, it was almost certainly likely that at the very least, this old man had saved him from a great deal of trouble. At the worst, from death. Finally, when they arrived at the beach, Aegon called to Miss Aragorn, asking him to come. You will watch my back a little longer, won't you? Aegon asked curiously. The old man nodded smilingly, and Aegon couldn't help but ask, even if the beings that pretended to be gods could hear him. You're not like Bloodraven, are you? Aegon hadn't planned on telling his children about Bloodraven, but he almost certainly was going to do that now. And with that decision made, surely it meant that this descendant would know exactly what Aegon meant. And from the look of mild displeasure, it seemed as if the old man, his descendant, understood the context in which Aegon was speaking of, and it filled him with a measure of amusement. Aegon nodded at the old man's reaction. Time travel, well fuck. Aegon idly thought to himself before he looked towards the skies where he could see Miss Aragorn arriving. He'd already guessed that Bloodraven affected history onto the path he'd wanted in the show. Ned Stark hearing Bran Stark was a fucking great little clue that it was possible. It also helped explain how his family had escaped from Valyria if his suspicions about dragon dreams really proved to be true. Dreams instigated. And, apparently, he, or his descendants would figure out a way to communicate and do more like in his instance, directly interfere in a similar as the Green Seers. And he was unsure how he felt about that. Miss Aragorn landed nearby, and Aegon walked towards his dragon, who began to growl at the accompanying ghostly figure. Calm, Miss Aragorn, this is family, I think. Aegon said as he eyed the old man, who smiled at him before nodding. Will I see you again? Aegon asked curiously before he looked towards the dozens of eyes that still remained behind him, and the old man's expression turned amused at his question, no doubt understanding exactly what Aegon wanted to know. After all, this old man was not his child. Was he a grandchild? A great-grandchild? The old man gestured towards the skies, and Aegon hummed in mild displeasure, but he was fine with not pushing. For now anyway. Thank you for your help. Aegon said to the old man. He had been fine with dying if he had to, fine with destroying as much as he could of the old gods in the God's Eye, but it was not his preference, and it pissed him off that they were unwilling to bend when he was willing to bend and forget what they did to his brother, and all the other things they likely did too. But being able to return home, potentially, for he would not plant this thing until he was certain it was safe, without this looming over his head, without having to make another oath, even if the oath of non-interference would have made him terribly guilty for swearing, was a relief. Especially now that he had much more to learn, and to teach to his children. The old man only smiled at Aegon before he gestured again towards the skies, and Aegon did not wait another moment to climb atop Miss Aragorn, and soon enough, they were in the air, and Aegon could not help but wonder. I may have more questions, many more questions, but I at least have found a clue. This her, who are you, and are you responsible for my existence? The ghostly figure POV. His consciousness returned to his body, and his eyes took in the light of his surroundings, a heavy breath escaping his mouth. His eyes caught the recovering pulses of the roots of the tree, roots that stretched far beneath the earth, and he grimaced lightly as he moved his body and lifted his head up from leaning against the trunk of the tree. His eyes veered towards his hand, towards the staff, a soft hum escaping his mouth. The staff consumed a lot of power, getting him that far into the past. It was as low as he'd ever seen it. I have also consumed a great deal of energy. He mused as he sensed himself. Had he stayed for much longer, had they proved more disagreeable than what was written, he would have had to pull on his life's energy. And on the heart tree. Thankfully, it went as written. Still. It will be sooner than later when he was to lay at rest. He looked away from his staff and towards the others that congregated around the heart tree, and he smiled at them. It seemed as if they waited a bit longer before returning to their time. There were dozens of them. Some wearing clothes that he recognized, though most wore clothes that were unfamiliar to him. Others wore cloths with devices on them, devices that he recognized from the archives his grandfather created. Some had the typical, Valyrian purple, but some had his dichromatic eyes, and others even 2 sets of golden eyes. And then there was that one, he thought as he stared at the golden glowing figure that was far apart from the others. Some were old, but most were younger than he. Some much younger ever, he mused as he stared at the smirking, unruly-looking youth amongst them that leaned against the staff in a way that defied logic. I hope he isn't the one who built the connection through time. He did not know who was the one who built upon the fracture his grandfather created, a fracture that his uncle Polaris theorized to exist in all moments through time, which allowed things to happen in the future before the events of the past had occurred, which tied into his grandfather's theory that there's a matter of backward causality at play, where a much later event can affect or cause a much earlier one. Neither he or his uncle were able to solve the origin of the causality, though he mused that the golden figure was likely the best origin of the causality. There could also be the chance that his grandfather's suspicion may prove to be right, that it was the heart of the world was the origin of the backward causality. In either case, he suspected there won't be a need for any more jaunts to the past after this one. Not for him, at least. He was nearing his end and he never really had a mind for the complex concepts in the astral plane. He caught a flame in the corner of his eyes and he turned his gaze there. There, seated some 20 paces away from him, was his granddaughter creating a firebird between her hands, a phoenix he thought with that long tail. The girl was always fascinated by the paintings of fantastical animals by his Aunt Rena with a little drakeling on his granddaughter's shoulder snapping at the tail of flames. By his granddaughter's side, there was another little girl, a brown-skinned girl who began to whistle, and a melodious tune that molded the air began to form and chased away at the phoenix, causing the two little girls to fall into a fit of giggles. The two girls had a bright pleasant presence within the physical realm, and so full of promise. He smiled at the sight and he stood up from his seated position, leaning heavily against the staff. He groaned lightly at the aches in his joints, but soon enough, the thoughts on his aches faded away when his granddaughter spotted him standing. She threw herself up to her, and the 4-name-days-old girl ran towards him. "Grandpapa!" His granddaughter exclaimed out, her eyes bright and full of curiosity, and he never failed to smile at those eyes. Eyes that resembled his so much. One emerald eye and a beautiful violet left eye. "I see you were having fun," he said with a smile on his face, and his granddaughter, who was now accompanied by her little friend, bobbed her head. "We were tired of waiting," his granddaughter said shyly before she glanced at the witnesses briefly before she looked back into his eyes. "Did Grandpapa speak with his grandpapa?" "Grandpapa did," he said with a smile on his face. It was a small treasure to see his grandfather so young and so inexperienced. The visor hid much of his face, true, but he saw enough to see his face. And the looks of confusion and wariness. Looks he'd never seen before on a face that he always remembered only having full of wisdom and kindness. Given the way his halo was so dark grey, it would take some time before he would find his proper way, which wouldn't start until after he was able to decipher the tome of serpent runes, many years from that day on the God's Eye. "Oh. Did you help your grandpapa? Did it work?" "It did. Everyone did so well," he explained to his granddaughter with a smile on his face. His grandfather's hatred of the old gods had long been building by then, but it hadn't been until that day that the war for her reclamation had begun. "Oh. That's good," his granddaughter said before she looked at her friend and leaned in to whisper something the golden-eyed girl's ear. The golden-eyed girl bobbed head and they both turned towards the witnesses and waved their hands by everyone. The witnesses, most of the anyway, waved at his granddaughter and her friend before they began to fade away, the last being an old woman, one who he suspected was his granddaughter, and he tapped the end of his staff on the fused stone before he looked back at the two children in front of him. He saw his granddaughter's friend whisper something in his granddaughter's ear, and moments later he was beside with two large pleading eyes, and he knew then that he would accede to whatever she wanted. "Grandpapa." The stretched innocent tone of voice did not escape him, and he walked closer to his granddaughter, his hand outstretched. His granddaughter took his hand and with the other she took her friend's hand. "Yes, granddaughter?" he asked with a knowing smile on his face. "Can we have lemon cake? Please." He took on a ponderous look before he looked away from her, and towards the left side of the fused stone path that led to their family keep, where he saw a train arriving from the east through the hills outside of the city. "Please?" his granddaughter asked, this time pleading in the Greek language his grandfather created. "You have behaved. So why not?" he said as he turned back towards his granddaughter, a mischievous smile on his face. His granddaughter beamed at that, as did her friend, and soon enough, he was beset by the chatterings of the girls. But he didn't mind. It was a good day, after all. He was grateful that he was chosen amongst the witnesses for the moment. It was a gift that he would cherish. All the way to the moment in time when it was time for him to water the tree and to close his eyes, he mused as he looked towards the heavens and peered through the veil that lays between. Until then. A few more times eating lemon cakes with his granddaughter was not so bad. Chapter 38. Everyone, thank you for your reviews and comments. I always read them even if I don't respond to them. I will respond to the last 3 asterisk chapters in the next chapter. Apologies about the lack of response to review, been a bit busy. If you have questions, ask them and I will answer in the next one. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think or if you have questions. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 114 AC Claw Isle. Bartimos Celtigar POV. As they returned to the piers, they stood by as they watched the 2 and 10 large ships fade into the distance, and he saw his wife's expression breaking into a complicated look. A look he recognized very well. "Time will fly by. We will soon enough speak with her again, my love," Bartimos said quietly to his wife, who turned to look at him. "A year is never soon, Barty," Casella said, her expression cycling through a myriad of emotions before she looked away and back towards the ships. It is strange, how a gift can be so cruel. His wife murmured mostly to herself, but Bartimaeus couldn't help but agree. To have spoken to his daughter, after years of not. Prince Aegon had allowed them to speak with their daughter for the first time in years, through the magical contraption known as a glass candle. It had shocked him, his wife and his father, to see magic so plainly when that piece of glass lit up like the morning sun, and even more so when a voice, Princess Gale's voice, had come about at the other end. His father had been the first to understand what this means when he'd asked Prince Aegon if they were to speak with their family in Illimaris, and it had caused his wife to almost wail in relief at the chance, completely casting away the reluctance and opposition to magic in that very moment. And when they heard Demira's voice, and immediately his daughter's voice, Bartimaeus had not been spared from a strong grip of emotion, even if he had bared it with a hard face. They'd talked for hours that day. Hours and hours, where they mostly let Baelon talk herself hoarse. Talking about all that she had done, from her sewing to her learning how to ride, from the dragons she lived nearby, one of which she had touched with her very hands. Gisela had been most displeased about that, and of course how much she missed them and how she wanted to go home. Bartimaeus could not maintain a heart of stone in the face of his daughter's quiet tone of voice and the desperate desire that was in her voice. However, he knew that his daughter would never find a better match in the kingdoms than one of Prince Aegon's sons, even if it was at a colony. Her future was secured. Now more than ever with the wealth and fame Prince Aegon had secured for his line. Her children will become dragon riders, and her children would rule a portion of land that was larger than any single house in Westeros could offer her, even if it would take her own grandchildren to bear the fruits of that future. In the face of all of that, how he could ever be selfish enough to take her away from that future? No. He had done the right thing in sending her with her aunt and uncle and matching her with one of Prince Aegon's sons. And from what Baelon had said, the boys were fine boys whom she got along with, better than Prince Aegon's daughters at the least, whom Baelon had said she had difficulties with. Something which Prince Aegon had later clarified being the friction the girls had with each other after an argument that had been settled. Yes. He'd done the right thing in sending her away. And soon enough, he'd get to speak with her again. A year would fly by. And one day, when the time was right, hopefully in time to see her wed, he would see her again. They would see her again. Bartimaeus extended out his arm and the act caught her look, and she turned to look at the arm before she took it, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. He should have told us sooner. We could have talked her sooner. She murmured. Bartimaeus hummed. Yes, Prince Aegon could have told them sooner. He had the opportunity to do so at the Velaryons. Did he think they would have betrayed him? He could have stayed longer too. The gods know that his grace would have welcomed him longer at court. After Prince Damon had died, the king had sequestered himself within the Red Keep and rumors had been rife. Some of them spoke that the king wanted his only living brother to stay, to take Prince Damon's place, but that Prince Aegon refused. Then again, there were also rumors, dark rumors, that said that Prince Aegon had paid the Dairy Knight to murder his brother, or worse, used dark magic to twist the mind of the Dairy. That place was a snakepit. His wife sighed again as they walked back towards their keep, and he saw her look back of her shoulder. I should have gone with him. She murmured, a look of misery on her face. And leave the rest of our children motherless. Bartimaeus remarked, and she turned to him, a look of distraught on her face before she closed her eyes. They had 3 children beside Baelon. Clement was his heir, 1 and 10 name days, but the other 2 children, Artha and Daisy, were much too young to be without their mother. We will be able to speak with her again come a year's end, and within 7, we will be there to see our daughter be Wednesday. Bartimaeus commented, and it caused his wife to meet his gaze, who seemed to have calmed as she tightened her hand around his arm. Prince Aegon had left a dragon glass candle in their care so as to allow them to speak with their daughter and their kin on Illimaris regularly. It was a kindness that he was grateful for. And similarly, he'd reached an agreement with his old friend that he and his wife would come to Illimaris whenever they wished via Liss. His heir, Clement, would be of age by the time his daughter was to be wedding at 7 and 10 name days to his second son Polaris, much older than expected, but it was a point that his old friend was insistent on for her safety, and it was the most opportune time to leave for Illimaris. She let off a small smile, even if was seemingly forlorn, but it was good enough for Bartimaeus, who tapped her hand that was latched onto his arm. The day can't come soon enough, though I can't say that I look forward to near enough a year's journey to this Illimaris. His wife said as she upturned her nose. From Claw Isle to Liss to Illimaris. Yes, it would be near enough a year, Bartimaeus thought. The journey to Liss was near 3 moons, and from Liss to Illimaris that was about 5 moons, given that it took that long from the Summer Isles. Truthfully, he was quite interested in how they were charting their way. To be that long on the water, how did they ensure they were not lost? It won't be quite a year, but yes, it'll be a difficult journey, Bartimaeus said to his wife. And that journey shielded Illimaris quite substantially, and it was doubtless that Prince Aegon depended on that. He knew his old friend well. He'd mentioned the length of the journey several times during his stay at the Red Keep. Mayhaps he uses magic to make the journey go faster. His wife said, though it was said with a much quieter tone of voice, as if she feared being overheard despite there being no one around them for many paces. I would say I doubt it, but I cannot say truthfully I know what is possible and what is not. Bartimaeus admitted. Given what he has seen with the glass candle, and what he'd seen Prince Aegon do that night at the campfire when he'd placed his hand in the fire without burning. Suddenly the tales of Myr didn't seem so unbelievable anymore. Do you think he had a hand in Prince Damon's? His wife didn't dare finish those words and had stiffened slightly under the harsh glare he'd sent her way. Prince Aegon is many things, but a kinslayer he is not. Bartimaeus said with a harsh tone of voice. Do not repeat such words ever again, Gisela. His wife looked suitably chastised under his words and he relented. Prince Aegon has his enemies at that insipid court. Do not believe what those snakes have to say. He'd seen them twist things before. The lies they spun and the dishonor they tried to pin on his old friend. He wouldn't have his own wife believe those tales. Especially since Prince Aegon had done nothing but honor his house more than anyone else had ever done from House Targaryen. Marrying 2 of its daughters to his sons, his brother Ethan rising to cast his name into legend and fortune by helping the prince freeing an entire region from the bonds of slavery. Prince Aegon has been good to his house. Even if he was capable of magic, it meant nothing. Did nothing to besmirch his name and his standing in his house. I know you are upset that you are separated from Baelon, but though she misses us, it is clear that she's been well taken care of. Would a man of the ilk you insinuated him being have taken such good care of our daughter? Bartimaeus continued, knowing what was at the root of her worries. Gisela bowed her head. No. She admitted. No, he would not have. She met his gaze and there was a bit of fire in her eyes. That is not to say that I am unwarranted to be concerned about magic. His use of magic. The 7 say that it is most foul to use and he uses it despite his shows of piety and faith. Bartimaeus hummed. Yes. Prince Aegon had shown himself to be most pious at court, and was known to visit the September in King's Landing on multiple occasions. He was sure that Prince Aegon had not been that pious, if at all, when they'd been young men. Dragons are magic, Gisela. Would you say our overlords are most foul? He knew it was unfair, but in his eyes, there was little difference. Dragons were unnatural and a most blatant sign of magic. Yet they were accepted. Why? Because ultimately, magic was not the issue, he did not think. The look of discomfort on her face made way for a look of petulance that made him reminisce back to their early days of marriage, when they had been but young. Do not put words in my mouth, husband. It is not the same. Gisela chastised and Bartimaeus' lips twitched. She continued. The dragons can be understood. They are beasts and the Targaryens control them. The kinds of magic Prince Aegon may be capable of is different. Perhaps. Yet it is magic that allows us to speak with our daughter. Bartimaeus pointed out and the words made his wife pause. Yes. She conceded, albeit reluctantly. And is that evil? Bartimaeus posed to his wife. To be able to speak with our daughter through magic? Does that make us evil for wanting to use it more? These words rendered his wife silent for a long moment as they continued to walk towards their keep. Finally, she spoke up. No, it does not. Bartimaeus said nothing in response, having decided that the topic was closed. He might have been apart from his friend for a decade, but he still saw his old friend in that scarred face of his. He was the same as he was on that cold night. His friend still had a good soul even if he's grown up to become more than Bartimaeus ever thought he'd be. A conqueror in the mold of his ancestor, the greatest of his house. And, a dragon lord that was reminiscent of the old tales his kin used to regale him with when he'd been but just a boy. Tales of sorcery. They continued to walk towards their keep and finally, after some time, they made it back to Claw Keep, a castle that overlooked the rocky cliffs that faced Crack Claw Point. My lord, your father awaits you in his solar. One of the house guards said to him, and soon enough, he was on his way to his father's solar. He arrived at his father's solar and a muffled call from within called him forth. He saw his father huddled over his desk reading a letter. Father? Bartimaeus asked curiously and his father looked up, and, with a silent gesture of the hand, his father ushered him closer. His father lifted the letter in his hand towards Bartimaeus and Bartimaeus took it, curious as he was. His eyebrows raised at the letter that came from the king and it rose even higher when he read what it was about. Prince Aegon did say he told the king about the bastards, but I thought that'd be the end of it. Bartimaeus said with a hint of incredulity in his voice. As did I. His father said gruffly. But it seems the king has interest in the 2 bastards. Bartimaeus looked up from the letter and towards his father. Though he was stone-faced, he could tell enough that his father wasn't exactly happy. For now it seems like he wants to be kept apprised to their raising. His father stated. Do you think that'll change? Bartimaeus asked as he sat down opposite his father. For the good of the realm, I hope not. It would be better for the bastards to never know the seed from which they came. His father said, and Bartimaeus couldn't help but agree to that sentiment. Bastards were dangerous. Royal bastards even more so. They were treacherous by nature, it was in their very blood with how they were born. There was no need to invite such treachery into the heart of the realm. I've ordered the marriage to occur at the eve. There will be no further delay. His father said. The woman, Felena, was to be wed to one of the horsekeepers, Jaren, a man of 9 and 10 name days of age, and who had the looks of old Valeria. They'd already spoken with him and the man had agreed to claim the boys as those of his seed. The coin Prince Aegon had left behind and the house he was to be granted were a good motivator to accept the bastards as his own. That and of course suitable matches for any children that come from their union, including his true-born sons being permitted to squire and become knights. The problem will be the woman. Bartimos commented. And the king Bartimos thought to himself silently. If the king did not let this lie and let the bastards live as they ought to live, far from the temptations that was in their blood, the horsekeeper will report any treachery on her side. His father stated. And if she proves to be treacherous, the bastards will become motherless. Bartimos sat a little uneasily at the harshness. His father continued. But it won't come to that. She knows what will become of her. What could become of her sons? His father looked him directly in the eyes. She won't be a problem. Bartimos nodded at that. His father raised his hand and Bartimos returned the letter. It is a shame that Prince Aegon didn't take these bastards with him as he did with the bastard girl. Or at least leave them where he found them. He'd seen the bastard girl of Prince Damon's in Aegon's arms. It seemed like his old friend had grown attached to the bastard child. Better they remain here instead of causing trouble there. Bartimos stated. He did not doubt that his old friend had left them here for that exact reason. A bastard girl could be tolerated but 2 bastard boys? Of the seed of the tempestuous Prince Damon? Yes. His father said and there was a glimmer of approval in his father's eyes. A glimmer that soon disappeared. I have sent ravens to the Sunglasses and the Bar-Emmons to inform them that the ships have departed. The Sunglasses, the Bar-Emmons and Housethorn had all each sent several kin to Claw Isle to join up with Prince Aegon when they learnt that the Velarayons were too sending some of their kin to join Prince Aegon. The news of Ethan's success and the news of the Velarayons had struck something at the houses and they were keen to find themselves a branch of their house at Ilamaris, something that Prince Aegon had not opposed. Though he'd only agree to allowing them to set up a branch if they would agree to serve for 5 years on Velos and keep order to the town in his name. Prince Aegon intended the town to be an outpost of a sort that was rebuilding the ruined island into something worth holding to. The brother of Lord Thorne had been the only one to refuse these terms. The others had agreed and the men would serve at Velos whilst their families, if they had any, would leave for Ilamaris. That is all. His father said and Bartimos nodded at that before he stood up and left his father to his work. Break. Late 114 AC Liss. Johanna Swan, First Magister of Liss POV. The knock made her pause in her writing, her eyes turning towards the door. She wasn't expecting anyone at this time. Come in. She said after a moment. There were only a few persons that could be let into the First Magister block within the commune building by her guards and with Aegon having left only this morning. Her guards opened the door and escorted by 2 of her guards, came in Lysandro Rogare, a boy of now 5 and 10 name days old, almost a man grown now. He did not yet look the part, boyish looks still gracing his features, boyish looks that already was very pleasing on the eye, which wasn't surprising considering who the boy's parents were. His father had been a handsome man and his mother no less beautiful. First Magister. Lysandro said with an easy smile accompanied with a respectful tilt of the head. There was one thing that belied his age, however. And it was the sharpness in his eyes. That was nothing inherited. No, that had come from staring death between the eyes and coming away with it intact. More or less. And thanks to Johanna. A debt that would not be repaid any time soon, Johanna thought. Nor would let the boy forget that. Lord Rogare. I have been expecting you. Johanna returned the greeting before she waved away at her guards, who bowed and left her alone with the still standing Lysandro. Please sit. Johanna intoned as she gestured towards the seat opposite her desk. Lysandro took her up on her offer and sat down, before he took to look around in her office. This was his first time in her office. Normally, it was his mother that came to grace her office and represent the interests of her family. Wondering how you will fit out this office when you win the election in a few decades? Johanna asked with a teasing smile on her face. She thought it almost certain that Lysandro, or his brother, would one day choose to run for the office of First Magister of Liss. The Rogas were popular within the city, amongst both the common folk and the nobility. At least the nobility that weren't exiled from Liss or under submission. The Rogare Bank, in conjunction with herself and other key conspirators, had divvied up the industries within Liss that belonged to the families of the 11 Lysane magisters that sat upon the High Council and belonged to other merchant families that had been determined to be dispossessed of their assets. With monopolies held by families breaking in shops and textile and goods factories turned over to smaller operations in the hands of selected common folk who in turn hire other Lysane, with most of them coalescing into guilds, the average Lysane had a greater income than before, with the spared noble families holding shares in some of the larger factories which they were advised to bankroll. Especially now that the trade alliances were bearing fruits. Lysane colorful textiles, fine wools, linen, and velvet was proving to be a major success in the Summer Isles, especially with more of it becoming accessible to the commoners of these islands. The rate of production in their textile industry had soared ever since their rebellion had succeeded, and it tripled ever since the trade agreements with the Summer Islander representatives had been reached and the plentiful supply of dyes from Lysane-owned dye-making factories in Tyrosh. A greater rate of production and a significant drop in prices of dyes thanks to their investments in Tyrosh helped drive down the prices of textiles, allowing them to sell the textiles of lesser quality at a price that garment makers in the Summer Islanders could sell dresses and clothing at prices available to commoners there. Similarly, with the greater availability of dyes to the textile makers in Lys, more colorful patterns often in feather or leaf patterns could be made, and the Summer Islanders, particularly the nobles and the merchants there, loved it. Similarly, they've increased the production of Lysane perfumes and beautification elixirs on Lys, with many new perfumes being made thanks to enterprising individuals now that the monopoly chokehold by the few families was removed, which was proving to a greater hit in the Summer Islands than their wines were. And it wasn't just these industries either. There was a growing sector of merchant companies who have grown to recognize an important gap, that the Summer Islanders were a rich material land but very poor in gold and silver. With the Summer Islanders now opening up fully, at least to Lys and Liberty Bay, so too had opened up the profitability. The Summer Islanders preferred to pay in goods instead of gold or silver, oftentimes those goods being emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and diamonds. All of which was plentiful in the lands of the Summer Isles. And so, these merchant companies, which included companies headed solely by merchant families, were growing richer and richer as they bought Lysane-made goods and sold them on at the Summer Isles in exchange of these precious gems, which in turn are sold in cities like Lannisport, Karth, and Bravus, which had grown somewhat used to a steady supply of precious gems thanks to Aegon and his people, which she was now hoping to fill. And with more Westerosi ships coming to Lys, particularly from the Westerlands, the Reach, Driftmark, and Dorne, purchasing these goods along with paintings, sculptures, and many more artisan goods, it was clear to the common people of Lys that this was a time of good fortune if you worked for it, which was relatively easy given that there was more demand than there was supply at the present time. Much of the good fortune was directly attributed to her and her compatriots, which, of course, included the Rogas. And with the Rogaray Bank willing to provide generous terms with their loans, which anyone with a decent head on their shoulders should be able to take advantage of and set up their businesses without much danger given how sought after their goods are, especially once Johanna pushes these merchant companies to travel further east in earnest to sell Lysane wares. The Rogas were set to be a staple in Lysane society, more than they already were. I am content enough with my present role as chairman of the Rogaray Bank, First Magister. Lysandro said as he turned to look at her, a faint smile on his face. Lysandro had fully ascended into the role of chairman 6 moons ago, having been deemed competent enough for the role. There had been some pushback, citing that Lysandro was far too young, though in reality it was because the position has become far more powerful than it had been ever, and few of the subdued noble families wanted to see a Rogaray that is so closely allied to the usurpers fill the position. The 4 dozen or so noble families that had survived the rebellion intact, minus a head and a few members of their families, such as the Mopinar family, were still the major source of discontent within the new order, even if they were doing it through official channels. Most of them retained their wealth, minus the monopolies and assets deemed too important to the prosperity to Lys, and so retained significant amount of influence. Without the Rogaray Bank, they would have an easier way to have members of their faction elected within the city if they only had to compete with Johanna's faction, which although wealthy and popular were not insurmountable, especially since they had all, more or less, come to acceptance that the old ways of Lys were largely dead. A false move, or the wrong word, the common folk of Lys, the former slaves in particular, would see them hang if they threatened the new order. Nonetheless, their influence still paled in comparison to hers, and once she issued her support of Lysandro's accession, it had been the end of it. She and her cohort had done well to defang the remaining noble families and the merchant families from their physical power with the rules she and the council had instituted in Lys, rules that prevented private armies being held by anyone. But my brother could be tempted. Lysandro said with a coy smile on his face. In a few decades, of course. After you had your fun and retire in luxury. He added. Yes, undoubtedly. And it wouldn't just be tempting for Drazenko. It would also be tempting for Lysandro. To have his brother rule as First Magister whilst Lysandro ruled as chairman of the Rogaray Bank. May that time be many years from now. Johanna said with an amused glint in her eyes before she sat back in her chair, eyeing the boy, the young man, intently. Lysandro understood her look and his smile fell from his face as he began. I must congratulate you, Lady Swan, he began, addressing her by her title instead of her position, which was indicative of what this meeting was for. For regaining parity with my family and shares in my bank again. Lysandro said with a bland look, though from his eyes alone, she could see that he wasn't happy at all. Not surprising, after all. After reaching an agreement with Aegon before the rebellion, she'd own 30% of the Rogaray Bank even if she kept the keyholder seats safe for one whilst the Rogas kept their 50% untouched, something that undoubtedly pleased the Rogas to have a majority share in their bank once more. However, now with Aegon returning those shares to her, even with the strings attached as he so aptly remarked, she once more had parity with the Rogas about the bank, something that of course Lysandro was incredibly unhappy of. Just as I have you to thank in convincing our friend in not taking away all of his coin. Johanna stated with a light smile on her face. Aegon had taken out 3 million out of the Rogaray Bank and from what her spies were telling her, it was possible that he'd intended to take out the almost 7 million gold coins from the bank, only for Lysandro to convince him to keep a significant portion of the gold in the bank. The bland look remained on his face but she could tell she had hit a nerve. Undoubtedly because he thought that his ranks were closed. One of the benefits of being such an important figure in the Rogaray Bank, whilst also being the first magister, was that there was nothing hidden from her from within the bank. Even amongst those Lysandro considered to be loyal. If she wanted to know something, she'd know. Yes. Of course you know. Lysandro commented and she watched him relax slightly. I take it no one else knows. He asked blandly but he was several decades too young to be able to suitably hide his nerves. Of the major capital flight? Johanna asked wryly. If people knew that Aegon, a close ally of hers personally and an ally of Lys, was taking away his coin from the bank, well, let's just say that some people might get a bit nervous at that. And with the Bravacy on their shores. No, no one else knows. For now. She stated. Of course, in the next keyholder meeting, they would have to disclose the drop in coin the bank has, but with the keyholders being her and the Rogas men, they could keep it quiet from anyone else. Good. I have already begun taking measures to ensure it is kept quiet. Lysandro said and there was a look in his eyes that suggested that he wanted her to do the same. She nodded slightly. After all, it was in all of their interests to keep it quiet. What did you agree with him about to prevent his total flight? Johanna asked and the curiosity was quite genuine. From what she knew, the discussions had happening behind closed doors just between the two men. Lysandro smiled blandly. It was a private discussion, Lady Swan. I am not one to disclose the affairs of one of the most important clients of Rogaray Bank. Johanna raised her eyebrow at those words. I see. In that instance, what can I help you with? She merely asked. Lysandro lost the smile at that. That's it. No enticing, no threats, nothing. Whatever you agreed with Aegon is quite immaterial. With his removal of his interests in the running of the Rogaray Bank, which happened before he went into your bank, also came a removal of involvement that is key to the affairs of Lys. Johanna said to him. With the Rogaray Bank, they invested quite heavily in Liberty Bay, competing with Bravus, and taken controlling interest in many areas of Liberty Bay, including several tin, copper, and iron mines, which was similar with what they were doing in Lys proper. The Rogaray Bank bought Lys influence and sway within the city itself and in cities that would soon prove to be a fertile ground for commerce, and Aegon's removal in the affairs of the Rogaray Bank was much appreciated. Even under the circumstances. She didn't need to know, not right now at least, what exactly Lysandro has spoken with Aegon about, even if she was interested in what they might have talked about. After all, Lysandro was inconsequential, as the chairman of the Rogaray Bank, to the games Aegon was playing and nothing they had discussed, or agreed, would be anything that affected Lys in any meaningful way. And whatever you might have offered him as the chairman of the Rogaray Bank, I will learn eventually anyway thanks to the system you've championed. Johanna added, unconcerned as she was to tell him about one of the means she'd used to get her answers. The new audit system those two scholars of Aegon had come up with, which Lysandro had implemented with the same vigor as he'd done with the double-entry bookkeeping, made it more difficult to cover up trails. And of course, she would learn it from her spies within the organization if all else failed. Besides, she was quite sure that Aegon had kept his and that of his people's coin in the bank so as to allow a means of those same two scholars to purchase goods his people needed from that consulate post he was creating nearby the commune. Irrelevant. You should be interested in what we discussed, Lady Swan, for it was not done in my capacity as chairman, Lysandro said with a cocked tilt of the head, a smile on his face that was predatory. His involvement in Lys will soon be rooted in more ways than one. Her eyes narrowed before she let up and stared at him intently, which he met without difficulty. The boy had come a long way from how fearful he'd been when he'd signed over a large chunk of his family asset years ago in exchange of ensuring the survival of himself, his siblings and his mother. And what would this involvement be? She asked and he smiled blandly at her. I would be willing to part with this information with information about why he gave up his shares to yourself. Lysandro said and it was rather blunt, unrefined. She smiled amused at the young man and his antics. Smart he may be, but he was years too young to play this game. She leaned forward and picked up her quill. Not interested. You may go, Lord Rogaray. Johanna said before she looked away from him and began her work once more. She had much to do, after all. She didn't have time to deal with this. With Bravus growing into a much larger threat and Mir proving to be a larger headache than anticipated, then there was the more immediate danger in Volantis which Aegon had suggested was being taken over by fanatics. She began to write, and when she had finished her sentence, she looked up from her parchment and towards Lysandro, who looked a little unnerved. "You're still here?" This comment made him slightly red and she quirked an eyebrow at that, and the boy grimaced before he spoke up. "You really want to know what I know? I will learn it soon enough," Johanna remarked dryly before she began to write. And she would. If this involvement was significant enough, she would learn of it, one way or another. She only needed to be patient. "If you don't leave in the next few moments, don't think I won't have you escorted out, Lord Rogare," Johanna commented without looking up from her parchment. "Fine. I will tell you," Lysandro said with frustration in his voice, and Johanna looked up to meet his frustrated gaze, and she only gave him a look before he continued. "He wants to bind the nobility of Lys with his own people." "Oh." Johanna mused aloud, not doing much to keep the surprise out of her voice. "Why?" At this, Lysandro smirked a little. "He plans to ennoble many of his men and wants appropriate brides for his men or their sons." At this, Johanna paused for a moment to think it over. "A reward?" Johanna mused before she met his gaze. "And I presume you will be facilitating this?" The Rogas did have bonds still with the nobility. Even the subdued nobility that had been spared from the culling and the exile. In return for him not removing all of his capital. She added. "I have agreed to this, yes," Lysandro commented, and she narrowed her eyes slightly at the way he said that. Undoubtedly, there was more that he was not saying. Lysandro continued. "Of course, it won't happen now. Not as these men are." She'd met a few of these men of Aegon's. They were little better than common sellswords with not a hint of noble blood in their veins. The saving grace was that most had the looks of old Valeria about them. It wasn't enough. No, what would be the most enticing part for any of the noble families was the relationships these men had with Aegon. And it would be more enticing for the subdued noble families who would see this for the opportunity it was. "I see," Johanna commented before she met his gaze, a hard look entering her eyes. "You agreed to facilitate this, a matter that has the possibility to threaten Lys' stability, without any agreement from any member of the Council of Lys." This made the young man stiffen slightly before he relaxed and met her gaze. "This matter is not a concern of the Council of Lys, nor that of the First Magister. Marriages in themselves are no threat to Lys, nor should they ever be allowed to become anything more than marriages, First Magister. And besides, given that Lys is in an alliance with Illimaries, surely the First Magister is not worried that our ally could ever become a threat to the future of Lys." For a moment they stared at one another before she broke out an amused smile. "Very well," she said. It was true, after all. The marriages shouldn't be a threat. If anything, it would help solidify the alliance more than one that was brokered by Aegon and Lys. Now, the future nobility of Illimaries would have a familial link to Lys and thus create a means to entice Aegon to act in its defense. Nonetheless, it also meant that acting against these families beyond a certain degree was going to be difficult. Which Lysandro knew very well. Which he would surely use as an angle to entice these families into agreeing to the matches, and, at the same, get further in their good graces, especially the subdued families, some of whom considered the Rogas as traitors. Not that she thought he would help advance them. Lysandro was young to the game, sure, but he wasn't without his wits. Even an inexperienced young man would know empowering your enemies was folly. "And your family? Are they included in this agreement?" Johanna asked. At this there was a reaction that made Johanna raise her eyebrows. It seems like Aegon might have pushed on this, and with this reaction. It looked like it was a match that Lysandro wasn't fond of. Surely he wouldn't have sold his sisters to someone little better than a commoner. Lysera will marry Alton Celtigar, the sole son of Ethan Celtigar. One of the commanders. Johanna mused. A second son of House Celtigar, the man had risen high amongst the ranks of Aegon's men. He was always likely to have done that, given his noble heritage, but it seemed like he'd had merits of his own. "It is not a bad match," Johanna commented as she met his gaze, and she saw him suppress a grimace. "It might have been a sour look too." "It is adequate," Lysandro answered, and there was little inflection in his tone of voice. Lysera was the youngest sibling of Lorisa Rogare's brood, and from what she could infer, the most dearest of the family. "Your mother agreed to this match?" Johanna couldn't help but ask. Whilst Lysandro had all but ascended to the head of family, he was still young. Even in her homeland, it was not uncommon for regents to remain until the 6 and 10 name day. "She has. It is an adequate match. Alton Celtigar will inherit his father's new title and lands from his father." Somehow I doubt she was all too pleased, Johanna mused as she watched the young man intently. Yes, the Celtigars were a noble family, Valyrian even, but nonetheless, this was no match that would see the girl in comfort. Illimaries might as pleasant as Lys in terms of weather, but it was a place of nowhere. It was a colony. And colonies were hardly suitable places for ladies born into great wealth and great cities. Yes, Aegon likely pressed Lysandro into agreeing to this term. She mused to herself. Was that all that you discussed with Aegon to get him to keep some of his coin in our bank? Johanna asked. The matter of appropriate matches for his men and their sons was something that honestly didn't surprise her. Not so much anyway. In both the matter of adding more people to his precious Illumaries and in dealing in unconventional ways to further his agendas. This time, the agenda was rather simple to understand. Reward for his men and thus increasing their loyalties to him by giving them noble ladies. Still, she wouldn't be surprised if this idea had come from Lysandro directly either. It was a fine way to start building himself a coalition much like she'd done. There were other requests, of course. Lysandro commented with a look that she understood well enough. She remained quiet for a moment, considering it all. She would have to tell him anyway about threat of Bravu's lives. Johanna said after a long moments of silence. Settlers for Illumaries. There was more, of course, but this was what interested Aegon the most. He wanted 50,000 settlers, of their choosing, over the next 5 and 10 years, with an added provision to extend the agreement for another 5 and 10 years with the same numbers in 5 and 20 years. There was also an additional provision in the agreement to allow his people from this consulate to recruit poor families at a maximum of 500 persons every year. She had to set her foot down at that. He'd wanted 2,000. An entire square of homes that once belonged to fairly wealthy families, had been purchased by Aegon in the weeks he'd been in Lys, which was not located far from the commune, and would be turned into this consulate over the next few years. Building works had already begun to create this building. It would host the consulate and representatives of Illumaries, including an ambassador of a kind, and it was through this ambassador dealings with Illumaries would be conducted, including the selection of these settlers. Of course, she had not the authority as Lady Swan to agree to this, so the terms were altered slightly so as to encompass a trade deal that she could sign off as First Magister, the representative of the Lysane government. The porcelain wares that Aegon's people used to sell in Lys would be sold at a cheaper rate, whilst Aegon would sell them 1,000 Illumari steel armors spread over 10 years. Even now, she doubted that the steel wasn't actually Valyrian steel at a cost of 2,000 gold coins each, with future orders from Lys prioritized over anyone else. Given that Aegon had a set price of 90,000 gold coins for an Illumari steel suit of armor, she didn't think the demand would be all that high, near Valyrian steel or not. How many? Lysandro asked with a frown on his face. A few. Nothing to concern yourself with. Johanna responded, and Lysandro made a face but relented. He knew that he was lucky he was getting that much. Of course, if he really was interested, he could learn from it from his mother in a few weeks when the next commune was to be held. Her closest allies knew of the agreement, of course, but she would explain the agreement with the rest of the councillors in that session. Not surprising, I suppose. He finally said after a moment. Though I'm surprised he would give up his shares in the bank for just that when there are plenty of colonists in Velos. He said as he met her eyes. Smart boy. Yes, it wasn't the only thing he'd wanted in return for the shares, but it was the most significant. In all honesty, after what he'd told her a week after they'd signed the agreement, she suspected he would have gifted it to her freely had she refused from the start so as to get what he wanted from the Bravici. Lysandro continued. I've seen the contracts he's signed with several merchant companies. The amounts of food he's buying through the merchant companies. There were tens of thousands of people now on the Isle of Cedars, with a good portion of that number in Velos. The 40,000 that had been on the Lysane Islands were now all on that island, ferried across to Velos on Mirish cogs after the last of those on the disputed lands had left under a year ago. And from what she heard, the ruins of Velos were rapidly restoring into a proper city, especially with the amounts of workers that were coming from all around Liberty Bay. In 10 years, it would look no different than an ordinary city. No, he has no real need for more settlers from Lys. Johanna said as she leaned back in her chair, piquing his interest. If he had to, he would have turned over his share in the bank without anything in return. This confused the young man of 5 and 10 name days, no doubt wondering why he would have done that. The Rogaray Bank was rapidly becoming a powerhouse that extended out from just Lys. Their fingers were dipped in the economies of the Liberty Bay cities, Tyrosh, and of course Myr. With Lysandro deadly intent on making the Rogaray Bank the greatest bank in the world, that was only going to grow. To pull out of the bank now. It didn't make sense. He made a deal with the Iron Bank. These words from her lips caused Lysandro to stiffen, and she could see the fury building in his eyes. She wondered how long it would last after what she had to tell him. What deal? He asked with barely concealed anger. A deal to return something that was lost to his family. Something that Aegon prized beyond anything else. Which she imagined he'd gotten delivered to him during his stay in Lys. There had been Bravici merchant ships at port, and from one of these ships, one of her informants had seen Aegon's men taking a chest of some kind from it. It hadn't taken her long to find out what the Bravici could have that the Targaryens would want back. She hadn't known the tale, but those from merchant families, those who she could trust and had dealings with Bravus, did. And what a tale it was. Elissa Farman had absconded with dragon eggs to Bravus where she had sold them. Jaehaerys found out about it and threatened Bravus with dragon flame, only to back down, his threat idle. Or, mayhaps more likely, rendered toothless under the threats of the Bravasi, the faceless men. What could be worth that much? Lysandro asked with a look of incredulity before he frowned, the fury in his eyes dimming, and she realized he was thinking properly again. And why would he do that? What is it to Bravus? Lysandro's eyes widened and she smiled, and it wasn't a kind smile. Yes, you're beginning to see. They wanted him out of the Rogare Bank. Lysandro gritted his teeth, but she could tell there was a glimmer of worry in his eyes. They're seeing us as a threat. They are. Johanna confirmed. Likely they had not expected the Rogare Bank to be capable of posing as much of a hindrance as they were presently being in Myr. They were offering competitive loans to the beleaguered noble families, and whilst they were not able to get a dominant position in Myr, at least when it came to loading the noble families with debt to their bank, they were able to force the Iron Bank to put in more resources and effort in pushing out the Rogare Bank from running amok in Myr. And then there was the pushback Lysane representatives were putting up against the Bravasi when it came to the disbanding of the slave trade and slave labor in Myr. The Bravasi wanted to implement a transition period of 10 years, whilst she and her council were pushing for that transition period to be less than 2 years from the moment of agreement. She knew exactly why the Bravasi wanted the transition period to be as long as possible. It was to save on the costs of the goods of the industries they were invested in. And it was frustrating to say the least, mostly because it allowed the Myrish to play them against each other with increasing effectiveness, but also because the Bravasi had increasingly looked like they were in it to only profit instead of also seeing Myr become a city without slavery. And now they were escalating matters further. Silently, she cursed Aegon's name for placing Lys at the forefront of this mess. She could only dread when the discussions about the compensatory settlement of granting fair rights to the former enslaved were to begin. The divvying up of Myrish assets was looking increasingly less attractive. Even without Aegon's warnings, we should have seen this coming. Johanna continued, and Lysandro sat back in his chair, a concerned frown on his face. They will likely escalate further, won't they? Getting him, a dragon lord, to disentangle himself from the Rogare Bank in return for whatever he wanted, will have made them bolder. Yes. Aegon was a measure of protection against their acting against the bank, I suspect. A measure that won't be here anymore. Johanna stated before she directly stared into his eyes. I have sent a ship to bring back representatives of the Rogare Bank to Lys. This angered Lysandro. So we will bend over like whores, no offense, Lysandro bit out, his face contorted in anger just because the Dragon Lord has done so. I will ignore that comment this once because you are still young and I rather like your mother enough not to leave her with 4 instead of 5 children. Johanna said, her voice hard as she stared him down with a cold look, and the young man blanched slightly at her threat before he gritted his teeth, his eyes looking away. My apologies. The words were beneath me. Johanna nodded slightly before she continued. The Bravasi themselves are not what concerns me. What concerns me is the ties they hold to a rather troublesome bunch that we cannot afford them resorting to. The faceless men. Lysandro said with a sour look, and Johanna was surprised by his knowledge. The faceless men were famed, of course, but Lysandro was still a young man. She wondered where he could have learnt of them. Yes, them. As it is, Lys competing with the Bravasi in this new status quo to become the most powerful free city with the most influence. Pentos is isolated, Myr has been rendered into the poorest of the free cities, and Tyrosh is an unstable mess. And Volantis was fast becoming a crazed place under the iron chains of the Arhlorists. Then there was Norvos and Qohor. Norvos rarely involved itself in the power plays that was frequent amongst the free cities, and Qohor was similar in this. If we push too much, too fast, we find ourselves in a position none of us want to be in. For it was certain that death would come for us, that we would not be able to escape. It is time to pull back slightly and reassess. This did not please Lysandro. She wasn't surprised. He was still only a young man intent on proving himself. That in itself was a good trait to have, but it also came with pride, and pride was dangerous. Lysandro remained silent for a long moment, staring directly at her, and for a moment, a look she couldn't quite decipher passed across his face. You have something planned? Lysandro stated. Good, he was regaining control over himself and was thinking. I do. It is clear the Bravasi view Myr almost as if it is their territory, we let them have it, for now. We pull back from Myr and pivot to somewhere else where they have grown lax. Liberty Bay. Lysandro said with a frown on his face. Yes. After the Regency councils of the cities banned further investment into their mines and their industries, the Bravasi have lessened their interest in the region. They did gain quite substantially before the ban. The keyholder families had all managed to get their hands on assets in that region. More so than Lys. And how are we to take advantage from this when the ban also extends to us? By reaching an agreement with the Regency councillors. Johanna said with a trace of a smile on her face. Whilst a number of mines are now wholly owned by the Bravasi, there are still many other mines that are in the hands of the cities. Her smile grew. These mines owned by the cities, though less attractive and less productive, have one particular characteristic that the cities can take advantage of. Lysandro frowned, not quite seeing where she was going with this. She continued. People. Miners. The cities can directly employ their people to mine only mines that are owned by the cities. As it is, the mines owned by the Bravasi are paying the same rate as the other mines are, or at least there is little difference, but with investment from the Rogare Bank to own a small fraction of the share in these mines, along with our influence with our friends in the Summer Isles. They could offer greater wages, the cities offer better incentives and benefits, the list was endless. We can make the Bravasi mines unproductive. Lysandro finished, a small smile growing on his face, but it did not last long. The Bravasi will catch on, won't they? Not if it dealt with delicately. She denied. We won't own a significant share in these mines, and it will appear as if the Regency councils arrived at this strategy on their own. Lysandro considered it before he spoke up again. There isn't much benefit, payback, in this strategy. He pointed out. There is if we act as the third party in the trade. The Summer Icelanders are a metal-poor land, and this includes gold and silver. Both of which we have plenty, and both of which we are able to gain relatively quickly with how many ships pass through our ports. And with her intent to increase the trade of their textiles, and Summer Islander gems, to more places in West Eros, they would continue to increase liquidity. Why would they agree? They have the ships now to make the trade themselves. Lysandro pointed out. Because we will sell them our fine textiles, our wines, our perfumes, at a cheaper rate to them, and because we will offer them, a local chapter of the Rogare Bank and its accompanying services. Johanna said. The bank was more than just a place that offered loans or acted as a place to store coin. It was a trusted institute. With millions of people now free from slavery, there was a desperate need for a bank of repute in their cities. With so many of its people now earning an income, having a safe place to store their coin and a place to make transactions, loans, etc., and the Rogare Bank would be that place. Lysandro considered her words for a long moments before he thought it over. It could work, but it would need a lot of work. Then it is good that I have the chairman of the Rogare Bank sitting in front of me. Johanna said with an amused smile, and Lysandro scoffed. I'm not sure it will be worth it, nor am I sure they would be willing to let us be this third party, but fine, I am in. Lysandro said, but then his expression changed. You will promise me that this matter of the Bravasi isn't over? Will I? Johanna questioned with a raised eyebrow at the words and the way it was said. Lysandro seemed to hold his nerve as he continued. The Bravasi can't be allowed to get away with meddling in our affairs. This will only be the beginning. Lysandro remarked with an unusual harshness. He wasn't wrong, however. This was only the beginning. Now it was Mir, and later, why not Tyrosh? That would not be something they could let go either. Not with the dye makers located there. And it wouldn't do any good either. There were some creatures that were core to the dyes that could only be found on Tyrosh, like the snail from which Royal Purple was harvesting from and was a base for many of the unique colors that proved to be extremely popular in the Summer Isles. And then there was Linoros, which they were already beginning in creating with the few thousands of men they had placed there to build fortifications using the liquid stone. She could see eventually the Bravasi pushing in on their quest to make the disputed lands into Linoros. I agree. They will be dealt with in time. Johanna finally said, and the look in her eyes seemed to make Lysandro satisfied. What other requests did Aegon have of you? Johanna said, changing the subject. Lysandro was surprised by the change of subject before he looked a little put off. He purchased a couple of mints from the Rogare Bank and placed an order for another one. Johanna let her eyebrows climb, and Lysandro scoffed. Yes, I had the same reaction, but I suppose it makes sense. Given the spoils. Yes, there were likely a swathe of different-sized coins. Interesting, he may end up using common coin with Liz. She mused to herself. It wouldn't matter, of course, but it was interesting. Yes, I thought about that too. And the possibility of common coins across this alliance of ours. Lysandro said, and she saw the look in his eyes. It seemed as if he was thinking of something she was unaware of. She decided not to press on this. Ultimately, it would nothing but say temporary interest. Was there much more? Lysandro shook his head. Only that he was placing a number of large contracts with a number of merchant companies for a range of things. Lysandro grimaced lightly. If it continues, the coin he has in my bank won't last too long. No doubt all contracts supporting Illimaries and Velos. Which was good for Liz and its people. He'll likely deposit more sooner than later. Transporting coin over such long distances from this Illimaries cannot be easy. It would only make sense to have a way to pay for bulk purchases via the Rogare Bank. Lysandro nodded, though he wasn't completely convinced. That was it anyway. Lysandro said as he stood up. He sent her a last long look. You will keep me informed about future happenings with my bank, will you not? The tone of voice he used was more a statement than a confirmation. She smiled at him. Of course, Chairman. She let off an amused smile which made him twitch a little, but nonetheless he bowed his head stiffly and made out from her room. It won't be long before he continuously challenged her, she mused to herself. She shook her head and began writing again, blissfully forgetting the disruption that had taken her from her work. Break. Late 114 AC. Aegon woke up in a startle, consciousness fading back in as the ship bobbled over the waves, his hands that held the dagger tightening for a brief moment before he relaxed and let his head fall on the pillow, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. He wasn't able to relax for long though. Ah, finally you're up. Your mutterings were becoming a nuisance. More than usual. His uncle's acerbic tone of voice made Aegon tilt his laying head towards the man. His uncle was in the far corner of the cabin room, seated behind a desk that lay beside his bed, huddled over Aegon's notes on statistics and probability after he'd finished off another set of mathematical notes, though both of these subjects had been Aegon's strongest subjects in mathematics thanks to his education and his career in his old life. He'd known his uncle was a difficult man to be around, but his memory had served to dull how difficult he really was. It was a shame he couldn't give his uncle the other smaller cabin, if only to add a barrier to himself at least this early in the morning, but it was where Larissa and Maejali slept. He wouldn't have minded Maejali being in his room, but the girl liked to wander too much and with his night terrors. Aegon sighed again, this time silent, before he stood up from his bed. Rex, the old girl whined softly as she lay beside his bed, and Aegon greeted her with an affectionate rub of the head, which made the old girl's tail waggle. When you're done cleaning your stench off, come here and explain to me what you mean with this uncertainty theorem. His uncle remarked, and Aegon's eyebrow twitched before he shook his head and took off his tunic and made way towards the large deep bowl that sat upon a platform on the other side of the room. He took the towel that was by the flagrant bowl and dosed it into the bowl before he used to clean his body from its natural scent, methodically cleaning up every crook and cranny around his body, even dipping the towel in his undergarments to clean his goods. After he was done, he took up the wooden stick that functioned as toothbrush, and using a paste of mints, he cleaned his mouth with it. He was starting to get an ache in the back of his teeth, and though he did cleanse his teeth at least a few times a week, he hadn't done it properly ever since Corinth. His teeth, despite the lack of oral care for many years, were naturally strong and had little problem with decay, thanks to his diet, but now that he was getting older, he needed to take more of it. He would have to introduce oral hygiene to his people at some point. Soon enough, he was done with the first part of his morning cleansing ritual and began his exercises, simple exercises such as press-ups and sit-ups with a few forms of squats mixed in the sets. It was some time later that he was done, and after cleaning himself again with the towel, he put on a fresh tunic and the belt that held his daggers, before he finally made his way towards his uncle, who had ignored his presence the entire with the way he was steeped in Aegon's notes. Since before they left Claw Isle, Aegon had given Aegon all of his notes on statistics and probability, ranging from regression analysis to uncertainty principles. His uncle, though clever, was largely unused to these principles, which were mostly theoretical with only a few of them proved, as Aegon wasn't exactly a real mathematician. He had used these principles in his work, yes, but he was not an expert. And it was exceedingly difficult to figure out how to come to the end result, the basis of the techniques and formulae. So much of what he'd written was mostly observations with many examples and ideations. No, Aegon was no mathematician, and he knew it. But what he did have, was foresight and an ability to steer better-minded peoples to the right track. And he was doing so. He had a number of scholars who were dedicated to particular subjects of mathematics, such as Jalos Ferenc, who for example, was fast becoming an expert in all matters geometry and had taken on a number of students to help with some of the geometric problems he was having trouble reconciling. Some others were entirely devoted to arithmetic and algebra, whilst again there were others who were more focused on creating and furthering mathematical relationships or expressions such as differentiation, integration, and so on. Explain to me, Aegon began as he tilted the parchment towards him. This concept of probability distribution and why it is different from variability. Aegon didn't have to see the parchment to know what his uncle was talking about. The parchment had a number of graphs, distributions with explanations and formulae that described relationships and likelihoods of true values of uncertain quantities. Aegon began to describe in depth what he meant with all of this, how it was all related, and why there was a difference between uncertainty and variability, the latter being a distribution of frequencies of multiple instances of said quantity, which differed significantly from uncertainty, which was a probabilistic determination instead of confirmed or derived value gotten from observation. He used a few examples, namely that of his war against the slavers, and he used the weather to deepen the observations in his theories. His uncle understood most of it, asking questions here or there, oftentimes contesting his interpretation, at times forcing Aegon to dive deep in his knowledge to come up with an argument to support his theories, which truthfully required him more to connect the dots in the present rather than relying on old memories that was far more vague than it was clear, and before they knew it, it was noon and time to eat, both of them having ignored and forgotten the morning meal. And as they ate, their broths, bread and wine having been brought to them, they continued their discussions about uncertainty which led into other topics of probability, and it was times like this that reminded Aegon why he never quite got enough of his uncle and kicked him out, despite his acerbic nature. It also reminded him of how wasted the citadel was. The maesters were not unaware of mathematics, of course. If anything, they were the greatest collectors of mathematical works from around the world, and likely the most competent mathematicians in the known world. They knew algebra, which used common tongue and numerological equivalences, which they used to calculate the motions of the stars which they confused for planets, and they used it in geometry. They knew how to use quadratic interpolation, they were even aware of differentiation just as they were aware of non-Euclidean geometry. The maesters honestly quite competent in mathematics. The only problem was that is all they were. Competent. They learnt what was known and only what was known, never building on the foundation of knowledge. Even the maesters did not specialize multiple subjects, focusing only on a few, did little to further the body of knowledge of the citadel. They knew what others knew and that was all there was to know. If Aegon was being honest, there was one thing that could revolutionize the citadel and truly kick off a golden age, and that was the scientific method, a culture that promoted observation and questioning and testing and analyzing and deriving a conclusion that others were free to test and argue for or against. That and of course opening up research and knowledge to a wider audience. This was the only thing they really lacked, and it was to his greatest favor that the present culture of the citadel would prevent them from leapfrogging his Illimaries in the decades and centuries to come. After Aegon finished his meal, he left Aegon to his work and made it out of his cabin, walking along the length of his ship before he made it to deck. They were about to make the pass around shattered Valyria and would be at Velos within the fortnight. Half of his people were now at Velos, having started the relocation during his campaign in the disputed lands and were under the management of Sir Moreau and Keller, who oversaw the colony development with the help of Uthric and a few thousand Unsullied who volunteered. The massive influx of people, near enough 100,000 people in Velos and its immediate surroundings, necessitated this increase of the presence of his people, including in managing the logistics of feeding these people, which was admittedly quite a significant drain as wheat, barley and more was near enough a daily deliverance from all around Liberty Bay, from the Summer Isles and from Dorne. They would have to keep a constant presence in Velos for a long time, especially with what Barrows proposed the city to be for Illimaries, and he was considering ensuring that a large chunk of the Isle of Cedars was under Illimaries' control, even after most of the people of the disputed lands, and elsewhere, have been transferred to Illimaries. He wasn't even sure how many people were on that island, given that the Regency councillors had sent people to the other side of the Isle of Cedars, where the exiled nobles were, to make the land productive, something that was slowly happening. Fortunately, the lands took well to common crops, and with the advice that some of the Corinthian farmers, some who had come as part of the volunteering group and also some of the fighting men who were also farmers by nature, had given, the rate of farm creation was going well, especially at the valleys around the northeast of the Isle, which likely had been farms before the Doom. Part of it had been because of the Dothraki, and it seemed to have been a good decision given that in his absence, his men had reported that there was an increased presence of Dothraki in the Lhazareen plains. And then there is Newkeys. Aegon thought warily as he pulled himself out of Miss Aragorn's mind and gazed upon the waters. Sir Moreau had confirmed to him that the reports coming from the Regency Council of Astapor about a small army having seen around the ruins of Oldkeys were true. An army that looked to be the lockstep army of Newkeys. It seemed to be an expeditionary force of some kind. Possibly intent on restoring the port of Oldkeys so as to prepare a landing ground of a future invasion. Why were people so stupid? He couldn't but think. They knew that provoking him was a bad idea, and yet here they were, all but saber-rattling their tails with their intentions plain to see. They weren't acting overtly in this moment in time, as far as anyone knew, with how their ships traveled to and from Liberty Bay without piracy, but the provocation of placing boots on Liberty Bay proper, when they were the only slave city in the immediate region that was left standing and that hated the Liberty Bay cities with blinding passion. The optics were not great, obviously, and surely the Giscari should know that? Why wouldn't they wait, be patient, and act when he was no longer there, knowing that Aegon could deal them great damage or worse, especially after having seen for themselves what he was capable of when he burned down the estate of the man who sent assassins after him? Even if that was going to be years from now? The Regency councillors had met up several times in the last few moons, and from what Uthric and Keller had told him, they were going to ask him for his support to get rid of Newkeys. Something Aegon was not ecstatic about. He spoke with the captain and his first officer briefly, whom informed him about the messages that had been signaled across the fleet, most of which were simple confirmations that all was fine, before he, as he stood on the foredeck, reached out to Miss Aragorn and saw through his eyes. His dragon was around the northern of the Sea of Sighs, slowly making his way towards the isle where the seals were located. The animals were fast becoming his favorite meal. Thinking about it, Miss Aragorn had a liking to animals with a lot of blubber fat. He was glad he asked for a few dozen shipbuilders and the barge Lismaria was transported on to be brought over from Illimaries. They might have to make another barge if he was too large for this one, as Aegon thought likely. Certainly he wouldn't be able to fit underneath the opening that sheltered the dragons from the rain and allowed them to hibernate in relative comfort. Velos had a natural harbour which had a port being slowly rebuilt, originally intended the Corinthian carracks that'd soon begin trading again in a small shipbuilding capability, but would also now be built to be capable of shipbuilding Corinthian and Elamari ships. At least in a very limited capacity. Aegon stopped seeing through Miss Aragorn's eyes and made his way back down the ship, making way to the second cabin that would have been reserved for the captain had it not been for their extra passengers. Egg. A childish voice called out as Aegon arrived in the cabin where a child of 2 name days was playing with some wooden blocks he had carved out for the girl. Larissa stood up and bowed towards him. "My prince." The woman intoned and Aegon offered her faint smile. She had taken to the girl quite easily and Aegon was grateful for it. Whilst he did change his mind in taking the women from King's Landing because the need to keep Selyse and her successors firmly into his employ, he did not trust them to leave Maegili in any of their cares, even if they had taken his warnings about forgetting that Maegili was ever born in a whorehouse. The young girl toddled over to him, her hands rising and Aegon picked the young girl up, who began to play with his beard. She liked the beard quite a lot, for there was never a day when she did not pull at it. He let her. He turned his eyes towards Larissa. "How has she been today?" "Active, my prince," Larissa said with a wry smile on her face. "She's been up since first light and doesn't seem to have tired herself out yet." Aegon made out before he looked towards the girl who babbled, the word egg an often occurrence. He hadn't sure what the relationship he'd have with the girl. Whether or not he'd fully adopt her as his daughter. Mostly it was because of him having changed his mind and taking in the women from King's Landing, the chances of Maegili's origin coming out was going to be high. And it would have ramifications. Ramifications that he mostly avoided with Brienne, but even then, there was still knowledge out there that Brienne was not a trueborn born from the union of himself and Gale. Perhaps he should broach the topic with Gale, she always had a better instinct for this kind of thing. He smiled at her as she giggled as he tickled her in the ribs, a giggle that led into an outburst of delighted laughter as she wriggled in his arms. He kept the smile even as he continued thinking. With his brother dying and the situation of the succession crisis worse than he even thought it being, he needed to have eyes and ears in King's Landing and for that, he needed Selyse. And so he needed to take the women even at the risk of exposing Maegili's origins of being a daughter of a whore becoming significantly higher. He'd convinced her to remain in King's Landing for longer than she intended, and he'd met with this Mysaria a few times before he left King's Landing. He didn't quite like her. There was insincerity in her that made him distrustful of her. He could have had his perception tainted because of the breach of trust between he and Selyse, but he at least still trusted Selyse to a small certain extent. He did not trust Mysaria, and it was the reason why he had Selyse not inform the woman of the dragon glass candle, instead choosing another woman, Marya, one that he'd known at the same time he'd come to know Selyse and who Aegon convinced to stay in King's Landing, and to be the person who would inform him of any developments, in exchange for her daughter and her intended, a baker's son, to be gifted a mansion less. With the plentiful number of dragon glass candles he had, he could afford the chance he was taking with Marya. He also changed a few other things, like arranging for the master scribe Peyton, the man who looked after his accounts in the Iron Bank and who was permitted to draft out a certain amount every quarter, to come to Claw Isle and inform him of his accounts there. Whilst he trusted Marya more than he trusted Mysaria, he was still a little unsure that Marya was capable of informing him in the same depth Selyse was capable of. It was why he intended to send a few of his men to King's Landing and embed themselves there. Selyse had tried to assure that Mysaria was trustworthy, but Aegon couldn't find it within himself to go against his instincts, that Mysaria was more of an opportunist than she was someone like Selyse who had a measure of a code of honor. And with how she was long considered to be a successor of Selyse, getting rid of her was a surefire way to open himself up to betrayal. He'd been tempted to do away with all of this, to cut the strings, especially since he had utilized Bart Emos as another front of information, but he knew Bart Emos and he knew that using his friend as an informant was disrespectful and wrong, given that Aegon had the leverage with how his daughter was in his hands. No, he couldn't do that to his old friend. For now, he'd park it and let it rest. Aegon spent a number of hours with the girl, playing with her blocks and reading out to her a story from a storybook he'd written for her, one that Larissa and he used to teach her letters, and soon enough it was time for dinner. Aegon ate his meal amongst his men and with Maegili sitting beside him on a pile of sails that brought her up on her seat. It was common enough for the men to see him eating beside them, though it was more recent that Maegili was doing the same. Some of the men found her antics amusing, for she was quite a hyper child who liked to babble, and some of the men liked to talk back, and it was not a bad way to lighten the mood in an otherwise dreary and repetitive day. Soon enough, he brought her back to her cabin and left Maegili with Larissa before he returned to his cabin and continue off where he left off yesterday. His uncle was in the same position as he was earlier in the day, though he was combing through one of the books from the cabinets, clearly having been finished with creating his own understanding and hypothesis from Aegon's notes. Aegon said nothing as he walked towards his desk, knowing that Aegon disliked small talk or anything other than what was in his immediate interests, and he sat down in his seat before he opened up a large collection of parchments that was rife with numbers. The spoils from the war was massive. In total, their spoils ran at 180 million gold coins and about 265 million silver coins. It was obscene, the amount of coin they now had. And it was a problem. When they left Corinth for the war, they had an army of 2 and 10,000, a navy 3,000 strong, and 4,000 supporters. Just over 2,000 men had died in the campaign, but they had dependents, at least most of them, and so their share would be inherited by their family or wives. And whilst the supporters did not fight, they had been critical to the campaign, having largely contributed to repairing arms or executing this or that job to ensure the logistics of the campaign was kept running smoothly, and their services was to be considered equal to the contributions of the army. Divvying up their share of 40% of the spoils, resulted, on average, of about 4,240 gold coins and, on average, 6,250 silver coins. That was a massive increase in personal wealth when you consider that on average, a middling lord in Westeros would earn about 1,000 to 10,000 gold coins every year from his lands. And on average, the average Corinthian/Elamari, excluding the guardsmen, the merchants, and the army, earned about 5 to 10 golden coins a year by the end of their stay, which did not include the other benefits they got, that bolstered their income or at least allowed them not to spend, such as an allowance of extra food they did not have to pay for. On average, he paid better than most Westerosi ever saw, and though it was not a main reason for having convinced, it was a promise he'd given and kept. Though, it had to be said, had not been for the gratitude of the freed slaves, who earned quite a bit less than the average Dragonstone native, at least at the beginning, and had it not been for the wealth the Summer Isles had in gems, and had it not been for the payment in gems and furs the local Summer Icelanders by Corinth had given in exchange for foodstuffs, the disparity in expenditure and income would have been more severe, and he would not have been able to have several millions in coin. By the time the bulk of their people had for Ilamaris, which had swelled massively in a short period of time. By now, there were about 90,000 people in Ilamaris, or at least would be by the time the fourth journey arrived, with almost 80,000 of them of working age. Most of whom had been providing labor for several years under deferred payment, which totaled more than 1.5 million gold coins, a number that rising every day as more and more people arrived. And yet, for all of that expenditure, on average, the average Elamari won't be owed more than between 30 to 40 golden coins if they were Corinthian and therefore supplied years of labor with elevated pay for their labor, and at most 10 golden coins if they had come on the first journey after the war was finished, the number of golden coins dropping for every subsequent new settler. And then would come the men, and the few women, who had come with him on his war, who would come with thousands of gold coins and about 1.5 times that amount in silver coins. Effectively creating a whole new class of people, for this was generational money at this moment in time, which was a problem in itself, but the most important problem he needed to solve was the influx of gold that was entering the economy. If he was to pay out this gold from the moment he returned, he would be crashing the nascent economy and devaluing gold substantially to take into account of the new purchasing power that existed. Which was unacceptable. And it was why he would need to refine his plans for limiting the amount of gold in the economy. Some of it was rather simple. He would have to fix prices for particular items and groups of items for an extended period of time so as to allow the normalization of the economy to occur. Critical items such as foodstuffs. The farmers, including the soldiers who were farmers at heart, would be granted the chance to increase their lands by twice the number, paying at 1 golden coin for every 2 acres, and offering them the chance to secure more farmland for their second and third sons, whom would be able to purchase farmland at a reduced rate. Of course, there'd be a limit as to how much farmers can buy land. Unproductive land was wasteful, and Aegon would not allow wastefulness. He would push for farming families to go forth and multiply, knowing that they could secure their spare sons' future by setting down a deposit that would automatically allow their sons a right to at least 250 acres of land. He would also introduce a pension scheme that would allow folk to retire at a particular age without having to labor for the rest of their lives. With regards to his citizens in the city, he would have to be creative. The industries of Corinth largely worked for a single purpose, to earn Aegon money. The merchants were the means that sold these wares to all around the known world, for which they received a percentage, but ultimately, Corinth had worked to make Aegon money. He no longer needed the economy to work for him, and he no longer needed the economy to be a closed system. He earned enough money through the spoils of the campaign, having something ridiculous like 36 million gold coins and over 50 million silver coins, money that should tide his family for many, many generations. And then there was the fact that the lands of Elamaris belonged to him, to his family, and it was land that bequeathed to his people by himself, who either bought land from him or were given by him. So no, he no longer needed the industries to work for him. He could instead sell it. He could sell it all to his people, allow them to form guilds and associations and so on. The only money he'd take from them was through a low taxation rate. That should help reduce the amount of gold coins in circulation, at least at the beginning. Aegon had little doubt that eventually, per capita, Elamaris would be richer than Westeros and Essos, but that would have to come in time, when they were fully open for trading with the rest of the world. Slow and steady was the name of the game, and it was better to allow a native economy to flourish that limited inflation and recession. Which came to his final point. The need of a central bank. The Bank of Allison. He'd always planned on creating a Bank of Allison when he returned, regardless of the change in circumstances with his divestment in the Rogaray Bank, but his original intent had been to create a bank, or rather a vault, where his people could deposit their coin. The ideation of anything further hadn't been thought of, but he was thinking more about it now. With Barrows convincing him that it was time to begin trading in earnest again, even if it is at a limited capacity, he was starting to think more on what he wanted to do with the Bank of Allison and whether or not he could do it now. He was thinking about a number of things, though the ones that took precedent in his mind was issuing out government's bonds and introducing the concept of interests to the wider public, including the payments from interest on savings accounts. Most of this was in mind of the people who had come on the campaign with him, those men, and a few women, who had in excess coin that could destabilize the economy thanks to their increased purchasing power. Introducing these concepts would help increase the attractiveness of keeping their money in the Bank of Allison instead of spending it all, knowing that they are earning money by only having their coin located in the bank. There were a few other methods he hoped to use to whittle down the coin they could use in circulation, such as convincing his soldiers to invest their money or even build their estates on their lands using fused stone, something he was getting close to figuring out. He just had to make sure his justifications and reasoning were sound to anyone with the least bit of wit. Explaining economic theory and inflation and devaluation wasn't exactly the best way to go about it, so he would have to do it in a roundabout way that would help his people buy into his measures. And then there was the matter of creating standardized coin. The Astapori marks were as different from the Myrian marks as the Myrian were from Illyrian coins, with Myrian marks having more purity of gold than any other currency he had on hand. He would have to smelt them all and create standard currency. It was why he bought 2 mints from the Rogaray Bank at an elevated price, no doubt, and intended to work over the few moons on Astapor or Velos to fashion a currency that suited best. He intended to fashion the system similar to that of Westeros, dragons, moons and stags, and so on, which was a currency and weight well known to the rest of the known world. He continued to work on his financial and economic model and the initiatives he wanted to introduce for long while, long after the night had fallen and long after he created a flame to hover above his desk and lighten his parchments, and it was during this time that Aegon heard a sharp scrape of the chair that forced him to look towards the origin, his uncle. His uncle had stood up from his seat, his eyes focused on Aegon, or rather his hovering flame, and Aegon wondered what it was he was curious about. His uncle had long enough seen his displays of magic. Not even a few days after they departed Claw Isle, had he seen his use of magic when he used the dragon glass candle to speak with Gale. The look of shock had been a pleasant one, and even more so the look he'd gotten when he'd created a fire in the middle of his palm. The discomfort in his face when Aegon was speaking with Gale was just the cherry on top of the cake. In any case, Aegon had spent 2 days questioning him about magic, and what he knew, how he could use it, even discussing his experiences in that astral realm, and though some of his answers had left Aegon wanting, especially when he'd discussed with him about the nature of 2 realms that existed, it seemed to have satisfied him, for he had not asked many more questions after that. Aegon thought the further lack of questions was because it collided with his rationality, the idea of magic, though he could not quite tell, if he was being honest. These ancestral songs. His uncle began, causing Aegon's brows to rise in surprise, and he turned towards his uncle fully, quite curious as he was to know where this was going. How sure are you that it exists? Fairly sure. It might not the right words to describe it, but I can see it at the center in people. Not everyone, certainly, for it seems as if there are certain bloodlines who are more favored than others, otherwise everyone in Westeros should have a first men ancestral song. Aegon explained with a curious lilt to the end of his words. His uncle seemed to frown at that, contemplating something. Perhaps it is not bloodlines but something else. His uncle said after a long moment of silence. Aegon hummed at that. It could be. He was by no means an expert. There was logic in his reasoning, in his observations, but it wasn't as if he had received enough information to develop a concrete hypothesis. As it was, much of his theorizing was a matter of updating his reasoning with new observations. Perhaps one day he'd find another piece of information that invalidated his current hypothesis. His uncle continued. What is it that you see in me? And how does it compare with your brothers and their children? Aegon stared at his uncle for a long moment. His markings, the Valyrian ancestral song, or at least the Dragon Lord ancestral song, was in him, of course. However, it was more alike to that of Viserys. Dimmed. He explained as much. So there are those who have these songs, but they are not as concentrated as others. Why? His uncle asked, though it seemed as if he was more asking himself. He answered nonetheless. I believe it might just be chance. His uncle scoffed, and it was derisive. Aegon found no offense in it. It was merely Aegon's nature. Chance? That is not an acceptable answer. That introduces an element of uncertainty in your songs, nephew. Ah, so that is the connection. What else can it be then? You are no different than any of us, uncle. Your blood as strong as mine. As strong as Damon's, had been. Why is your ancestral song weaker than ours? Aegon questioned. Honestly, he had this question on his mind as well though, given recent events, it was far on the back burner. I do not know. You should know. His uncle said, and Aegon rolled his eye at the comment. His uncle continued. I cannot see this, ancestral song, or markings or whatever it is that you see, but there must be a reason why some appear stronger and others appear weaker. You have already said that it almost certainly holds no bearing on the ability to bond with dragons, which I cannot find reason not to agree with, but what does it hold bearing to? You have an idea? Aegon stated, more than asked, as he studied his uncle intently. His uncle grimaced before he nodded and looked towards his desk. I have a theory. One that makes sense. He looked towards Aegon, an inscrutable look in his eyes before he looked back to his desk, no, towards the candlelight. He placed his hand at the above the candle flame, and Aegon watched carefully as his uncle grimaced before he pulled away his hand and looked back at Aegon, his other hand cradling his mildly burnt hand. Every man can measured on their intelligence. Most are dull, stupid. Some are adequate. Fewer still are worth the air they breathe. Aegon looked sour for a moment. I believe that it is similar with this ancestral song. Aegon considered that as he leaned back in his chair. A measure of talent. He mused out loud. It was not a bad idea. Yes. Some are born with greater talent in their inheritance than others. Still means that there is an element of random chance. Aegon pointed out, and his uncle waved it away. Of course, but it also means, if it is a matter of talent, then it means that there is a natural limit to what can be achieved with what you have inherited. His uncle said before he continued. I believe we should find out what that limit is. With me. If this is your roundabout way of wanting me to teach you what I know, Aegon stated a little dryly, you could have just asked. I would have taught you. There were few people Aegon was willing to teach at this moment in time. His children, Gale if she wanted, and now Aegon. Aegon was many things, but he could be trusted to a certain degree. We will start on the morrow then. His uncle said, ignoring his comment before he returned to his seat, and Aegon found a morsel of amusement in this. How long had he wanted to learn how to use magic? It wouldn't have surprised him if it had been the moment he saw him speaking with Gale through the dragon glass candle. We will start on the morn. Aegon agreed. It would at least help him refine his teaching about spiritual energy anyway, perhaps he'd even gain some insights too. A measure of talent, we'll see. A couple of weeks later. The Isle of Cedars came into view on a fog-filled morn, and as they nearer, they could see the natural harbor packed with ships. Some of the ships are ours, but some are not. They sail the sails of Mirian, Yunkai and Astapor, my prince. The captain told him. Make way for a spot that fits all our ships, captain. Aegon ordered, and the captain gave his affirmation before the first officer began the round of calls, which were effectively to get the men ready for landing. Aegon went below deck and made way towards his cabin, though he made a quick pit stop. Two pairs of eyes came his direction when he opened the door, and he smiled amidst the name-calling of Egg. He turned his eye towards Larissa. Larissa. We'll be landing soon. Aegon informed, and the woman bowed her head before she picked up the girl into her arms. Aegon smiled at the girl before he quickly made way towards his cabin. We're here then. His uncle said as soon as Aegon arrived in his cabin. He glanced at his uncle for a moment before he went towards the armor and weaponry stand in corner beside his bed. Aegon said before he removed the belt that held the Valyrian steel dagger and dragon glass dagger from around his waist. He then tightened the cords of his tunic around his body before he proceeded to put on the chainmail, after which he put on his armor and put on the belt back on, though he hooked on the sheath onto the belt. Expecting trouble, are you? Aegon turned around and met his uncle's gaze, a trace of a wry smile on his face. Always. And Aegon wasn't lying. He only truly felt at ease when he was on the water or in the skies. He hoped he'd feel at ease when he was back home, with his wife, his children. Truly, he hoped. You can come to land, if you want. Or you can wait until it is time for you to go to Astapor. It shouldn't be more than a few hours before I let the ship go. Aegon said. He'd send his uncle to their pyramid base in Astapor, where the people who'd go on the fourth journey were presently. He'd be on the galleons when they set sail for Illimaris. An extra passenger was no hassle, and the sooner his uncle is with the bulk of the books and the scholars there in Illimaris, the better. His uncle did not take long to decide. I will remain. Aegon nodded his acceptance at his uncle's decision before he left and made his way up to the deck. After he arrived on deck, Aegon reached out to Miss Aragorn, wondering where he was exactly, and he got his response soon after Miss Aragorn had taken flight. He was on the Isle of Cedars, on one of the mountains in the interior, and was now making his way towards him. He'd soon get here, sooner than them laying down anchors. After a small journey in a small boat, they came ashore, where they were greeted by Keller, Sir Murrow, and a band of his other men. My prince, it is good to see you. Sir Murrow said with a light grin, and Aegon placed a warm hand on the man's shoulder. Good to see you too. All of you. Aegon said with a pleased smile on his face before they walked further along the shore. Where is Uthric? Aegon asked. He's left yesterday for Astapor to handle something, he said. Sir Muro explained. Aegon hummed silently at that, wondering what it was that he was handling. He should be back within a few days. Aegon nodded before he looked back towards the front. I take it they are waiting on me. Aegon asking musingly, a glance sent towards the cogs in the distance. They are. Sir Muro said with a displeased grunt. Had to tell them to sit their arses for a little while before ambushing you to help do their duty work. A few of the men that had come greeting him chuckled lightly at Sir Muro words. Interesting. The reprieve is welcome. Aegon said with an amused glint in his eye before he looked towards the buildings that was in their direct path. There was a much greater rate of building than expected. I believe Rhaegar and that old gladiator Tiger are also here. Aegon said half distracted as he looked towards a house on his left side was that nearing completion. They are. Sir Muro confirmed and the seriousness in the man's voice made Aegon look towards him. The look was hard, grim even. I see. Aegon said before he looked away, and back towards the buildings. I see things are going well. Aegon commented, changing the subject. The shipments of liquid stone has increased over the past few weeks. Keller said in answer, and when Aegon looked towards him, he could see a knowing look on the man's face. Things rarely are happen in isolation. It did not take long for Aegon to figure it out. I suppose it is in our fortune that they have found another step in their production. Aegon said with a thin smile on his face. He doubted they would stop their rate of production now, or the further works they were doing on the Isle, if he said no. They were smarter than that. Still, he admittedly could say that they were applying the teachings well. Soon enough they arrived at Velos proper, which was filled with people who had cheered and greeted him as he walked down the streets of Velos. Nearly all of them were from the disputed lands and who'd stayed with him Phaloris for a time or another. There were about 65,000 in Velos with the rest of them, about 30 to 40,000, all within a radius of about 10 leagues. Feeding these people was quite difficult even with the supply that came from the north of the island. Every day there were shipments from the mainland to help feed the populace and it would be quite a few years before the island could properly support the current population. It was rather ironic, given that within the next 5 years, he expected the bulk of these people to be on Illimaris just as when the island was able to support their numbers. Most of the people had already given their agreement to settle in Illimaris and he'd had censuses taken, including on what they wanted to do. A good number of them wanted a plot of land to farm for themselves and these ones would be given the priority to go to Illimaris. The rest, whom had a number of different artisanal skills, would have to wait for some time. Still, it wasn't as if there wasn't opportunities here anyway. Velos needed to build, he mused as he looked around, looking at buildings that were under construction. They had to elicit some amount of help from the mainland, particularly those who worked to demolish buildings and build new ones, in getting some amount of organization going in this city. Keller, though he did not say much, was clearly quite unhappy with the load of work he was dealing with as he explained further some of the problems that were being had. The army and the Unsullied were doing much in quell the misbehavior and criminality but it was just general stuff, like disorderly behavior, unwarranted and unsolicited behavior, just people being arseholes, that was grating on Keller. I've taken their names. Keller said with a hint of glee in his tone of voice when Aegon asked if he or others knew the names of the individuals. Strike them from the list. Aegon looked towards Sir Muro. If they, the ones who have been warned, continue this public disorder, you have my leave to punish them, banish them, whatever you want. The laws of our people do not apply here. Not yet. Aegon said to Sir Muro who gave his acknowledgement to his words. Soon enough, they were walking towards the main building that was fashioning as a hall of a kind, and it was where the select regency councillors were. And as they arrived at the building, guarded by Unsullied, it was there that he saw Rhaegar at the front of the doors. My prince. Rhaegar said with a bow, and the rest of the guards bowed as well. At least that hasn't changed. This one is pleased to see you return in good health, my prince. Rhaegar said and Aegon smiled at the Unsullied. It is good to see you too though I suspect that you have not come to welcome me so grandly. Aegon said with a wry look on his face. No, my prince. Rhaegar said in answer before he stepped aside and gestured Aegon towards the interior of the building. Aegon glanced at Rhaegar before he hummed silently and made his way into the building. No rest for the wicked it seems Aegon mused before he schooled his face as he began to walk into the building. He had no intentions of using his remnants of his army to fight Nugis. If they wanted Nugis eliminated as a threat, well, they would have to pay in their newly liberated blood. His men, these men, had fought enough for a lifetime. And Aegon, as though he was loatheth as he was to darken his soul again, would be willing enough to bring along the fire with their blood. But he would be sure to extract a heavy price for asking him do so. Chapter 39. I was going to respond to the previous chapter's reviews but I realized that I'd be spending more time than I have to respond so I'll just respond to the last 2 chaps, forgive me ha, ch37. Tony McNuckles Chapter 40. November 14th, the Damon showdown would have just been guilty pleasure imo. Aegon was never going to entertain it if he could help it. He wanted to go and get out ASAP without problems. He did that, for the most part. The epilogue part, I get. I might have been interested in ending the story there, but there are a few points that I want to close. Particularly Illymaries, which needs to be closed. The skull bit isn't forgotten, by the way, winky face, it'll make a reappearance. Sonata 1992 Chapter 40. November 14th, family is a theme in this story, for what's worth. It is within the narrative to have such importance of family unity. Ebrahim 051 Chapter 40. November 14th, no afterlife creation. YMRGF Chapter 40. November 14th, TBF, I do think branch families do tend to fuck off elsewhere. Where exactly, I don't know. LOL. Deluxe Hipster 1945 Chapter 40. November 14th, we'll see. It'll be a long time before I write the sequel, I have too many stories to finish before I get there. 1 Chapter 40. November 14th, the her? There are hints all around about what/who she is. Later chapters will investigate it. Maximus Rexmundi Chapter 40. November 14th, ha. Yes. Doctor Who FTW, although I have not seen it for like a decade lol. Longing Resider Chapter 40. November 14th, would be a bad ancestor if he didn't do his part to help his descendants. A thinking that will be embodied. Bordasp 13 Chapter 40. November 15th, there is a danger of that, yes. I suppose we'll see what Illymaries will become when I get down to it, years from now. Himayasa Story Chapter 40. November 15th, ha ha ha. I love this. In a way, yes, they did DDoS them. LMAOOO. GG Old Gods Teabag on Corpse. Guest Chapter 40. November 13th, dealing with all of that shenanigans? Nah. Chris Chapter 40. November 20th and SLADE01 Chapter 40. November 15th, thanks for your comments, I really appreciate the words. Free Arraignment Chapter 40. December 1st, I would rather say that the old gods saw an opportunity and used it to shape the Song of Ice and Fire. The song may not be actually active until at most 400 years from the coming of the others, the moment of Valeria's death. At that point, they would have been able to easily manipulate a way to get rid of the last major threats they had to themselves. Ch38. 1 Chapter 41. November 25th, Aegon probably doesn't have much interest in their struggles, well that's a lie. He does, but he doesn't at the same time. Wanting Lys to not be overly powerful whilst also being able to check it with Bravos is in his interest. Especially since an overly powerful Lys would be able to stop the migration of peoples he wants from happening. Unfortunately, I don't think Viserys would leave those bastards alone. Lord Lelich Chapter 41. December 6th, I would say the chances are low. You have to remember, the Hightowers, and their allies, are invested in seeing them ascend the throne. They won't be so easily disentangled from the desires of their seniors. Unfortunately. And Viserys isn't going to be the shield they would need. Unfortunately. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Late 114 AC Velos. Give me a roar when you have come about, Miss Aragorn Aegon thought through their bond as he walked through the building, flanked as he was by his guards, Sir Murrow, Keller, and Rhaegar, soon arriving at the doors of the meeting hall. The building was one of the few that had been largely left intact, a building that likely had been a manse for an important person or family, once upon a time. The marble stones were old, but they had been intact for the most part. A new roof, rebuilt walls from old stones and new flooring, the building now looked to be an adequate place to begin placing administrators within its halls. Miss Aragorn gave a deafening roar just before the doors were opening, and Aegon caught the startled looks just in time as he entered the meeting hall, the widened eyes now set in his direction as he veered deeper into the meeting hall. There were a few guards in the meeting hall, and a number of servants, which included a man in robes who looked somewhat out of place, but what caught his eye was the number of important men that were in this hall. From his right, there seated Krakes and Cheddar of Astapor. Beside them, were Karnan and Krestok of Yunkai, Makar and Vargos of Tolos, Zhyhar and Hornas of Mirian, and on the far left, there was Tikados and Siren of Illyria, with Tikar the grey-haired commander of the Mirianese city guard and army, seated beside Siren. The way the seats were arranged, across a long table where there was singular chair, a throne chair yes, but nonetheless a single chair whilst they were all sitting beside one another. How what they have learned from him chimes within themselves. The meaning behind it did not fail to reach him, for it was intentional on their side to let them know that they are united in this cause of theirs. And that Aegon was considered to be the other party. One of them, Hornus was the first to rise from his seat, and then the others, all in unison, followed immediate suit before they bowed from their hips towards him. "My prince, welcome back to Liberty Bay," Vargos of Tolos said as his head rose from his bowed position, and Aegon did not like the connotation of Velos being part of Liberty Bay. Nevertheless, Aegon inclined his head slightly before he looked towards the others. "So many Regency councillors coming to welcome me back from my travels. Quite an occasion," Aegon said as he arrived at the place they marked out for him, though he did not take a seat. Instead, he stood behind the chair, his eye sweeping across the faces of the Regency councillors. Rhaegar took a place not far from his right, whilst Stratos and Keller took a place on either side of him, undoubtedly having understood the situation quite well. He was grateful to them that they had filled him in quite well over the course of his return with regards to the developments of Liberty Bay since he's been away. "We're always honored to do so, my prince," Hornus said with a placid smile that did not last long. "Unfortunately, we have not only come to welcome you back, for we have much to discuss with your greatness. Matters that concern the fate of Liberty Bay." Hornus then gestured towards the servants. Aegon hummed silently as he watched the servants come and poured a drink in a cup being placed in front of the seat that was marked out for him. "Though let me be the first to offer you my condolences for your brother's death, my prince," Karnan of Yunkai said, and Aegon almost believed it to be sincere with the way he looked so commiserating. He mused that it must have been traitors that stopped at Lys and departed before he did, that brought the news to Liberty Bay. He did stop at Lys to finalize some business for a number of weeks, and it wasn't as if Corinthian carracks were at all speedy. Aegon only made a noise from the back of his throat, a noise that resembled a hum, but said nothing else on the matter, instead, dived directly into the matter at hand. "If these matters are so important to necessitate you all to wait here on my return instead of ruling the cities I left you in charge of, then let us not waste time and explain what is so threatening." Some of the Regency councillors looked at each other, though it was the looks towards Hornus that interested Aegon. Though the politics of Liberty Bay did not interest him all that much, he at least kept himself abreast of the political dynamic within the cities and across the cities. Mirian, as the most populous region and the most richest, was always going to be at the heart of the politics of the entire Liberty Bay region. And over the last few years, it seems like Hornus was the one who had edged out in front of the other Regency councillors in Mirian, and, in the recent moons, in front of all of the other Regency councillors. The grey-haired man, Hornus, had a charm about him, and a kind of wisdom that was hard to find, and he was well adept at utilizing this charm and wisdom. It was how Mirian, despite its massive population, had been stabilized, with Hornus maneuvering the complex self-interests and ambitions of key members of the Regency Council, the guards under the command of Tikar, and the influential members of Mirian's evolving society, many of whom were gladiators. It did not surprise him at all that Hornus was able to position himself as the leader amongst leaders. "Nookies," Hornus said in answer, and the rest of the Regency councillors took their seats once more, leaving only Hornus standing amongst them. "They have begun their moves against us." Hornus looked towards the old gladiator. "Commander Tikar, if you would," Hornus said before he sat down. The old gladiator rose from his seat and bowed his head slightly towards Aegon before he began to speak of recent happenings. The man began his tale with the story of Astapori patrolmen. Ever since the threat of the Dothraki had become very real for the people of Liberty Bay, more and more initiatives had been signed off and in works. Some initiatives included the completion of all of the fortifications north and east of Mirian. The Regency councillors had taken stock of his plans to build physical barriers into the heartland of Liberty Bay. Other initiatives included plans of rebuilding ruined cities all across the coastlines in Liberty Bay, such as Pyre, partially to allow garrisons able to come to the aid of the villages and towns that were growing in the more remote parts of Liberty Bay, such as the villages nearby the Black Cliffs or the Ize Pass, whilst also rebuilding an outpost in destroyed city of Gardak, which was upstream of Mirian. And amongst those initiatives, was a treaty amongst the Liberty Bay cities ensuring that each city patrolled at the edges of their territories as an early warning system. Scouts on horseback were sent north and west, south and east, patrolling the lands beyond the edges of their territory, looking out for any Dothraki threats or otherwise. And it seemed as if one of these scouts, these Astapori patrolmen, had come across something interesting. Tikar explained how the patrolmen had been scouting all along the southern coastline, where some vegetation grew as south of the Worm River, beyond the mountains and hills was largely an arid desert subjected to sweltering heat, and it was here they found ships, distant ships, on the horizon. With the far eyes, they saw the sails of the ships and did not recognize them as one of their own, or the build of the ship that of the Summer Icelanders, so they decided to investigate further. Tikar continued and explained that the place where the patrolmen had seen the ships had been not far from where the ruins of Oldgeese lay, and the men had decided to see if there was something afoot there. And so they had. The patrolmen, few in numbers as they were, decided to remain far from the old city and chose to overlook the bay from atop a nearby hill far from the ruined city proper, and it was then that they saw more of the same ships moored in the old bay through the far eyes. They barely saw much beyond the ships, for they had not been close enough to see more, but it was enough for them to raise alarm and hasten their return to Astapor. He'd known about that incident, along with the events that transpired afterwards, and he found Tikar relaying what has happened perfectly as the man continued to speak about the multiple scouting missions that had been sent to that region. Sir Muro had sent a few of his own men to check out what was true, though by that point, the activities around Oldgeese seemed to have grown significantly, with over 4 dozen ships moored in the old bay of the ruined city. Though what Tikar told him next surprised him, as the man spoke of emissaries being sent from the Lhazareen cities Hesh and Lhazash, whom spoke of having seen an army assemble in the town of Portihas, a client of Karth. It was then that the councillor Vargos of Tolos interjected, speaking of ships sent through the Giscari Strait to trade with Pharaohs and Vahar never returning, and implied that there was a conspiracy at play threatening to destroy them all. This also surprised Aegon, though this time, it was a surprise at the deception the man was playing. Aegon knew that there was no ships heading east. Not yet, at least as far as he knew. He'd known that most of the trade within Liberty Bay was amongst themselves, with international trade consigned largely with the Summer Icelanders, less, and limited trade with adventurous Westerosi merchants. For Admiral Lutherius not to know. That meant that either there were those who were keeping things from him and the rest of Aegon's men, which was hard to do to say the least, or they were blatantly lying to paint a grimmer picture of the situation. He was leaning towards them lying. But he always couldn't completely dismiss the possibility, nor what that possibility represented. As much as nearly everyone in this region owed their freedom to him, Aegon also knew that individual ambitions and politics was a growing thing. Aegon eyed Vargos for a long moment, something that disquieted the man slightly. And he wouldn't be surprised if the Regency councillors used this threat of Nugis as pretext to stabilize, or worse, increase their control over their cities. Nothing united a people more than an outside threat, after all. And this was something he had made sure was taught to these men. He'd only wish their want of more control over the hearts and minds of their people was benign. He couldn't be so sure. He doubted he ever could be sure. When they all stopped speaking, Aegon silently moved to take his seat, and after he took his seat, he played around with the cup of wine, twisting it around its axis as he stared at it for a long moment. "My prince." Shedder of Astapor had been the first to break the silence with his hesitant voice, and Aegon looked up to meet the man's gaze. "It's all very interesting." Aegon began as he lifted the cup slightly as his fingers latched onto the edges of the filled cup, and he carefully knocked the bottom of the cup against the wooden table several times, the dull sound of the knock traveling across the room. "So Nugis are securing Oldgeese for their own. With the fall of its competitors in the region, the ancient lands of Old Giscard in the south are ripe for the taking." Aegon said as his gaze flickered across the faces of the Regency councillors, faces that were turning slightly. That possibility existed, of course. With its rivals all gone and replaced by, in their eyes, weak successors, so too was any hesitation in pausing ancient ambitions. Or, as is more likely, they are planning on using it as a staging point to attack us, my prince. Kresdok commented gravely. Krakes was the one to pick up where Kresdok left off. Securing Oldgeese would only the first step. With the ruined city under their control, they can emplace tens of thousands of men, and it would only be a few days' hard march to reach our towns by the Worm River. Aegon hummed. "Have they done that?" he questioned with a piercing look in his eye. "Not yet," Tikar admitted. "They seem to be more interested in repairing the ports of the ruined city presently. Then it could be very well that they are merely interested, at least presently, in expanding." Aegon smiled at them. "And unless you have lain claim to those lands, they are in their rights to do so. Astapor has claim to Oldgeese." "So did Yunkai and Mirian," Krakes remarked. "No, the former masters had claim to Oldgeese. Unless you find yourself their successors." Aegon was firm in his questioning tone of voice as he leveled his gaze across their faces. The looks he received in return made it clear they hadn't sunk to that irredeemable bottom of the well in their pursuit of their ambitions. "You have no claim to Oldgeese," Aegon said with a dismissive wave of the hand. "As for the stories about ships disappearing through the Giscari Straits, anything could have happened to those ships. Unless you have proof that they were victims of attacks by Nugis." Aegon posed to them. The looks on their faces proved enough that they did not, though he did spot a look exchanged between Makar and Vargos of Tolos. "My prince, you must understand why they have not acted outright yet." Siren of Illyria was the one to break the brief silence that had followed. "Until you have gone, they will not act blatantly to destroy us." Siren of Illyria leaned forward as his expression shifted into one of genuine concern. "And they know that you will not always remain. They count on that. This provocative act of theirs is a sign that they have not forgotten us nor intend to let us live in peace. They are slavers. Our very existence is anathema to them." Siren looked towards the man who stood by the guards. "And we have the proof of how much they hate us. Danos, approach." Aegon watched as they brought forth the pale-skinned man in unassuming robes. He wasn't quite sure where to place him in terms of his ancestry, azure eyes and sharp features, though with hair as black as night. The name suggested Valyrian, but there was little obvious Valyrian in him. There wasn't an ancestral song in him either. "My prince, I am honored to meet you," the man named Danos said with a touch of reverence, and Aegon only nodded to the man, wondering if he was from Tolos or Illyria. There was an odd dialect to his Valyrian. I have been to Nukis, my prince, a time after you and your dragon burnt down the mans of your enemy. Dano said, a hard look on his face. I have walked its streets and conversed with its freeborn people. They fear you but they hate the freedmen cities more. They see what has happened and think it unnatural, a slight against their gods and against the ways of the Gisker. Their hate runs deep and runs strong. Slaves there have been culled in extreme numbers, no man or child old enough to bear arms live any more in their cities, only in their towns in the countryside or in Gen do they still reside. I have seen them built ship after ship, songs of old Gisker sung hard and long, songs of triumph of the ancient empire, and I have seen them believe they must revive the old empire lest they fade into nothingness like what happened with the other slave cities which you, your highness, liberated. Danos had a look of fervency on his face as he continued. It will only be a matter of time before they attack, your highness. And it will be as soon as you have left for Illimaris. Aegon stared at this Danos for a long moment. You are not from Liberty Bay, are you? He asked after a long moment, having assessed where his accent is from. The question seemed to surprise the man for a moment before he answered. I am not, my prince. I am from Volantis. The man said with a bowed head. You're a long way from Volantis. Aegon remarked as he stared at the man with narrowing eyes. What was a Volantine doing here? What was he doing in Liberty Bay? Was that what Uthric was investigating? I am, my prince. Had it not been for his most reverend priest Crest Thor, I would have remained in Volantis. The Lord of Light had other plans for me. Dano said, and Aegon resisted the urge to grimace. He'd met this Crest Thor once. A fanatic. Worse than even Lesala. The priest Crest Thor had heard of the worrying news coming from the south, Prince Aegon. Hornus said in answer before he continued. Danos trades in ivory and his ship and crew are all Volantine. Whom could get in Nukis unmolested was left unsaid. How many more Volantine were there in Liberty Bay now? He doubted only this Danos and his crew had come. The influence of the Red Faith is growing. Aegon thought to himself. And they were interested in helping out these councillors. Increasing their influence amongst the Regency councils. I will have to change my approach. So you see, my prince? We must act now whilst we still have the advantage. Karnan from Yunkai said with urgency in his voice. Whilst we still have the advantage, interesting way to say Aegon and his dragon. Karnan continued, with you, we can crush them before they can gather their strength and their allies. We are in the process of raising an army. Tikar was the one to speak now. Within a few moons, we will have at least an army numbering 50,000. Aegon eyed the man briefly before he looked towards the other Regency councillors, all of whom seemed to be dancing on the edge of a coin, waiting for the fall. Aegon smiled. A good number. Aegon said, a faint trailing hum in his voice as he looked towards Rhaegar. Commander Rhaegar. How many of the Unsullied are amongst this impressive army of 50,000? Nearly 18,000, my prince. Rhaegar said in his familiar toneless voice. That is all of your men and the boys, is it not, Commander Rhaegar? Aegon asked as he kept his gaze with the Unsullied. It is, my prince. Rhaegar confirmed, and Aegon hummed. My prince. One of the Regency councillors spoke up, but Aegon had no interest in hearing what they had to as he raised his hand to silence them. They said enough. With their words and with their bodies. How is it, Commander Rhaegar, that the Unsullied have become part of this army? Aegon asked the Unsullied commander. Prince Aegon. Aegon turned his head towards the Regency councillors, his eye an expression cold and cutting as he stared at the man who spoke without being spoken to. The man, Hornus, closed his jaw as their eyes met. Aegon stared for a long while yet before he looked away and back at Rhaegar, who spoke as soon as their gaze met. The Regency councillors have asked us to defend Liberty Bay, my prince. Aegon hummed, and he was silent for a moment before he looked away from Rhaegar, back towards the Regency councillors. As his eye veered across their faces, Aegon spoke up again, his words directed at Rhaegar even though he did not look at the man. Are you still loyal to me, Commander Rhaegar? He watched the expressions of the men opposite him carefully, to see what else they were going to give away. Power does funny things to people. Especially when one got used to it. A little more, a little further, each day, each week, each month. One grows to like it. Grows to hate not having it. These Regency councillors were getting there. He did not mind, in truth. It was to be expected. It was why he had been so selecting when he drew up his plans for the stabilization of the region. He'd hoped their natures would allow the lessons to sink in. The lessons about hoarding power, the lessons of having principles, had allowed for some of it to take root in them, to allow them to have the foresight that it was important to have a system in place that didn't foster things that one would not want in a society, in a government. However, as the days passed, as the time drew near that Aegon was leaving, so too was leaving the incentives of transitioning into a proper republic-like state. I helped build my city. I was the one who fostered prosperity. I was the one who made sure Nukis was liberated. It was not difficult for that frame of mind to come into existence. He could see it now, in this very moment, such thoughts. And whilst it was fair to think it, it was also dangerous, and also a prelude for dynasties to form, and Aegon was reluctant to allow it to happen. Or worse. I am loyal, like all of the rest of the Unsullied, until death takes us, my prince. Aegon smiled, and he was sure it wasn't a pleasant from the way some of the councillors looked away from him. Aegon turned towards Rhaegar, and his smile turned a bit more genuine. He turned back towards the Regency councillors. I take it many of the soldiers that fought with me and my men to liberate Liberty Bay are amongst your 32,000 men? Aegon asked as he looked towards Tikar. Tikar looked towards Rhaegar before he looked back at Aegon, understanding what just transpired. Yes, my prince. Tikar said calmly, and Aegon nodded graciously. They are good men. Aegon said before he leaned against the arm of the chair. Your numbers, not including my Unsullied, are surely plenty enough to subdue this threat you see in Nugis, for they are no more but a single city and you are many. Aegon smiled thinly. You seem to have it in hand, councillors. Aegon gestured with his hand lazily. If you seek my permission to use my Unsullied, you can have my decision in the next coming weeks. This made a few of the Regency councillors shift in their seats, uncomfortable as they were. My prince. There was caution in Craedek's voice, and no small amount of urgency in his body language either. Good, Aegon thought. Nugis are said to have an army of 20,000, always ready. And that is without considering that they have recruited many more in the way of the liberation. 30,000 citizen levies will not be enough. Cresdock stated the obvious. Of course not, but you said at least, didn't you? When you all spoke of raising an army. Surely you can raise more from amongst the millions of free people who would want to fight this war. Aegon said as he looked towards Cresdock. And even if it is too small to take Nugis, then that is no matter of yours, is it? After all, you are concerned about the threat of Nugis, and not focused on taking Nugis and all the glory that comes with it, aren't you? Aegon posed to the Regency councillors, and he felt no satisfaction in his words, in his act. If anything, the words that left his mouth left him bitter. The fact that it was needed that he remind them of their place, it seems as if he had not had them taught well enough. Or chosen well enough. 30,000. 40,000. Such numbers are enough to fend Liberty Bay from all threats. Numbers that can easily destroy their men in Oldgeese, and you have the warships to destroy their fleets. Aegon continued. You have no need of my Unsullied. Or my men. Or my dragon. And what this army in Port Yahas? Tikar questioned. If Nugis allies with Karth, their danger becomes that much greater. If. Aegon merely stated as he met the old gladiator's eyes. That silenced the man as he understood exactly what Aegon was saying. There was no evidence of an alliance. There was no cause to be so threatened by mere rumors that there was an army in Karth. It was entirely possible that there was one. But they didn't know. And that was important. They wanted him to end a threat before it became a threat, and they had expected him to do it for them. He displeased before, but now he was offended. By what he was seeing them become. Will you help us destroy Nugis as a threat to Liberty Bay? Hornes was the one who spoke up after the moment of silence. Aegon turned to look at him, though he said nothing, making Hornes speak further. You are right. Nugis is not a threat in this moment despite their provocations. They are unlikely to be capable of directly posing a threat, not on their lonesome, this is true, but they are a threat that forces us to look south as well as north. Hornes stated, and Aegon nodded slightly, acknowledging his words that had the rings of truth for the first time in this conversation. There was an obvious reason as to why they, besides the glory and the reputation, wanted to remove Nugis from the equation. With the Dothraki in the north, having to dedicate resources, poor resources as they were, in the south was unwanted. Being able to close the southern wound now, with him and his dragon present, which may never occur again, as surely as the Regency councillors knew, since they had lived in Corinth for a long time and knew of Illimaris and its importance to him personally, was going to allow them to survive the Dothraki if they ever reared their heads towards Liberty Bay in full force. He could also understand Tikar's position in all of this. The man had fought with his men, the Unsullied and the raised army from Mirian against the Dothraki, and seen the threat the Dothraki are to Liberty Bay. There would be a poetic justice, my prince, in ending Nugis as a slaving city. Tikados of Illyra said. No longer would a wound of its kind exist in the lands of Geese, completing your work, my prince. Aegon ignored those words as he looked towards Hornes, whom he stared at for a long few moments. He could deny them. He would be well within his rights to deny them the easy victory. But it wouldn't be worth it. He'd create a divide that'd be difficult to cross. Especially if what he suspected, them holding onto a council position when the Regency ended, was to transpire. Not without completely replacing the Regency councils. And that was not going to be worth it at all. No, that would likely cause a chain of events that he was unable to foresee in its entirety. But, likely, it would result in a far more unstable region. And that was unacceptable. As much as he was disappointed in what he was seeing them become, he would prefer these men in charge for longer than they ought to than let chaos reign. And his suspicions were only suspicions for now. They had plenty of good reasons to want Nuki's gone. His paranoia could be acting up. "This will cost you," he stated as he met the man's gaze for a long moment before he looked towards the other Regency councillors. "Half of the spoils and all the libraries are yours." Aegon hummed as he sat back in his chair. "It will cost you far more than that," Aegon said as he let his right hand rest on the armrest. "All of the libraries, all of the Valyrian steel items, weapons, and trinkets, shall be turned over to me. 50% of the spoils from Nugis shall be owed directly to me." Aegon began as his gaze flickered from one set of eyes to the next. "The Isle of Cedars shall be acknowledged to belong to me and my descendants in perpetuity." This shocked most of the Regency councillors. Aegon raised his hand when some made to speak. "I am not done." His tone of voice was harsh as he leveled his gaze at the Regency councillors. "This agreement shall be signed by every Regency council and shall be honored by its successors. My branch of House Targaryen, or its representatives, shall allow and manage the settlers from the mainland to farm its fertile fields to help feed the region and Illimaries, if the need arises," Aegon stated. It hadn't been the plan, to own the Isle of Cedars outright. He didn't have the resources to do it, but he realized now that it was better for the islands, to be completely under his and his people's control. If these Regency councillors could play games with him despite how much they owed him, he'd put too much stock on loyalty. Loyalty was a fleeting thing. "You will sign an agreement that, for the next 10 years and at a fixed price, you shall provide material support for the development and sustenance of Velos and New Oris, formerly known as Goze," Aegon stated as his gaze swept across the room. "Definitions of what this reasonable material support shall inhabit shall be provided in the next few weeks when the document has been drafted out." "I agree." Shedder of Astapor was the first to voice out his agreement. Soon enough another of the Regency councillor agreed. Then they all, one by one, agreed. Aegon merely nodded at this acquiescence. "Orphans under the age of 4 name days shall be handed over to me. A city like Nugis is bound to have thousands of them," Aegon said, and again he got their agreement. "Now comes the hard part. The Illimari faith of the Seven shall be a protected faith in all of Liberty Bay and shall be written as an addendum within your constitutions." Aegon looked towards the Stenos briefly before he looked towards Hornas. "An attack on the Illimari faith of the Seven shall be considered a personal attack on me, the man who liberated Liberty Bay from the yoke of slavers, and casts a dark shadow over the importance I hold in your cities. We have not mentioned faiths in our constitutions. As you well know was left unsaid. It had been a secular constitution, the one he had them learn and draft out. I know. However, it would set me at ease if I know my people won't be harassed for their faith." Aegon smiled thinly. "Consider this a personal favor to me." Aegon eyed Danos, who didn't seem to react to his words. With the Red Faith's growing influence in Liberty Bay, he knew that it would only increase with time. Like a sweeping fire. It was why he decided to take the Isle of Cedars into his personal fiefdom, despite the problems it would cause. He would learn how much reverence he held within their order by the way they would conduct themselves. If he was important to them, they would respect his limitations. He didn't want the 100,000 people on this island to be swayed by their faith. He was rather thankful that there were some Septons coming on the next arrival alongside a number of merchants. He would ask Gale to send more too, in the next departure from Illimaries. He would help in this matter too, convert as many of the ones present on this isle for the remaining time he was here, and create a stronghold of the Illimari faith. The Regency councillors looked at one another for a long few moments before they agreed once more. Not that they had much choice or reason to refuse. "Good," Aegon said. "Then you have my and Miss Aragorn's support. My men shall not fight in this war, for they have fought enough to last a lifetime." "Does that include the Unsullied?" Tikar asked him. "Without them, our casualties will be huge. I fear we will not be able to hold the city." Aegon eyed Rhaegar. "How many of your men do you wish to use, Commander?" 5 and 10,000, my prince," Rhaegar said, and Aegon nodded. "The rest were likely too young still." Aegon looked towards Tikar. "You have your answers." Aegon's gaze flickered from one set of eyes to the next. "And you will have the documents to sign within the fortnight. You may leave now," Aegon said, and soon enough, they all stood up and began to leave, leaving behind only Rhaegar, Sir Muro, and Keller. "Keller, would you draft up 6 different copies of the agreements reached this day?" Aegon asked, and the man nodded gently. "Of course, my prince." Keller paused for a moment. "You were harsh with them." There was only curiosity in his voice. Aegon sighed heavily. "Not harsh enough," he said with a faint smile on his face. "Likely because I care too little now." It would have infuriated him, once upon a time, to see all of his work unravel right in front of his eyes. He really thought that he had all figured out, that they would behave along the lines he expected them to. He wasn't pissed to see them not behave as he wanted them to, of course. He wasn't that much of a control freak. But he did want them to inhabit a sense of incorruptibility, but it seems like it was too much to hope for. Maybe he was being too dramatic. Aegon dismissed it all with a wave. Nevertheless, Aegon turned to look towards Sir Muro. After the next arrival leaves for Ilmaris, I want us all out of Astapor. All of us. We'll make Velos ours, and it will be, from now on, where we conduct our business. It will take a lot of effort. Yes, it would. As much as Ilmaris takes. He would have enough time and men though to make a good effort of it. He could also ask for Gale and Sir Gala Ennis to send more of the young men who wanted to fight and wanted to earn their knighthoods. It will, however, it is the choice left to us. Our purpose in Liberty Bay is coming to an end and we must find a new purpose. Aegon said to Sir Muro, and based on the look he got, Sir Muro at least had a sense of idea what he meant. Leave me for a moment with Rhaegar, will you? Aegon asked of both Keller and Sir Muro as he stood up from his seat. The two men soon left, leaving him only with Rhaegar. Ari, Eeks, Rigaris, Rekes, Ozip, Shislo and Srarden all died to save my life. Aegon said with a heavy, grim tone of voice. They saved me. Rhaegar had known of the 8 Unsullied who'd gone with him. Known that they were likely to die, even if the Unsullied did not know why. Aegon did not think he could ever admit to anyone what he did to those poor men. I am glad that their lives were not in vain. To save your life is what many of us would happily die for. Including me, my prince. Rhaegar said, and there were notes of pride and sincerity in his voice. Aegon's eye closed for a moment before he reopened and smiled at the man with a difficult look of gratitude, a look that soon fades away. Rhaegar, I must ask you, does the loyalty of all of the Unsullied still run deep? It does, my prince. Your word is held above all others. No Unsullied would ever raise a sword against you or your people. You have given us everything. Aegon smiled genuinely at those words, touched as he was at the sincerity. He quickly grew serious as he spoke again. I want the majority of the Unsullied, after this war is over, to station in Velos. Aegon said with a serious tone of voice. I do not trust the Regency Council with your lives. It will be done, my prince. Rhaegar agreed without hesitation. Aegon nodded at Rhaegar. It wasn't the whole picture, but it was part of it. He did not like the presumption of the Regency Council to command the Unsullied. They would remain under his command via Rhaegar. Some would of course be stationed in Liberty cities, of course, but nowhere near the thousands. At most a few hundred in each city. After this war was over, the Regency Council can go and depend on their own armies. It would also help ensure that his control over Velos is kept paramount. How is the training going with the next generation? Aegon asked curiously as he gestured Rhaegar to walk with him. The Unsullied were a brotherhood fashioned through horrendous suffering. Despite all of that, however, they were also a devastatingly effective fighting force. Even the younglings. It would be a terrible waste for the Unsullied not to pass on their skills to the next generation, and, when Aegon had brought up the subject, the commanders of the Unsullied had not been against the idea. Of course, the next generation would be brought in an actually humane way. Never again would the Unsullied be made. But what would come after them would be born from the Unsullied. As the Unsullied were part of the city guard of every city in Liberty Bay, they had access to imprisoned street rats caught stealing or committing other sorts of crimes, and they began to recruit them and offered them a life worth living. So far, from across the cities, they'd recruited over 2,000 young kids. There had been more, but they'd fallen out of the program, unable as they were to deal with the strenuous and demanding training regimes. The regimes did not include maiming or killing things, but it was physically demanding regimes that toughened and strengthened their bodies. Discipline was also enforced in this way, through physical activities, and it was no wonder that only a third were able to keep up. By the time it was over, he wouldn't surprised if another lot of kids dropped out of the program. It was fortunate, however, that the program offered extremely good pay. After all, it was sponsored directly by the Regency councillors, who obviously recognized the usefulness of having the skills retained, and likely thought that it would help them keep control over the Unsullied. He doubted they would cut it at this moment in time, not with how Rhaegar was having his Unsullied train the levies raised by the cities, but in the aftermath of the war, he could see them doing this. It was good then that he had plenty of coin to come from Newgies. After all, nearly all of it would come to support the Isle of Cedars. In any case, in a way, these kids would be their legacy. And also whom would be taught in the ways of their goddess, the one who saved them from insanity throughout their ordeals. Rhaegar told him that it was going well, the training, and that a good number of the kids had moved up to the next phase of their training almost seamlessly, even naming some of the kids, which seemed to be noteworthy given that Rhaegar was not one to shine undue attention on. They soon began to walk out of the building, and as they walked, Aegon's guards having resumed their duty to him, Aegon asked Rhaegar what his stance on Newgies was. I agree with the decision to take control over Newgies. They are a problem. With the city under control, we also control more of the seas into the bay. You're also concerned about slaver ships and pirates. Aegon said with a hum in his voice. Yes. From Newgies we will be able to close that avenue better. Rhaegar said, and Aegon spotted the man glance at him for a moment before he looked away and continued. Some of the others also think we should go west too. Take Mantares. It closes off Liberty Bay entirely and rids another city of slavery. Except for the north. Except for the north. Rhaegar agreed, though he said nothing else, certainly because there wasn't much to be done about the north. The Dothraki were the plague. They come and they go. Do you want to? Aegon finally asked after a few moments as he eyed the man. I am unsure. Rhaegar admitted to him before he looked towards Aegon, a silent question in his eyes, and Aegon sighed heavily before he smiled thinly as he watched the curious and hopeful eyes of the people in this city watch him pass through. I am tired of war. I think I have fought enough wars. Aegon tells Rhaegar before he looks away from the man. Taking Mantares wouldn't be the end. After Mantares, would come Volantis. Then Volandaris. Valaisar. Selharis. Then every city and town up the river Rhoyne. Some believe we should not stop until we have rid the known world of all slavery. Rhaegar told him, and Aegon smiled a mirthless smile. We have too short of a lifetime to see that happen. Aegon said before he looked at Rhaegar with a long look. The Unsullied were growing into their individuality. It was truly beautiful to see. It is a nice goal to have. A difficult, likely impossible goal in a single lifetime, but... Aegon met Rhaegar's gaze. If they wish this, if they want this, tell them that I wish them good fortune in this pursuit of theirs, if they so wish to take it. I give my full blessings. If anyone deserved a choice in how they wanted to live their lives, it was the Unsullied. He had his goals, yes, but his goals could be satisfied without the Unsullied. Even if it was more difficult. Aegon looked away from Rhaegar. And if there are those who wish to serve me on Velos or on Illimaris, tell them that this is an option for them too. You are free men. The choice is yours. Aegon sighed silently before he glanced at Rhaegar. My friend. The rest of the journey to the beach was a silent one. But it was, by far, a kind of silence that suited the moment. For both of them. Some time later. The days spent in Velos had come and gone by quickly, as Aegon familiarized himself with the minutiae of the events and activities that happened all around the Isle of Cedars. Velos was the most under their control. Its people, freedmen and women from the disputed lands for the most part, though there were plenty of laborers from the other cities in Liberty Bay, were content with the state of affairs. The laborers were paid well at an average rate of 2 golden coins a year, though they were paid monthly in silver coins with bonuses on offer for completing their works satisfactorily and ahead of time, whilst the supply of food and items such as cloths and the like were plentiful. As it was, Velos was slowly but surely becoming a part of the economy of Liberty Bay as the cities in Liberty Bay grew more accustomed to trade with each other and other lands like the Summer Isles, with Velos certainly becoming a major consumer of manufactured goods over the next decade as he and Illimaris propped up the island with coin to help develop it further. Nonetheless, there were problems despite Velos slowly maturing away from the chaos as more and more buildings and facilities were being built. Keller and his men were particulate with their daily works. They had to be, to manage a colony of this size, and it was easy for him to see how much of a strain managing the colony was for his people. Why Keller, a man who he'd never heard complain, started to complain about the difficulties in managing the colony. He'd been informed about most of it already via the glass candle, however seeing it and seeing the expression of his people, tired and weary, painted 1,000 words. Nearly all of their present complaints and tiredness was related to a degree of lawlessness that came with so many people being transplanted into a new and underdeveloped region, even if Velos was no longer the source of their complaints. Almost half of the people of the disputed lands lived under a kind of self-rule beyond the city of Velos and the colony near New Oris, previously named Goze, where the surviving nobility of Tolos and Illyria were kept under close watch and control by a number of his Liberty Bay soldiers who were in his employ. The lawlessness did not become a point where bandits roamed the countryside, terrorizing settlement after settlement. There was too little countryside for that to exist at this point. However, there were reports of exploitations happening in the small settlements that were cropping up leagues around Velos, settlements that were going to be major plantations with how rich the soil was. Exploitations such as groups of men scalping farmers from their hard-earned coin by purchasing their produce at a significant discounted price before selling off the food to the central administration of Velos, who was in charge of managing the colony of Velos. This kind of exploitation could only get worse over time, with how limited their reach beyond Velos and New Oris was, and it was a major problem that needed solving, especially when it became time to turn off the tap of food supply from Dorne and elsewhere, something that was a major monetary drain. He'd tasked Sir Muro and Sir Tratos to come up with a little task force, not that he named it as such, and hunt down these kinds of individuals and hang them for their crimes. With regards to how successful this would become in the short term, well, Aegon wasn't exactly sure, given that their reach throughout the Isle of Cedars was limited, but it was a problem that needed to be solved and a problem that Aegon could not allow to fester, lest their ilk grow in confidence and daring as they adapt and grow experience in this new land. A problem that he's created now that he's taken full ownership of the Isle of Cedars, a decision that he'd taken pretty much on a whim. Before, he intended only to keep Velos under Illimari control, but now, with the whole island to be under Illimari rule and control, it made the work of his people so much harder. And with more of his men leaving for Illimaries, 6,000 Illimari, most of whom were his soldiers and sailors, that left him quite understaffed with only another 6,000 Illimari, most of whom were also soldiers and sailors, to keep order on the Isle of Cedars. And that would only last for another year or so, until it was time to leave, when only about 1,000 of his soldiers would be stationed in Velos for a few years, which was no more adequate now that he had all of the Isle of Cedars to manage. The Unsullied were going to be critical in keeping control over the Isle of Cedars. That much had become clear to him. Rhaegar had headed towards the mainland ahead of Aegon, to broach the topics he and Rhaegar discussed, topics of war against Nugis and what was to follow after that war, of the offer that Aegon had made to them, of coming into his employ for the rest of their lives, either at Velos or in Illimaries. He'd hoped that at least 5,000 of them would accept his offers, and accept to be stationed on the Isle of Cedars. Such numbers would make things a hell of a lot easier to project control over the island, but he would have to wait and see after the Nugis war about how many of them would wish to join up with the more militant Unsullied and seek to destroy slavery beyond Tolos in the west. He also spoke with Gale as well, about the squires and others in Illimaries who wanted to earn their spurs, and they'd sent another 1,000 or so men and boys to Velos to bolster the stationed men in the Isle of Cedars, who would also, over time, work with the men already stationed here to train up a native city guard. He also planned on broaching the topic of more Liberty Bay men, the ones who served under him or his commanders, of relocating to Velos with the promise of land and Illimari citizenship, which was a pool of thousands of men. Even a quarter of them taking the offer would be satisfactory, though he expected it to be more with how many of these men had seen him do miraculous feats, from surviving a dose of dragon fire to nearly setting an entire city aflame. The Regency councillors would have their work cut out in offering greater reward to offset the bias these men had. In any case, beyond making plans of exerting more order onto the Isle of Cedars, came also the conversation about their people's role in this war against Nugis. Or rather, a conversation about the lack of a role in this war. He'd met up with his men in Velos and explained that none of them would fight in the war against the Giscari of Nugis, that their retribution had been complete and that they had lost enough of their people to war in the past few years. He'd also been honest to a degree, telling them that the Liberty Bay people needed a victory of their own, one that could unite them further and make them stronger for it. Still, it was a decision that had varied reactions. Most were pleased enough not to have to fight again, whilst others were visibly torn, likely torn about not aiding those they felt a sense of responsibility for, especially since a few of them had either fought against the Dothraki or had helped train the men of Mirian with a few of the sub-commanders. The latter was alleviated mostly when they learnt that he would be aiding them atop Dragonback, though again that spooled off a number of different reactions that made his men resistant to let him go off into battle alone, which was easily dealt with by a few choice words that reminded them all how wrong that view was. For there was nothing alike going into battle alone when on Dragonback. Still, beyond those common reactions, there were a few more other reactions that had some displeased that the fighting was done, or that they were not taking part of what some considered to be the final battle of liberating Slavers Bay, but those reactions were relatively obscure. Curiously though, he'd been approached by an assemble of men: Ethon Sunglass, Lucas Sunglass, Clarence Bar Emin, Aaron Velaryon, Vale Ryan Velaryon, and a few others from lesser houses, those who had come with him from West Eros to fight in this war. Part of his acquiescence of their coming with him and setting up branch houses, they had to agree to serve in Velos for 5 years whilst their families were brought over to Illimaries. He had several reasons for this, the main one being to instill a sense of loyalty in their heirs whilst they were apart from their fathers, as they were trained amongst his people and likely his youngest son, Solanis, for most had very young sons if they had any at all, but also to ensure that when they were given their land and allowed their retainment of nobility, was seen as earned amongst his people. And their approach to him to request that they be allowed to fight in this war against Nugis was a blessing in disguise. They were different, apart, from his men, and they had never fought in a war, allowing him to explain away their participation relatively easily. And allowing them to fight would help change the perspective of them heading off a perspective of classic nobles taking what was unearned, and also foster the beginnings of a kind of understanding amongst his men and these nobles. That they all had fought against slavery. He only hoped that none of them would be foolish enough to die. He had plans for them and their lines over the next 20 or so years. Amongst all of that came also the plans of integrating the island into replicating Illimari code of laws, for which there was not much in place as of yet. The city was mostly following the kind of martial law, not that most people of this world understood the distinction between martial law or otherwise he implemented back in Phaloris, where civil liberties were largely suspended, curfews in place, sentencing conducted by Sir Muro or his deputies, etc., and it would remain in place for a number of years, unfortunately. Though mostly, the people were content with it all. After all, they knew little better. However, beyond Velos and New Oris, there was not much law at all. In any form. To introduce a code of laws here, now, was going to be something that had to be done over a period of time, and for that, he needed someone to manage the colony day to day. And that meant he needed a governor for the Isle of Cedars. And he had just the right person in mind. Salon Barrows. With the man having successfully convinced him that it was time to start up trading again with the East, and with the formative trade agreements he'd reached with Viserys, Westeros too in time, Aegon was particularly keen to have the man take up more responsibility than just trading. Barrows had been part of his council for years and Aegon trusted the man. He knew the man's vices, his pride, his ambitions, and becoming governor of an entire island would represent the pinnacle of his ambitions. The first governor of the Isle of Cedars. The man who built Velos. The man who built a trading empire for Illymaris. Of course, he would need help. Not just from a governing perspective, which the man would struggle to juggle with his responsibilities in managing the trading organization, but also to keep him on the right path. Sir Andrew and a number of scholars who worked for Keller would be asked to remain on Velos for 3 years before he'd cycle them out and sent out a veteran of the wars and other scholars who worked under Edwin and Gale to see through the establishment of Illimari Code of Law and help solidify the Illimari Code of Law into the fabric of society on the Isle of Cedars. Of course, his own presence for the next year or so before he was to leave for Illimaris would help support this transition of more coherent and structured governance and rule of law, fully intended as he was to give the Isle of Cedars every chance to be a productive and orderly colony. And, the greater the success, the greater the number of people who would be willing to stay and make a life on the Isle of Cedars. As it was, most of these people wanted to come to Illimaris, something Aegon did not wish to impede, but, he wanted at least a good number of them, perhaps 40%, to remain on Velos and populate it over time. With it becoming the primary location of where all of their trade would coalesce, connecting Uti to Illimaris, it should become one of the richest places to be in short order. He doubted it would be any time soon, of course, but if the signs were there, and if the people were let known of this. Still, despite all of the work that was needed to get the Isle of Cedars to a point that would leave him content, there was still much on the island, particularly Velos, that left him satisfied. Before his departure to Westeros, he'd encouraged, particularly a number of former butchermen, to introduce Coranthos games to the people of Velos. In the few days he's been back, he'd seen a number of games around the slowly restored city happening, a sight that delighted Aegon to be truthful. From talking to a few of his men, particularly the butchermen whom he's been particularly focused on rehabilitating, he had been pleased to see them speak happily about how the people had taken to the team sport of rugby, which was probably the Illimari favorite. Disc throwing and wrestling were distant second and third amongst the popular sports in Velos. The success of the introduction of some of the sports made Aegon wonder if he should be introducing more team sports, like a variant of baseball and softball, and football, a sport that Aegon followed quite avidly in his first life. Watching Greece win the European Championship with his extended family was a memory that long lasted and fostered a deep love for the sport. The only concern he had was that his people wouldn't take to the sport. The last thing he wanted was for football to not be taken by his people. He couldn't deal with that disappointment. After staying in Velos for about 6 days, Aegon had flown towards Astapor, where the bulk of their people still were in Ulhor Pyramid, and where the majority of their remaining fleet was, which now only really consisted of carracks. Carracks that in time would be used solely for trading with the East under the oversight of Barrows. His arrival on Miss Aragorn had thrown the city into a mild frenzy, with thousands of people crowding the gates to Ulhor Pyramid, and he had to address them upon the walls of the outside gates of the pyramid, something that had barely seen him be able to speak over the cheers that had rung that day. He would never admit it, but it was nice to be cherished like that. It was unlike the cherishment he received from his own people, whom he has largely manipulated into loving him, so their love felt tainted. For these people, however, despite their liberation largely happening for personal profit, he had done little to manipulate them into holding any kind of affection for him. After all of the nightmares, the horrors of both the normal world and beyond it, the looming disaster that was approaching his brother and his nephews and nieces. It was a pleasant feeling to hold, to have, and to momentarily forget everything under their vocal affection. The first few days on his return had largely been to catch up with his people, particularly the preparations made for the journey. All of the goods and feed were made ready and packed in their containers and bags, whilst materials and manufactured items for the pens for the livestock and horses were ready to be installed in the cargo hold of the galleons. Whilst the cargo holds of the ships were largely intact, sometimes, especially during rough waters, the areas in the hold do sustain damage by panicked animals. More than a few of the animals had died due to this panic and trampling before they could be put down on sweet sleep, causing substantial damage to the bars and cages. And it was easier to repair or remake these things here in Astapor than it was in Illimaris, which still only could sustain making goods for the colony. His people, about 6,000 Illimari and 4,000 settlers, 3/4 being women, were all ready as well to go on the journey, which was most of the current inhabitants of Ulhor Pyramid. When it was time. Yes, it was the perfect time to move the rest of their people and their fleet to Velos. There were still a number of orphans in the pyramid, about 600, but nowhere near the thousands that had been here at some point of another. They were largely looked after by the volunteers, though Aegon had made sure to speak to some of his men, his soldiers, to be around and look out for them. There were a few mishaps, but for the most part, his men had found a little bit of peace by their interaction of these young orphan children, particularly the boys whom some had indicated they were willing to take in as squires, or even take them into their families. The days in Astapor went as quick as they did in Velos, thrown in as he was in reviewing the status of all things. From reviewing the logs of his scribes and scholars, logs that detailed the outgoings of the coin he retained here in Astapor that was largely used to fund Velos' upkeep and payments of wages, and logs that detailed their stock of goods, to the human side of things such as complaints and problems and disciplinary issues, which was always extant. Then there was also catching up with the blacksmiths whom he'd also set a task to make barrel bands and their progress with the Elamary steel. For the most part, they were still reworking the cache of Elamary steel he left behind for them before his departure, who managed to improve on their reworking methodologies of the magic-infused metal. The metal wasn't quite magical metal, like Valyrian steel, which still eluded him, but it was as good as he could make it in the present time. Likely as good or better than the First Men legendary bronze swords enchanted with First Men runes. The process was relatively simple, all things considered. He smelted steel using dragon flame. Miss Aragorn having improved his control over his dragon flame to the right temperatures necessary, and after the steel had cooled, he used dragon flame again, although in this instance, he slowly wrapped the dragon flame around the steel and through the steel, and somehow, after this process, the steel exhibited a retention of the dragon flame into itself. He'd experimented with the process, and he'd found without the smelting process, the steel wouldn't absorb the dragon flame. The why and how eluded him. Only that it worked. Which was infuriating, to say the least. He could guess that the formation of steel from iron and carbon through a medium of dragon flame caused some kind of reaction that made the alloy receptive to dragon flame, or mayhaps the dragon flame during the smelting process allowed for the formation of an alloy that took on metaphysical molecules from dragon flame that made it possible to imbue more dragon flame in subsequent processes. Anyway, it worked, and his men were becoming better at reworking the steel at a quicker pace. It wouldn't be long before they'd be as skilled in working it as they were ordinary steel, which boded well for his future plans. With his overly generous gifting of Elamary steel armor to Lys over the next 10 years, who were definitely going to be clashing with other free cities over the disputed lands in the coming decades, his armor was going to gain a reputation in the years to come. Already some in Westeros knew about the Elamary steel even if it had not been advertised. When they see the performance of the steel in tourneys, and in the wars to come, well, the demand for his steel was going to be spectacular. Some might consider it foolish to sell goods that lessened the advantage of Elamary's, but what difference would it make when Elamary steel, Valyrian steel swords, could cut through Elamary steel just as well as normal steel words could cut through plate armor? If not better in the case of Valyrian steel? Besides, he had a suspicion Elamary steel could work well against White Walkers and other deviant creatures. The more these weapons existed, the better in Aegon's point of view. And beyond all of that, then, of course, there was his usual activities, solidifying more of his vision for Elamary's in the form of economics, expansion, fleshing out the functions of the government and the institutions that would soon follow what was already active in Elamary's. The only interruption he had to all of this was when he trained at arms with his men, or when he sitting down with the regency councillors of Astapor, whom kept him apprised of the assembly of the army, or with Tikar, who he was working to refine their battle plans, much of it depending on him burning down the defences of Nugis. With the city at large no longer holding a significant slave population, he was less concerned about innocent casualties, even if the freeborn were innocent enough, so his part of the plan was basically burn, burn, and burn, hours before the arrival of the invading fleet. Simple enough. Still, he was a little concerned about what Nugis could be planning. To take Old Geese now, whilst he was still around, made him wonder if they had some kind of weapon that could potentially kill him and his dragon. Or worse. He intended to have Caerule use some of the last shade of the evening and paint and see if there was anything that he might be missing. A little later that day, he paused in his writing when the door to his solar was knocked upon, and after a glance at the door, Aegon called out to whomever it was to come in. Escorted in, was Uthric, who was a sight for sore eyes. "My prince," the man said before he bowed his head, and Aegon stood up from his seat and walked over to the man, eyeing him studiously. Uthric had meant to come back to Velos within a few days, but he'd not come back. And when he arrived in Astapor, he'd learnt that Uthric had soon left with a few men towards the north, following the road to Yunkai. None knew the reason for the departure, and it left Aegon somewhat concerned as well as intrigued of what could have caught Uthric's attention so. He thought it might be the unexpected presence of Volantene, but he might have been on the trail for something else. "Uthric," Aegon greeted with a faint smile as he took hold of the man's shoulders. "It is good to see you. My apologies, my prince, for my absence," the man said before he looked up and met Aegon's eyes. "There were matters that had taken up my attentions." "I see," Aegon said before he looked towards the guards and nodded at them, and soon enough, as Aegon's arms fell down by his side, he was left alone with Uthric. The man's shoulders slumped slightly. "I have failed you, my prince." "In what?" Aegon asked as he narrowed his eyes. "The influence of the Arhlorists is growing stronger." "Stronger than I realized?" Aegon eyed the man cautiously. "In what sense?" In the sense that priests of other faiths are disappearing. Uthric said with a grim look on his expression. In Yunkai, the priests of the hooded Wayfarer faith, the trio's faith and priestesses of Indros of the Twilight have gone missing. In Mirian, there are 8 different priests or priestesses that have gone missing. Uthric sighed heavily as Aegon's eye widened slightly. After your departure for West Eros, my men noticed more Volantene ships arriving than usual. Uthric looked at him meaningfully. Danos in his lot. Aegon connected and Uthric nodded slowly. He wasn't the first but yes. Their ilk. Via ship or via carriage to Tolos and beyond, more of them kept coming, and with their arrivals, there also came a greater uptick in sermons by the Arhlorists. Uthric said, continuing in grim tone of voice. At first, it didn't look so odd as we all knew that the Arhlorists have interests in this part of the world. Aegon nodded lightly at that before Uthric continued, but then my men caught the members of the Regency Council meet with these Volantents, causing me to send men to look into Yunkai and Tolos. And there too there was an influence of these Volantene. Aegon said with a grim smile and Uthric nodded. In Tolos it is worse, there we have seen red priests entering the central building for the Regency Council. Aegon walked away from Uthric, a heavy frown on his face, and walked towards his desk where he soon sat behind, the heavy frown never leaving his face. It was at that point that I went personally to some of these cities to see if there hasn't been anything else. It was then I learned about the missing priests and priestesses. Uthric added. Literally eliminating the competition. What do the people believe happened? Some, particularly the other priests of these faiths, have leveled accusations to the red priests, but there are many accusations. Their disappearances have been perfect to say the least. Uthric said with irritation in his tone of voice. How pervasive is their influence now? Amongst the councils. Aegon said after some time before he gestured the man to sit down opposite his desk. It is hard to say. Uthric admitted before he took a seat, almost slouching in his chair. My men don't have that kind of access, not unless we want to let them know that we're watching. Perhaps they already know we're watching. A few moments of silence passed before Aegon spoke up to break it. You haven't failed me. Aegon said as he met the man's gaze. We do not have the resources to watch every step of the Regency Council or the happenings in these cities. Perhaps, but nonetheless, I should have caught this sooner than when I did. By then it was already too late to do anything about it, was what Uthric left unsaid. Aegon only smiled at the man before he hummed deeply and looked away from the man. Even if we knew earlier, there isn't much we can do. Mine own influence is waning amongst the Regency Council, and it started the moment I installed them in their positions. Unless I want to directly intervene, which I do not, there is little I can do to stem this tide. We will have to live with it. Aegon said with a note of distaste in his tone of voice before he shook his head. All we can do is safeguard the Isle of Cedars against their influence. Aegon said as he met the man's gaze again. Especially since now I have taken the entire island into my possession. Uthric's eyes did not widen in surprise, likely already aware of the decision and the war he'd be taking part of, though there was something in there that he could only mean to understand as something unexpected from him. Not surprising, as the plan had always only been Velos and Velos alone. Did the presence of Danos? Partially. Aegon interrupted. But mostly because of the Regency councillors themselves. Aegon admitted. Their presumptuousness in using the Unsullied in their war, their lies to convince me that the situation was worse than it really is, their general unitedness against me rather than with me. Aegon grimly smiled. It removed some of the fog of fondness from my mind. Aegon said with a dismissive gesture of the hand. To secure our interests in this side of the world, we must have the Isle of Cedars firmly under our control. Leaning on the continued goodwill from the Liberty Bay cities is not something he could do. I would rather prefer we just remove ourselves entirely from these parts. Uthric admitted to him with a heavy sigh. They are too dangerous, my prince. Uthric said with full sincerity in his eyes. Even to you, my prince. They will not stop in their schemes, not even against you, despite their proclamations of your sainthood in their faith. I'm aware. Aegon commented as he leaned back in his chair. They were a scorpion in the tail of the scorpion and the toad. Aegon was fully aware of that. Yet he also knew keeping them close, at a safe distance, might become important in the distant future. For all that they were zealous fanatics with a penchant for burning people alive, they were also a strong source of manpower against the dead, and potentially against other eldritch creatures that existed in the crevices in this world. Creatures that could be worse than the White Walkers and their god, if it existed. He really didn't want to make them into enemies. But he was well aware the potential existed. The Isle of Cedars, as grim as it was, would be the perfect ground to determine whether or not turning a blind eye to their nature is worth it. Whether or not they would accept the limits and boundaries he was demanding there. If they did not, well, it made it clear that they could not be worked with. I have the workings of conditions in place to assess whether or not they present an insurmountable danger to our people. Aegon told Uthric, and though the man wasn't exactly placated, he was at least to a certain degree. He would spell the man into his schemes at a later date. After all, Uthric would be someone he would be leaning heavily on in the coming decades. Uthric nodded after leaving off a tired sigh, and Aegon eyed the man curiously. Have you rested yet? Uthric looked surprised by the comment before he quickly recovered and shook his head. No, my prince. I will do so after this meeting. I won't keep you too long then. Aegon said with a trace of a smile, something he quickly lost as he leaned in slightly. Have you picked the men for the task? Uthric grimaced before he nodded. I have. About 9 men, which include Coden, Danis, and Brannin. I have also taken Arvin from Barrows. They were amongst the best spies they had, with the exception of Arvin, who had mostly worked with Barrows as his subordinate. He'd spoken directly with the man on a number of occasions, and it wasn't surprising that Uthric wanted him part of this task. The men would need a cover story that could hold water after all. And they are unaware. Aegon trailed off. They are, my prince. Uthric answered as he closed his eyes. They do not know yet who the target is, and know that they will not know for some time. The revelations of that night, on the Isle of Faces. It had sent Aegon off kilter to a large degree. All that he knew, all that he thought he knew, was once again made abundantly clear to him that he knew only a percentage of all that could be known about this world. And worst of all, it had nearly pushed him into an existential crisis that he had to ignore for moons on end, throwing himself at the whims of his uncle's demands for knowledge and into his work for Illymaris. Did any of his actions have any real meaning? Did any actions have any sense of choice about them? He hated that he could not answer yes, my actions have been made with mine own free will, and that everything was much closer to being deterministic than not. Time travel. Eldritch descendants. Aegon forcefully pulled himself into that damned black hole and uttered good. Aegon said before he sighed heavily. I wish I could say that I am certain that I am not sending men to their deaths, but I cannot be. Uthric said nothing for a few moments. He is only one man, my prince. And with your brother's passing, the greatest threat to his life is extinguished. He will grow lax, if he has not already. Aegon only smiled faintly at those words. Yes, that is how it should be. But unfortunately, we have little beasts and their ancestors intent on driving dragons and House Targaryen into extinction. He was not so foolish they would end with only Viserys' branch of House Targaryen. They intended to end the Song of Fire in its entirety. Let us hope so. Aegon said with the tiniest of nods, even if he did held little hope. Hope that was diminished by the plain knowledge that little beasts in their trees have a daunting foresight of the future and actively influenced the future as if it was the present. Perhaps they already know of my men, perhaps they already know of my plots long before I arrived on their shore. Men who I believe will likely die before they can kill Otto Hightower, a man whose death will perhaps force their manipulations beyond what they could do. With Otto Hightower's death, the push for Aegon the Younger's ascension to kingship could be lessened significantly. Not entirely, but significantly. He is the link between Allison Hightower and her children and the rest of the Hightowers, and via them, the Reach. Cutting that link would force the Hightowers to be more directly involved, which Aegon did not believe would be so successful. Even Allison Hightower's brothers could not fill that void, Aegon assessed, but even if they could, they would not be given the same levity his brother had given Otto Hightower, who was pretty much a friend to his brother. And, Aegon thought to himself, her brothers were unlikely as personally invested to see their nephew become as king as Otto Hightower was. All of this gave Aegon hope that perhaps the dragons in Westeros wouldn't die out, that perhaps there was a chance that the severity of the civil war could be lessened greatly. But first, he would have to see how far the powers of these so-called old gods extended, whether or not they could act and cause the deaths of his men before they could do the deed, or help make the deed fail. He was effectively sacrificing 9 men to test the scale of their foresight and ability to act. He thought perhaps to have the men immediately act out the assassination, but he'd dismissed that because of how much more difficult it would be to make it happen. This way, his men setting up shop in Old Town and remain there for a number of years before executing a plan to get rid of the man, was not better either, but it was what he had available at this moment in time. He could not act whilst he was in King's Landing, not without making enemies of his family, and putting them in a position he didn't want them to be in. And the reason why I am willing to do this, why I am willing to go this far, is not because of family but because my hatred for the little beasts. Aegon thought grimly to himself. He'd been willing to sacrifice his extended family in Westeros to the plots of the children if it meant he could decouple his own family from their schemes. It had been a core tenet of his as soon as he managed to put the clues together of what they were capable of, who they were. Swearing an oath that limited interference in Westeros, his descendants worded in such a way they could not exact a price against his entire family line in exchange of non-interference in Illymaris and absolving him from his old oath, had been something he was entirely willing to do, despite how much he hated doing so. He was an arsehole of the greatest degree. Selfish. Irredeemable. And he would do it all again. He cared for his extended family, for his nephews and nieces, some more than others, but his own family and Illymaris would always be more important. And part of all of that was for him to learn how daunting of a challenge the little bastards were. How far he, or his descendants, would need to go to ruin and destroy their influence across Westeros, and across the world. He was likely unfortunate enough that their presence in Westeros was not the end of it. The descriptions of the ghost trees in the farthest corners of Essos and other lithe creatures that had startling resemblance to the little beasts made that clear. In any case, the plot against Otto Hightower was merely an opening shot to test them, their capabilities. Of course, there was something else to consider, that they could trick him by making themselves appear weaker than he believed them to be. Perhaps they could also see what would happen if the plot failed, how severe his response would be when the time of the Civil War came, and thus would allow the plot to happen and present themselves as weaker than he thought them to be. If he was them, it was something he would do, to ensnare him into a trap. Go, rest. We will continue to speak at a later time. Aegon said as he smiled faintly at the man. Uthric stood up and bowed before he left, leaving Aegon to his own. Aegon leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily, unable to think on anything else but the children of the forest, of what happened that night. I wish I could leave it alone, but I cannot. Aegon murmured to himself, suddenly feeling exceptionally tired. Tired merely from the amount of work he would have to do in combating these things, and other things like them. Knowing of their presence and their abilities was a great leap forward, but as long they existed, as long as they influenced the normal world into a path, into a direction, likely a cyclic path, humanity would never be free. Illimaris would never be free. Free to forge their destiny without interference. Forever would they be at the whims of these things who manipulated their world, humanity, and such a thing was an anathema to Aegon. Especially as these things were far from being worthy of licking the boot of God. They were once mortal, this Aegon inherently believed to be the case of all of these things. Even this, her that male child of the forest had spoken of. If only it was as simple as burning away every single weirwood tree. Even if he was to be successful, even if he committed genocide against every first man who stood in his way, the fact remained that he knew for certainty that there were children of the forest, weirwood trees, and quite likely also a green seer beyond the wall. Given how vindictive these things were, as human as they were, the chances were high that they might well just change their song into something more vindictive, more vengeful, and instead of correcting their mistakes, they'd lash out against the world. The trees were their gods. Their ancestors. Killing them likely would have the effect of causing unintended circumstances that could doom this world into oblivion. They would have nothing to lose. Defeat them without making them desperate enough to want everything to die. Aegon closed his eye. Fighting with two arms behind my back. Aegon reopened his eye, a heavy, tired sigh escaping his lips as he forced himself to stop thinking about those things and what happened that night and picked up the quill once more, and began working again, once more setting aside problems that Aegon had every wish to delay just a little longer. If only to preserve his sanity and to stave off matters that would make even the most enlightened monk self-doubt. A few days later, Aegon first saw the galleon fleet arrive to port from his balcony, and the sight of 40+ huge ships arriving to port was a beautiful one. And he wasn't the only one to feel the tangible excitement as the feeling pervaded throughout his people from within Ulhor Pyramid. It wasn't long before Aegon made his way towards the ports with Sir Murrow, Sir Tratos, Admiral Lutherys, Keller and a small army of guards led by Sir John and Sir Reaver in tow, with Sir Andrew leading a contingent of men to secure the path between the port reserved for the galleons and Ulhor Pyramid. They arrived to the piers where Barrows was in wait with a few of his subordinates, and soon their little group stood together in wait on the piers as they waited for their people to disembark from the fleet, and a little while later, the first of the ships, the lead ship he recognized as captained by Harrenlock by the personal emblem in on one of the aft sails, brought down its gangway. And down came Harrenlock and his second, soon to be followed by a few other men. The men then came towards him, men he recognized quite well, including a man named Beckson, who Gale and Edwin have mentioned as a captain and potentially admiral candidate but was yet only an officer, and the men came to a stop in front of him, and kneeled in front of him. "My prince, it heartens us to see you once more." Harrenlock was the one to speak on the behalf of the other men, and Aegon stopped forward, a more obvious smile on his face as he lifted Harrenlock onto his feet from the shoulders. "I am gladdened to see you, Captain Locke, and the rest of the fleet, for it means the smith blessed your journey and the father had mercy for you." Aegon said the familiar words he'd said a number of times now. Still, the words had the intended reaction as he was graced with a relieved smile, one that was replicated by the other men as he gestured them to stand. My prince. The gods had mercy for us. The journey in was without problem," the captain said before the man turned towards Admiral Lutherys and bowed his head slightly at the admiral. "Admiral," the captain said in greeting, which was returned by Admiral Lutherys evenly. Most of the captains of the galleon fleet had a healthy respect for Admiral Lutherys after his near-total victory against the slaver ships. Likely quite a bit of envy too. They waited on the piers for a little while long as more of the ships anchored and brought down their gangways, and it wasn't long before he was amongst 40 captains and twice as many others. He soon had Sir Andrew station about 400 men by the ships before he had Admiral Lutherys and Sir Murrow lead the captains and their seconds to Ulhor Pyramid. Sir John would wait for the majority of the crew to disembark and take back to Ulhor Pyramid whilst he, Sir Tratos, Keller and Barrows remained waiting as well. You look like a child who's about to receive the finest gift. Aegon remarked as he chanced upon the excited look on Barrows' expression. I would approximate that to be correct, my prince. Barrows said as he turned towards Aegon with a wild-wide grin before he gestured towards the ships. These past few years have been fun. Successfully coercing those coin-peddling prideful Bravasi was a highlight, though can't say it was fun worrying my mistresses might actually be faceless men, Barrows said with a grimace, whilst Tratos and a few others snorted or chuckled. And arranging agreements or smoothing things out with the Lysane and the Summer Icelanders wasn't so bad either as a diplomat, but your heart calls out for the trade. Aegon said with a smile on his face, and Barrows' fading grin stopped fading, though it took a turn into a smile. My prince. And my men surely wish to go out and wring out every single copper they can from our opponents after years of playing farmer and laborer. Barrows said with excitement in his voice, though he frowned heavily. I hope they haven't gone soft. More than they already were. They, the ones who remained, weren't much of the best anyway. I will need to sort them out, won't I? Barrows' tone of voice took on a despairing note which amused most of the men. Though Aegon knew that it was an act. Mostly an act. Still, having the opportunity to trade goods will overcome any irritation and disappointment the man might have. Especially since this shipment was going to have a great deal of furs of exotic animals to be traded to Yiti and Leng, which were markets that loved the wolf-bear furs that had made its way there. With furs of striped big cats not quite tiger-like but more zebra-like, strangely enough found further inland making its way here, they anticipated a great deal of demand for the furs. I'm sure you'll whip them into shape in no time, Barrows. Aegon said with a half-smile in his tone of voice. After all, their performance will reflect on you, and I doubt you want them to affect you negatively. Aegon said with mild jest. Barrows' expression darkened a little. Yes. Barrows murmured before he walked a little further ahead of them. I should wait a little before I levy the governorship on him. Aegon mused to himself as he watched the man go. If only he had the same passion for the sword. Tratos lamented, making some of his guards snort, though no one else said much else. Despite the fact that merchants weren't the most respected of professions, at least amongst the knights, Barrows as a person was. For the most part. The fact that he and others like him chose Illimaries played a huge factor, though the success of getting one over Bravus certainly also helped. Soon enough the crews and people from the ships began to depart, and Aegon greeted them all as they bowed and knelt in front of him, and finally, the people he was here specifically to see, arrived. My prince. The dozen men in septon robes said in some amount of reverence as they knelt in front of him. It is honor to be in your presence once more. Aegon smiled thinly at the kneeling men. Rise. Aegon intoned, and the dozen men in septon robes stood up as commanded. I am grateful that you have accepted the mission before you. Aegon said to the men. These septons trained under Septon Orion, who was all but high septon at this point, and were fully schooled in the denomination of the faith of the seven that all but saw House Targaryen as shepherds of men. They were perfect. My prince. To spread enlightenment to the ignorant is an honor few would be fortunate enough to be a part of. We could do no less than to accept wholeheartedly. One of the septons said, and Aegon found the man's tone of voice and expression to be one of sincerity and full belief. Well, it is what it is. Aegon thought to himself as he smiled at the septons before he beckoned them forth and to walk with him. A week later. Aegon briefly glanced at the men taking the trunk filled with the 3 dragon eggs to the gangway of the ship his uncle would be boarding momentarily after, a glance that soon ended as his uncle shifted a little forward, causing Aegon to gaze upon his uncle's face once more. His uncle Aegon eyed the outstretched thin journal with some curiosity behind his hard globes that were his eyes as they stood on the dock where the last of the folk were boarding the galleons that were readying to set sail in the next few hours. And what would this be? His uncle questioned as he took the journal from Aegon's hand. A problem. Aegon said simply, causing his uncle to look up and meet Aegon's gaze. A problem that inhabits mathematics, philosophy, the structure of the universe and so much more. Aegon hadn't been able to put it far from his mind ever since that day with Uthric. It had been like a seal that had been left broken. And so forth poured out all of Aegon's ruminations. His uncle gave him a scrutinizing look before he looked down and flicked through the contents of his journal. With the way his uncle's eyebrows raised as his hand settled on a page, he knew that his uncle had chanced upon the introduction of chapter 3. His uncle looked up, a glimmer of disbelief and questioning in his eyes, and Aegon only smiled at his uncle before he looked away from his uncle's gaze and out towards the ships. The problem is not as fantastical or as impossible as it seems. Nor have I lost my mind. After all I have shown you, surely you can suspend your disbelief and consider the possibility the problem's existence. What you're suggesting is impossible. His uncle said plainly, bluntly, and Aegon looked towards his uncle again, his smile widening in a way that was pitying. The look, annoyed his uncle, who chose to look at the journal again. Aegon leaned forward and placed his hand on the journal, halting his uncle, before he moved to close the journal fully. I ask that you do not look at it until you're on the ship. You have a long journey ahead of you and you should have plenty of time to contemplate the problem and the nature of existence. Aegon said with lessening smile. I have hit a roadblock, or perhaps it's more apt to say that I struggle to contemplate it without spiraling into something I don't want to feel. Not again. Never again. Writing the journal had taken him long enough as it was, an agony he had to force himself to write, something that took a week that otherwise would have only taken him a day at the most. He hoped Aegon could see something that might throw out his fixation on the possibility that everything is deterministic, that we have no choice, no real free will. That all that is written, will be. And only what will be, can be. But you will approach this with logic. With impartiality. A clear set of eyes, and a mind suited to think abstractly. Aegon said before he continued. I task you, challenge you, to come up with thoughts and theories that challenge my thinking. All that is in that journal is only theories to make sense of what I have observed. It is not definite. It is not absolute. It is, largely, my worst fears and my greatest hopes. Observed? You claim you have observed. Aegon paused suddenly in his speaking as he glanced around, and said his following words in a quieter tone of voice. Time travel? Aegon demanded to know. I have. Aegon said truthfully. I have witnessed it. Twice. Both times I have seen others travel back into the past or present, and it asks questions about the nature of the universe that I have found unable to answer in a way that leaves me satisfied. His uncle scowled a little at him before he looked at the journal. So much like the rest of our family. So unhappy with the truth that you fabricate lies to please yourselves. Aegon muttered to himself before he glanced up at Aegon. Do not think I believe your insanity. If nothing else, this will be a curious study into the mind of a madman. Aegon's lips twitched at the words. I wish I was a madman. It would make my life a lot more bearable. Aegon pulled out his dagger and let it fall, tip first, onto the wooden docks. His uncle had looked at the dagger and its fall with a wary look on his face before he met Aegon's eye again, which was as hard as his expression. There is an effect that forces the dagger to the ground. There are many theories as to why that is. I know the Citadel believes the world is filled with something called ether, the same matter that is around the world and the stars and makes them follow their paths, and it is this matter that is responsible for creating the force that forces the dagger and almost everything else to the ground. Aegon explained. It was the most detailed explanation the Citadel or anyone else had as to why things fell. It was a good one and probably the best one. Well, at least until the theory of gravity was fleshed out by his scholars when he presented the idea and reasoning to them in the coming years. It is the most well-defined explanation why things fall. His uncle answered in return and Aegon inclined his head slightly. Yet it is not proven. No one knows for certain why things fall. What people are certain of is that the effect exists. Things fall to the ground. Aegon breathed in heavily before he continued. What I have seen, it is the same in principle. I have seen it happen. With mine own eye. Twice. I have seen the effect of time travel, but I do not understand it nor what it means for the nature of the universe. I do not know which my theories is correct. Aegon directly met his uncle's gaze as he expanded further. I am too close to this to come to a conclusion that satisfies me. That sees the problem and answers it without bias. Logic, cold logic, that could provide at least an answer that is free from bias. That is what I seek from you. To exhaust you of all logic and rationality to arrive at an answer that is most truthful. Is the universe deterministic? Was he ever in danger of dying when he stepped on shore of the Isle of Faces? Was he safe because he was meant to be safe, written to be safe? Or did his descendants come from an alternate timeline to save his skin because he got himself killed in their universe? If so, why, though it was irrelevant to the question at hand. The question of whether or not the universe they lived in was deterministic or indeterministic. Whether or not they lived lives that were paved for them to walk, or if they had the choice to take other roads, like he'd seen when he'd been in that astral plane, which was the biggest indicator that free will did exist. Could exist. But it could also have been hallucinations, futures he'd dreamed about, considered, manifested into something more real in that astral plane. This is important to you. His uncle stated after a long moment of silence, breaking Aegon out of his thoughts. It is. Perhaps with Aegon's thoughts, his rationality, he could find something that could help him be at ease, whatever conclusion his uncle arrives at. And perhaps, he could also find an answer in his uncle's thoughts that might give him the way forward in dealing with the likes of the entities in the weirwood trees, whom all of his questing was ultimately for. Did he or did he not have a chance to destroy or nullify them, or would fate make it impossible? His uncle narrowed his eyes for a long moment before he placed the journal in the insides of his maester robes. You will tell me everything. Aegon arched a brow at the demanding tone of voice, and his uncle only glared a little stronger, that somewhat reminded him of the glare of Jaehaerys. Of this, as much as I can. Aegon said truthfully after a few moments. There were things interlinked that Aegon would not share for some time with anyone, such as the astral plane. Not until he could figure out a way to open the third eye for others like him. This didn't exactly please his uncle, but it seemed enough for him not to press as he began to turn away and walk towards the ship he was assigned. "I will be awaiting you," his uncle said as way of goodbye, and it made him look at his uncle's distancing back with a hint of amusement, his ears picking up the guards coming closer to him now that his uncle was leaving him. "Yes, I'm sure you will be." For a moment he felt pity for his son Polaris, whom Aegon had championed with Aegon several times. "I wonder how soon I will get him complaining to me on the glass candle," Aegon decided within the fortnight of Aegon's arrival. Aegon remained on the docks for time, waiting and then watching the ships go to Ilmaris, to home, and Aegon, once the ships were just beyond the horizon, made his way back to Ulhor Pyramid. Moons later. The dark clouds masked all he could see in front of him as Miss Aragorn flew through them as if he was swimming across the expanse of the ocean, his wings beating at the air in powerful strides. They'd been flying for hours now, having set off from the mountains from the east of Giskar, the cold of the night a strange balm during this flight. Aegon picked up the compass that hung around his neck with his left and raised his right hand in front of him. He created a small ball of flame, enough to illuminate around him, and he saw the direction they were flying towards. South-southwest. Good. They had remained on course. Down Miss Aragorn, Aegon thought, and moments later, Miss Aragorn began to descend, breaking through the cloud line a while later. It was hard to see with how especially dark this night was, unable to truly tell whether or not land was near, but he estimated that they could not be far. They'd been flying hours already. He ended the flame, not wanting to give off any light in this dark, dark night, and they continued to cruise south-southwest for some time more. It was a long while later that they definitively recognized that they were flying over land as they picked up some distant lights below. They were likely flying over Gen, the island where most of Nugis had its towns and farms. The island alone fed the entirety of Nugis, a city of 500,000. They continued their flight and soon all light below was gone. Only a trace sound of moving water in the distance could be heard over the rushing air and flapping wings. Fortunately though, it wasn't long before they came across a blanket of little starlights far down below. Nugis. Descend, Miss Aragorn, it will be soon time to see through your eyes, Aegon thought to himself, through the bond. Dragon eyes were far, far better than human eyes. They were pretty much hawk-like, which made sense given that they were hunters from the skies. The ultimate hunters. Despite that though, dragon eyes were clearly reptilian. They had two different membranes which he's seen up close to discern were a little different from the other. The first one was thicker and whiter, which Aegon had seen to be able to block out the glare of the sun and darken the world a little. Probably also served to clean out the eyes from all kinds of crap too. The second one was thinner, almost translucent, and it was this lens that Miss Aragorn always used to hunt during the night. He wasn't entirely sure how it worked, but if it was like a lens, it probably shaped in a way to allow more light in. He was never sure what was biological and what was magical when it came to Miss Aragorn. Miss Aragorn dove deeper to the lights, his wings kept outstretched and unmoving, the minute sound of his flesh wings the only sounds around them, and it was then that Aegon dove deeper into the bond the two of them shared. Aegon and Miss Aragorn pushed deeper, pushed more, their selves inching closer to one another, until the point of when they become one arrived. Aegon and Miss Aragorn, they saw the world through their green eyes, a world that was much brighter and much clearer than it had been when his human self. The currents of the air that surrounded them, that was caught under the sails of their wings, were dark blue, the heat of the day long withered, and they were descending faster than they usually did during the day. Green eyes turned downwards, those bright and loud lights, and they remembered what they were to do. They were hunting. Hunting their prey who dared to think they were predators, and they were to see where their fangs and claws were before they burned it all to ash in the day. A grumble, a near silent thing, reverberated at the back of their throat as they continued to glide down towards their prey, their green eyes scanning down below, which was growing clearer the further down they were in the skies. They circled and circled around, always descending down, and by the fourth pass, when they were close enough to smell 1,000 different smells from their prey, did they begin to climb once more, their powerful wings breaking through the air violently. They growled lowly, low enough to still maintain the secrecy of their hunt, but they were sure their prey had heard them anyway thanks to their wings. Good, they thought. Let the prey know they're being watched. It would make the hunt sweeter. It was not long before they were diving through the cold dark clouds, and it was then that their oneness began to unravel, as one became three once more, and Aegon blinked his eye a few times before he felt himself relax into his saddle. Whenever they were in their fusion, Miss Aragorn's nature as a predator was an overwhelming one. Aegon's focus was always on the mission, on the task, which was maintained through their fusion, but everything else, well, Miss Aragorn took lead on that. Good work, brother. Aegon said as he leaned forward and tapped on Miss Aragorn's scales, and Miss Aragorn growled his approval at the words. Aegon leaned back and sat properly in his saddle again before he took out the compass and, with a flicker of the hand, he created a ball of flame. Aegon, through his bond, nudged Miss Aragorn towards the direction they ought to fly, and with another tap of the scales, Miss Aragorn remained on the course that would take them back to the mountains where he had chosen to set off from. He then stowed away the compass and picked out a journal, the ball of flame now hovering right in front of him. Well, I'm glad I chose to check anyway. Aegon murmured to himself. Carol's paintings had not been any that was particularly useful. Of course, there were some, like the paintings of baby dragons starved and fed blood-red flames that were an ominous warning that he would have to address. He feared the Red Priests would get their hands on his nephews on Claw Isle, something he intended to immediately address to make sure they never left the safety of the island, but for the most part, there was nothing of note that hinted at anything about Noogies. Still, that hadn't meant that he was safe to deal with the defenses of Noogies, which they surely had created against him and Miss Aragorn. And, what do you know? Yes, they have. So many scorpions, big fucking scorpions too. Some of them were the size of buildings. He glimpsed at some of the bolts for them that had lain on top of the rooftops nearby the scorpion devices, and they were absolutely ridiculous in size. As wide as a man and several times taller than a man, perhaps as much as 5 times, the bolts were huge. And the heads of these bolts. They would definitely pierce through Miss Aragorn's armor, which was still plain old steel. If they hit. He would have said the reach of these bolts was insignificant, but he couldn't really dismiss it. If those things worked, if they did manage to figure out a way to hold a ridiculous amount of potential energy. Of course, at the end of the day, trying to hit a fast-moving target was no easy feat. They would have to have the luck and fortune of a lottery winner. Nonetheless, Aegon was far too close to getting home to get himself and Miss Aragorn killed for this. A light show it is then. Aegon said with a pained grimace, finding no comfort in the contingency plan he brought into fruition that he once considered using against Myr. He wanted to only destroy the walls and the gates of the city and let the Liberty Bay forces fight it out to take the city, but the chances of getting hit by a scorpion bolt would drastically increase during a pass. Miss Aragorn wasn't a small dragon either anymore, and his maneuverability was limited when he was diving at speed. No, I will have to use the remaining cache of wildfire and drop them. Aegon thought to himself grimly. The remaining wildfire filled 10 barrels, vats really, of about 3 feet across in diameter, weighing just over 100 kilograms each. It would have been more, but they used as light as material and shaped the barrels to be more smaller in diameter at the bottom to help reduce friction from the air. They even have fins to help it be steady. Though from altitude. God. Aegon thought to himself as he brushed his hand across his face tiredly. It was going to be indiscriminate, the bombing. Foe or innocent, none would make a difference. And he knew, how bad the explosions and fires were going to be. These barrels were filled with powder-form wildfire which, although stabler, was each still powerful enough to burn through entire city blocks if left unneutralized. Aegon sighed heavily before he began to write in his journal about the locations of the scorpions he remembered seeing through Miss Aragorn's eyes. The only thing I can do is aim for these places and hope that it is a still day and that my aim finds true. They tested the bombs back on Velos in secret, using flour as the payload, going as much as to create a little target on the ground. In the end, they tested something like 30 times, the latter 10 times with the present design. They managed to improve on the fins and the shape of the barrels, allowing greater accuracy, but the higher he was, the more less successful he was in hitting the target. Less than 30%. If you exist in this world, please let my aim be true. Only the cool winds and Miss Aragorn's flaps answered his prayers throughout the hours of the flight, yet Aegon felt an eerie judgment follow him throughout the journey. A judgment that made him feel a deep sense of shame. A week or so later. Aegon stowed away his dragon glass candle, the confirmation that the fleet of ships could see Noogies through their far eyes received. It's time, Miss Aragorn. Aegon said with a hard, stoic tone of voice before he turned to stare out towards the ocean. They were on a desolate island in between Noogies and Gen, a rocky little thing. The weight of the container-like thing was over a ton, and whilst Miss Aragorn was strong, he was not strong enough to carry the container for more than 1,000 miles, so Admiral Lutherius along with 20 of their ships escorted the container with Miss Aragorn and him flying over them towards this island so as to allow a short flight to Noogies. Miss Aragorn growled with no small displeasure as he raised himself before he outstretched his wings and began to flap them violently, powerfully, a great exertion of his might, before he began his run off, and soon enough they were airborne. Come about, Miss Aragorn. Aegon muttered as he glanced towards the ground where the container was. There was a grappling hook-like beam that protruded from the center of the container that was wrapped around with rope that evenly distributed about the container, balancing and shoring up the container for when it was airborne, and Miss Aragorn came about with his claws stretched out. Miss Aragorn slowed his approach and expertly, deftly, took hold of the hook-like beam and lifted the container into the air after several long moments of powerful beats of the wings, a heavy growl escaping his draconic lips. The load wasn't heavier than a whale or a dolphin, which often tended to be more than a ton. However, grabbing hold of the prey was substantially easier than this was. Good job, Miss Aragorn, keep it steady. Aegon said before he removed one part of his harness and carefully, slowly, made his way down towards the left side of Miss Aragorn. He took hold of the fishing hook-like that was fastened on the side of Miss Aragorn, a hook that was about 30 feet in length, and Aegon leaned to the side, practically hanging off of Miss Aragorn as he guided the end of the hook towards the bundle of ropes that was on the top of the container. One option had been to fasten the container onto the belly of Miss Aragorn, something that Miss Aragorn really hadn't liked, and it was something that Aegon really didn't want to do. Whilst wildfire in powder form was made less volatile, it was still dangerous. Crazy dangerous. So they had to come up with a way that allowed him to carry the container whilst also allowing Miss Aragorn to drop it at any time he wished should there be an accident. Whilst also allowing Aegon to unleash each of the bombs as he wanted by undoing the frames, the front covers, on the underside of the container. And this was decided, in the end. Simple. Aegon took some time to hook the bundles of rope ends, though he did manage, finally, and he took hold of the 5 ropes before he climbed back into his seat and tied them to the side of the saddle. He then repeated the same process on the side, a process that took twice as long, but still he managed without accidentally pulling off the front cover. Let's go, Miss Aragorn, Aegon thought grimly, and Miss Aragorn growled deeply as he began to beat his wings powerfully in quick succession. They rose into the air slowly but surely. It was quite some time later that they finally saw something beyond ocean, and it was a sight to be held. Right there, far below him, there were so many ships. Some that were burning, those at the front, which seemed to be locked in battle against the Nugi's fleet, but it was almost unnoteworthy considering how many more there were behind. Over 500 ships were there, the largest fleet he'd ever seen before, most of it being his Mirish cogs and his old ships he used at the start of the war, the ones that hadn't been Corinthian carracks. It was thing of ominous beauty, one of his making. 500 ships, over 50,000 men and sailors. And just beyond them, at the back of the enemy fleet, lay Nugis. Aegon leaned forward and tapped at the scales of Miss Aragorn. "Higher, brother, higher," Aegon said with a grim tone of voice, and so, Miss Aragorn climbed. Soon enough, they were at an altitude well beyond any range of weaponry, and it wasn't before they made the final journey high above the skies of Nugis. Aegon stared down towards the city, a complicated lot of emotions cycling through him, and he steeled himself long before it could subsume him. "A little lower, Miss Aragorn," Aegon murmured whilst he also communicated through their bond, and Miss Aragorn slowed his beating wings, causing them to descend slowly in a controlled manner. Aegon continued to speak to Miss Aragorn, slowly nudging his dragon towards the edge of the city near the ports, and finally, when he thought they were directly above, did he make Miss Aragorn remain in place. Aegon took hold of one of the ropes and he reeled it in until he met some resistance, and with a deep intake of breath, he yanked at the rope with a great deal of strength, the sound of wood clanking off forcing Aegon lean around his saddle and look down and see the wooden board spinning out of control towards the ground. And Aegon also saw the bomb falling down towards the city, the wobble of the bomb slowly straightening out thanks to the fins as it fell. And Aegon kept looking, kept leaning over to the side further and further just so that he wouldn't keep loss of it, and then Aegon was forced to blink his eye shut. Finally, after a moment's, Aegon reopened his eye and a breathless intake of air unconsciously was made, as he gazed upon a massive bloom of green fire that raged well inside of the city walls. It was massive, this fire, a torrential fire that swept through several city blocks, and Aegon could only watch with muted emotions at the level of destruction. He was brought out of his inactivity when his eye caught scorpions flying towards them, scorpions that lost their energy long before they even could anywhere near to them, and Aegon sighed heavily before he took hold of another rope and reeled it in. Again he yanked, and again a bomb dropped, this one veering further in the city than out of it, and Aegon knew that the wind was against them this day. Again, another bloom of green fire subsumed an entire part of the city, and Aegon felt himself feel a deep sense of deadness at the sight of it. "Move further, Miss Aragorn," Aegon thought, and Aegon resigned himself to committing the crowning atrocity of all of his atrocities. Again and again, the bombs fell, falling all across the city. Blooms and flowers of green fires swept through the city indiscriminately, raging and burning and destroying all that there was in its path. Some bombs fell near the walls, one even falling right at the port, but was only fortune, no sense of strategy, no sense of deliberate act, only luck, though it could not be said that it was much comfort at all, not when large parts of the city was burning. Aegon watched as the fires burned and burned and burned. Like a disease, like a plague, the fires grew around their origin, sweeping through the city like an infestation. Plumes of black smoke rose from around the fires, plumes that were made of burning flesh and bone and wood and stone, indiscriminate and all-consuming. A sight of ominous beauty. 10,000? 50,000? 100,000? It would not surprise Aegon if he ended up killing a fifth of the population by the time the fires ended. And the army that was at their gates would kill the rest of them. "Let's go, Miss Aragorn," Aegon managed to mutter out, and Miss Aragorn dropped the empty container before he began to fly away, stronger and more vibrant, though Aegon's gaze remained fixed on the burning city, even long after they were beyond the fleet, his eye fixed on the dark clouds that rose into the air. Only when they were far away, miles and miles and miles away, enough distance to shroud his evil from his sight, did Aegon look to the front again, and that deadness, that lack of emotion remained within him for hours afterwards. Hours later, they finally arrived in Velos, in the gardens of their compound, and Aegon climbed down the back of his dragon, ignoring the guards that stood some distance away, and he placed his hand on Miss Aragorn's neck, who slowly was bringing down his head. When they were at eyeline, Aegon couldn't help but close his eye under the gaze of Miss Aragorn's great green eyes. The same kind of green he was sure that was going to be in his nightmares from this day forth. It's just so easy, Aegon said with a dry throat. A dragon made war so much easier, especially with his foreknowledge. It was devastating in all honest truth. Even without dragon flame, dragons allowed for the possibility of another theater of war, the skies. He knew that this day would be remembered, and that it would have consequences. The genie was out of the bottle, so to speak. His kin in Westeros would learn of this, just as the rest of the known world would as well. That dragons allowed for devastations from afar. It wouldn't surprise him if he was going to be targeted by assassins again. Just as it wouldn't surprise him if he was going to be left alone, just on off chance that he would survive and learn of the plot from the assassin. And with his conversation with the Bravasi in King's Landing, one that effectively told them that Aegon viewed the Faceless Men as an instrument of the Iron Bank, if they were to fail, they would only risk this kind of devastation on their home. It was very likely that none would dare to challenge him again. He almost certainly achieved his goal of making people fear him, and fear Ilmaris. Yet it felt hollow. It felt bitter. Monstrous. I'm done. Aegon murmured as he opened his eye, meeting Miss Aragorn's gaze, yet he knew despite wishing with all of his heart that he wouldn't be done. And wasn't a kind of tragedy of itself? Miss Aragorn growled, his snout pressed against Aegon's body, and Aegon sighed lightly. Thank you, brother. Aegon murmured as he rubbed Miss Aragorn's scales for a long little while, until Miss Aragorn closed his eyes and slowly drifted into a nap, and it was then that Aegon departed, going back to his compound. His men thankfully did not ask him any questions. The look on his face must have said enough. He was fortunate for their tact. As he made his way back to his room, to throw himself into his writing, he encountered Larissa holding Maegli in her arms, and he made a conscious effort to shift his face into something more normal. Egg! She yelled, her hands grappling towards him. She's been calling for you all day, my prince. Larissa said with a kind smile on her face, and Aegon resisted the urge to send a cold glare. I will see her later, Aegon said with a stiff note in his voice, and he moved to sidestep Larissa and Maegli. Egg! 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 The girl's incessant cries of his name broke something in him, his patience, and he rounded around with a snarl on his face, though he managed to keep his control just enough not to bellow out at the child, and instead stood there staring at them. It was only after Larissa's gasp, and her step back, and Maegli's whimper, accompanied by the looks of surprise from his guards, that Aegon realized the murderous look that must be on his face, and he quickly felt a wave of shame and guilt at his outburst. I'm sorry, Aegon said with a defeated tone of voice as he resisted the urge to hold his face in his hands. Egg sad, came the timid quiet voice of the young girl, and it was another dam that cracked, on the precipice of breaking, that made Aegon move before he realized, taking the girl in his arms. Leave us, Aegon said to Larissa and the guards before he turned around and walked towards his room. Egg! Came the inquisitive but mousy voice of Maegli from within his arms, and Aegon lessened his grip on the girl as he arrived in his room. Large violet eyes, round and innocent as they were, stared up at him, a sad little expression on her face, and she reached out to touch his face, his beard. Egg no more sad. Aegon just about managed to close the door before the first of his tears fell. Maegli, Maggie, Aegon said with a smile on his face as he rubbed at her cheek with a finger. Egg isn't sad anymore, happy now, Aegon said as he hugged her again, silent tears falling from his eye as she wrapped her little arms around his neck. She made a sound that was affirmative in nature before she continued and said innocently, play. And Aegon found himself smiling through his tears before he held her out with his hands. Let's play, Aegon said with a smile on his face, her hands rubbing on his face, rubbing out his tears, and for a brief, solitary moment, he could forget the monster he was. Break. Late 115 AC Ilmaris. Polaris POV. Faster Tyraxes. Polaris surged as Shrikos pulled further ahead, and his dragon responded to his command with eagerness, her wings beating faster and faster as they took in their sights the dark-colored dragon. They ate up the distance as they waded through the sky, and a laugh escaped his mouth at the sight of his younger brother looking over his shoulder before he tapped at the scales of Shrikos, clearly urging the dragon on faster. Unfortunately, Polaris thought that Shrikos would be able to pull ahead further. The dragon, even though it was younger and smaller, was the fastest dragon outside that of Lismaria and Miss Aragorn. And he was proven right as Shrikos kept up the distance between them, even as they climbed a little higher as mountains of the south approached. They continued to fly for a little while more, though they stopped racing by the time they were heading back to their home, allowing them to fly side by side. Too bad, brother. Maybe next time, Valar said with a laugh in his shouting voice, one that was really a laugh to say. I'm just saying that, I really doubt it. Maybe, Polaris said with a roll of the eyes, which only garnered another peal of laughter from Valar, one that made him smile a little. Ever since their father was on board coming back to Ilmaris, they had been racing and flying together a lot more. It was like all of their concerns had suddenly fell off of their shoulders. The smile on his face fell a little. He remembered that night as if it was yesterday. He'd never felt so helpless, so terrified. The way father had spoken, as if he was going to die. It made him, all of them, realize how little they knew, how little they could help their father. The relief they got the next day when father said he was fine was one that all of them felt. He, Castaris, Valar and mostly their mother, who he'd seen cry in relief. Since that day, their mother hadn't been fully the same either, a lot less smiling, a lot more focused on the youngest of the family and the settlement. Polaris shook his head. Beings that mean our family a great deal of harm. Polaris' face fell as he stared out at the land below as they flew back home. He'd read all of father's journals from back to front, learning about the children of the forest and their ancestors who pretended to be gods, the White Walkers, the Empire of the Dawn. All of it, he knew from as well as he knew anything at all. The lies and the manipulations of these false gods and how they were likely responsible for the destruction of old Valyria and mayhaps even the Empire of the Dawn, like his father thought might be possible. They had little time to wonder that their father was trying to combat gods. And really, they wanted to be less useless and made them refocus on their studies on all of father's journals. From the lessons on magic, to meditation to learn what fire means to them personally and to the world, to how lead their people in father's books on politics and how people worked, psychology, he remembered father explaining. Castaris and Valar were all capable of making fire dance as they wanted, making the fires of torches and campfires all dance and behave just as they wanted though they hadn't been able to do much more than yet. Polaris knew that he was missing something, a link that connected with him about the symbolism of fire but they hadn't yet found it. Father's writing about fire being able to turn cold or searing hot, all because of their desires, was something that eluded all of them, and they had to resist a lot from trying to do anything more. Father's remarks and warnings were very clear, that pushing to do something you don't understand would hurt you and others around you so they restrained themselves, for the most part. He wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he tried to make Tyrax's flames dance as he wanted but he hadn't been able to, and he had felt the flames trying to fight as well. Fortunately, he stopped the moment he felt that strange resistance. Having spoken with his brothers not explicitly saying anything he knew that none of them have tried it, though he made sure to try and warn them of not doing anything without their father being present and approving it. It was a little hypocritical, since he did something he shouldn't have, not that they weren't all doing what their father did not want them to do without their presence but he was looking out for his brothers. Polaris. His brother's voice drew him out of his thoughts and made him turn towards his brother. He saw Valar gesture towards his right and Polaris looked down, realizing that they were near one of the marble quarries. He knew then what the reason behind Valar's signaling was. There was a good chance that Castaris was at the quarry. Polaris gestured with his hand to give his acquiescence to check whether or not their brother was there and soon enough they veered towards the quarry. They flew across the hilly lands that was split apart by the great river and they circled around the quarry to see if Galathox was there. Surprisingly, their brother's dragon wasn't there. This was meant to be their off day but Castaris often felt it upon himself to rarely take such an off day, preferring to take on his duties without much time for himself. Out of all of them, Castaris was the one who was the most affected by their father's near death. As the heir of their family, the future head of house, Castaris had always felt the pressure of their father's legacy the most. And the possibility of their father dying had been a wake-up that shook Castaris immensely. He exchanged a few words with Valar before they retook their journey back towards the settlement, their pace of flight faster. It wasn't long before the settlement came into view as they flew north, and it brought a small smile on his face. He always appreciated seeing the city, particularly the districts, which were geometrically pleasing to the eye from up top, during the day. Roads dotted throughout the settlement, which was largely more like a number of nearby towns with how empty some parts of the city was, but the roads connected each district very well, and there was even progress being made for roads to be built from the nearest farming community to the city though it would be some time before that is finished. The first stage of the sewage system was complete, with public latrines and bathhouses dotted throughout the districts though there was also work being carried by a few crew of laborers to build in latrines in the family houses, and there were also now schools in each of the districts where former slaves who knew their letters or their numbers and preferred to teach instead of labor, taught the many thousands of children in small groups. His mother said that his father wanted classes to be at most 30 students at a time but they didn't yet have the right number of tutors yet. Girly, MLMRS, and Psazaldritz's districts were more or less complete with each of the districts having something like 3,000 homes spread out in 30 city blocks, with each city block quartered off into 7 to 9 streets that housed about 100 to 200 terraced homes made out of granite and marble. Lgamazda, Bikgeltis, Drolmian were also nearing completion though they were slightly larger districts about 3 to 4,000 homes spread out in about 50 city blocks that were terraced or were detached from other homes. Fresries and Zeesomder were the newest districts that were under construction which would each house about 4,000 homes when they were complete. In total, they had about 3 and 20,000 homes built so far, which was far in excess of what they had planned before, though it could have been more had they not diverted more of the laborers to clear land or continue work on the institutional buildings like the September of Illimaries. As it was, Red Town was much smaller now, with only about 10,000 people living there than a year ago when there were more than twice that number who lived there. By the time of the middle of next year, they expected that Red Town could be torn down and the woods used for the carpenters to make furniture and the like. It would probably get them a pretty good copper or two, Polaris thought. Although he expected that a good portion of the wood would be used for the September, which was almost nearing completion, he mused as he stared at the building, whose marble structure was gleaming a little in the midday sun. The September was a massive building, easily the largest building even though it wasn't yet finished, which was made entirely out of marble. It had 7 towers connected to the large central tower, which was where the congregation hall was located. The congregation hall was going to be massive. Huge. It would be enough to seat nearly 30,000 people at any one time, and likely they could house 40 or 50,000 people even if there was no seats. He'd seen the designs of the hall as well, designs that had the dome ceiling fitted with colored glass on 7 sides, with each of the 7 aspects there, with the center, the very height and center that was connected to each of the 7 aspects, meant to resemble God, the one who brought the 7 and who was the originator of all creation, including the 7 who were his instruments in the order of the world. There would also be 3 smaller sides connected to the main building, in the shape of septagon, which would be used as praying halls, smaller versions of the main congregation hall, and also where people could get wed. The septons, the septas, and the sisters would also be housed in these buildings, but on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floor. The 7 towers would mostly be for the septons to commune with each aspect of the 7, though he also knew that the Septon Orion wanted them to be kept largely unused for another reason which only his mother really knew. None of the domes were yet placed on the building, though that was largely because there were still stones to be placed on the building, and he didn't think it would happen until after his father was back. He did know that Septon Orion wanted his father to be present when the September was consecrated as a holy building. There were however institutional buildings, the key 1 buildings, that were finished however. Some of them were the guild buildings, most of which were located nearby Fresries district, which bordered the riverfront at the most southern part of the inner Illimaries, such as the Blacksmiths Guild, the Clothmakers Guild, the Fishmongers Guild, the Farmers Guild, the Weavers Guild, and the Masons Guild, all of which were the most important guilds presently and whose buildings were prioritized over most others. Similarly, that was the 2 with the shops and factories, most of which were centered around making clothes and ropes. The Weavers and Clothmakers Guilds more or less back up and running just like the blacksmiths were. That wasn't to say that other shops and factories weren't being put back together, no, that was happening, though it was more families doing it than guilds, like bakers and butcher shops, now that there was enough resources to allow individual families to start up their own businesses rather than sharing resources to make sure everyone had enough and didn't starve, which was something that his mother and Sir Cedric were largely responsible in coordinating with their administrators. Not far from the guild buildings was the Institute of Science, Mathematics, and Philosophy, though it was still known as the Learned Guild despite his uncle's irritation at that, where scholars and their apprentices learnt their trade and experimented and catalogued the treasure trove of books and libraries their father had sent back. It was also where Polaris spent twice a week, learning from the scholars, and where he had to endure his uncle Aegon, who his father had set upon him. And of course, there was also the Court of Arbitration, he thought as he looked at the building, which was nearly finished, but it was used anyway. Edwin and Mother had instituted the building and hired the judges already from amongst the scholars. Though with the arrival of Sir Lomaris and Sir Gaelanis and the other men, many of whom joined the city guard whilst they waited for their lands to be made ready for them, there had been a lot less disturbances happening across Illimaries. Not far from the Court of Arbitration was the Hall of Heroes, which was also nearly finished, the roof and the finishing paints left. A square building made of marble, it was not as ornate and impressive as the Court of Arbitration or the September of Illimaries, but it was domination. Yes, that was the right word. It was a large building, second only really to the September of Illimaries, and it imposed itself across the district, where it stood several floors taller than the tallest of homes. It would be enough to house tens of thousands of urns, which hopefully would not be for a very long time. He'd seen the upset mothers and wives and children after news was delivered to them that their father or brother or son was not coming back, instead being given an urn and a silk flag with the symbol of House Targaryen, well, their branch at least. Honoring the dead was good, but it was better for there not to be any dead. He unfortunately didn't think that would ever happen. From what he heard from Sir Gaelanis, it was likely that their people would be involved in wars in Essos in time, especially since they were taking the Isle of Cedars under their control. Some of the boys he'd trained with had already signed up to the assignment in Velos. It wasn't long before they saw their compound, their home, which had grown over the past year because of their dragons. The walls had been pushed further out at the front now that his sisters and his little brother's dragons had grown in size, whom he could see faintly, though he could see clearer his mother's dragon and that of his elder brother. Tyrax's had also grown in size, about a good half larger than Galathox now, which irritated Castoris, though Polaris knew that it was not really much of an irritation, given how much Castoris loved that golden dragon. He knew that Castoris wouldn't want to swap his dragon for any other dragon. Polaris let Valar land first before he guided Tyraxes to a clear spot. "My prince," one of the dragon keepers said as they walked closer to Tyraxes, a long staff in his hand. Polaris climbed down the back of his dragon, who shivered her scales like a cat before Tyraxes brought down her head to the ground, watching the dragon keepers intently. "She will hunt alone later," Polaris said to the elder dragon keeper, before he looked at the other dragon keepers. There were a few new dragon keepers, including some non-Valyrian ones, and they were under tutorship of the elder dragon keepers. His father wanted more dragon keepers trained, beyond just the sons of the dragon keepers, and there had been a lot of prospective dragon keepers over the past year before these ones had been selected by the dragon keepers and his mother. "And Casterys too," he supposed. "Very well, my prince." The dragon keepers bowed their heads before he nodded at them and walked away, towards his brother, though he soon halted when his younger siblings came racing out of the house, their unsullied guards and the head maid who looked after his younger siblings on their heels. "Father is close." Brienne was the first to speak up, and her words surprised him a little. "Did I miss a call?" Probably he surmised as he eyed his excited younger siblings, an excitement he couldn't help but also feel. Father had passed the Targaryen Islands several moons ago, which meant that he wasn't that far away now. He could be here any time now. "Has he passed by Ismionis?" Valar was the one speak up before him. His sister Rena was quick to shake her head. "No, not yet, but the captain said that the stars' positions meant that they wouldn't be much further than a week. Can you take me with you to the mouth of the river when it is time? Please? Please?" Brienne pleaded as she arrived in front of him, and Polaris had to take hold of her shoulders to stop her from carving out a depression in the ground from the way she was jumping up and down. His mother said it was all right. Polaris said, not wanting to say no and Brienne to cause a light fit. Her face immediately soured and seemed to deflate her a little. "No. She said that it was better we wait for him when he's arrived in the settlement." Her eyes lit up a little. "But wouldn't it be great if we surprised him?" Yes, it would be quite nice, but he also understood his mother's point. It was important that they presented a certain look to their people. To be united in front of their people was going to be a good look to their people, no matter how much he wanted to hug their father first. "I agree with mother," Polaris said before he looked towards Valar, who he could see was a little displeased but also seemed to understand why mother wanted to do it this way. "Told you they wouldn't disagree," Rena said with an annoyed look on her face, and Brienne pouted before she went back to Rena, who then both proceeded to walk to their dragons whilst Solanise stood by Valar. "Where's mother?" Valar asked. "She's with Sir Ethan and the others," Rena shouted over her shoulder before she began to chat with Brienne again. "Those two. Ever since the Celtigars moved out into their own temporary home nearby, they'd become worse, Polaris could swear to the gods." "Hello Solanise," Polaris said as he walked over to their youngest brother, their youngest sibling, and placed his hand on his long silver gold hair, a curious look passing across his face as he took in Solanise's face. He didn't seem as excited as the rest of them. "Are you all right?" he asked his little brother, and his brother was quick to nod. "I'm all right," Solanise said, and Polaris frowned lightly before he smiled at his little brother. He was the quietest out of the family. It wasn't easy being the youngest and having those two girls as your elders. "Can we go see Casterys?" Solanise said with bright eyes. "He's training with the knights." It didn't surprise Polaris that their brother was training with the knights. Ever since the first of the men returned, his brother had increased his martial training, wanting quite desperately to be good enough to earn his knighthood by defeating some of the best knights at the age 6 and 10. He wasn't that far off now too, if he was being honest. His brother had worked in his martial training, and he'd defeated a number of knights, though rarely had he accomplished defeating the same knight twice in a row. He wasn't quite there yet. "Why not?" Valar said, making Polaris look towards his brother, who moved his hand behind his head. "It's not like he's got any lessons left today. Go, take him. I'll stay here for a bit." Polaris nodded at his brother before he gently directed his excited younger brother towards the interior of the house, towards the gates on the other side. They were soon out of the house, through the gates, with 4 of the Unsullied following their steps, and after they took the horses, Solanise seated in front of him, they made their towards the nearest dueling ground, where Casterys mostly trained with the knights. "Are you looking forward to seeing father return?" Polaris asked as they continued to ride towards the dueling ground, a hidden glance sent to his brother. HMM. Solanise voiced out, though Polaris had caught the shy look on his face, confirming what he thought. Solanise had been young. Very young when father had left. About 4 name days, 5 name days old when he'd last seen their father. He was now 8 name days old, half of his life he'd not seen their father. They'd spoken on the glass candle, of course, but most of the time Solanise rarely said much, despite the attempts of his father to coax more out of Solanise. "I am very much looking forward to seeing our father, Solanise. I can't wait to hear more of his stories, new stories, like the next part of the adventures of the Honey Bear." Polaris said with a little grin, and it made Solanise look up at him with wide eyes, and he knew he had Solanise in his palm. There's a next part? Solanise asked, eagerness clearly leaking into his voice. It was Solanise's favorite, absolute favorite story, amongst the many stories his father had made up for them. The Adventures of the Honey Bear was one that their father told them all when they were young and around the age of 4 name days, going as far as to use to help teach them how to speak and write Greek as he'd written it down in a storybook, though as they grew up, for him and Castoris and Valar, the stories turned more educational and more warningly than the fun stories of their earliest part of their childhood. Solanise would have been told these stories had father stayed, and though Castoris tried, he hadn't quite gotten father's penchant of storytelling right. So mostly, Solanise had only really these few storybooks to go with, which was why he was so attached to some of these stories. Stories like the Honey Bear. Of course. Polaris said as he looked forward. I'm sure he's willing to share the next part when he's back. That would be nice. Solanise said, his eagerness kept a little more subdued, and Polaris couldn't help but smile a little, though that smile didn't last too long. Father, you've been away a long time. Polaris couldn't help but think a little. Solanise had grown up with mostly their mother and them alone, and though he's made a friendship with Alton Celtigar, their father's absence in their lives was felt quite badly. They chatted a little further as they rode towards the dueling ground, mostly about their dragons, though Polaris let his younger brother drive the conversation for the most part. Solanise was still the only one yet to ride his dragon, something Polaris knew annoyed Solanise, but the promise of him being allowed to do so at age 9 was enough to placate him, for now. Soon enough they arrived at the dueling ground, and they were witness to 2 of the knights dueling against each other using real steel, which was a sight to behold. He glanced around and he saw his elder brother, clad in armor, speaking with some of the squires and with another of the knights, who was not much older than them, to tell the truth, and it was a long few moments before their brother's eyes latched onto them. His brother then made his way towards them, a light but tired smile on his face, and he could tell that his brother had fought a number of duels today. Did you win any fights? Solanise asked as he made his way towards Castoris, who scruffed up Solanise's hair. A few. Castoris said, his tired smile making way for a grin, and Polaris knew then that his brother had at least got close to his goal for the day. Oh, we missed it then. Solanise said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Castoris laughed a little. Sorry, little brother. I forgot you wanted to watch. For today, yes, but tomorrow evening, I can bring you to watch if you like. Yes. His little brother exclaimed before he continued, mayhaps I can start my training too with the other squires. He said with no small amount of hope. It wasn't the first time he'd asked. For the past year or so, one of the guards trained Solanise in arms, though it was very light, much lighter in comparison to what he, Castoris and Valar were put through at his age. Castoris looked at Polaris and he only shrugged at it. It was father's decision, ultimately. Mother did not want to interfere in this. Father will soon be back and I'm sure he will say yes. Castoris said with a smile which Solanise returned, although it wasn't as promising as his earlier eagerness. Something both he and Castoris picked up on. Come, let's watch the rest of the duels. Mayhaps you can try them out against the training dummy. Castoris said as he took hold of the back of Solanise's head, though before they fully turned back towards the fight, their eyes met. What did Uncle Aegon want this time? Castoris asked, genuinely curious, taking Polaris aback. What? Polaris asked. Castoris looked at him quizzically for a moment before his eyes widened, which quickly returned to normal as his smile widened, in amusement. I see, you've been flying all day with Valar, haven't you? He asked with a bout of amusement in his voice. They'd set off in the morning after their break of their fast, and they flew well past the mountains and far beyond the other sets of mountains that had the crawling jungles. They even made it as far as the volcano by the time of noon. They'd eaten their packed food and largely watched across the horizon to the lands of the south, which was largely unexplored, at least in the interior. By the time they raced each other, it had been to break the monotony of flying back. Did he say what he wanted? Polaris said with a note of resignation in his voice, which made Castoris laugh a little. Their uncle was difficult. He'd never met a man like his uncle. And he knew several brilliant men like him amongst the scholars and the alchemists, yet none of them wanted him to tear out his hair like his uncle. The first time he'd ever seen his uncle, had been when his mother had been there. She'd been excited, although looking back, she was more guarded than she was excited, and despite not seeing his sister for many years, he said nothing to her, only asking who Polaris was, and that had been the start of several hours-long interrogation about all that he knew. You're adequate. Not the mind your father advertised you to be, but adequate. He felt offended at that point, though it was only the start of things. No. Only that he is expecting you. Castoris said with a great deal amusement in his face, causing Polaris to glare at his brother. Their uncle Aegon was not at all interested in any of his siblings, including Castoris. Why, Polaris did not know. Polaris sighed heavily, his head slightly down. He could not go, but it would only make his uncle even more unbearable. And his mother and father had expectations that he was to indulge his uncle. He's learned how to deal with his uncle, for the most part. All right, I will see you back at the house, probably. Polaris said with a mild glare, and his brother laughed a little, though there was a bit of pity in his gaze. He said his goodbyes to Solanise before he took one of the horses, his unsullied guards doing the same, and made his way towards the learned guild. Polaris nodded and waved here and there as he rode through the settlement and through the district, and finally, when they were at the doors of the learned guild, he unhorsed himself and walked through the doors. My prince. Some of the apprentices nearby the door said and bowed. Are you here to see the Archmaester? Yes. Polaris said with a tight smile. His uncle made it apparently clear that he would be addressed as Archmaester and nothing else. Not Prince. Not Maester. But Archmaester Aegon. He is at the Central Library. There were 3 libraries in this building. The Central Library. The histories of the known world library, and the restricted library, where the more questionable materials were located. None of it had magic in their pages, of course, those were in their home with the gold and silver, but some of it was dubious in the eyes of most of the scholars. For example, there were matters of about gods and legends and the like. Polaris, and in his uncle to a certain degree, knew better. He made his way through the building and he arrived at the Central Library, which was a large circular room, and he looked around, ignoring the few scholars that were present. It was a huge room. Large enough to fit Tyrax's, and almost his mother's dragon, and every inch of the room was stocked with tomes and scrolls and books, although according to his uncle, it did not compare to the citadel, something that he would rectify in time. Nearly all of the contents of this library, all of the libraries, had come from Liberty Bay, his father's collection or that of his uncle's. Most of the texts in this room were scientific ones. Observations and the like. Mathematics. Philosophy. Biology. Even chemistry and medicine. And all of it was sorted by their genres. His uncle often remained here, reading through all of these texts, the ones he'd not read before, probably decrying the contents as trash once he was done with it. He'd seen him do that pretty much a few times. At some point or another, a lot of these books would be sent to cold storage, Edwin had said, with the books replaced with elementary science and mathematics. Are you finally deigned to answer my summons, nephew? He heard from his left side and he saw his uncle on the second floor by the banister, not even looking at him. Polaris' eyebrows twitched in irritation. Apologies, uncle. Polaris muttered as he made his way towards the steps. He arrived by his uncle's side, who had several tomes out on the table, none of which he recognized. So today's just books then? Most of the time it was mostly books, like today most likely, or his uncle interrogating him on the books he was made to read, but sometimes his uncle wanted him to show his control over flames. He'd spoken about it once with his father, and his father had told him that he'd spent a little time teaching and showing Uncle Aegon about magic. Polaris once thought that his uncle would want to spend more time talking about magic, but it was a rare occurrence, and something that hadn't quite happened for many moons. He wondered if his uncle could also control flames. They are not for you. His uncle's voice was curt, stopping Polaris from reaching out to one of the books. His uncle then leaned down beside the table and took out a thin book, a journal really, and slid it across the table. Sit down and read. There's a chair somewhere around, I'm sure. His uncle said before he returned to his reading, and Polaris did nothing to hide his glare at his uncle. Still, he did as he was bid and went out to look for a chair. He brought one back and sat next to his uncle and picked up the journal, which had nothing described on the front. His eyebrows climbed when he read the title on the first page of the journal. The Concept of Time. From the handwriting, he could tell his uncle had written this. What is this, uncle? Polaris asked as he flicked through the pages. His hand was stopped by his uncle's firm grip around his wrist, forcing Polaris to look at his uncle, who was staring at him intently. Don't ask any questions and just read. His uncle said before he let go of his wrist. If you understand my theorem, and I mean understand, I will discuss it with you. His uncle said before he looked back down at the tome in front of him. And then you can discuss it with your father, who this is a subject of great interest to. His uncle added with uncaring in his voice, but to Polaris, it piqued his interest. Time. Polaris mused curiously, and soon enough, he was reading the book. Reading in silence for hours on end, neither he or his uncle once speaking, long after the sun had set. A week later. Polaris was brought out from his sleep from the sudden and rapid knocking on his door. My prince. He heard, and he knew it was familiar, it was one of the maids. What? Polaris said with no small amount of frustration as he kept his eyes closed. Your father. At those words, Polaris' eyes went wide open. A messenger has come. Your father is back. Chapter 40. Dreadnought, the title will make sense at the end of Aegon's life. And yes, I am taking Odyssey to the Halo timeline. Which will happen sometime after I finish this story. Electronic Rat, Aegon's reincarnation is undoubtedly supernatural, and though he'd not been overly religious in his old life, he'd still been Orthodox Catholic. And you have seen how obsessive Aegon is with finding answers. Even now, with the reference of this her, he wonders if this her was responsible for his arrival in ASOIAF. It is not hard to believe that Aegon, in the absence of all other explanation, chooses to ascribe his existence to God. And not the gods of these worlds, who are offensive to Aegon because of their inherent disregard of human life. Mea Komarabor he's been through a lot in Illimaries, not just the building but the people too, will help him a lot with the damage he's suffered from his decisions. It will be great to write. YMRGF, well then, you're at the wrong story then, Chief. The politics of King's Landing isn't the main concentration of this story. Chris GMP, yes, there'll be a sequel of this story but won't be for, probably another 3 years at least, I'd say. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/Boombox117. The Targaryen Islands, late 115 AC. Miss Aragorn roared fiercely above their heads as their fleet of ships sailed towards Dragon's Gate port on Aegon's Isle, which lay on the horizon, clearly enjoying the freedom of stretching his wings after moons being cooped up on the barge. The barge, the original barge Lismaria had been housed in for the journey to Illimaries, was barely able to fit Miss Aragorn, and had to be heavily modified, despite the barge already having been almost 4 times wider than a galleon. Miss Aragorn had grown so much that he fitted uncomfortably snug in the bay within the barge, his body practically right against the inner walls of the chamber bay, and so they had to modify the barge to remove the deck so as to allow more space for Miss Aragorn. They removed the deck and created a makeshift deployable roof using sailcloth, tarps effectively, to protect against the rain. It was fastened onto the 8 pillars on the side of the barge that were counter-levered against a main pillar at the back of the ship so that if there were strong winds, strong enough to rip down the pillars, the sailcloth would be yanked off towards the back and not cause problems for Miss Aragorn to get out from. There were a few of his men on the barge at all times as well, who would extend and pull up the sailcloth around Miss Aragorn at night, whilst during the day it was down, unless there was rain and a storm. Needless to say, it was a miserable journey for Miss Aragorn and the few men who were tasked to remain on the barge. Aegon wouldn't begrudge Miss Aragorn a few extra days to remain here on the Targaryen Islands to stretch out his limbs before the next leg on their journey home, Aegon thought with a trace of a smile on his bearded face before he looked towards the approaching island and raised his far eye to peer at it. Through the far eye, he could see Dragon's Gate port, a location that he last saw only have a few buildings stored with rice, wheat and all kinds of supplies to last an entire galleon fleet's crew for journey either to Illimaries or to the Summer Isles thrice over, and just a few plantations like bananas, coconuts and apple trees. The years since Illimaries had been discovered had slowly seen the island, a lush but tiny little island, into something where his people could pleasantly stop for a little while before taking the second leg of their journey in either direction. Now though, he thought as he looked towards the half-dozen docks that he could see stretch from beyond coastline and the small sprawl of buildings near the port, he wouldn't surprised if there was enough supplies to last people years on Aegon's Isle, and that wasn't included the 50 or so people, all of them experienced in shipbuilding or sailing, that were on that very island presently. Since Aegon last passed through these islands on his way back to Corinth, over 3 years ago now, the island has seen further transformation. In the time since his arrival in Illimaries and the arrival of the first journey to Astapor by the fleet of galleons, a good number of the sailors had been set to task to build up the docks of Dragon's Gate port under the authority and oversight of Admiral Bryce Arrenter and Baneth Stolly, and it looked like they'd gotten quite far with it. With how much forest was being culled over the past 3 years, there was a plethora of wood that were available, and the galleons during the initial period transported a great deal of the redwoods to Aegon's Isle and built up the buildings that stood today and the docks that were edging out into the sea using the redwoods and concrete. With nearly all of the labor in Illimaries focused on building buildings, increasing farmland, farming, mining and quarrying, exploring, and producing much needed supplies of all variety beyond that which was being supplied on the regular since the journeys began for the colony, there was not much time, planning, or labor available to create shipyards, docks and wharfs around the banks of the river, an effort that would take a number of years and thousands of laborers for the kinds of structures he and Stolly had in mind. That meant Dragon's Gate port's importance to the success of their colony spoke for itself. Maintenance of the galleons took place here on Aegon's Isle, such as ensuring there were no shipworms to repairing masts and the hulls, so on. There were plans to create a shipyard here, and it looked like those plans probably will be expedited, happening sooner rather than later, now that trade was going to resume with a vengeance. Dragon's Gate port was going to become a major depot, effectively a massive warehouse, if trade picked up as much as Barrows believed it would in the next decade, with the port being the major hub that would see goods from the east delivered to Dragon's Gate port before being ferried over to Illimaries proper. Barrows wanted a continuous stream of galleons arriving to and departing from Velos, but Aegon had to cool the man's enthusiasm. Aegon preferred safety in numbers approach, one where half of the galleon fleet would ferry goods to Dragon's Gate port whilst the other half ferried the goods to Illimaries from the port, ensuring that the fleets were large enough to make them incredibly difficult to capture rather than the trios and quartets of fleets that Barrows was proposing. The time for that was not present yet. A little while later, Aegon walked down the gangway that was angled down to the dock, and walking beside him was the captain of the galleon, Heron Locke, and Sir Uthric, with Sir John, Sir Reaver, and the Unsullied Backed and Rosa walking behind him. After he arrived on dock, the 5 men who were waiting on him bowed heavily towards him before one of them straightened himself up and addressed Aegon. "Prince Aegon, it is an honor to see you again." The dark-haired but violet-eyed man that looked to be in his 30s said with a pleased expression on his face that had a red birthmark the size of a coin on the left side of his neck. "I don't know if you remember, but I was a sailor during the Basilisk Isles War." "I remember you," Aegon said with a light nod of the head. "Eric, I believe is your name." He was well informed about the men who were stationed here, including the man who was in charge of these docks. The man looked surprised for a moment, but he quickly recovered into a wide smile, inordinately pleased that Aegon remembered him. "Yes. Eric. Eric Redburn," the man said happily. "My prince honors me." "You've come a long way since those days, good man," Aegon said as he walked forward and looked towards the rest of the men, and he spoke further with a pleased note in his voice. "All of you have. I can see that you have kept this place well." This was well received by the men from what he gleaned from their faces. "We're only doing our duty," Eric Redburn said humbly, but it was not hard at all to see the man was lightly preening under the praise. Eric Redburn, a family name he'd chosen during the census according to Gale, which wasn't even the oddest of names to have chosen, was recommended to become the dock master and basically, really, pretty much the de facto governor of the Targaryen Islands, even if no one understood the concept yet. By Admiral Bryce Arrenter, and Gale had gone with the man's recommendation after Aegon had given his leave for her to do so. The man was a Dragonstone native and by all accounts had served his house loyally for more than a decade, and generally had been no cause for concern in all that time. From building up Corinth, to building the port in Corinth, to serving on the merchant ships, to sailing the ships to war in the Basilisk Isles. Eric had also taken up the opportunity to learn to be literate over the years, like most of the Dragonstone natives and the earliest of the freed slaves, and though Bryce considered the man for captaincy of one of the galleons, he suggested the man rather be given this post, as Eric, according to Bryce, would take to the role rather easily than others. Plus, with his experience building the Corinthian port, it was a dreadfully boring assignment the majority of the time, at least presently, so it needed the kind of person who had a knack for leadership and wouldn't mind being stuck in the middle of nowhere for moons on end without much else to do. Aegon smiled at the man at his words, and he exchanged a few polite words with the other men, nearly all of them being men that Aegon freed in the early days, before he started to walk towards the little clutter of buildings at the end of the docks, a side glance sent to the way of the other ships which were now letting the passengers on board off. Eric walked with him, though only after he assigned the 4 men to see to the ships and assess what the ships need in terms of repairs, supplies, and anything else. As dock master, the man's primary responsibility was ensuring the supplies were kept safe, secure, and undamaged, making sure the inventory of the supplies is kept up to date at all times, and organizing the repair and maintenance of the ships with the men and the crew of the ships. Aegon inclined his head and gestured with his hand at the men that bowed at him as they walked past them, acknowledging them, noting that they seemed to be good in health. Tanned and with a fair bit of fat on them. "Good. The last time I saw this place, there'd been only a few wooden buildings and a single dock," Aegon remarked as he walked through the main street beside Eric and Uthric. On both sides of the street, there were about 8 different buildings made out of redwood and concrete. The 4 walls were made out of concrete, whilst the rest of it, excluding the roofs which had roof tiles, were made out of redwood. 2 of the buildings were massive and were the warehouses that kept dry the supplies, food, equipment, seeds, etc. that were stashed on the isle, whilst 5 of the other buildings, smaller but nonetheless spacious enough to house a good 50 men each, were used as domiciles and as inns, effectively. The last building was the administrative hall, where Eric Redburn administered Aegon's Isle, though it was a far cry from what he wanted to build in the years to come. With Aegon's Isle he would have to rename the damn place, becoming an even greater location in the years to come. He wanted to make sure that the place was well defended and well staffed. As it was presently, the 50 or so men present on his island were not here always. Half of them got cycled out back to Illimaris whenever the ships were back from Astapor, with their replacements arriving when the ships were heading to Astapor. This allowed the men time with their families, and their wives having men married was important, and so was them having children without having them away for too long, especially when they were on a largely idle place like here. Yes, my prince. Past couple o' years seen plenty o' attention here, especially since the war's been getting over," Eric commented before he added, "though we could do more. Old Bryce thinks we're due to build more in the next year or 2, especially since the city is getting back up and running, like back on Corinth." "Yes, there will be more journeys happening and more frequently," Aegon told the man, and the man nodded his understanding. "Trade's getting back up and running, my prince?" Eric asked before he continued rather hastily. "Know that we've been getting much supplies and that to Illimaris, but not so much trade as it is just buying, ain't it?" Aegon eyed the man with a hint of amusement as he answered. No, not quite the same, yes. Trade should get flowing again when the factories and mills are up and running. My wife tells me that it won't take too long to get all the wheels spinning again. Eric tells Aegon. She says that most already are, just they need to get back in the swing of things again. You've been back then? Sir Uthric asks, and Aegon glanced at the man, seeing that the man seemed genuinely curious. No, Sir. Eric answered, which was accompanied with a shake of the head. Not for nearly 2 years. Get lots of letters from the wife and the daughters though. The men here or the captains bring me their letters. Eric smiled proudly. My wife Tess doesn't write, but my daughters, both of them, do. They're only 2 and 10 and 8 name days too, and they write better than I do. I'm pleased to hear that. Aegon said with a genuine smile on his face. He ensured that both genders learnt their letters and their numbers, and that it was something that was followed through in every household, and one that started in Corinth. With so many former slaves who were raised to be scribes, housekeeping slaves, or slaves meant to help with businesses and keeping the books, there was a plethora of slaves that were ideal for becoming teachers. And recently, with so many former slaves coming from Slavers Bay, that number of educated slaves had increased substantially, ensuring that there was enough teachers to go around to teach both the adults and the children. Of course, the priority was on laborers, to build their cities, so the teaching had largely been directed towards the children, but with how much progress they were making, they should be able to redirect more folk to teach others over the next few years. All thanks to you, my prince. You done all o' us a load o' good. All o' us. The gods show us their favor by giving you to us. Eric said before he paused, and added seriously, and making sure that you stay with us. The look in the man's eyes made Aegon forcefully smile at the man. You're a good man, Eric. Aegon said in simple answer as he tapped the man's shoulder before looking away from the man and back towards the ships. I'm sure the ships are starting to be looked at. Let's head back. Aegon said before he spared a glance at the hall before he turned back towards the ships, all of the men in tow. Over the next 4 days, whilst Aegon spoke or trained with the men from the ships and the men stationed here, the ships were assessed as the tides came out. Most of the ships, particularly their copper-plated hulls, were found to be without any great problem, minor scraping to be done, which was to be expected given that the journey to the islands had been more or less smooth sailing. Plus, with the 2 shift on-board maintenance the crew did on all of the ships, stoning the decks, swabbing the decks, checking and removing rust, wear, chafe, rot, leaks, on and on the ships were largely kept in good condition. Still, there was going to be another week or so of staying on the islands to have all of the ships go through heavier maintenance. Some of the ships were going to have their planks replaced where the previous planks had bent and sprung out, likely through weathering over time, as the journey to Astapor and to the islands hadn't seen the ships go through storms, which was the main driver of this issue, whilst most of the ships would have the tarred oakum replaced and fresh ones packed between the gaps and joints of the ships. Slavers Bay had the capability to make this stuff, though not the combination. The masters of Slavers Bay were able shipbuilders, and they used flax fibers to make linen and ropes, so ordering and getting the stuff, albeit ropes made to a slightly different way than they were used to, was not a problem. They had to make the tar from scratch from flax seeds to make linseed oil, but they had the people amongst the volunteers who knew how to do it, and enlisting laborers from Velos hadn't been difficult to make the stuff. Replacing most of the old oakum would take a few more days. Then it was the rigging and the cordage that was either replaced or going to be replaced, at least those that looked a bit too worn, Aegon mused as he stared at the ships from his seat position on the beach. They had plenty of those ropes here. And they had plenty of the tar too. Another 4 or 5 days here wasn't so bad, Aegon thought as he looked towards his right where Larissa and a few of the other servant girls were with Maedgeli and entertaining the little girl. Aegon heard someone approaching and tilted his head around to see who it was, and just beyond his ever-watchful guards was Sir Uthric coming his way. Aegon returned to look towards Maedgeli, who was now trying to outrun her watchers. My prince. Uthric said as he arrived by Aegon. Uthric. Sit. Aegon said as he lazily gestured with his hand, his arms perched on his knees in his seated position. Uthric did as he was bid to do. Is Trataw still issuing challenges to the men? Aegon asked after a few moments, a side glance sent Uthric's way. Most of the men, fighting men, were basically not doing much at all after they gotten all of the items needed for maintenance from the warehouses and helped gather several tons of dragon glass from the volcano and the surrounding hills by it. So they initiated a impromptu Corinthian games. And today had been wrestling. Which, in reality was just Trataw's being the man to beat. And plenty were trying. Uthric had a wry little smile on his face as he spoke up. They've finished up a while ago. Trataw's exhausted himself out after the 26th man. They're now playing rugby. It's quite the sight actually. There's like 8 different games happening. There are the fields for it. Aegon acknowledged. He hadn't asked who was the mastermind for making the fields near the plantations, fields that were flat and grassy, perfect for rugby pitches, but nonetheless, it seems like the fields were used quite often. By the sailors, the passengers, and the men stationed on this isle. The latter who had little else to pass the time when there were no ships docked at the port. What about the other men? Aegon asked curiously. His men and the colonists were thousands strong. Most are drinking and watching the game. There's plenty men around who are keeping an eye on things. Uthric stated, and Aegon nodded his understanding. There were many barrels of wine and ale on the ships. This was as good as any day to drink up a little and enjoy themselves after moons cooped up on the ships. As long as it doesn't get too out of hand. Aegon gave his acquiescence with a faint smile on his face, a smile that was reciprocated by Uthric, who soon looked towards Maejali. Not long now. Uthric remarked, and Aegon hummed quietly. Aegon acknowledged, suppressing the complex emotions he felt at the notion of finally being home again, back to his children, his wife. Gale. Before we know it. Aegon said, pulling himself out of those thoughts, and he glanced to Uthric for a moment before he looked towards Maejali. Have you decided? Aegon asked after a long little while. I thought I still had until after our return, my prince. Uthric asked wryly, and Aegon only chuckled lightly at that. You do. Aegon said as he turned fully towards Uthric, an expectant look on his face. But usually it doesn't take this long to agree to what I am offering you. Uthric's defenses fell a little, and he could see the struggle in the man's face. I am not sure I am cut out to be a husband, my prince. No one is until they are one, my friend. Aegon said lightly. Besides, you have a name that you have a duty to pass on. I was fine being just Sir Uthric. There was a note of resignation in his voice, and it made Aegon smile a little before he looked away from the man. Aegon was going to ennoble Uthric during the ceremonies when he got back. Amongst a number of other men. Uthric of House Pizakostes, a Valyrian combination word for steadfast and loyal. You are, always more than just Sir Uthric. You are amongst the greatest men I have had a pleasure of knowing. I want you, a piece of you, to live on long after we have both passed, my friend. Aegon said honestly. To let a man like Uthric die without issue was amongst the greatest waste. The man bled loyalty in having him, loyal Uthric who waded through, literally, a mountain of shit in service of his prince. As the founder of a noble house, he would not want to pass up having a lineage that would have that legacy of loyalty. And he wanted the man to have happiness. To find a wife that loves him and that he can love. To have children whom he can teach and pass on his experiences to. Uthric smiled at that slightly. I suppose I should be thankful that you are letting me choose mine own wife, my prince. Don't take too long or I will choose one for you. Aegon said with a touch of amusement in his voice, though Aegon was quite serious about doing so if Uthric didn't step up and settling down. Uthric winced a little. I'd rather not marry a Lysane noblewoman. I've learned to see risks well enough in my life to be wise enough that I'd invite one in my bed. Uthric was exaggerating, for the most part, probably. Aegon had sorted out over 36 marriages with Lysane nobility, most of the minor or associated with the Rogas, with that of his men or their sons, most of them commanders, knights he had plans for, or highly competent men like Lorgan Keller. It was part of a long-term multi-pronged strategy he was pursuing. The most obvious spoke for itself: the want to tie influential Lysane to Illymaris through marital bonds, most of whom had some kind of interest or part in the economy of Lys. It would also serve to strengthen the aristocratic blood, or more precisely, the perception of it, and build up a burgeoning noble class that Aegon and his family had elevated through the social structures of Illymaris. And with the arrival of these brides to Illymaris, most of whom were used to a particular way of things, the finer things, cultural permeation of the Lysane would make its way through Illymaris, whom Aegon thought represented some of the most beautiful views of aesthetics and luxury in the known world, minus of course slavery and its trappings. The marriages would also help increase the attractiveness of further marriages with these descendants of Illymari nobility with that of Lysane nobility and merchant families, creating a kind of self-perpetuating closeness through marriage instead of just by treaty that would be subject to political machinations. Not that marriages wouldn't be either, but the bonds of blood had a stronger gravitational effect. A closeness that would serve well in the years and decades to come as Illymaris grew in prominence and in power, ensuring that Lys remained within Illymaris' orbit. He was going to work on making sure Liberty Bay remained within orbit of Illymaris. The Isle of Cedars would ensure that, along with the persistent problems the Dothraki would give them, something that they will need aid with, but Lys was going to be a central focus of his and hopefully his successors for years to come. Of course, Aegon would have to manage the offspring of these marriages. Naturally. Can't have these mothers who have opinions influencing their sons too much. Like Argella fucking Baratheon probably did. Aegon raised his eyebrow at that. And here I thought you enjoyed a little danger in your women. There had been some rumors that Uthric had been sweet on Selyse even if they'd not bedded each other, probably. Uthric scoffed, but Aegon could see the humor in the man's expression. A little danger, sure, but there's a difference of having a little danger once in a while and marrying a lifetime of it. This made Aegon's lips twitch in suppressed laughter, and he nodded a little sagely at that before he eyed his guards and remarked, "You should heed Sir Uthric's words. Or perhaps not if you are brave enough. Aegon said with a light smile on his face, and he got the reactions he wanted from the men guarding his back, even from one of the Unsullied, which made him wonder briefly, for the first time, what their love lives was going to be like now that they were free. None of the Unsullied have their twig and berries after all. Not for me to think about, Aegon thought to himself before he looked towards Maejali, who was now making her way back towards Aegon with her short little legs, and his smile grew back on his face. Honestly, he never expected to have grown to love his niece as much as he did in such a short time, though he wondered how much of that love came from the way she helped him cope with everything that has happened, everything he's done. A distraction, pure innocence, an inquisitive little thing that took Aegon's attention and heart by storm. He needed it too. Her. Combined with the work he'd put into Velos and the rest of the Isle of Cedars, he barely had much time to dwell in the dark reaches of his mind. Yes, whilst the nightmares still persisted, unfortunately, his time on Velos with Maejali and his work. Uncle Egg. Look. The young girl exclaimed as she brought over a shell, a conch of some kind. It's pretty, she said as she arrived by him with the conch in both of her hands. The conch was larger than her little hands combined. It is. Aegon said with a smile on his face as he gestured her to come forward. She did so and brought him the conch. Uthric stood up, causing Aegon to glance at the man. My prince, I will head back now. Uthric said with a bow of the head. Aegon acknowledged the nod and let the man go, and, after a few moments of watching Uthric leave, he returned his attentions back towards the conch and his niece. He studied the conch for a few moments before he eyed towards the insides, making sure there was nothing inside of it, even going as far as shaking it a little, causing sand to fall, which was all that fell out. He then placed the conch to his ear. Why Egg doing that? His 3.5-named-day-old niece asked with a quizzical look on her face. Aegon placed his finger on his lips before he closed his eye, and focused on the sound created by the effects of the insides of the shell. For a moment, as heard the waves, he was back in his first life, during the summers which he spent in Greece when he'd been a boy. Egg. His niece's call for him drew him out of his memory, and he was met with two wide violet eyes, and he let a small smile form on his face. Come closer, Maggie. Aegon said, and the girl came closer to him, and Aegon stretched out his legs before he placed the conch on his lap and picked her up and perched her right beside him. He picked up the conch again and moved to place it near her ear. Close your eyes. Aegon told the little girl, and after a few moments of her frowning and being unsure, he coaxed her further. Close your eyes, Maggie. Aegon said gently as he assured her with a look. She finally closed her eyes, and it was then that Aegon moved the conch to her ear. No, no, keep your eyes closed and just listen. I promise it will be good. Aegon said, and she stopped fidgeting and making noises. Finally, after a long few moments, did she exclaim, her eyes widening, I can hear the ocean. She then closed her eyes again and leaned into the conch, enthusiastic as she was to wanting to hear it again. Aegon laughed a little but said nothing, instead watching her little face contort in silent wonder at what she was hearing. He'd done things like this with his own kids before. Not like this, conches and the like, but marveling them with simple everyday little things. Their childlike wonder and new questions about the world was always a treat to see unfold. Maejali then opened her eyes and turned them to Aegon before she turned them towards the conch, and took it from his hand. She then peered through the opening with the uncanny serious look on her face, one that resembled Damon in their youth. But no water? She asked with a frown. No water. Aegon agreed. It only sounds like the ocean. It earned Aegon a non-understanding look from her, and Aegon couldn't help but smile a little. Aegon stood up from the white sandy beach and picked her up into his arms. Do you want to keep it? Aegon asked the young girl. Explaining about trapped air and vibration and frequencies was a bit much for the girl. It would be too much for most people of this age. That reminds him, he should write about his observations on acoustics and frequencies. Mayhaps he should add the creation of his old world's instruments to the list of inventions that would earn prize money and funding for commercialization. It would be nice to hear a piano or a violin before he died again. Yes. The non-understanding look dissipated, and in its place came up an excited look. All right. You will have to take care of it, however. Aegon said with an expectant look on his face as he began to walk with Maejali in his arms, the servant girls and the guards following his steps. I will, I promise, Uncle Egg. Maejali promised, and he scruffed up her hair a little, which made her smile a little larger. In the end he'd decided that he'd keep the bond between him and his niece known and understood. He'd overreacted in King's Landing, and he'd sobered up to the fact that her relation to him was going to have to be known. The only thing he'd made sure was that her origin had come from a servant girl rather than a whore. The women, and their elder children, who'd known about her origin, were made suitably aware of the consequences about spreading lies about Maejali, and, by proxy, lies about the royal family. In any case, his children, including Baelon, knew about Maejali. Baelon, naturally, was the most interested in Maejali. He'd have to handle Baelon delicately, especially since the fact that Maejali calls him Uncle Egg might be something that could cause Brainia a bit of upset and uncertainty. The walk back towards the ship was filled with Maejali chatting her head off to him, which Aegon indulged for the most part. It wasn't long before they passed by a large group of unsullied training, who had paused in their training to pay their respects to him, which he'd acknowledged, and soon enough he was amongst hundreds of people around the main and only street of the place, with many more hundreds further in the interior of the island that could be seen from here. Likely, there were perhaps a few thousand people by the fields near the plantations, with others likely just exploring the small island. There were almost 9,000 people on the 42 ships. The vast majority were Illimeri, about 4,000, with the next largest group being the 2,000 settlers and a few hundred orphans from the disputed lands and from Liberty Bay. And then there were the Unsullied, Aegon mused as he inclined his head slightly towards the few Unsullied who were amongst the crowd of people. 2,000 of them who he managed to find space for on the ships. After the war with Nugis, Aegon had spoken with the almost 17,000 Unsullied. A substantial amount had died in the war for Nugis and Gen about what they wanted to do now that all of Liberty Bay was liberated. At the end of it all, he'd gotten more than half, 9,000 of them, to choose to serve him for the rest of their lives. 2,000 of them were selected to come with him to Illimeris, whilst the remaining 7,000 Unsullied, not including their charges the children that would be trained in the ways of the Unsullied, which were about another 2,000, were stationed in Velos, New Oris, and around the Isle of Cedars, though about half of the Unsullied were boys no older than 6 and 10, and they were under the command of Rhaegar. The rest, about 8,000 Unsullied, had chosen to continue on fighting with volunteers from across Liberty Bay, with them drawing plans to attack Mantares, which had not yet happened by the time he'd left. Nor happened yet moons after, according to Barrows. Nonetheless, so many of the Unsullied choosing to serve him was a victory greater than that of what he'd gotten out of Nugis. With their presence, Velos was going to be secure and kept safe, internally and externally. Only 2,000 Illimeri soldiers, which included the 800 young men who'd sent from Illimeris to be stationed there, were what remained of his army on Velos. And, only 36 non-combative were present there, the majority of which had been come to aid Salon Barrows in administering the city. There were also over 1,000 Liberty Bay soldiers who Aegon had convinced to remain and take up his offer of taking up estates on the Isle of Cedars, though they were largely in the interior and New Oris, tasked in keeping order alongside the Unsullied and assisting wherever they could with the development of the colony. He could have poached more, but with the retention of the Unsullied, he did not need to. Besides, with how large the losses had been amongst the Liberty Bay soldiers in the campaign against Nugis and Gen, he knew that the cities had a need to retain as many of the soldiers as possible. Whilst his bombing had killed a good portion of the population, with one bomb in particular destroying an assembly plaza filled with their soldiers, the new Gazian population knew the writings were on the wall. They were fighting for survival. No more, no less. The army of Liberty Bay had suffered great losses during the assault on Nugis, having lost something like 12,000 soldiers as they bloodily fought their way through the city. There were accounts of freeborn attacking soldiers with anything they could get their hands. In the end, however, the new Gazians couldn't cope with tens of thousands of well-armed and armored men who, despite being poorly trained, were hungry for glory, coin, and an immense sense of vengeance. Aegon had killed a good portion of the population, but the army of Liberty Bay. The population of Nugis is now decimated. Aegon had no interest to find out how badly, but he knew that only a small fraction only lived, and that fraction were perhaps no better off than. In any case, despite considering the Unsullied as his greatest prize won from the war in Nugis, all things considered, he'd gotten plenty else from Nugis too. Unfortunately, much of the libraries were destroyed in his bombing, the subsequent fires and the sack of the city by the army of Liberty Bay, but he still managed to receive thousands of books, a few that were even priceless. These few described with varying degrees of legitimacy and truths Valeria at varying different stages in their development and history. There were also a few books that detailed the Giscari view on the history of the world, before and during the Giscari Empire. Some that did indeed corroborate a few perspectives of history of the known world with the books he'd taken from Myr and Illyria. With regards to Valyrian steel, there was just shy of 1/4 ton of Valyrian amongst the treasure, adding to his mountain of Valyrian steel back home. In terms of treasure, 20 million gold marks and 60 million silver marks, and 200 million copper moons were taken as part of his share of the spoils. 10 million of the gold coins, 40 million of the silver and half of the copper coins were smelted down and recast in the Illimeri currency, which replicated the Westerosi coin system for the most part, and deposited, alongside a bit more of his smelted down and recast personal wealth taken from Lys, in the Illimeri's bank of Velos he'd built and created in the moons before he left, leaving it under the charge of Salon Barrows. The man had, eventually, agreed to be General, the equivalence in wording and title to that of Viceroy, of the Isle of Cedars for 4 years. He had also elevated Barrows and his house into nobility, though the official investiture of his nobility would come only after his 4-year term was finished and he was in Illimeris. The position of General was counterweighted by Sir Andrew Sapner, one of his most distinguished commanders. He'd risen through the ranks throughout the campaigns until he became a commander during the Disputed Lands campaign, who Aegon had elevated to become Commander General of the Velos Army Group. The man would also become ennobled once his term was finished. Back? Maejali questioned as they approached the docks. Back. Aegon confirmed, Rex is waiting for us. Maejali gave off an adorable delighted look before she nodded rapidly as they walked towards the gangway of their ship. The old girl was as much with Maejali as Larissa was during their stay on Velos, and so Maejali had grown quite attached to the greyhound. The day the old girl died was going to be a sad day for everyone. Illimeri's late 115 AC. Ziarvs ahead! Was cried out as Aegon arrived on the deck of the ship in the middle of the night. He walked towards the foredeck and set to watch their ship pass through the mouth of the river Ziarvs. They'd arrived by -3 days, the jungle island that would one day be an excellent naval hub thanks to its natural harbors, and had been passing through the Straits and around the northern tip of Illimeri's since then. They were so close now. Aegon reached out to Miss Aragorn through their bond, who woke from his slumber as a response to him. Aegon then proceeded to push through to see through Miss Aragorn's eyes, and he saw that Miss Aragorn had found himself a cave somewhere. As soon as Bajmianis had come into view, Aegon had permitted Miss Aragorn to go and had since been flying all around the islands and Illimeri's. My prince. Aegon pulled himself out of Miss Aragorn's mind and eyes and turned to look towards Captain Locke, and Aegon remembered the plan. Yes. Send them. Aegon ordered. There were a few galleys, made in Illimeri's and largely used for fishing seawater fish, that were moored on the northeastern bank of the river. They were going to send men upstream and inform their people of their pending arrival as the ships were faster. Besides, it was also in the middle of the night. Yes, my prince. Locke bowed his head slightly before he shouted out orders to his crew. Aegon looked back forward, towards the mouth of the river, his arms behind his back. 4 years I have been away. Those words rang in his mind a few times as he stared unblinkingly at the river. His twins were 6 and 10 name days old. Valar 5 and 10. Rena and Brienne 10 name days. Solanise 8 name days. He'd been away from his daughters for nearly half of their lives. Solanise half of his life. He'd missed so much. And Gale. Aegon did not move from the foredeck as they sailed upstream of the river towards the settlement, hours passing and passing, none disturbing him, and remained rooted to the spot even as the first lights of the morn touched upon the world. It wasn't long after those first lights that half a dozen riverboats arrived to wave them on, greeting them enthusiastically, and Aegon felt a tidal wave of contentment wash over him as he returned the wave at the men, which garnered a faint sound of cheers that travelled through the wines. It was only a short few moments before mirrors were flashed, enough light around now to be caught at an angle, and Aegon interpreted the flashes quickly. Aware now. Awaiting you. That was the message sent their way. His way. My prince. The second in command, Dario Bornet, called out to him, and Aegon turned to look at the man. The man was young, in his early 20s, though he had a severity in his face to match his personality. It would suit him well for a man who was expected to be captain in a short few years. Whether or not he'd make the cut for becoming admiral was to be seen. With Locke, Fisherman, Selden Printor, and something like 8 different candidates, who were either captains or soon to be captains, as competition, it wasn't going to be easy. And with Admiral Luthieres, who was going to remain admiral for at least another 10 to 20 or so years, and who was the only large-scale naval commander with wartime fleet leadership experience and victories, which had him become widely popular amongst the sailors, having his favorites that he was wanting to impress on Aegon to be given the opportunity to rise to the occasion, so to speak, well. Princess Gale and the princes have been made aware of our arrival. Second Officer Arnold said to Aegon before he continued, after a light pause. It won't be long before everyone else too will know as well. Quite the crowd our welcome will receive. Aegon remarked before he looked back towards the river, where he could see more riverboats in the distance. It was long planned, his arrival and all that came with it. Gale had arranged for the welcome to happen at the nearly finished September. Its wide front and elevated entrance would allow him to address the crowd easily. Everyone has been waiting for a long time to welcome you back, my prince. Arnold said, and Aegon glanced over to the man over his shoulder, and he saw that the man was smiling slightly. It is an important day. At least he doesn't have the same level of reverence in his eyes he had the first few weeks, so. It is. Aegon said with an inclined head before he turned fully towards the river once more. His legend amongst his people had only grown over the years. No, not only grown, exceeded reality to the point that he was sure that he could say he was a god and the majority of his people would actually believe him. Something he never thought he'd be able to achieve no matter the amount of bullshit he said or pulled off. And unfortunately, the longer time went, and the more people were sent here, the more the tales grew, the more myths about him, and his exploits, were made, especially since there were so many witness accounts to all of it. Former slaves from Slavers Bay and his men who had seen him walk through a field of tens of thousands of unsullied, all of whom had been ready to kill him on the order of the slavers, yet, Aegon had won their loyalty, not by fire and blood, but by inspiring them to revolt with only a judicious truth that spoke to their hearts and broke free the chains around their hearts. Former slaves and his soldiers who had seen Aegon bully the slavers of Yunkai and release all of the slaves and then conquered the city without a single life of the slaves lost, in an act that was cleverer than the swindle of Casterly Rock by Baelon the Clever. Former slaves and his soldiers who had seen Aegon burn down the cruel harpies of Mirian and inspire the slaves to rise and revolt against their tormentors. Those were the lightest renditions of his feat in Liberty Bay, though not even the worst rendition could compare to the tales about his survival nearby Tolos and the blanket fire over Myr. He'd defeated demons though Aegon had been fatally wounded and, to spare the men the sight of their prince's dead body, had himself burnt by dragon fire in the traditions of House Targaryen. Only to survive it and be reborn, divinely, on the seventh day, the gods having decided that Aegon's work was not yet finished. All of that, combined with the fires over Myr, combined with the freedoms he's provided to the many tens of thousands on Illimaris and the prophet status he had with regards to bringing their people to Illimaris, a piece of the seven heavens, had all combined to ensure that Aegon was untouchable in the eyes of his people, someone who was only slightly less divine than the gods they worshipped. And Aegon did not think himself arrogant to believe that more than a few did believe him to be more divine than their gods. And Aegon couldn't blame them for having these kinds of perspectives. He'd exploited all of the rhetoric, all of the trappings that were available to him and used them to create this image of himself, of his family, and it worked. Some of it backed with targeted acts, most of it backed by luck and circumstance. My work will be made easier with all of this unwarranted blind belief, Aegon thought to himself momentarily, long having accepted the status quo he created. The greatest of solace, beyond securing the future and safety of his family, was that his exploitations would have good-intentioned outcomes, even if they had selfishness and manipulations in them. He was going to push through a great deal of societal and institutional changes over the course of the rest of his life. Changes that would see Illimaris a stable and powerful society ruled by law, by a mad drive towards progress and unconscious sense of common identity, and a society that would see and keep his family at the very pinnacle, protected from ambitious overreachers and foolish idiocy of descendants. Which Gale has already set in motion. And, in time, our sons and daughters and our grandchildren will continue our work and shepherd our people to become the greatest nation this world has known. Aegon thought to himself. And if he was right, so too would all of their descendants carry on his vision for Illimaris, Aegon thought as he recalled the unforgettable images of the old man and the giant eyes that had been behind him, which partly brought him a hopeful relief that their work would not be undone by an Ares or a rigor. And all of that would be worth all of the taint he's accumulated on his soul, all of the taint he'd continue to take on, 100,000 times over. A little while later, Aegon glanced towards the skies as Miss Aragorn fly overhead as the ships lowered their anchors about a quarter league from what would one day be the city walls, a twist in the river that was wide enough to accompany a dozen galleons side by side. It looks like nearly all of the settlement has decided to turn up, Uthric remarked from beside him as the man peered through the far eye towards the September, where likely tens of thousands of people had already assembled. And, closer to the bank, as Aegon cast his gaze that way, he could see a large crowd kept away from the bank of the river whilst a smaller group, not far from the landing area, was present, his family, there with a ring of guards around them. Aegon felt a strange sensation in the pit of his stomach. Butterflies almost. Nerves and streaky excitement and worry battling within his stomach, feelings that made him more jittery than the many times he'd been so close to death so as to have stared right in the face of it. Uthric leaned in slightly before he spoke. "Can't say I envy you, my prince." Uthric murmured amused, drawing Aegon out of his thoughts, and Aegon shot the man a light glare as the man stretched out his hand and offered the far eye to Aegon, though he felt somewhat grateful for the reprieve. He took the far eye and peered through it, staring far into the distance, towards the assembly of people by the September, his people, and honestly, Uthric probably wasn't that far off. As of the last census 5 moons ago, the census was updated every 6 moons. As of the present moment, there were 89,000 people on Illimaris. 89,000. With the people on the ship, they were not far off from reaching 6 figures in population. And Aegon thought that there might well be the vast majority of people that were assembling to see them, him, arriving. Waiting to hear him. Waiting to tell them what they already knew. The war is over. They have won. And it won't be the last time I will address them. I will have to address them all, in groups and as a whole, many, many times over the course of the next few days. First to speak on the success of the war in the name and glory of Illimaris, then to thank them all for their hard work, all of them, and then he'd have to start the ceremonies. The speech and the accompanying ceremony interring the dead in the Hall of Heroes, the award ceremony which include the listing of the triumphs and acts of heroism of the men in question, including those still alive, and of course the ennoblement ceremony which would see his chosen few elevated to nobility. And after all of that was done, it was then time to institute the Archonate of Illimaris and ratify the Constitution of Illimaris, the Illimari Code of Law and the Judicial and Arbitration Courts, the Legislative Assembly, the Civil Service and Public Works institutions, and of course, his ascension as Archon of Illimaris, with Gale as the first to be invested as a Dragon Lord into the Council of Dragon Lords, with their eldest children serving in advisory positions alongside others in the advising council until they were of age, 1 and 20 name days, or received their knighthood or had achieved a mastery in a subject of science or philosophy. And then, mixed with all of that, there was also the time he'd spend with his family, catching up with his family, getting to know his youngest children again. Something that filled him with greater worry than having to speak to tens of thousands of people about the past, the present and the future and get them to buy into his vision for their world. And some of it, most of it, was related to what he was now. Aegon knew that he was not the same man he was the last time they saw him. He was, less even if he was so much more powerful in almost every way. It was hard to explain, this feeling of his. That he was lesser. It wasn't just the war crimes and other heinous acts, the butchers, the killing of innocents, the willingness to sell out his brothers' families against a bunch of parasitic entities, but it was also something deeper. He'd always thought, hoped, in the very back of his mind, that he had the capacity to be as good, as great, a man so many people, his family, believed him to be. That there was indeed a part of him that was as noble and as great as the man Aegon had named Miss Aragorn after. A naive but genuinely hopeful hope made in a world that made it near impossible to accomplish. Even when he'd set his mind on the course of action against Slavers Bay, he thought, in the back of his mind that was never voiced out, hoping, that mayhaps he would find another way, he would be able to do all that he wanted, profiteering for the sake of Illumaris and his family whilst also liberating peoples from chattel slavery, without having to become a monster. Yet the only thing he'd grown to learn, or rather accept, was that he was capable of far, far worse things. Even the times when he'd stayed his hand, such as Tolos and Illyria, all of that had come only because he pragmatically found solutions that wouldn't impact overall success of his war aims, a pragmatism that had come largely from a moment of painful introspection after a near-death experience. Not because of mercy, but because the guilt on his conscience necessitated him to take a slightly harder path than the easy ones he'd taken to attain victory. Most would disagree, Aegon knew. That his choices had saved the vast majority of his army, his people. Bringing them home. That his choices had seen a hostile population removed permanently and the scars of their crimes would finally heal for the newly liberated people. His deeds would see him leave a legacy that would be hailed by Illumaris, Liberty Bay, the Summer Isles, Lys and Westeros for many, many generations. He'd done more good in the known world than axe and men had achieved in the last 1,000 years, many would say. Yet it did not change the fact that Aegon had been the cause of the deaths of more than 100,000 people, perhaps as many as twice or thrice that, many of whom had been innocent, children. Many of whom Aegon had seen targeted for the crime of the blood they shared. Aegon stared out at the bank of the river as the men in the boat rowed him towards his family. That was as much his legacy as the liberation in Illumaris was. With violent retribution, with fire and blood, he swept through his enemies and ripped asunder millennia-old slaving cultures and made his name one to be feared and revered. With hope and curiosity, he searched for a promise and found Illumaris, making his name one synonymous with the gods. And Aegon couldn't help but feel that the legacy of Rivers of Blood was one that tarnished everything that he hoped to be, no matter what he would accomplish here with Illumaris, tarnishing everything he wanted Illumaris to be, even if he would strive to tie up his darkest deeds in the greatest of secrecies. History would only come to be in the records that were written, after all. And Aegon knew that the legacy, those rivers of blood, had not come to an end yet either, for he had more of those rivers raging against the dam that threatened to break through and spill down the mountain with what he knew was to certainly to come, something he was helping to happen by doing nothing for the sake of finding a way to defeat an enemy that may yet be undefeatable. And he was the lesser for it. And honestly, it made him fear that they, his wife, his children, would sense it, that their father, her husband, was lesser than what they remembered, Aegon thought with a dark grim cloud hovering at the forefront of his mind. And perhaps they would also see that he was always lesser than he ever appeared to be. That dark and grim cloud that hovered at the forefront of his mind remained there all the while the boat neared closer to the bank of the river, and even as he'd stepped out, and walked over towards his family who were approaching him, his guards following his steps, the dark and grim cloud still remained, darkening still. Remaining still a dark cloud over his mind, even as a great swell of emotions threatened to overcome him, their faces clearer every step he took, the faces of his boys, his daughters, his wife, his feet felt as if they were dragging on the ground, 10 times heavier than they ought to be, even as he saw their happiness, their joy. Father. His daughters were first to break rank and decorum and they raced towards him, racing mad like little roadrunners, and the dark cloud that hovered on his mind broke with near immediate effect to let loose an iridescent ray of joy as he leaned in and swept both of his girls into his arms. Oh, and how it felt! It felt as if 1,000 suns were exploding within him, its violent plasma coursing through his veins at the speed of light. Their warmth and the weight, the unbearable weight he felt for so long, broke down into dust, lifting off of him the darkness that shrouded him for so long. The world never felt more right than in this very moment. Oh, Rena, Brienne, how I have missed you both so much. Aegon murmured softly as he clung tightly on his daughters, taking in their smells, waves of familiarity and love streaming back in like the rushing water through a broken dam. Aegon closed his eye momentarily, basking in their presence, wishing and hoping to let an eternity pass, yet for all of his hope, the eternity felt as short as a blink of an eye, and his daughters parted slightly from him, and his hands moved towards the edge of their shoulders, holding on almost as if too frightened that if he was to let go, he'd never hold them again. As they parted, Aegon took every single moment to take in everything he could from their faces, faces with studying eyes that bore the kinds of emotions only young children could have so explicitly and innocently shine through. A face their studying eyes must note that had markedly changed the last they saw it, if they still remembered his face still. He hoped so. He dearly, dearly hoped so, and he hoped they did not see as much change on his face as he saw in theirs, changes that marked how much he'd missed of their lives. In Rhaena's face, he could see so much of Gale growing in prominence. Her nose, the shape of her face, the way her eyes sat in her face. The little crease that almost could pass for a dimple when Gale smiled. In Brainy Eye's face, he could see so much of Damon and of his father Baelon, yet there were plenty of features in her face that must have been inherited from her mother, her birth mother. Gods, they were so much older now. 10 name days. 10 name days. So young yet so much older. My daughters. Aegon said with a deep, almost mournful note in his voice as each of his hands went to each of his daughters' cheeks, and Aegon struggled not to let his emotions overcome him. You've grown so much, so beautiful too. Aegon said with a fond, loving note in his voice. I've missed you so much. I've missed you too, father. Rhaena said in a half-sob before she threw herself at him, and Aegon took in her missile-like hug with utmost acceptance, a smile growing, widening as he caressed her back. Me too. So much. Brainy Eye said with a wobble of the lips, and Aegon couldn't help but find a little amusement in the sight, and Aegon pulled her in again for a hug, and the hugs lasted a while longer than the last. Aegon did not mind it. Not at all. Finally though, as he saw his boys, his eldest boys, lose a little of patience, he decided it was enough for now. Come now, girls. We'll have so much time later. Your brothers are waiting. Aegon said gently, and the girls seemed to resist until Aegon placed his hands on his daughters by their backs, gently pushing them to walk with him. Aegon found it difficult not to stare at them. At his wife. At his sons. His sons that were so changed from the last he'd saw them. His eldest stood by Gale, dressed in clothing fit for training with the sword, whilst Solanise stood in front of him with Polaris and Valar standing beside Casterys. The sight brought a smile on his face. The moment his eye latched onto that of Gale's. For a moment, his heart stopped as he peered at her. At her face. At her eyes. It was hard to describe what it felt like to see her. To be able to be within a short paces of steps reach of her after so long. And it was harder to describe the amount of restraint he was showing from taking her into his arms, to smell her, to kiss her, to never letting her go from his arms. And he knew, from the way she looked at him, the way she wrung her hands together, the way her back arched and primed to run at him, she felt exactly the same. But they both knew that their children needed his attention first. And so Aegon looked towards Valar, who stood at the edge. Valar had grown tall, taller than his eldest brothers by about an inch, a body that looked wiry and skinny, but he could tell that Valar had the beginning of a frame that would see him become a good warrior if he so chose. His face had thinned, sharpening, and there was much of his mother in his face, his eyes and his nose, but the mouth and the shape of his cheekbones were all Aegon. He smiled at Valar, whose jittery and nervous expression was strange and uncommon to a face that Aegon only knew to have mischief and light-heartedness writ upon it, and he was relieved to see Valar's expression lightened at the offered smile. Aegon's eye turned towards Polaris, his second-born son, by a few minutes. Polaris had grown too. Tall, strong, and his eyes were the most familiar to Aegon. Eyes that Aegon oft saw in the mirror, even if one of Polaris' eyes was a shade too much of violet. His time with the scholars, the alchemists, and Aegon had served him well, even if he seemed long-suffering about it on the calls. Aegon then turned towards the youngest of the family. Well, the youngest after Maegili, and Aegon felt the smile slackened a little at the sight of Solanise looking to the ground. His talks with Solanise were the most difficult. Solanise had been so young, when Aegon had left. And Aegon knew the kind of presence, or rather absence, he'd left behind in their family. That absence had a consequence, especially for a boy so young, a boy that needed his father. Aegon turned to look at his eldest, his heir, the future Archon. Casterys, and Aegon couldn't help but smile back at Casterys, who gazed upon him with a prideful smile. His eldest had grown. Grown more than anyone else, Aegon could tell. Not just in his body, in his stature, which had filled up well for a boy of 6 and 10, and it spoke well of his diligence in the training fields. No, Aegon meant the way he stood. Tall. Upright. His arms behind his back, peering at Aegon, no more mimicking but a stature that was born from leading. Giving Casterys significant amounts of duties, the responsibilities, physically helping with the building of their city had been a great decision for Casterys, who had always felt so pressured to live up to Aegon. And what he saw now, here, showed him everything that he believed Casterys could be. The reports he received from his men, from Gale, had assured him of that, yet now, as he saw Castares, he believed it too. They arrived by his wife and his sons, and Aegon glanced to each of them, to his sons and his wife, giving them a smile before he stepped forward and crouched beside Solanise, who still looked nervous and unsure and looked more to the ground than he did look anywhere else. Solanise. Aegon began quietly, a warm smile on his face as he leaned forward even more, his hands rising but stopping as he waited to begin to kindle the bond between father and son. Father. Solanise murmured, his eyes still to the ground. Aegon wasn't surprised by the persistence of the shyness, the awkwardness, the unsurety. Nor was he fazed. Aegon moved one of his hands and placed it on Solanise's shoulders. Son. You have grown big, Solanise. You were half this size the last time I saw you. Have you been sharing goats and lambs with Stormfire? Aegon asked with a note of curiosity, and Solanise looked up, his eyes a little wide. No. Solanise said, a mild look of confusion in his face, and Aegon could tell that Solanise was focusing on his scars and his eye patch. Oh. Well, you must have been eating something good because you seem like you are growing to be as strong as a dragon. Aegon said as he gently squeezed Solanise's shoulder, a warm smile on his face. He likes to eat a lot of ham, father. Rena helpfully interjected from beside Aegon, a little shadow of his that seemed almost latched onto his side. A recent thing then. Pigs had been quite the precious commodity over the past 4 years, and only after the journeys started, shipping a great deal of livestock so that they could breed, were meats like this becoming more available to allow for more than a rare consumption once a week to occur. He doesn't really like beans or carrots though. I don't know why. They're so much better than all of the other things mother makes us eat. Brienne murmured quietly from beside him, and Aegon's lips twitched with mild amusement and exasperation at that, though he did not react overly more than that. Is that so? Well, I'd be happy to share a plate of ham with your younger brother. I think I would like that. Would you like that as well, my son? Aegon said as he eyed Solanise intently, though with caution and with warmth. The shy little nod that Aegon received was worth being stabbed 1,000 times, and Aegon pulled his youngest son into a light hug. I have missed you so much as well, my son. We will have a lot of time together. Aegon said as he pulled Solanise out of the hug and smiled at him. Perhaps if you want, as my squire too. Solanise's eyes widened, and the nod that Aegon received was a lot less shy, amusing him a little. And making him relieved too. He'd discussed it with Gale. The squiring. They all noticed how reserved Solanise was on the calls. And he and Gale decided to pull back on his training, to hold him back, so that when Aegon returned, they would have it as a way to build their bond again. And Aegon was determined to rebuild it. Aegon straightened back up again and, after scruffling Solanise's hair affectionately, he walked towards his third child, Valar, and smiled widely at his boy. You two have grown. Aegon said before he laughed a little. Gods, you might well grow taller than even I. Aegon said affectionately with a wide smile as he placed his hand on Valar's shoulder, who had returned his smile though before he could speak. Polaris did from beside Valar. It's like the more time he spends in the skies, the taller he grows. Polaris said with teasing in his voice, and it made Valar turn towards his elder brother. If you spent half the time as I did there instead in that dreary old library, mayhaps you'd grow a little taller than you are growing wider, brother. Valar, his sharp wit there to be shown. Wider? Brother, everyone compared to you is wider. Don't be jealous that I'm growing stronger than you, even though I spend less than a quarter of the time in the training yard you do. Polaris returned, and Aegon couldn't help but laugh before he pulled both of his sons into his arms, whose heads were both about chest height to him. Aegon said nothing as his eye closed, happy as he was just to hold them. Father, I've missed you. Came Polaris' voice, and Aegon couldn't say anything, only hummed deeply in answer, a hum that he knew they understood. As have I, I'm glad you have come back. Valar's voice was wobbly, and Aegon sighed heavily, tiredly, yet he held firmer onto his sons. And, Aegon felt another set of arms engulfing him. Castares. Aegon intoned as his eye opened and saw his eldest hugging him. Father. Castares said, his eyes suspiciously wet. Aegon's eye too felt wet as he moved to take hold of Castares and hug him whole, including him in the group hug. I'm proud of you, Castares. Aegon murmured quietly to his son before he raised his voice slightly. So proud. I am proud of all of you. Aegon said, making sure his youngest three, who were hovering by him, could hear him. Though especially you three, Valar, Castares, Polaris. Aegon said to his boys, for the ears of his eldest boys alone. What you have done over the past years, I could not be any prouder that I have you as my sons. Thank you, and thank you for taking care of your siblings and your mother when I could not. Aegon said as his arms wrapped around his sons tighter, and a suspicious tear fell down his beard to be absorbed by his beard. You're not going anywhere without us again, father. Castares murmured after a long little while, and Aegon pulled apart his sons from him to meet his eldest son's gaze, a gaze that was filled with conviction that brooked no dissuasion, a gaze that studied his face intently with his eyes focusing on his patch and his scars. And Aegon hummed through a faint smile. Aegon said as he placed his hand on Casterie's shoulder. Aegon said one more time, squeezing a little tighter on his son's shoulder before he glanced towards Gale, who stood apart, watching, waiting. I must see to your mother who has been very patient thus far. Aegon said to his sons before he walked away and towards Gale, whom had arrived a little closer and whom he could see be teary-eyed. Gods! She was so beautiful. Gale. Aegon only simply said as he stood in front of her, even if his face, his eye, were full of longing, full of love, full of want of holding her and never letting her go, his hands struggling not to go up and touch her face. Aegon. She only said, and Aegon couldn't stop himself any more, and he stepped forward, grasping her face with his hands, holding her face with the utmost gentleness, and his hands swiped away the twin trails of tears that ruined perfection, and he felt her melt into his hands as she sighed shudderingly, her eyes closing as she stepped forward. Her hands rose as well as she leaned forward, and grasped his own face into her hands, and Aegon allowed himself to close his eye before he too leaned in, and sighed silently as their foreheads touched. You're here. I am. I've waited too long. Far too long. I know. I know. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. I'm here, Gale. Aegon said as he reopened his eye and he saw Gale look up at him, relief and joy mixing together that painted her face into a look that wanted to edge into the forefront of his mind. Yes, you're here. Her words came out a whisper and Aegon wrapped his arms around her, hugging her, and he felt her arms wrap around his body too, both of them holding onto each other as if the moment they'd let go, they'd never be able to do so again. I love you, so much, Gale. Aegon said quietly, into her ear. She was the best of him. She brought out the very best of him. Those visions, those possibilities he'd seen in that astral plane, him in a sailor's hat exploring this or that jungle or him on that damned throne. None of it compared to the decision he'd taken to marry Gale. I love you too, Aegon. Gale said as they parted, and she placed her hand on the side of the face that bore the scars, the side where he lost his eye. She caressed those scars and touched his eye patch, a momentary look of sadness and upset passing through her face before she sighed heavily and smiled at him. I loved that eye. Gale said with a sad note in her voice, and Aegon smiled as he hummed. He was about to answer before he heard a voice behind them. The green one? I remember that, father. It was so pretty. Like the emeralds in my necklace. Brienne commented, making both of him and Gale turn towards the direction of the voice, his arm slipping around Gale to hold her at her waist from the back. They were greeted by the sight of their children standing by one another, looking upon them with a mixture of expressions on their faces. I think it looks good. Valar remarked before he grinned a little, a side glance sent towards Casterys before he spoke further. Father is a warrior prince after all. Can't be a warrior prince without a few scars. Aegon caught Casterys sending an exasperated look at Valar, though curiously he noted that the look was more as if there was an inside joke between them. I liked the green eye too. Rena piped up before she was a little wide-eyed, but I like you without it too, father. Rena quickly added. Aegon smiled a little widely as he looked at Rena. It is fine. I liked that green eye too. Aegon glanced at his wife with a hint of teasing in his eye. Mostly because your mother always likes staring into it. I must hope she shall be content with only seeing silver and violet instead of an emerald and violet. We shall see. Gale said with a pointed look, though he could see the humor dancing in her eyes, humor that soon fled as she looked towards the ships. Aegon followed her look and they saw a swathe of riverboats with small barges and boats from the galleons descending down into the river. She'll arrive later. She's with Sir Uthric. Aegon said in answer. Maegeli. Brienne was the first to ask, and when he saw her face, he could only see hope and a little bit of trepidation. Yes. Aegon said with a smile. I thought it best that she meets you all at home without the crowds disturbing her. She's only 4 name days old. Aegon told her, and Brienne nodded before she looked towards the ships. It will be good to meet her. Casterys said, and Aegon nodded slightly before he looked at Gale. Sir Uthric and the captains will see through their arrival along with the other people. Aegon said before he looked towards the other men, the guards, the city guards and the administrators, who were all hovering 300 paces away from his family. And beyond them, were the families of the men who had come with him, coming to see their loved ones once more. Sir Maros and Eloran is with them? Aegon asked, speaking of the second in command of the overall city guard, a kind of deputy chief constable with Sir Cedric as the chief constable. Eloran was one of the senior administrators and whom would be given a senior position in the civil service institution. They would sort out the settlers and his men, the ones without families, out into their homes. As planned. They are. Gale confirmed as she met his gaze. Are you ready? She asked with a meaningful look on her face. Yes, it was time to get the show on the road. I am. Aegon said with a warm smile as he took hold of her hand. Miss Aragorn, come. It is time. Aegon thought as he stared towards the skies, gazing at Miss Aragorn who was beginning his sweep down towards them. Is Miss Aragorn coming down? Rena asked curiously, having noted where Aegon was looking at. He is. He'll be coming with us on our walk back to our people. Aegon said as he looked down at Rena with a faint smile. What does that mean? Solanise, much to Aegon's surprise, asked, and Aegon only smiled at Solanise with a mischievous glint in his eye. You'll see. Aegon said as he scruffled Solani's head, and he saw the understanding looks from his eldest sons, who knew nearly as much as Gale did with regards to the plans they made for his arrival, and he looked back towards the skies again. Miss Aragorn grew and grew, growing to encompass more of the heavens, and one of his daughters, he was not sure whom, let out a gasp as Miss Aragorn neared close enough to begin his slowing descent. He's grown much larger than I remember. Polaris murmured and Aegon glanced at his second eldest. Much larger? Casterys said with a mild look of awe on his face. He must be larger than Caraxes now. Gale stated from beside him. It's close. Aegon said in answer. He wasn't quite sure which dragon was larger, but nonetheless, Miss Aragorn's growth rate has been huge over the past 4 years. The wilderness, the freedom, had done his dragon a great deal of good. And Miss Aragorn was stronger than his size too, with all of that weight he'd carried for years in the form of armor that he was now without. Miss Aragorn swept down and landed not far from them, his huge claws and frame a menacing look as the ground shifted slightly as he landed, and great green eyes swept towards them, and Aegon looked down only to find his youngest children to stare at his dragon with looks of amazement. Is that how large Stormfire will grow? Solanise asked, and Aegon noted the excitement in his youngest son's voice. I can't wait for Laisha to grow as big. Bryaneai said with wonder in her voice. If you take care of your dragon, they will all grow like that. Aegon said to his children, and he was pleased to see that they were clearly taking note of his words, and Aegon looked back towards his dragon who was now crawling towards them. Miss Aragorn let off a deep growling grumble as he stopped when he was close enough to be within 20 paces, and it was then that Aegon turned to look at his children. Come. Aegon said. Let us go. Our people await us. Aegon said as he placed his hand on the back of Solani's head and gently guided him forward, towards the settlement, Miss Aragorn crawling beside them, occupying the attention of his children, including his eldest sons who seemed to be more in wonder how Aegon was able to command Miss Aragorn so ably and precisely. And Aegon, when they looked at him with silent question in their faces, only indicated that he would discuss it with them at a later date. The bond he shared with Miss Aragorn was different. Likely as different as the bond Polaris had with Tyraxes was from the bond his other children had with their dragons. The ordeal he suffered, and the way Miss Aragorn had saved him, tied them closer, than anyone could ever imagine. He only hoped that he could replicate at least a little with his children when he opened up their proverbial third eye. Whenever not if that would be. It was not long during their walk towards the settlement that the silence was breached, his daughters being the ones who breached it first, chattering away asking questions about Miss Aragorn and this or that, and soon Aegon was already speaking a great deal as he answered their questions they seemed not to have wanted to ask during the calls on the glass candle. They passed the guards and the others, men who were enthusiastic to see him again though cautious with the presence of Miss Aragorn, and Aegon greeting them with a waving gesture, assuaging and acknowledging them, something they greatly appreciated. And on, they went on this walk, continuing to talk, the conversation slowly shifting to Aegon asking questions, particularly his youngest children, whom, under his eye and in his presence, were a lot more talkative than they usually were through the glass candle. Rena and her paintings, and Bryaneai with her flights with Lysia, Solanise with his lessons with his tutors and his times where he saw knights train against each other. Aegon asked and asked, never tiring to hear his children speak with him, and Aegon felt a sense of accomplishment, a sense that he never really felt when he took city after city, and the realization at that made him happier for it. To him, his family was what mattered beyond anything else. It felt shorter, the moment when they arrived past the first set of homes in the Jeerley district, homes built from marvelous marble and granite, homes that were painted chalky white that used limestone as a base. And in the distance, he could see the larger buildings standing tall in the city under construction, and he couldn't help but grow content that his vision was truly coming to life. His men, Elamary and Unsullied, stood guard on the dirt road towards the September on either side, smiling or looking on proudly at him and family, and it wasn't long before the loudness of the crowd was heard. A crowd that shouted his name and Miss Aragorn, and House Targaryen in a swathe of barely decipherable epithets as they neared towards the back end of the crowd. Miss Aragorn's presence, crawling beside them though now sheltering him and his family under his right wing as they neared ever more the back end of the crowd, caused the sea of crowd to part to either side, allowing a passageway more orderly than what the thousands of his men and Unsullied could manage. The sound of the crowd grew louder, more, thicker and more rapid, shouting his name, calling him names that rang of devotion, and Miss Aragorn growled through the crowd, his head sweeping either side, causing the crowd to step back further. Yet it did little to dissuade the crowd from letting him know what they thought of him. I didn't expect it would be this intense. Gale remarked from beside him in his ear. Severe, yes, but never this much. Aegon only hummed at that as they neared the September, and he saw, at the forefront of the crowd surrounding by a small contingent of guards, the womenfolk and children of the Valyrians and Sunglasses and the rest of them. They had been given a small manse around the city with an assignment of guards, and from what Gale told him, some of the womenfolk had been useful, though most were clearly unused to live in basically a construction site. Only the fact that they were living here, safely Aegon supposed, at the patronage of his family, quelled their complaints and wishes to leave, according to Gale. He'd address these families at a later point. Miss Aragorn remained at the heel of the steps as Aegon and his family walked up them, where Edwin, Sir Gala Annis and Ethan and his family were waiting on him, and after they bowed in front of him, he greeted them all warmly. His eyes latched onto Edwin, who has changed a little from what he remembered. Grey hairs had sprouted around his temples. Edwin. My friend. It has been some time. Aegon said with a warm smile on his face. He'd been a pillar for Gale. All of the councillors and administrators had been, but none more so than Edwin. My prince. Edwin said with a smile of his own. It warms my heart to see you healthy and hale. Aegon placed his hand on the man's shoulder. We'll speak on the morrow. Aegon said to Edwin, and the man bowed his head in acknowledgement, and Aegon turned his gaze towards the other men and he exchanged a few words of greeting with them, before he turned to Gale and his children and smiled at them before he walked towards the edge, his face losing the smile. Aegon signalled Miss Aragorn, and his dragon responded, letting off a deafening roar that silenced the crowd, and Aegon took a deep breath before he spoke, his voice straining to reach the furthest edge of the crowd. People of Illymaris. Aegon bellowed, his voice stretching far to the end of the crowd, at least he hoped so. When I left Illymaris, to take 7 and 10,000 souls with me for war, Illymaris had scarcely been more than a dream. Aegon said as he swept his hand across horizontally. When I left Illymaris, to take 7 and 10,000 souls with me for retribution and destroy our enemies who dared to strike at us, enslave our brethren, Illymaris had scarcely been more than a dream. Aegon said, this time stronger, his voice harder. When we took cities, when we broke chains, when we ended the miserable rule of masters who were black at heart and cruel in nature, many of us were here, working the fields and working the quarries and working to build the homes of our dreams in the city of our dreams, in the land blessed by the gods as a piece of the 7 heavens. Aegon said as he raised his hands and clenched his fists. And as we won our war, won our retribution, so too did we win here at home, in Illymaris, as men completed another home, as men cleared another field, as women weaved another set of cloths, as women reared our children. Aegon bellowed, his hands now sweeping downward. We have all shed blood. We have all shed sweat. We have all worked to our bones to see to our dreams, our people's dreams, to the success of Illymaris, to create homes worthy of the lands that were delivered to us by the gods. Aegon said, his voice straining, yet he remained firm in voice as he delivered his sermon to his people. And now. Aegon trailed off, his voice also trailing off, but he kept it loud enough to remain a shout, effectively. And now we are here. Aegon said as he swept across the crowd, who were silent, straining to hear every word he spoke. I left Illymaris 4 years ago, and in 4 years' time, we have built this. We have created this. We have made farms that stretch across the horizon in just a few years. We have built homes, greater than most ancient of cities, in just a few years. No other people could accomplish what we have, what we Illymari have. Aegon bellowed across his audience, whom he could see were itching to respond to his words yet remained restrained in respect of him. Corinth. Basilisk Isles. The war against the slavers. Illymaris. These are all not just my accomplishments, no, these are the accomplishments of a people who never dared to believe that anything is impossible. These are the accomplishments of a people who believed and a people who dreamed. These are the accomplishments of the people who see a problem, who see a challenge, who see an enemy, and then say you are not an obstacle for us. Aegon's voice cracked at the end of his sentence, yet Aegon continued to persist in his words. And yet, for all that we have accomplished, people of Illymaris, my people, it will not compare to what we will achieve, together, in the years and decades to come, no, my people, people of Illymaris, for what is to come will be the envy of the known world, for we shall strive to make this a land truly a land that even the most blind of people will know is a piece of the 7 heavens. Aegon said as his arms outstretched. The golden age of Illymaris has begun, people of Illymaris, and you and I and all of us shall stand witness to it, for we shall strive deep into this golden age just as we have arrived to it, together. Aegon said the last words as his arms fell to his side, and it was then that the dam broke as cheers, deafening cheers, rang around him, cheers that melted words and chants into the wider body. Words and chants that Aegon heard, yet despite all of those different words, many of them for him, for his house, Aegon understood they all meant the same thing. Their golden age would be barreled into with zero restraint.